In a vast and enchanting world, teeming with extraordinary creatures such as the mighty blood-red-eyed lion, the powerful violet-eyed golden monkey, the earth-shattering, nine-headed serpent king, and the terrifying thunder dragon wielding destructive lightning, one can find wonders beyond imagination. This narrative unfolds the dreamlike journey of a young boy possessed of the dragon ring. Chapter 1. The Morning in the Town. In the tranquil town of Wushan, nestled within the western Finley kingdom of the illustrious Beast Mountain Range on the Yulon continent, the dawn breaks with a hint of crispness in the air. Despite the early hour, the townsfolk have begun their daily toil, with even the young children, aged 6 or 7, rising to partake in their customary morning exercises. In the eastern clearing of Wushan, the warm morning sun filters through the towering trees, casting a mosaic of light upon the ground. A large group of children, numbering nearly 200, is divided into 3 teams, each standing in neat rows with solemn expressions. The northernmost group consists of children approximately 6 to 8 years old. The middle group spans ages 9 to 12, while the southernmost team comprises adolescents aged 13 to 16. Up before this assembly stands 3 robust middle-aged men, clad in sleeveless vests and coarse trousers. The leader among them, a man named Hillman, exclaims with a commanding presence, "To become a great warrior, one must cultivate perseverance from a young age." His piercing gaze sweeps over the youngest group, whose members, with tightly pursed lips and wide, glimmering eyes, dare not utter a sound. Hillman, the captain of the Baruch family's guard, continues, "You are but ordinary townsfolk, lacking the access to the formidable martial arts tomes of the nobility. If you wish to rise above, to avoid the scorn of others, you must train with the most ancient, simple, and fundamental methods. Strengthen your bodies and forge your wills. Do you understand?" "Yes." The children respond in unison, their voices ringing out. "Excellent," Hillman acknowledges with a stoic nod, noting the mixture of confusion in the youngest's eyes contrasted with the resolute determination of the older boys, who grasp the weight of his words. That in the Yulon continent, it is customary for all boys to train diligently from a tender age. A lack of effort will lead to a lifetime of disdain. Strength and wealth dictate a man's status, and without these, he risks being looked down upon by women as well. To make their parents proud, to earn the admiration of girls, and to lead a life of distinction, they must become formidable warriors. Being commoners, they cannot access the precious martial texts. Their only means is to train their bodies and fortify their spirits from childhood onward, striving harder than the aristocrats. With the morning sun rising, life thrives anew. This is the perfect moment to absorb the essence of the heavens and earth, enhancing our physical potential. As per tradition, stand with your legs shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, and hands at your waist in the chi cultivation posture. Remember to focus your attention, maintain inner peace, and breathe naturally, Hillman instructs coldly. The chi cultivation posture is a simple yet effective method of physical training, honed through generations. Instantly, the children align themselves in the prescribed posture. Focus your attention, maintain inner peace, and breathe naturally. Hillman traverses among the youth, his demeanor unyielding. That a glance reveals that the southern team of adolescents exhibits a composed demeanor, their breaths steady and deep. In contrast, the northern group of younger children displays varying degrees of knee bends, their bodies lacking stability and strength. Addressing his fellow instructors, Hillman commands, "You two oversee the central and southern teams. I will attend to the younger ones." "Understood, Captain," they reply, meticulously observing their respective teams, occasionally adjusting the stance of the boys to ensure stability. Approaching the group of 6 and 7-year-olds, Hillman notes their nervousness. The formidable instructor approaches, whispers a golden-haired boy named Hadley, his wide eyes filled with apprehension. A.S. Hillman stands among them. His expression remains impassive, yet inwardly he reflects. These children are far too young, both physically and mentally. They are not yet ready for such demands. However, instilling the importance of physical training from an early age will significantly enhance their chances of survival on the battlefield. Guiding and inspiring them is the most effective approach. Coercion breeds resistance. "Stand tall, everyone," Hillman commands with a disdainful huff. Instantly, the children straighten, gazing ahead. A faint smile graces Hillman's lips as he removes his vest, revealing a sculpted physique that draws wide-eyed admiration from the children and even the older boys. His bare torso, marked with numerous scars from battles fought, serves as a testament to his valor. These scars, remnants of conflict, are badges of honor to the children, who regard Hillman with profound reverencia, 6th-level warrior forged in the crucible of life and death. A figure of great renown even in the grand cities, and a paragon of respect in Wushan. Seeing the children's eager gazes, Hillman smiles inwardly, knowing that such admiration will fuel their determination to train harder. Let's stoke the fire of their ambition, he muses, striding over to a massive stone lock weighing several hundred pounds. Grasping it effortlessly with one hand, he begins to swing it as if it were made of mere wood, prompting gasps of astonishment from the children. Too light. Rory, once training is complete, let's have you craft larger stone locks for them. He casually tosses the stone lock several meters, where it crashes to the ground with a resounding thud, shaking the earth. Approaching a pile of boulders, Hillman inhales deeply, his muscles visibly tensing as he delivers a powerful punch to a large green stone. The air is sliced by the force of his strike, capturing the children's rapt attention. The impact resonates deeply, sending vibrations through the stone, which soon fractures under the force of his blow, crumbling into pieces, while Hillman's hand remains unscathed. Our captain remains as formidable as ever. One of the other instructors, Rory, exclaims with a grin, moving closer to Hillman. Another middle-aged man, Roger, approached. Typically, when the children practiced the Yunchi method, it was a leisurely time for the three instructors to engage in light conversation, occasionally ensuring the children were not slacking off. Hillman shook his head with a smile. No more. Back in my military days, I trained relentlessly every day amidst the bloody chaos of the battlefield. Now, I merely stretch my muscles. The passion of those days has dimmed. All the children looked at Hillman with admiration. The massive blue stone was shattered by a single punch. What kind of strength was this? The 300 or 400-pound stone lock was wielded with ease. What kind of power was at play here? Hillman turned to the group of children, feeling a deep satisfaction with their reactions. Remember, even without relying on combat energy, it is theoretically possible to become a level 6 warrior through sheer physical training. A level 6 warrior can easily rise to a mid-ranking officer in the army and gain access to combat energy training methods. Even if you cannot become a level 6 warrior, qualifying as a basic level 1 warrior allows you to join the army. Remember, a man who cannot even reach level 1 is no man at all. Hillman's expression was stern. A man should stand tall and face any challenge without fear. Upon hearing this, the 6- and 7-year-old children could not help but smile, all struggling to suppress their laughter. This phrase was Hillman's catchphrase, often repeated in his teachings. Stand firm, one and all, and observe how the older boys to the south stand. Hillman commanded. Immediately, the children made every effort to steady themselves. After a while, however, the 6- and 7-year-olds began to waver, feeling the intense soreness in their legs. Despite their determination, they soon collapsed, exhausted on the ground. Hillman's expression remained cold, yet he inwardly nodded, satisfied with the performance of these 6- and 7-year-olds. Before long, some of the 10-year-olds in the central group also succumbed, sitting down in defeat. You may endure as long as you can. I will not force you. If you fall short in the future, you can only blame yourselves, Hillman stated coldly. Rory suddenly exclaimed, looking towards the team in the north at that moment. Many of the 10-year-olds in the central group had fallen, yet a 6-year-old from the northern team was still holding on. Linley is here for the first time and is impressively strong, Rory remarked, drawing the attention of Roger and Hillman, who also turned to observe. Among the northern team, only a small brown-haired boy remained steadfast, his lips pressed together, eyes resolutely focused ahead, and his clenched fists turning pale from exertion. Not a glimmer of surprise shone in Hillman's eyes. Good lad, Hillman thought to himself, impressed that a mere 6-year-old could keep pace with 10-year-olds in the Yunchi method. Such talent was evident, a glimpse of greatness. Linley, full name Linley Baruch, was the eldest son of the Baruch family, the only family of note in Wushan town. The Baruch family was ancient and once prosperous, yet after thousands of years, only 3 members remained: the patriarch, Hog Baruch, and his 2 sons. The eldest, Linley Baruch, was merely 6 years old, while the youngest, Walton Baruch, was only 2. Linley's mother had passed away after giving birth to Walton, and his grandfather had died in battle. Linley's legs trembled despite his strong will, his aching muscles betrayed him, and he finally collapsed onto the ground. Linley, how do you feel? Hillman asked with a smile as he approached. Linley grinned, revealing his little tiger teeth. Not much, Uncle Hillman. Hillman, the captain of the Baruch family guard, had watched Linley grow up, fostering a close bond between them. Well done, like a true man. Hillman ruffled Linley's hair, leaving it tousled like straw. Linley beamed, delighted by Hillman's praise. After a brief rest, the training resumed, though the intensity for the 6- and 7-year-olds was considerably lighter. In stark contrast, the training for the older boys was grueling. The group of adolescents, alongside the younger children, lay with their heads and feet resting on flat stones, their bodies suspended, relying solely on the strength of their waists. The waist and hips, this triangular region. Hillman gestured towards the area around the abdomen. This region is the core of the body. Whether it be speed or strength, everything pivots around this triangular core, making its training paramount. As Hillman spoke, he continued to observe each boy's movements for correctness. Lift yourselves up, do not let your waist sag, he commanded. Immediately, many of the boys strived to raise their waists. It was Lin Lei's first time attempting this. His small head and feet rested on two flat stones. At this moment, he felt a burning ache in his waist. Persevere, I'm the best, Lin Lei encouraged himself. His physical condition had always been exceptional, rarely falling ill, and coupled with a strong will, his performance was commendable. Thud! The first child fell. The stones used for resting were only about 20 centimeters high, so a child's fall would not result in injury. Thud! Thud! As time passed, more children succumbed. Lin Lei clenched his teeth, acutely aware that his waist had reached its limit. Nearly numb. My body feels heavy, I can barely hold on. Just a little longer. At this point, he was the only one remaining from his 6 to 80-year-old group. Seeing Lin Lei, Hillman couldn't help but express his surprise and satisfaction. Rory, Hillman suddenly called out. Captain, Rory immediately straightened up, awaiting orders. Hillman commanded, prepare some dye for tomorrow. While they're training their waists, place a branch beneath each of their waists coated with dye. If anyone slacks off and brushes against the branch, they'll be marked and their training will double. Yes, Captain, Rory replied loudly, unable to suppress a grin. Amused by Hillman's clever scheme, those kids are in for it. Indeed, the expressions of the older boys turned grim. Typically, they could afford to slack off with minor movements, but with Hillman's new plan, that would no longer be an option. Hillman continued coldly. I can tell you that once a warrior cultivates combat energy, the storage location is just below the navel, about a fist's width. You should understand that this area is part of the core triangle. You now see the importance of training this core region. If this area fails, no other training will suffice. A good instructor is of utmost importance to the children. Hillman was indeed a remarkable warrior, possessing profound insights into the essence of training, understanding the necessity of gradual progression, and recognizing the appropriate levels of training for children at various ages. Overexertion could lead to physical collapse in young ones. Fighting spirit? Upon hearing this term, the youths, along with the resting children nearby, widened their eyes in anticipation, focusing intently on Hillman. For these common children, the notion of fighting spirit was immensely appealing, and even Lin Lei, a scion of a once noble family, felt an overwhelming yearning for it. Thud! At last, Lin Lei could no longer withstand the exertion, but he managed to brace himself with his arms, slowly descending to the ground. How refreshing! As Lin Lei felt the relief of his aching waist, a tingling sensation enveloped him, penetrating deep into his muscles, almost to the very bone. The sensation was so soothing that Lin Lei instinctively squinted his eyes in bliss. Which number was I to fall? Lin Lei suddenly opened his eyes wide and scanned his surroundings. The children aged 6 to 8 had all succumbed, while the 10-year-olds in the center had also fallen in significant numbers. However, the adolescents aged 14 to 15 persevered. Hillman maintained his stern demeanor, reiterating, remember, your bodies are akin to vessels, akin to goblets, while the fighting spirit resembles wine. The capacity of a goblet to hold wine is determined by its size. Similarly, the ultimate achievement in cultivating fighting spirit depends on the strength of one's physical form, that if the body is too frail, even the most potent tomes on fighting spirit will yield little, rendering one incapable of becoming a formidable warrior. Hillman imparted essential wisdom to the children. Many warriors, lacking guidance in their youth, only grasp the connection between physical strength and fighting spirit later in life. However, by then, age often renders physical training ineffective. Through Hillman's repeated teachings, much like a gentle spring rain, he indelibly etched vital experiences into the minds of these children, hoping to prevent them from taking the long and arduous path he had once traversed. After the breath of spirit exercise, which harmonized the coordination of their waists, legs, shoulders, and backs, nearly all the children collapsed onto the ground. Hillman had meticulously calibrated the training regimen. Today's morning practice concludes here, Hillman announced. Training in Wushan Town adhered to a structured schedule, with sessions held twice daily, once in the morning and once in the evening. Uncle Hillman, please tell us a story. As soon as practice ended, children clamored for his tales. Each morning, Hillman would regale them with stories from his military experiences or events from other realms. Having grown up in a small town, these children were filled with an ardent desire to explore the world beyond and the military life. Hillman smiled softly. Storytelling was his method to ignite the children's intrinsic motivation for training. He firmly believed that only by fostering a genuine desire within them could their achievements reach great heights. Today, I shall recount the legends of the four ultimate warriors of the continent. A glimmer of reverence appeared on Hillman's face. The children perked up, their ears attentive and eyes gleaming. Lin lay, sitting among them, felt his heart race. The legendary four ultimate warriors? His ears instinctively strained to catch every word as he gazed intently at Hillman. With a hint of excitement in his eyes, Hillman continued, his voice steady. In our continent, thousands of years ago, four ultimate warriors emerged, each possessing strength, rivaling that of dragons. They could traverse through millions of soldiers with ease, effortlessly claiming the heads of enemy generals. These four ultimate warriors are the Dragon Blood Warrior, the Purple Flame Warrior, the Tiger Stripe Warrior, and the Undying Warrior. Warriors are classified into 9 levels. I, a mere 6th level warrior, can effortlessly shatter boulders and snap trees. The 9th level warrior is arguably the strongest in our Finley kingdom. Above the 9th level lie the four ultimate warriors, transcending that tier, situated at the pinnacle of warrior prowess, belonging to the legendary realm of the Holy Domain. Hillman's eyes sparkled with aspiration. Legendary beings of the Holy Domain can melt colossal icebergs, incite the fury of boundless oceans, crumble towering mountains, and annihilate cities teeming with populations of millions, raining down a storm of meteors. They are invincible, supreme entities. Silence engulfed the children, who were left in awe. Hillman gestured towards the mountain in the northeast. Do you see that, Wushan? Isn't it grand? He remarked with a smile. The children, still reeling from Hillman's earlier revelations, nodded vigorously. Rising 1,000 meters and stretching over several thousand meters, Wushan indeed appeared colossal in the eyes of mankind. Yet a being of the Holy Domain could obliterate that mountain in the blink of an eye. Hillman asserted with unwavering certainty, a 6th-level warrior could crush a boulder with a single strike, while a Holy Domain warrior could demolish an entire mountain. The children's mouths fell agape, their eyes wide in astonishment, their hearts trembling with a mix of fear, anticipation, and longing for the Holy Domain warriors. Destroy a mountain? Hillman's words reverberated profoundly within Lin Lei. Before long, the group of children, still in shock, made their way home, while Hillman, Rory, and Roger remained behind, watching the clusters of departing children, a smile gracing Hillman's face. These children are the future hope of our Wushan town, Hillman remarked with a smile. Rory and Roger observed the children, recalling how children from every corner of the continent diligently trained from a young age. Seeing these children reminded them of their own childhoods. Captain Hillman, you are far more formidable than the old porter of your. Under your guidance, I believe Wushan town will become the strongest among the surrounding towns, Rory mused. The strength of a mentor shapes the destiny of a place. By the way, Captain, how do you know the Holy Domain warriors and the four ultimate warriors are so powerful? Rory suddenly inquired with curiosity. Hillman chuckled modestly. Well, the truth is I'm not entirely certain about the extent of their power. After all, they are legendary figures that it has been years since anyone has laid eyes on them. You don't know, yet you deceive the children? Rory and Roger exchanged exasperated glances. Hillman smiled gently. While I may not grasp the full extent of the four ultimate warriors' might, I do know that the Holy Magi, the sorcerers who reach the Holy Domain, can unleash forbidden magic, obliterating armies of hundreds of thousands and destroying cities. If Holy Magi possess such power, one can only surmise that Holy Domain warriors are not far behind. Moreover, sharing such stories with the children instills within them a greater motivation. Did you not notice the look of yearning on their faces after hearing the tale? Hillman declared proudly. Rory and Roger could only shake their heads in bemusement. Goodbye, Lei. Goodbye, Hadley. After bidding farewell to his good friend Hadley, Lin Lei made his way home alone, soon arriving at the estate of the Baruch family. The Baruch family estate sprawled across an expansive area, its walls entwined with moss and climbing ivy, bearing the marks of time. The Baruch family's ancestral home in Wushan town had been standing for an impressive 5 millennia, enduring countless repairs, yet still standing resolutely today. As the Baruch family's fortunes waned, their financial situation deteriorated progressively, ultimately leading them to rely solely on their dwindling resources. Over a century ago, the contemporary patriarch of the Baruch family resolved that all family members would reside in the front courtyard of their estate, which occupied merely 1/3 of the entire property, while neglecting the maintenance of the rear courtyards. This decision significantly curtailed expenses. Nevertheless, even in the present day, Linley's father, Hog Baruch, frequently found it necessary to sell family heirlooms to sustain their household. The imposing gates of the estate swung open. Sanctuary warriors? Linley mused as he walked. Will I ever become a sanctuary warrior? Linley, a voice called from behind. It was Hillman, accompanied by Rory and Roger, who had caught up with him. Turning around, Lindley exclaimed joyfully, "Uncle Hillman!" Taking a deep breath, he looked up at Hillman, a mixture of apprehension and anticipation in his gaze. "Uncle Hillman, you say that sanctuary warriors are incredibly powerful? Is there a chance that I could become one?" Like many children, Lindley harbored an earnest yearning. Hillman paused, and Rory and Roger looked momentarily taken aback. Sanctuary warriors? These children are quite audacious in their dreams, Hillman thought. The kingdom of Finley boasted millions of inhabitants, yet not a single sanctuary powerhouse had emerged in centuries. To aspire to be a sanctuary powerhouse, Hillman was acutely aware of the challenges inherent in such an ambition. It required years of rigorous training from a young age, the support of one's family, innate talent, and fortuitous opportunities. Becoming a sanctuary powerhouse was no trivial feat. Hillman reflected on the hardships he endured to become a 6th-level warrior, the countless times he had danced on the precipice of life and death. If achieving 6th level was so arduous, levels 7, 8, and 9 were even more daunting, while the prospect of reaching sanctuary seemed a distant dream. Yet, faced with Lindley's eager gaze, he felt compelled to respond. "Lindley, Uncle Hillman believes in you. You will undoubtedly become a sanctuary warrior." Hillman's encouraging words ignited a spark in Lindley's eyes, kindling a fervent desire within him. This yearning was unprecedented in its intensity. "Uncle Hillman, may I train with the central team tomorrow?" Lindley suddenly inquired. Hillman, Rory, and Roger exchanged surprised glances. "Why father once said that to rise above others, one must exert more effort than those around them." Lindley unconsciously mimicked his father's tone. Hillman chuckled, having witnessed Lindley's training earlier. Although only 6 years old, Lindley's physical prowess rivaled that of 9 or 10-year-olds. He nodded with a smile. "Very well, but remember, do not falter. This is not a fleeting endeavor. The journey ahead is long." Lindley raised his small head, confidence radiating from his smile. "Uncle Hillman, just watch me." It was an ordinary morning in Wushan town, and each subsequent day would mirror it that a group of children continued their rigorous training under the guidance of the 6th-level warrior, Hillman. The only distinction from the past was that 6-year-old Lindley had been assigned to a team of children around 10 years of age. Chapter 2. The Lineage of Dragon Blood Warriors, Part 1. Another half-year elapsed swiftly. Immersed in rigorous physical training and strength conditioning, Lindley experienced the balmy spring, the scorching summer, and ventured into the crisp depths of autumn. By the eastern edge of Ascension, a row of towering poplars now shed their withered leaves with each gust of wind, spiraling gently to the ground. The open space was carpeted with a tapestry of fallen foliage. Twilight was descending. The eastern training grounds teemed with an unusually large assembly, numbering nearly 300 souls. "Today's evening training concludes here," Hillman announced with a smile. "Before we disperse, let us extend our felicitations to the young men of Ascension who are about to embark on their military service." With the autumn harvest concluded, the season for military conscription had arrived. In an era where martial prowess was esteemed throughout the continent, every youth aspired to become a valiant warrior. Of course, many also harbored desires of becoming mages. However, the path to becoming a mage was fraught with difficulty. Only 1 in 10,000 possessed the aptitude. Such a low probability rendered it an unattainable dream for most. Becoming a warrior, on the other hand, was far more accessible. Upon reaching the age of 16 and attaining at least the rank of a 1st-level warrior, one could readily enlist in the army. "Thank you, Uncle Hillman." The 126 youths, aged 17 or 18, bowed respectfully. These young men typically did not participate in training, having already reached adulthood and embarked on their own endeavors. However, they had been nurtured by Hillman since childhood, viewing him as their esteemed mentor. Before departing for military service, they had come to bid farewell to Hillman. Hillman gazed upon the vibrant, spirited youths, his heart swelling with emotion. He knew that they were filled with anticipation for their military careers. Yet, he wondered how many would return after a decade of service. May half of these 126 survive, he silently hoped. Addressing the group, Hillman proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Listen closely, lads. You are the men of Ascension. As men of Ascension, you must stand tall, embrace any challenge, and never yield to fear. Do you hear me?" The 17-year-olds stood erect, their chests puffed out, their eyes ablaze with anticipation for their future military lives. They responded in unison, "We hear you." "Excellent." Hillman's posture was ramrod straight, his gaze sharp, exuding the aura of a seasoned soldier. "You depart tomorrow, so prepare yourselves well tonight. I am well aware of your capabilities. You will all readily gain entry into the army. I, Hillman, shall await your triumphant return to Ascension," Hillman declared in a booming voice. The youth's eyes gleamed with fervor. Returning home in glory was a dream harbored by every young man. "Now, I command you to return and prepare yourselves forthwith." "Dismissed," Hillman commanded sternly. "Yes, sir." The 126 youths responded respectfully. They departed, leaving behind nearly 200 younger boys who gazed at them with admiration and longing. Tomorrow, they would embark on a new journey. I'll be an adult in 2 years and can join the army then. I long for the exhilarating life of a soldier. To spend my entire life in Ascension, no matter how long I live, would be meaningless. The 13 and 14-year-olds conversed amongst themselves, yearning for an exciting, passionate life. They sought to achieve great feats, to earn the admiration of girls, and to receive praise from their families and fellow villagers. Such were their dreams. Linley, your father, Lord Hogg, has a matter of great importance to discuss with you. Do not linger here with the other children. Return home with us, Hillman said, approaching Linley. He was pleased with the boy's progress. Linley was remarkably intelligent. Under his father's tutelage, he had learned to read many words and could comprehend most books. Literacy was a rare luxury, typically reserved for the nobility. The Baruch family, however, was an ancient lineage with an extensive library. Uncle Hillman, I am aware. My father has already reminded me 3 times. He has never placed such importance on anything before. I shall not tarry here, Linley replied with a grin, revealing a gap in his teeth. Linley, you're already losing your baby teeth. Indeed, one of your front teeth is missing. You whistle when you smile, Hillman chuckled. Come, let us return. In the front courtyard of the Baruch family's ancient manor, after the family had dined, Linley was frolicking with his 2.5-year-old brother. Brother, hold. Little Wharton pleaded, his pure, innocent eyes fixed on Linley. He toddled unsteadily towards him, reaching out with his chubby hands. Linley crouched down, waiting for Wharton to approach. Wharton. Come on, Linley encouraged. Wharton's steps were precarious, threatening to topple him at any moment. Yet, he managed to stumble into Linley's embrace. Wharton's soft, delicate skin was flushed, and his bright eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Brother. Looking at his younger brother, Linley felt boundless affection. Without a mother or grandparents, and with only his father and the old housekeeper to care for him, Linley had matured early. He was fiercely protective of his brother, believing it was his duty as the elder sibling to care for him. Wharton, what did you learn today? Linley asked with a smile. Wharton furrowed his brow, his expression adorable, as he pondered for a moment. Then, he exclaimed excitedly, Today, I learned to use a rag. A rag? Linley chuckled. What did you wipe? Wharton ticked off his fingers. First, I used the rag to wipe the floor, then I wiped the chamber pot, and finally, I wiped the bowl, yes. The bowl we eat from. Wharton looked at Linley expectantly, eager for praise. You wiped the chamber pot, and then the bowl? Linley's eyes widened. What's wrong? I wiped them very clean. Wharton tilted his head, looking at his brother with confusion. Young Master Linley, your father is looking for you. I'll take young Master Wharton, said a kindly, renosed old man who approached. This was Hiri, the Baruch family's housekeeper. Aside from the housekeeper, the family had no other servants. Linley, unable to continue his conversation with Wharton, entrusted him to Grandpa Hiri and headed towards the living room. Father, why have you summoned me? Despite his young age, Linley sensed that his father had something important to discuss. Upon entering the living room, Linley noticed a grandfather clock, taller than himself, standing in the corner. Such clocks were considered luxurious items, typically found only in wealthy or noble households. Linley's father was seated before the fireplace, watching the flames dance within. The occasional crackling sound of burning would fill the air. Why has father changed his clothes? Linley was surprised to see his father in different attire. When at home, Hogg usually dressed simply. He had worn ordinary clothes during dinner, but now he was adorned in an elegant suit. Hogg exuded an aura of ancient nobility, a quality that could not be acquired through mere wealth. It was a refinement cultivated by a family with a long and distinguished heritage. The family that has endured for 5,000 years is not something that can be compared to an ordinary lineage. Hogar stood up and turned around. Upon seeing Linley, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Linley, come with me to the ancestral hall. Uncle Shiri, you are also aware of my family's matters. Please join us as well. Hogar said with a smile. To the ancestral hall. Linley was taken aback. Within the entire Baruch family estate, family members typically resided in the front courtyard, while the rear courtyards were usually left unattended. Only the ancestral hall, located at the back, was maintained for the purpose of honoring ancestors. Although it was not the time for ancestral worship, Linley was filled with questions. As they exited the living room, Hogar, Linley, and the butler Shiri, who was cradling Wotan, made their way along the ancient stone path, now covered in moss, toward the back courtyard. In the deep autumn, the night air was as cool as water. A chill ran down Linley's spine, yet he remained silent, sensing the unusual atmosphere. Following his father, Linley stepped into the ancestral hall. The door creaked shut behind them. Upon lighting a row of candles within the hall, the space was instantly illuminated, revealing numerous ancestral tablets arranged at the front. The dense array of tablets attested to the Baruch family's antiquity. Hogar stood quietly before the many tablets, not uttering a word. Linley felt a surge of tension. The only sound was that of the burning candles, creating an eerie silence that weighed heavily on his heart. Suddenly, Hogar turned to face Linlei, his expression serious. Linlei, there are several significant matters to address today. Before we proceed, I must share some history about the Barrick family with you. Linlei's heart raced. What could this family-related information entail? He felt a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. Yet he dared not voice his thoughts. A hint of pride graced Hogar's face as he spoke with resonance. Linlei, our Barrick family has been passed down for 5,000 years. Throughout the entire Finley kingdom, it is unlikely you will find another family as ancient as ours. Hogar's tone was imbued with absolute pride. Antiquity is something that nobles hold in high regard. Do you know, Linlei, that throughout the history of the Yulon continent, there are legends of 4 ultimate warriors? Hogar turned his gaze toward Linlei. Linlei's eyes brightened as he nodded. I know. I have heard Uncle Shilman speak of them. The legendary 4 ultimate warriors are the Dragonblood Warrior, the Purple Flame Warrior, the Tiger Stripe Warrior, and the Undying Warrior. Hogar smiled with satisfaction, nodding in agreement. Correct. Now, I wish to reveal something to you. The 4 ultimate warriors actually represent 4 ancient families. And our Barrick family is the venerable lineage that embodies the noble bloodline of the Dragonblood Warrior. Chapter 3. The Dragonblood Warrior Family. Part 2. The Dragonblood Warrior Family? Linlei felt a sudden buzzing in his mind. To him, his family was merely an ancient, declining lineage. How could it possibly be associated with the legendary 4 ultimate warriors? Do you not believe? Hogar spoke with a hint of pride. Linlei, you may approach and examine those spirit tablets closely. Now that you can read, you will find that the back of each tablet is inscribed with the deeds of our ancestors. The 3 tablets at the very top represent ancestors who were Dragonblood warriors. Hogar took Linlei's hand and led him to the side, where numerous spirit tablets were displayed at the back. He picked Linlei up, saying, look closely at the inscriptions behind them. Linlei widened his eyes to observe. The inscription on the topmost tablet was deeply carved and remarkably clear. Within the ancient characters, which bore the weight of 5,000 years, remarkable tales unfolded. Barrick, the first Dragonblood warrior of the Yulon continent. In the year 4560 of the Yulon calendar, Barrick faced the Frost Dragon and the Black Dragon beneath the city of Linen, ultimately slaying both and earning fame throughout the land. In 4579, Barrick confronted the Hydra King on the northern coastline of the continent, battling through a day and a night amidst relentless tsunamis and collapsing cities, until he finally vanquished the Hydra King, thus establishing the Barrick family, with Barrick as the first patriarch. Ryan Barrick, the second Dragonblood warrior of Yulon, in 4690, defeated and tamed a celestial golden dragon in the Beastmaster Mountains, becoming a golden dragon paladin. In 4697, Hazard Barrick, the third Dragonblood warrior of Yulon, born in 5360, first fought against the sacred beast Blood-Eyed Mane Lion in the Sunset Mountains, defeating it and sending it into retreat, gaining renown throughout the realm. Each of these magnificent names, each astonishing tale, stirred Linlei's blood into a fervent boil. My family is, in fact, a Dragonblood warrior family? Linlei felt a rush of excitement. Beside him, Hogar spoke solemnly. Our Barrick family has had 3 consecutive generations of Dragonblood warriors. Once one becomes a Dragonblood warrior, their lifespan extends significantly. The second patriarch, Ryan Barrick, married and had children only after reaching over 700 years of age. And what about now? Linlei inquired, confused. Father, why is there no Dragonblood warrior in our family anymore? Hogar nodded, explaining, to become a Dragonblood warrior, it primarily depends on the concentration of the Dragonblood warrior bloodline within one's veins. The higher the concentration, the better. As generations pass, the bloodline concentration in the Barrick family tends to diminish. However, this is not absolute, as occasionally a descendant may emerge with a notably higher concentration of the bloodline. After Hazard Barrick, it took about 1,000 years for our family to produce the 4th Dragonblood warrior. Then, approximately 1,500 years later, after many generations, we finally saw the 5th Dragonblood warrior. Yet, since then, for over 1,000 years, there has been no Dragonblood warrior. Hogar sighed, shaking his head. The 5th Dragonblood warrior existed for merely 200 years on the Yulon continent before vanishing. Over the course of a millennium, our Barrick family has utterly declined. Time can bring even the most glorious families to ruin. Nonetheless, there is still hope for our family, perhaps in some future generation. A descendant will attain the necessary concentration of the Dragonblood warrior bloodline. If that condition is met, years of arduous training can lead to becoming a true Dragonblood warrior. Our Barrick family may yet reclaim the former glory of being the Dragonblood warrior family. Hogar's eyes gleamed with determination. Linlei, you are now 6.5 years old. According to tradition, by this age, the detection of the Dragonblood warrior bloodline concentration becomes quite accurate. Today, I shall test you. Linlei's heart raced. A test for the Dragonblood warrior bloodline concentration? His father's intentions were clear. This test would reveal whether he possessed the potential to become a Dragonblood warrior. Linlei, wait here. I will fetch the dragon blood needle, Hogar said, his excitement palpable as he walked towards the secluded chamber behind the ancestral hall. Will I become a dragon blood warrior? Linley felt a tumult of emotions within him. He was filled with anticipation, yet a thread of fear lingered, fear that the concentration of his bloodline would not meet the necessary requirements. If he failed, his father would surely be disappointed. Linley pondered. Having relied on his father and brother since childhood, he did not wish to let his father down. But the concentration of the dragon blood warrior bloodline was beyond his control. A brief moment later, Hogar emerged from the chamber, holding a nearly 20-centimeter long, exceedingly thin, transparent needle. The dragon blood needle? Linley surmised, observing the slender instrument in his father's hand. All right, Linley, this needle will only gently pierce your skin, it won't hurt. Extend your hand, Hogar instructed with a reassuring smile. Linley nodded, taking a deep breath, and nervously extended his trembling right hand. Not only Linley, but even Hogar felt a surge of tension. Bear with it, Hogar murmured as he delicately pressed the transparent dragon blood needle against Linley's right index finger. Easily piercing the skin, Linley felt a sharp pain as the needle transformed from clear to crimson. Hogar trembled as he brought the needle closer to his eyes. Scrutinizing it intently, Linley tilted his head, fixated on his father, his heart racing with anxiety. Did I possess enough bloodline concentration to qualify? Why was he examining the dragon blood needle for so long? A sinking feeling of dread began to creep into Linley's heart. With a sigh, Hogar set the dragon blood needle aside. Hearing his father's sigh, Linley, who had been tense for so long, understood that he had not met the required concentration. Tears streamed down his face. Linley, why are you crying? Don't cry. Be good. Don't cry. Hogar hurriedly embraced Linley. Seeing his son in tears filled Hogar with sorrow. After all, Linley was still just a child of 6.5. Don't cry, all right? Don't cry. Linley stifled a few sobs, holding back his tears. Father, I'm sorry, I've disappointed you. Upon hearing Linley's words, Hogar felt a warmth in his heart and held Linley tightly. Linley, do not be disheartened. I did not harbor great expectations. Over 1,000 years, not a single person among dozens of generations has become a dragon blood warrior. It is no fault of yours. Feeling the warmth of his father's embrace, Linley gradually relaxed. At that moment, 2.5-year-old Walton was sound asleep in the arms of the steward, Shiri. Linley, now the Barrack family consists solely of you, your brother, and me. I have no grand ambitions left. I no longer dare to dream of becoming a dragon blood warrior. Hogar chuckled bitterly. To become a dragon blood warrior is not an easy feat. Linley gazed up at his father, seldom having witnessed such a candid exchange. Usually, his father was strong and stern. Hogar's gaze lingered on the rows of spirit tablets, and he spoke wistfully. My true aspiration is to reclaim our family's treasured heirloom. Treasured heirloom? What is that? I have never heard of it, Linley inquired with curiosity. Hogar replied proudly, our family's treasured heirloom. The battle blade slaughter is the weapon of Barrack, the first dragon blood warrior of the Yulan continent. Alas, our progeny proved unfilial. Over 6 centuries ago, amidst the family's decline, the then chieftain, indulging in extravagance, disgracefully bartered away our ancestral heirloom. At this revelation, Hogg visibly trembled with indignation. To win the heirloom was a source of ire for Linley. Despite his tender age of 6.5, his readings had instilled in him the understanding that even in dire straits, the heirloom should remain inviolate. Moreover, his father's account painted a picture of the chieftain's self-serving motives. Hogg shook his head ruefully, lamenting that each subsequent chieftain had yearned to reclaim the warblade slaughter. Yet, this aspiration had eluded their grasp for 6 centuries. The blade had been sold for a staggering sum of 180,000 gold coins. Such a fortune was beyond their reach. Even if they could amass it, the current possessor would likely be unwilling to part with it. As an ancient clan of dragonblood warriors, the loss of their heirloom was a profound ignominy, a stain upon their lineage. Each generation had strived to retrieve slaughter, but to no avail. Hogg, the clan's current patriarch, shared this fervent desire. However, the family's economic straits were dire. Even selling their ancestral home would not suffice to amass such a vast fortune. The heirloom's absence was a constant source of anguish for Hogg, filling him with shame and a sense of inadequacy before his forebears. Observing his father's distress, Linley sought to console him, vowing to reclaim the family's treasure someday. Hogg chuckled, affectionately tousling Linley's hair. In his heart, he mused that he had uttered similar words to his own grandfather. 6 centuries of fruitless endeavors by countless generations cast a shadow of doubt. The possessor of slaughter was undoubtedly a person of consequence, unlikely to relinquish it easily, especially not to the impoverished Baruch clan. Sensing his father's skepticism, Linley tilted his head. Questioning his father's doubt, Hogg reassured him with a smile. As father and son embraced, the legacy of the ancient dragonblood warriors rested on these 3 remaining members. The once glorious clan, now in decline for over a millennium, yearned for a resurgence. In his father's arms, Linley clenched his fists, his determination unwavering. Chapter 4, Growth, Part 1. The gentle breeze had turned the white poplars surrounding the vacant lot on the eastern edge of Wushan town a vivid green. In the clearing, a group of youths were fervently engaged in training. A year and a half had passed since the last assessment of their dragon blood warrior lineage, and Linley was now 8 years old. Over this period, Hillman had keenly observed that Linley's dedication to training had intensified remarkably. Very good, Linley. Persevere. Keep going, Hillman encouraged from the sidelines. At that moment, Linley was clad in long trousers, his bare torso glistening with sweat as he lay prostrate on the ground. His body taut like a tightly pulled string. His hands were firmly pressed against the earth, resembling the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, rendering him completely immobile. Supported solely by his hands and the tips of his toes, the entirety of his being was in a state of tension. This was static tension training, a remarkably simple yet effective exercise. If he could sustain this position for an hour, his body would become impervious to ordinary blades. Drip. Sweat trickled from Linley's forehead, coursing down the edge of his eye, causing a sudden sting in his right eye, which involuntarily squinted. Linley is truly impressive. At just 8 years old, his static tension training rivals that of boys aged 13 or 14. Some of the children who had given up nearby murmured among themselves. Go, Lin. Cheer for us. Defeat those older kids, shouted Hadley, a blond boy, from the side. You can do it, Lin, echoed the other children. Linley shared a strong camaraderie with his peers. Despite being of noble birth, he treated the commoners with great kindness, often assisting them in their training. Keep going. Keep going, Linley repeatedly urged himself. In his mind echoed the words his father had imparted a year prior. Linley, we are of the dragon blood warrior lineage. As a member of this lineage, you possess both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that even if your dragon blood warrior bloodline is not sufficiently potent to become a full-fledged warrior, your physical capabilities will still far surpass those of an average person. While others may find it challenging to train their bodies to the 6th level, you have an easier path. However, there is also a disadvantage. The offspring of dragon blood warriors are forbidden from cultivating other martial arts manuals. The dragon blood within you is only compatible with the dragon blood manual, which cannot coexist with any other martial arts. Yet, the dragon blood manual can only be practiced when one's bloodline reaches a certain concentration, thus you cannot cultivate any martial arts. Linley recalled his father's words clearly. I am superior to others because of my dragon blood lineage, but I cannot cultivate martial arts. I must strive harder, he thought fiercely. If my great-grandfather achieved the 7th level solely through physical training, then I might just become an 8th level warrior, or even a 9th level warrior. Nothing is impossible. An 8th level warrior. A 9th level warrior could be considered the most formidable expert in the Finley Kingdom. If I become an 8th level warrior, even if I cannot restore the grandeur of our family from 5,000 years ago, I can significantly enhance our family standing. Persevere. Linley gritted his teeth. At that moment, his arms felt as though countless ants were gnawing at them, and his entire body trembled incessantly, every muscle vibrating with clarity. After a prolonged struggle, finally, thud, Linley collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. How delightful, he sighed, lying on the earth, completely relaxed. He could distinctly feel the tingling and itchiness coursing through his body as his muscles began their slow growth after the exertion. This sensation was subtle at first, but would manifest significantly over time. Hillman nodded approvingly beside him, turning his gaze toward the group of 14 and 15-year-olds. Hillman's expression turned stern. You all must hold out. Linley is only 8 years old, and you are on the verge of adulthood. Do not let an 8-year-old outshine you. After the morning training concluded, Linley returned to the Baruch family estate, bidding farewell to his friends. At merely 8 years of age, one unfamiliar with him might easily mistake him for a boy of 11 or 12, rather than a mere child of 8. The offspring of the Baruch family were indeed distinct from ordinary folk. Brother, the boisterous Wotan called out as he rushed toward Linley. All right, Wotan, I'm all sweaty. Let me wash up first, Linley chuckled, pinching Wotan's cheek playfully. I know, brother. After you wash, you'll have to attend lessons with father. Wotan replied with a huff. As a noble, Linley's education commenced at a young age. The Baruch family, with its ancient lineage spanning over 5,000 years, was even more rigorous in education than the grandest families in the kingdom. All right, Wotan, I'll play with you at noon, Linley promised with a smile. Wotan was still a child, while Linley had to assume a more mature demeanor. After washing up and donning a clean set of clothes, Linley entered the parlor, where his father, Hog Baruch, sat upright at the dining table. Before Hog lay 3 thick tomes. Father, Linley greeted respectfully. Hog acknowledged him with a cold nod, and Linley stood a short distance away. Yesterday, I recounted the entirety of the Yulon continent's nations to you. Now, repeat it back to me, Hog commanded coldly. This was the true Hog. The tender moments spent cradling Lin Lei in the hall of the family were a rare occurrence. In everyday life, Hog's expectations of Lin Lei were exceedingly stringent, pursuing perfection in every aspect, leaving no room for even the slightest mistake. "Yes, father," Lin Lei replied calmly. "The Yulon continent comprises 3 perilous regions: the first mountain range, the monster beast mountain range, the second, the setting sun mountain range, and the first forest, the dark forest. Each of these vast territories is expansive beyond measure. The monster beast mountain range nearly spans the continent from north to south, stretching over 10,000 miles and housing countless magical beasts, including those with cataclysmic powers. The entire continent's geography has been shaped due to the presence of the monster beast mountain range. To the west of the monster beast mountain range, there are 12 kingdoms and 32 principalities. Among these, 2 factions primarily emerge: the Holy Alliance, led by the Finley Kingdom, and the Dark Alliance, headed by the Black Lion Kingdom. The Holy and Dark Alliances are in constant conflict, as one aligns with the Light Church and the other with the Dark Church. In contrast, to the east of the Monster Beast mountain range, there lie 4 great empires, 6 kingdoms, and numerous principalities. The 4 empires are the most formidable, unaffected by the influences of the Light or Dark Churches. In these empires, the sovereignty of the Emperor reigns supreme. Any one of the 4 empires can rival the Holy Alliance. The 4 great empires include the Yulon Empire at the center, the Rhine Empire in the southeast, the Roar Empire to the east, and the O'Brien Empire to the north. Lin Lei exhaled, relieved to have recounted all this. "Is that all?" Hog's expression turned icy. Lin Lei prepared to elaborate, but Hog interjected. "Tell me, how many kingdoms and principalities does our Holy Alliance comprise?" "In our Sacred Alliance, there exist 6 grand kingdoms." However, Lin Lei suddenly furrowed his brow. "How many duchies are there within the Sacred Alliance?" His mind felt somewhat clouded. It seemed there were 15 duchies, or perhaps 17 kingdoms. At that moment, Lin Lei found himself in uncertainty. "Umph." Hogar's expression turned frigid as he retrieved a switch from the side. Lin Lei obediently extended his right hand. Hogar's facial muscles twitched, and with a sharp crack, the switch landed squarely on Lin Lei's palm. Instantly, a crimson line appeared on Lin Lei's hand. Yet he gritted his teeth and bore the pain in silence. "Lin Lei, you must remember that we reside within the Sacred Alliance and must possess an intimate understanding of its affairs." Hogar's cold gaze fixed upon his son. "Throughout the entire Yulon continent, there are predominantly 6 major powers, the 4 great empires and 2 alliances." Lin Lei nodded in acknowledgement. Although his father conveyed this simply, it rendered the concept easily comprehensible. The Sacred Alliance is positioned at the extreme north, bordering the O'Brien Empire, while the Dark Alliance lies to the south. Adjacent to the Yulon Empire, the Sacred Alliance, under the leadership of the Light Church, is united with a strength comparable to that of the 4 great empires. As Lin Lei listened to his father, he felt a profound agreement. Just yesterday, he had perused numerous texts, and it was evident that the Sacred Alliance could indeed be regarded as the artistic center of the entire Yulon continent. Furthermore, its economy stands on par with that of the foremost economic power, the Yulon Empire. Coupled with the support of the Light Church, the Sacred Alliance is undeniably formidable. "Today, we shall study the arts," Hogar stated coldly. "As a noble, one must be well-versed in the arts. They cultivate the inner grace of nobility." With that, Hogar produced a tome of considerable thickness and began to flip through its pages. In the year 3578 of the Yulon calendar, the great stone sculptor Prux was born in. Hogar sternly lectured while Lin Lei diligently absorbed the lessons, striving to meet his father's expectations. Chapter 5, Growth, Part 2. As time flowed by, the clock in the living room chimed 11 times, marking it as noon. "Is Hog in?" A clear voice rang out, indicating that the guest had already arrived at the forecourt of the Baruch family estate, where no gatekeeper was present. Hog furrowed his brow, setting down the thick tome in his hands. "Lin Lei, that will be all for today." He then forced a smile and stepped out of the living room. "Oh, Hog, my dear friend, the moment I heard the call of the bougainvillea bird that morning, I knew something joyful was afoot. Indeed, I was overjoyed to receive your letter at noon. My dear Philip, I am equally delighted to see you. Shillman, please bring over the stone sculpture Mighty Lion that I had prepared. Philip, let us first head to the living room. The sculpture will be here shortly." Upon hearing their conversation, Lin Lei felt a pang of sorrow. Were they to sell off more family possessions? He knew that the Mighty Lion was a sculpture his father cherished, yet the Baruch family, burdened by heavy taxes from the town of Wushan, was facing dire financial straits. Fortunately, the family was ancient, possessing numerous heirlooms of significant historical value. However, no matter how many items they had, they could not withstand years of liquidation. Lin Lei glanced at the clock in the living room, pondering when it too might be sold. A middle-aged man with golden hair and an air of nobility entered the living room alongside Hog, and Lin Lei instantly deduced that this golden-haired gentleman must be Philip. "Oh, this charming boy must be your son, Hog," Philip exclaimed warmly, looking at Lin Lei. "You are Lin Lei Baruch, correct?" May I call you Linley? It is an honor, sir. Linley placed his left hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. What a lovely child. Philip seemed genuinely pleased. Hogg interjected with a chuckle, Philip, do not tease the boy. The sculpture you long for, the mighty lion, has arrived. At that moment, Shillman entered the living room, effortlessly carrying the stone lion sculpture, gently placing it on the floor. The nearly 1,000-pound sculpture appeared as light as a toy in Shillman's hands, showcasing his remarkable strength. Mr. Shillman, your prowess astonishes me. I have no guardian as formidable as you in my estate. Despite having dominion over 12 towns, Philip remarked with a smile, though his words carried a clear invitation for Shillman. Shillman replied coldly, Wushan is my hometown, sir. I apologize. Philip promptly offered his apology, then turned to Hogg. Hogg, while I admire this sculpture, I must admit that the craftsmanship of the mighty lion is not exceptional, especially when compared to those of master sculptors. Hogg, if you do not wish to sell, then let it be, he concluded straightforwardly. Philip squinted his eyes before laughing. Hogg, do not be upset. I am not saying I do not wish to buy. I am merely stating a fact. How about I offer you 500 gold coins for this sculpture? 500 gold coins? Hogg frowned. This price fell short of his expectations. He had hoped for 800 gold coins. In the Yulon continent, 1 gold coin equated to 10 silver coins, or 1,000 copper coins. The average laborer could earn 20 to 30 gold coins in a year, while a regular soldier's annual pay amounted to around 100 gold coins. The price is too low, Hogg shook his head. You must know that there are countless sculptures with millennia of history across the Yulon continent. The true value of a sculpture lies in its artistry, and your sculpture's artistry, well, I merely have a personal fondness for it, Philip continued. 500 gold coins is indeed my maximum offer. If you do not agree, then so be it. Philip's eyes brightened as he turned toward the clock in the living room. Hogg, if you were willing to sell that clock, I would gladly offer you 1,000 gold coins. Hogg's expression immediately turned cold. 2,000 gold coins is acceptable as well. That is my highest offer, Philip quickly added. Hogg resolutely replied, the clock is not for sale. As for the sculpture, I will accept 600 gold coins. Take it or leave it. Philip scrutinized Hogg for a moment before smiling. Very well, Hogg, I will grant you this favor. 600 gold coins it is. Butler, fetch 600 gold coins. The butler, who had been waiting outside the living room, hurriedly returned with the gold coins, presenting them in 6 small yellow bags. 600 gold coins. Hogg, you may count them, Philip smiled. Hogg lifted the bags, confirming their weight and volume. Indeed, they contained 6 bags, each filled with 100 coins. Hogg nodded with a smile. Philip, would you care to stay for lunch with us? No, I have matters to attend to, Philip replied with a smile. Philip's elderly butler arranged for 2 strong warriors to carry the sculpture away with some difficulty. Once Philip and his entourage departed, Hogg gazed at the 6 bags of gold coins before him, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. This time, they had sold the sculpture. What would happen next? Although their family possessed many items, there would come a time when they would be sold out. Father, I wish to learn sculpture, Linley suddenly declared. Linley understood that among the renowned sculptors in the Yulon continent, their works commanded prices of at least 10,000 gold coins, with some famous pieces reaching hundreds of thousands. Not only were these accomplishments financially rewarding, but they also conferred great status. If he became a master sculptor, then his father would no longer need to liquidate family possessions. Linley thought to himself, sculpture? Hogg glanced at Linley, his tone cold. Linley, do you realize that among the billions of people in the Holy Alliance, at least several million have studied sculpture? Yet, the number of true master sculptors can be counted on one hand. Furthermore, without a good teacher, it is nearly impossible to succeed on your own. The world of sculpture is not one that just anyone can enter. You may see the masterpieces of those masters valued at tens of thousands of gold coins. But do you know that the majority of sculptors earn merely a few dozen gold coins a year? Hogg's tone was stern. Linley was taken aback. He had only mentioned sculpture as a means to improve their family's situation, never expecting his father to respond so sternly. Very well, the family hall needs tidying up. After lunch today, you shall commence cleaning, Hogg commanded coldly. Yes, father, Linley replied respectfully. Hogg looked at Linley, sighing inwardly. Sculpture? My child. Do you not know that I also studied sculpture for a full decade? Alas, my works are worth nothing. Hogg had once aspired to become a master in the field of sculpture, believing it would greatly improve the family's fortunes. Yet, after 10 years of effort, he found his works to be utterly valueless. The realm of master sculptors resembled a pyramid. The renowned masters stood atop, enjoying high status, while countless sculptors languished at the base, their works deemed so worthless that they were often purchased by common folk for just a few silver coins as mere decorations. Chapter 6. The Coiling Dragon Ring, Part 1. As twilight descended, the crimson hues of the sunset painted nearly the entire sky, casting a fiery glow upon the land. Cleaning the ancestral hall proved to be a remarkably simple task. Stepping outside, Linley conceded that his preparations had been excessive. A task he had allocated an hour for was completed in a mere 15 minutes. On the Yulon continent, a year comprised 12 months, each with 30 days. And each day 24 hours, further divided into 60 minutes. The aristocracy typically possessed grandfather clocks to mark the precise time, while those of immense wealth or stature might even own exquisitely crafted pocket watches. The ancestral hall underwent monthly cleaning, and indeed, after such a short interval, it remained largely pristine, requiring only a cursory wipe down. With nearly an hour remaining before the evening's training, Linley pondered how to occupy his time, his gaze drifting idly across his surroundings. The ancient Baruch estate, steeped in over 5 millennia of history, while the front courtyard was meticulously maintained, the more expansive rear gardens, save for the ancestral hall, lay shrouded in dust, marred by cracks and fissures. Unkempt weeds and verdant moss clung to the corners of walls and stone pathways. An idea sparked in Linley's mind as he surveyed the aged, decaying structures. Could these forgotten corners, untouched for over a century, harbor ancient and valuable artifacts? His heart quickened at the thought. If he were to unearth a treasure and present it to his father, surely he would be delighted. Taking a steadying breath, Linley cautiously approached a dilapidated structure adjacent to the ancestral hall, proceeding with measured steps, a sturdy wooden rod in hand to clear away cobwebs and scrutinize his surroundings. Entering the ancient dwelling, Linley was met with the musty odor of decay. Dense cobwebs festooned the corners, and spiders scurried across their silken threads. Many of these webs obscured decorative elements, hinting at the building's venerable age. Alas, the decorations had long since succumbed to rot, their forms barely discernible. Had these ornaments remained intact, they would undoubtedly be worth a considerable sum, Linley lamented, shaking his head. He continued his exploration, meticulously clearing away layers of cobwebs with his rod, his eyes scanning every object. He examined the floor, the wooden shelves, and even the walls, searching for concealed mechanisms. According to the books he had read, hidden compartments were commonplace. Linley tapped cautiously on the walls, listening intently for any telltale hollow sounds. Linley relished the thrill of this ancient house treasure hunt, yet he overlooked the possibility that his father, his grandfather, and generations of Baruch ancestors before them might have already considered such an endeavor. The contents of these old houses had likely been thoroughly plundered by previous generations of the Baruch lineage. At 8 years of age, Linley, despite his precocious upbringing, still lacked the comprehensive perspective of an adult. Having found nothing in the first house, Linley proceeded to the second. The rear gardens contained a multitude of buildings. The front courtyard where Linley and his family resided constituting merely a third of the estate's total area. To search every nook and cranny would likely require an entire day. More decaying ornaments. Nothing of value, Linley sighed, exiting yet another ancient house. He glanced skyward. 15 minutes until evening training, he noted. Turning his gaze toward a particularly large ancient house in the distance, he resolved to devote 10 minutes to its exploration. If nothing was found, he would promptly head to training. Having made his decision, Linley dashed toward the largest of the ancient houses. This structure dwarfed even the main hall of the front courtyard. Stepping inside, Linley observed, this must have been where the Baruch family gathered for feasts centuries ago. The layout and decor suggested that it had once served as a grand and spacious reception hall. First, the floor, Linley murmured, resuming his search. Head bowed, eyes wide. He meticulously examined every inch, tapping any suspicious object with his wooden rod. If it proved to be merely a stone, he would move on. With the onset of training drawing near, Linley quickened his pace. Now, the walls and decorations, he muttered. This is my last hope. He surveyed the room, silently imploring his ancestors. Leave me just 1 or 2 trinkets, even the smallest of treasures. Linley scrutinized every surface, even peering behind the crumbling decorations affixed to the walls. Along one wall stood a wooden rack, fitted with drawers. Linley eagerly opened each drawer, but found them empty save for a layer of dust. Alas, Linley sighed, a wave of disappointment washing over him as he examined the final drawer. After all this searching, I haven't found a single valuable item. I'm covered in sweat and dust. He glanced down at his soiled clothes, a sense of frustration rising within him. Linley's gaze swept across the ancient house. I'm going back, he muttered, venting his frustration by hurling the wooden rod at the nearby rack. It was as if he sought to release all the pent-up anger from his fruitless hour of searching. Thwack! The rod struck the rack with considerable force. The rack, weakened by age and over a century of neglect, groaned under the impact. The sound startled Linley, who turned to see the structure teetering precariously. Oh no, it's going to collapse, he exclaimed, drawing on his experience from accidentally breaking decorations in previous houses. Linley swiftly retreated to a safe distance. With a resounding crash, the rack, nearly twice Linley's height, toppled to the floor, splintering into fragments and sending a cloud of dust billowing through the ancient house. Amidst the dust, unnoticed by Linley, a black ring, concealed within the rack's framework for untold years, fell to the floor, and rolled away. Cough, cough. Linley sputtered, waving his sleeves to clear the dust. What rotten luck. I'm covered in dust, and training is about to start. I'd better wash off and change, Linley grumbled, waving his hand dismissively as he turned to leave the ancient house. Chapter 7. The Spiral Dragon Ring Part 2. The black ring lay close to the threshold, having rolled there. As Linley took 3 or 4 steps closer to the threshold, he suddenly halted, acutely aware of something akin to a large stone beneath his feet. During his previous inspection, there had been no stone in that spot. It must have been debris from the shattered wooden frame. The thought of the collapsed wooden structure stirred a wave of resentment within him, prompting him to stomp vehemently on the debris beneath him. To Linley's astonishment, the object beneath his foot proved to be remarkably solid. It didn't crumble as he had expected. He lifted his foot to examine it more closely. There, lying quietly on the ground, was a black object resembling a ring, shrouded in a layer of dust, appearing rather unremarkable. A ring? Linley's keen eyes lit up with delight as he picked up the black ring, vigorously rubbing it against his already dirty sleeve to wipe away the grime. Only then did he discern its true nature. The ring was entirely obsidian, fashioned from a material that seemed both wooden and stony. Upon closer inspection, he noticed an indistinctly carved figure on the band of the ring. Was it an earthworm? Linley pondered, believing at first glance that the twisted shape resembled an earthworm. He chuckled to himself, remarking on the poor craftsmanship, thinking that even a random passerby would likely be more skilled. Alas, it was a pity that this black ring bore no precious diamond, let alone the more coveted magical crystals. Typically, rings are adorned with diamonds or magical gems. Yet this one was devoid of any such embellishments, appearing utterly worthless. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Linley felt an inexplicable fondness for this black ring, perhaps due to the considerable effort he had expended in searching for treasure in the ancient house. It was too large for his slender fingers, but he mused, if I could find a thread to string it, I could wear it around my neck. At merely 8 years of age, Linley's hands were much smaller than those of an adult, making it impossible to wear the black ring. What shall I name it? The earthworm ring? No, that's far too unappealing. After a moment's contemplation, a spark ignited in his eyes. Why not call it the Spiral Dragon Ring? The twisted figure could indeed be interpreted as a dragon coiling around the band. With a radiant smile, Linley lifted the ancient black spiral dragon ring, feeling a sense of joy that was particularly profound. Given his family's financial struggles, this marked the first pendant he had ever acquired, and the fact that he had discovered it himself only deepened his affection for it. Suddenly, the thought struck him, oh no, the training session in the evening is fast approaching. Linley jolted back to reality, panic surging through him as he glanced down at his dusty, disheveled appearance. Resembling a beggar, without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out of the ancient house and headed straight for the bathing area. With a splash, he doused himself with water, revealing his sun-kissed skin and the well-defined muscle lines that showcased the fruits of his training. The water washed away the dust in an instant, and he hurriedly changed into a fresh training outfit. Thread. Linley anxiously searched for a thread to string the spiral dragon ring. His eyes suddenly brightened when he spotted a tattered burlap shirt. He quickly extracted a thin string from it. Though plain, burlap was sturdy and durable. With deft hands, he threaded the spiral dragon ring onto the string and tied it securely around his neck. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to be late for the first time. Linley sprinted outside, tucking the spiral dragon pendant beneath his shirt, feeling its coolness against his chest, which lifted his spirits. Though he was late, the acquisition of the spiral dragon ring brought him immense joy. Bursting through the gates of the Baruch family estate, he dashed towards the open space on the eastern side of Wushan town. The streets were bustling with townsfolk returning home after a day's work, and they quickly surmised the reason for Linley's hurried pace. Young Master Linley, be careful not to trip. Lord Hillman is quite strict. Young Master Linley may face punishment. The Baruch family's amiable treatment of the townspeople made them quite fond of Linley. As he raced onward, Linley wondered what sort of punishment awaited him from Uncle Hillman. After a brief moment, he arrived at the designated training area on the eastern side of Wushan town. At that moment, 3 teams had assembled, and Hillman was speaking. Upon hearing Linley's footsteps, Hillman's stern gaze turned towards him. Linley approached the group and stood at attention, anxiety gnawing at him as he awaited Hillman's words. Today's training mission incurs a double penalty for tardiness. Fall in, Hillman stated flatly. Understood, Linley replied, lifting his head and responding with determination. The other boys exchanged glances, astonished. A mere moment's delay resulted in a double penalty. Clearly, Linley would miss dinner today. Just as he began to jog to his position in the formation, a sudden rumble shook the ground. The earth trembled rhythmically, as if a colossal creature was advancing, causing the ground to quake. It's coming from the east, Linley realized, as did Hillman, Rory, and Roger, all of whom turned solemnly towards the source of the disturbance. The tremors grew louder, and every boy felt the pulse of a mighty beast approaching. With each tremor, It felt as though the ground was striking at Lin Lei's heart. What could this enormous creature be? Lin Lei's eyes widened, fixated on the east. Then, the colossal beast emerged, and in that instant, Lin Lei and the other children were utterly dumbfounded. However, Hillman, Rory, and Roger reacted swiftly, positioning themselves protectively in front of the others, vigilantly observing the creature. A level 7 magical beast, the raptor. Hillman's expression shifted dramatically, while Rory and Roger's legs trembled beneath them. So massive. Is this truly the legendary magical beast? Lin Lei was astounded. Throughout his life, the largest creature he had encountered was a warhorse passing through the town, towering at around 1.80 meters. Yet, compared to the beast before him, the horse seemed like an infant in the presence of a giant. The disparity was staggering. The creature stood nearly 2 stories tall, its body stretching an impressive 20 to 30 meters. The raptor was covered in enormous, fiery red scales that gleamed with a chilling metallic luster, instilling fear at first glance. Its 4 powerful legs, armored in scales, were so robust that it would take 2 men to barely encircle one. The raptor, entirely red, possessed claws that were a deep, shadowy black. The tail of the swift dinosaur, covered in fiery scales, stretched nearly half the length of its massive body. It swept across the ground like a whip, effortlessly carving deep furrows with each stroke. A low grunt escaped the swift dinosaur, releasing 2 plumes of white smoke from its nostrils, emanating a sulfurous scent. Its enormous eyes, as large as lanterns and sparkling like diamonds, glowed with an eerie red hue. The dinosaur's formidable head turned toward Lin Lei and the group of youths, its chilling crimson gaze freezing them in place with terror. With a soft crunch, the swift dinosaur chewed, revealing 2 rows of jagged teeth that resembled saw blades, each one gleaming white and radiating an unsettling chill. Lin Lei felt as though his heart had ceased to beat. In that moment, the cacophony of the outside world faded away. How terrifying it was. Could anyone possibly stand against such a colossal creature? Lin Lei was utterly paralyzed by fear. Merely witnessing this gigantic beast left him feeling entirely powerless. He believed that with a mere sweep of its whip-like tail, the sturdy stone houses of Wushan Town would be reduced to rubble. Is this Wushan Town? A cold voice suddenly resonated from above the swift dinosaur. All the stunned youths turned their gaze upward to see a mysterious figure draped in a purple robe, seated cross-legged upon the broad back of the swift dinosaur. Its immense size and robust back could easily accommodate a person lying down or rolling about. Master Mage, this is indeed Wushan Town. How may I serve you? Hillman's voice rang out. Upon hearing Hillman, the group seemed to regain their composure, emerging from their state of shock. However, none dared to speak, including Rory and Roger, who stood behind Hillman, their eyes wide with fear as they stared at the colossal swift dinosaur and the enigmatic purple-robed mage. Wushan Town. It appears we have not taken a wrong turn, the mysterious figure murmured. Following that, the figure fell silent, and the swift dinosaur cast a cold, sweeping glance over Lin Lei and the others, before releasing another plume of smoke and continuing its march forward. As the swift dinosaur advanced toward the town, Hillman's expression shifted. Everyone stay here. Upon finishing his sentence, Hillman swiftly followed the swift dinosaur. Uncle Rory, what is that? Is it a magical beast? Lin Lei was the first to inquire. Rory gulped, a hint of fear in his eyes, but he nodded affirmatively. Yes, it is a magical beast, a very formidable one. The level 7 beast, Swift Dinosaur. Swift Dinosaur? Lin Lei etched the name deep into his memory. The dinosaur's massive form, its hardened scales, sharp claws, and powerful tail were all terrifying. Lin Lei believed that a single swift dinosaur could obliterate the entirety of Wushan Town. Its scales offered astounding defense, while its attack power was fearsome, enhanced by its proficiency in aggressive fire-based magic. Rory was deeply unsettled, explaining to Lin Lei that facing a terrifying beast like the swift dinosaur would be catastrophic, even for a 1,000-strong battalion. Unless a coalition of level 6 or 7 warriors and mages intervened, they would be utterly slaughtered. Lin Lei felt a chill run down his spine. A 1,000-man brigade could be wiped out. However, the most terrifying aspect was not the swift dinosaur itself, but rather the mysterious figure in the purple robe. Rory took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. Beside him, Roger nodded in agreement. Indeed, to subdue the swift dinosaur, it must willingly become its servant. This suggests that the mysterious mage possesses strength far superior to that of the swift dinosaur. Judging by their attire, they are likely a mage at least level 7. Possibly even level 8. Roger clenched his fists, astonished that such a powerful figure had come to their town. Lin Lei sensed the palpable fear emanating from Rory and Roger. A level 7 beast, the swift dinosaur, alongside a mysterious mage stronger than it. This was indeed unsettling. A mage more formidable than the swift dinosaur? Lin Lei struggled to fathom this. The swift dinosaur's imposing physique, its hardened scales, sharp claws, and robust tail contrasted starkly with the seemingly diminutive figure of the mage. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from the center of Wushan Town. Not good. Rory and Roger exclaimed, their expressions shifting to alarm. Linley and the other youths grew anxious. Was the swift dinosaur-s roar directed at Wushan Town, or was it aimed at Uncle Hillman? They were all uncertain. Stay here. Though Rory and Roger were frightened, they dashed toward the center of the town. Linley gritted his teeth. Uncle Hillman. Concern for Uncle Hillman and the townsfolk propelled him to follow. At that moment, Rory and Roger, consumed by their focus on the swift dinosaur, failed to notice Linley trailing behind. In a short while, Rory and Roger reached the town center, where they found Hillman observing from a distance. What are you doing here? Hillman reprimanded. However, upon noticing Linley running closely behind Rory and Roger, he furrowed his brow. Linley, this place is too dangerous. You must return. At this moment, Rory and Roger finally realized Linley had followed them. Linley, what are you doing? They were at a loss for words. Uncle Hillman, I want to go back, Linley insisted resolutely. Hillman sighed. Knowing Linley's tenacity made it difficult to dissuade him. Very well, stay close to me. Don't wander off. As long as you're by my side, I am confident I can keep you safe. Thank you, Uncle Hillman. I promise not to stray, Linley replied, filled with joy. At that moment, Hillman and the others stood approximately 100 meters away from the swift dinosaur, quietly observing the unfolding conflict. Before the massive swift dinosaur stood a group of young people, 4 men and 3 women. Captain, what is happening up ahead? Rory whispered to Hillman. A smile crept onto Hillman's lips. The mysterious mage seems to have encountered a conflict with that mercenary group. We need only watch and not intervene. Hillman himself was merely a level 6 warrior and felt ill-equipped to interfere. The swift dinosaur alone was beyond his capacity to confront, let alone the mysterious mage. The mercenary group consisted of 7 members, 5 of whom were warriors, and 2 were mages. The leader, a burly man with wild red hair, rode a solid black iron bull. The iron bull's sharp, dark horns glistened with a metallic sheen, and its fiery red eyes revealed its identity as a level 5 beast, the bloodthirsty iron bull. With a bellow, the iron bull released 2 jets of white mist from its nostrils. The mercenary group was comprised of 7 individuals, 4 men and 3 women. Among them, the mages were all women, and 1 woman was an archer. The entire mercenary team boasted 2 magical beasts, a gigantic griffin soaring through the air, a level 4 beast, with a lion-like head and powerful wings. Evidently, this mercenary band was no ordinary assemblage. Youngsters, it would behoove you to relinquish the Deperlo Shadow Diamond, the enigmatic mage, perched atop the velociraptor, intoned with chilling detachment. Esteemed mage, the red-haired behemoth, distinguished by his explosive hairstyle, responded with gravitas. We harbor no desire for conflict. However, this Deperlo Shadow Diamond represents the culmination of our arduous endeavors. Its worth is estimated at 100,000 gold coins. Yet you seek to acquire it for a mere 700. Such an exchange is simply untenable. From afar, ensconced beside Hillman, Linley gleaned the full import of the situation. The enigmatic mage was attempting to forcibly procure a Deperlo Shadow Diamond, valued at 100,000 gold coins, for a paltry 700. A Deperlo Shadow Diamond commands such a princely sum? Linley mused, inwardly astonished. Its value must stem from some intrinsic significance, or the mage would not deign to compromise his station to acquire it. 700 gold coins for a Deperlo Shadow Diamond worth 100,000. Small wonder the mercenary band balked at the proposition. Humph, the mage scoffed. 700 gold coins is all I possess. I am already extending an offer to purchase it from you. Should you persist in your obstinacy, you shall forfeit not only the gold, but your very lives. The mage's voice grew increasingly frigid. A guttural bellow emanated from the gargantuan velociraptor, its reverberations causing the adjacent buildings to tremble. Captain, we risked life and limb to obtain this Deperlo Shadow Diamond. We cannot simply surrender it to this craven individual, a black-robed woman asserted icily. As seasoned mercenaries, the 7 had weathered numerous trials and were not easily cowed. The red-haired captain declared in a somber tone, respected mage, I am of the Care family of the Kingdom of Funlai. The captain was attempting to leverage his lineage. But powerful mages are notoriously eccentric and indifferent to the nobility. So be it. You have courted your own demise, the mage muttered. Careful. The mercenary band braced themselves with preternatural swiftness. The 4 male warriors took the vanguard, while the female archer retrieved a formidable composite longbow. The 2 female mages began preparing their spells. With a gaping maw, the colossal velociraptor unleashed a torrent of flames that engulfed the mercenary band. The intense heat warped and cracked the stone pavement of the town's central street, leaving a trail of scorched earth. Brace yourselves, the red-haired behemoth commanded. As a crimson aura of battle chi enveloped him, the other 3 warriors followed suit. With a mighty heave, the red-haired warrior swung his great sword against the wall of a nearby stone house. The wall crumbled with a deafening roar, sending hundreds of stones cascading to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, the warriors found themselves enveloped in the Velociraptor's fiery barrage. Their battle-chi shields crackled and hissed under the onslaught. With a swift motion, the red-haired warrior kicked a large stone, nearly half a meter in diameter. The other three warriors mirrored his action, sending the stones hurtling through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed squarely at the mage atop the Velociraptor. A barrage of stones rained down upon the mage, the debris from the collapsed stone house serving as impromptu projectiles. From his vantage point, Linley watched with rapt attention. His fists clenched in anticipation. Incredible! To kick such massive stones with such ease. He marveled at the 4 humanoid catapults. His admiration for the warrior profession growing with each passing moment. But the Velociraptor is even more terrifying. The Velociraptor's tail lashed out with blinding speed, pulverizing the incoming stones. The debris posed no threat to the mage. The tail continued its relentless assault, demolishing the adjacent stone houses with ease. Amidst the dust and chaos, the Velociraptor roared and spewed forth gouts of flame. Meanwhile, the 2 female mages chanted ancient incantations, their pronunciation distinct from the common tongue of the Yulan continent. After a brief but intense period of chanting, they completed their spell. Ice Guardian Armor. The 2 mages intoned in unison, for beams of white light emanated from their bodies, enveloping the 4 male warriors in a shimmering, translucent armor. The red-haired warrior beamed with newfound confidence. With the combined protection of the Ice Guardian armor and their battle-chi shields, their chances had improved dramatically. Attack! The red-haired warrior roared. The 4 warriors simultaneously launched another volley of stones, followed by a series of powerful leaps that propelled them towards the Velociraptor. Chapter 10. The Dance of Fire Serpents. Part 1. The flames spewing from the mouth of the ferocious Velociraptor engulfed the surrounding area in a fiery ocean spanning several dozen meters. The hissing flames scorched the surface of the 4 warriors, but with the protection of their ice-forged battle armor and the aura shield, they could withstand the searing heat. Meanwhile, the female archer had ascended to the back of a griffin, expertly loosing arrows from the sky. The bloodthirsty iron bull stood like a fortress, shielding 2 female sorceresses. With a fierce focus, the archer on the griffin's back released 3 arrows aimed at the mysterious sorcerer perched upon the Velociraptor. In an instant, the dinosaur's whip-like tail lashed out with astonishing speed, intercepting the arrows and shattering them against the ground. The tail then swept towards the 4 male warriors, creating a piercing whistle that made their faces pale with fear. They dodged with the agility of monkeys, but the tail's unpredictable movements, undulating erratically, caught one warrior off guard. With a resounding impact, one warrior was struck hard in the waist, the ice-forged armor and aura shield disintegrating in the blink of an eye. The tail coiled around him tightly. "Luca!" cried the nearby red-haired giant, his eyes wide with terror. Luca himself was screaming in panic. In a swift motion, the Velociraptor's tail flung Luca directly into its gaping maw, which closed around him with a sickening crunch, followed by Luca's agonized scream. The Velociraptor's serrated teeth tore him apart, leaving behind a gruesome sight, a severed, bloodied thigh that dropped from the creature's jaws, exposing a stark white bone. "Do not look." Hillman positioned himself to shield Lin Lei's gaze. The brutality of the scene was overwhelming. Even an adult would be shaken by such horror, let alone an 8-year-old child like Lin Lei. Yet, Lin Lei had already witnessed the carnage. He felt as though a colossal stone were pressing down on his heart, making it difficult to breathe. He gasped quietly, his mind replaying the horrifying image of Luca being devoured, the gaping stomach, the shattered remains, and the fallen thigh, all of it suffocating him with dread and dizziness. This was the first time Lin Lei had encountered such a brutal battle. The first time he had seen a person torn apart by a monstrous Velociraptor. The image of that severed thigh was seared into his memory. Hillman, Rory, and Roger exchanged worried glances, their concern evident. Could a mere child endure such a horrific sight? Would it cast a shadow over his heart, limiting his potential in the future? Killing, it's nothing, it's nothing. Lin Lei urged himself inwardly, recognizing that in the future, as a man, he would have to face death and destruction. He was intelligent, having read extensively, and understood the path he must take. In the land of Yulan, confronting life and death was commonplace for a man. Yet, Lin Lei was still a child, untouched by the harsh realities of mortality. Gradually, he managed to quell his inner turmoil, and remarkably, the fear began to subside. Instead, a fervor ignited within him. The battle was exhilarating. For reasons unknown, the blood-soaked chaos had stirred something primal within his veins, a yearning for combat and slaughter. Was it the blood of the dragon-blood warriors coursing through him? Lin Lei could not say, but he found himself unexpectedly eager for the ferocity of the fight. Stepping aside to allow Hillman to pass, he turned his gaze back toward the battlefield ahead. "Lin Lei, do not look," Hillman exclaimed, alarmed at the boy's intent gaze. "Uncle Hillman, I am not afraid," Lin Lei replied, looking up at him with determination. Hillman was taken aback by the fervent glint in Lin Lei's eyes and chose not to intervene further. Lin Lei focused on the battlefield, where the conflict was reaching its zenith. The three remaining warriors, fueled by rage, charged toward the mysterious sorcerer atop the velociraptor. With a thunderous roar, the beast turned its massive head, opening its gaping maw to lunge at one of the warriors. While its razor-sharp claws targeted another and its lightning-fast tail lashed out at the last, the warriors were forced to alter their course. The enigmatic sorcerer on the velociraptor remained eerily silent, lips moving slightly as he prepared to unleash his deadly magic. Dance of fire serpents. His cold voice resonated, summoning 7 colossal fire serpents that writhed and roared as they surged forth, each resembling the real thing with vividly defined scales and a terrifying size that sent chills through all who beheld them. The onlookers were momentarily paralyzed with awe. The 8th level fire magic, Dance of Fire Serpents. The sorcerer had been quietly chanting an incantation, readying this fearsome spell. The serpents, with their immense power, posed a grave threat even to the velociraptor's formidable defenses. Against such an assault, survival was unlikely. Realization struck the mercenary team. The sorcerer was indeed an 8th level mage. It's the Dance of Fire Serpents. We must flee. The red-haired giant shouted, his face pale with dread. The remaining 6 members of the mercenary group fell into a panic. There is no time. Prepare to accept the embrace of death. The sorcerer, SIC. Deranged voice pierced their hearts. Chapter 11. The Dance of the Fire Serpents. Part 2. The 7 fire serpents soared through the air with astonishing speed, igniting the homes along the streets of the quaint town, transforming the scene into a catastrophic inferno. The townsfolk of Wushan, who had long taken refuge at a distance, were stricken with sorrow as they witnessed the destruction of their homes. In the presence of these colossal serpents, the stone houses crumbled like mere toys, engulfed in flames that reached towards the heavens. Desperation surged within the female archer as she abandoned all else, commanding her griffin to ascend into the sky. The fire mage was limited by distance in controlling the serpents. Once the archer flew beyond that range, she would be safe. Suddenly, 2 serpents entwined themselves around 2 female mages in the bloodthirsty iron bowl, releasing a horrid sizzle as flesh was seared. Lin Lei could even smell the acrid scent of burning hair. Brother Kale, help! The female mage's piercing scream echoed from within the serpents. The bloodthirsty iron bowl, with its terrifying crimson eyes, writhed in agony, muscles twisting and contorting as it struggled to break free from the serpent's grasp, but each serpent's hold was overwhelmingly powerful. Louisa, the red-haired giant's anguished roar pierced the air. The 2 lovely female mages and the iron bowl were reduced to ashes in mere moments. And the red-haired giant soon found himself facing a massive serpent alongside 2 male warriors. Before the gargantuan serpent, they appeared as helpless as infants. Even with fists capable of shattering stone, what could they do when ensnared by the serpent's body? The 3 warriors let out blood-curdling screams as they were enveloped by the serpents. Their protective auras shattered instantaneously, the sizzling sound of their bodies burning filled the air, and their features twisted in agony as their skin, muscles, and bones succumbed to the serpent's searing flames. In a fleeting moment, the formidable warriors were reduced to nothing but ashes. The female archer gasped for breath, having finally escaped the deadly dance of flames. Luca, Louisa, Brother Kale. I will avenge you, I swear, she wept, soaring into the sky upon her griffin. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked from above, striking the unprepared archer and reducing her to ash in an instant. While her griffin fell, charred and convulsing, crashing down upon a stone house, shattering its roof and tumbling inside. Trying to escape? Humph, the mysterious mage scoffed. 100 meters away, Zierman swallowed hard, a flicker of terror igniting within him. An 8th level mage, and a dual-element one at that. Was that the so-called Dance of the Fire Serpents? Lin Lei stood in stunned silence, utterly shaken by the sight of the 7 colossal serpents soaring through the air, an unprecedented spectacle of calamity. Each serpent was nearly the size of a velociraptor, and their ascent was nothing short of a harbinger of disaster. Houses burned and collapsed in flames. In the blink of an eye, the powerful quartet of warriors, 2 mages, 1 archer, and 2 magical beasts had been reduced to mere memories, save for the fate unknown of the griffin. The 7 fire serpents had vanished. Yet Lin Lei still felt the oppressive waves of heat that lingered in the aftermath of the battle, which had transformed the area into a desolate ruin. This devastation, coupled with the relentless heat, spoke volumes of the ferocity of the earlier conflict. Remarkable, Lin Lei gasped, his breath still uneven as he replayed the scene of the serpent's ascent in his mind. Compared to that, even the terrifying velociraptors seemed somewhat less formidable. His gaze suddenly fell upon the mysterious mage atop the velociraptor. The mage appeared significantly smaller in stature. Could it be that he was the one who unleashed the Dance of the Fire Serpents? Lin Lei found it hard to believe that someone seemingly less robust than Uncle Zierman could wield such catastrophic power. A twinge of fear crept into his heart as he regarded the figure shrouded in a purple robe. Is this what it means to be a mage? For the first time, Lin Lei gained a clear understanding of the essence of a mage. Simultaneously, he felt an insatiable yearning for the power that such mages possessed. If only one day, he too could unleash such might. The thought ignited a fervor within him, a thrilling rush of excitement. In that moment, Lin Lei discerned the path his future would take, the pursuit of greatness, the pinnacle of strength. Father. Lin Lei's gaze fell upon his father, Hog, who, as the Lord of Wushan, was engulfed in a sense of helplessness amidst the unwarranted calamity that had befallen the town. Do not speak. Hog warned Lin Lei with a glance, urging silence. He then turned his attention to the mage, his heart heavy with despair, an 8th-level mage, a dual-element wielder. In the entire Finley kingdom, few could rival his power. Such a figure had come to their humble town. Hog could only hope that this enigmatic mage would soon depart, allowing Wushan to reclaim its tranquility. The mysterious mage leapt effortlessly from the back of the velociraptor, descending from a height akin to 2 stories. He approached the spot where the red-haired giant had perished, waving a hand to stir the ashes, revealing a diamond imbued with a dazzling purple hue, the Depolo Shadow Diamond. The mage seized it eagerly. Haha, the Depolo Shadow Diamond. I have sought you for a decade. Who would have thought that taking a shortcut through this small town would lead me to you? Haha Haymans, with the Depolo Shadow Diamond embedded in my staff. I shall see how you contend with me this time. The mage's manic laughter echoed through the air. Meanwhile, Hog, the nobleman of Wushan, and a throng of terrified townsfolk could only watch in silence, fearing to provoke the ire of the mysterious mage. Wushan, whose territory is this? The mage suddenly inquired. Father. Lin Lei's heart raced in alarm. Hog, summoning his courage, stepped forward and respectfully replied, Great mage, this Wushan town is my domain. Oh. The mage's visage remained obscured by the purple robe, rendering his features indistinguishable. The losses to your town are considerable. The mercenary group has all been slain by me. Yet they bore a fair amount of gold. Though the gold may have melted due to the dance of the fire serpents, it can still be exchanged for currency. Consider it compensation for your town. Upon hearing this, Hog felt a wave of relief wash over him. The mage seemed unlikely to continue his rampage. I, Hog. On behalf of Wushan, express our gratitude for your kindness, esteemed mage. Hog bowed respectfully. The mysterious mage nodded slightly before striding toward the velociraptor, which promptly crouched down. Extending its forelegs, the mage stepped onto its front leg, taking a couple of steps before gracefully leaping onto the velociraptor's back. The velociraptor snorted, releasing 2 plumes of sulphurous mist. Subsequently, the velociraptor resumed its ponderous gait, and the denizens of Wushan town, beholding the colossal creature and the enigmatic sorcerer receding into the distance, their forms eventually dissolving at the far end of the town's thoroughfare, experienced a gradual subsidence of their trepidation. Chapter 12. The Heart of a Strong Man, Part 1. Hog felt a wave of relief wash over him as he watched the level 7 magical beast, Velociraptor, and the enigmatic mage depart. Uncle Hiri, Hog said, turning to his steward, immediately task a group to recover any gold coins that have melted into ingots from the ashes. This mercenary band was exceptional, likely possessing considerable wealth. Hopefully, it will offset the losses sustained by Wushan town. Hog surveyed the surroundings, noting that the dwellings had been reduced to ruins. Yes, sir. Hiri replied with a nod. Hillman, Hog said, turning to Hillman beside him, a smile playing on his lips. How are you feeling? Hillman nodded in response. A wave of apprehension washed over me. Upon witnessing the level 7 magical beast Velociraptor and the mysterious mage, I realized that Wushan town possessed no means of defense. A mage of level 8, a figure of such high stature, could obliterate our town on a whim, and likely face no censure, let alone punishment. Mages held an exceedingly high position in society. Even an ordinary mage's status rivaled that of nobility. An 8th-level mage need not even kneel before a kingdom's monarch, but could converse standing. This illustrates the reverence afforded to an 8th-level mage. Indeed, we should count ourselves fortunate that no residents of Wushan town perished. Hog said with a smile. We are indeed fortunate. Hillman concurred with a nod. Hillman, assist Uncle Hiri in ensuring that the displaced civilians are adequately sheltered, Hog instructed. Yes, Lord Hog, Hillman responded. Hog scrutinized the area behind him and asked Hillman with a puzzled expression, Where's Lindley? He was just here. I'm not sure. I didn't notice. Hillman said, shaking his head. Sir, young Master Lindley has already returned, Hiri interjected. However, he seemed preoccupied when he departed, as if lost in thought. Hog nodded thoughtfully. The Baruch family estate boasted an abundance of dwellings. At its zenith, the Baruch family housed hundreds of individuals. Now, the estate held far fewer inhabitants, with even Lindley, an 8-year-old boy, occupying an entire residence on his own. In Lindley's chamber, he sat cross-legged on the bed, lost in contemplation. He was haunted by the terrifying spectacle of the dance of the fire serpents, with 7 colossal fire serpents, each as thick as a water vat and tens of meters long, soaring into the sky and unleashing a fiery inferno. The surrounding area was transformed into a sea of flames, and the formidable warriors and mages of the mercenary band were reduced to ashes in mere moments. The mages are so powerful. A tremor of emotion ran through Lindley. Although I possess the bloodline of a dragon blood warrior, its concentration is low. and it clashes with other battle chi manuals. This limits my potential as a warrior. I wonder, is it possible for me to become a mage? The thought of becoming a mage suddenly appealed to Linley. And that velociraptor, it was terrifying. If only I could possess one as well. Linley's mind replayed the scene of the velociraptor. Its lightning-fast tail could shatter boulders and demolish buildings with ease. Its massive frame was like a colossal battering ram on the battlefield. Charging at full speed, its size and armored hide would make it a terrifying force. Magical beasts. I wonder how one obtains a magical beast. The desire to possess a magical beast stirred within Linley's heart. Despite his efforts, Linley found himself unable to sleep. He tossed and turned in bed, his mind consumed by the image of the immense velociraptor and the mysterious mage dance of the fire serpents. Linley, what's wrong? A familiar voice inquired. Linley bolted upright and saw his father, Hogg, smiling approvingly at him. Father, Linley said respectfully. He was puzzled by his father's smile and unusual demeanor. Hogg was typically stern with Linley, rarely offering a warm smile. This expression was particularly surprising. Excellent, excellent, Hogg said, looking at Linley with admiration. You are indeed a son of the Dragonblood warrior clan, possessing the finest qualities of a warrior. It would be a travesty if the descendants of Dragonblood warriors feared death or the carnage of battle. Linley understood that his father was referring to his reaction to the velociraptor's brutal dismemberment of Luca, which he had witnessed without being cowed. Linley was somewhat taken aback. Father, you saw? The velociraptor's presence was unmistakable. I emerged as soon as it arrived in Oshan town, but I was positioned elsewhere. I observed your conduct with Hillman clearly. Hogg said with a nod. Linley offered a sheepish grin. During the encounter, he had initially felt fear, but later a surge of adrenaline and a thirst for battle had coursed through him. Linley wondered if this was due to his Dragonblood warrior heritage. Hogg chuckled. Linley, was today's experience so overwhelming that you forgot to eat dinner? Dinner? Linley asked, momentarily blank. His stomach rumbled in response, reminding Linley that he had left for evening training, only to be interrupted by the arrival of the velociraptor and the mysterious mage. He should have had dinner upon his return. But his mind had been consumed by the awe-inspiring dance of the fire serpents and the velociraptor. Father, I was wondering, is it possible for a descendant of the Dragonblood warrior clan to become a mage? Linley asked, his hands involuntarily clenching the bedsheets, his gaze fixed on his father. Hogg was taken aback, but then understood that his son aspired to become a mage. It is possible, Hogg replied with a nod. A flicker of joy appeared in Linley's eyes. Hogg gestured for Linley to calm down and said, Linley, there have been mages in the history of our Dragonblood warrior clan, but only 2. You should know that mages are highly valued for their talent. Only 1 in 10,000 has the potential to become a mage. A mere 1 in 10,000 chance, so don't get your hopes up too high. Linley shook his head. Father, even if there is a sliver of hope, I will pursue it. Linley's expression was grave. Hogg observed the serious expression on his 8-year-old son's face. Normally, such an expression on a child would be comical. But Hogg found no humor in it. Hogg paused for a moment before saying, Linley, every year during the military recruitment season, which is in late autumn, there are tests to recruit magic students in the royal capital, Finley City. If you truly wish to try, wait until late autumn this year and give it a shot. Late autumn? That's only half a year away. Linley's eyes shone with excitement. Chapter 13. The Heart of a Strong Individual, Part 2. During supper, the Baruch family, consisting of 3 members, and their steward, Hiri, dined together. Little Wharton's cheerful antics enlivened the atmosphere, filling the hall with laughter. After supper, when the old steward Hiri took Wharton to bed, Linley engaged in a conversation with his father, Hogg. Father, Linley inquired, which is more formidable, a mage or a warrior? Hogg cast a glance at Linley, chuckled, and then responded, Linley, mages and warriors each possess their own distinct strengths. In terms of sheer power, mages generally hold a slight advantage over warriors of comparable rank. More significantly, mages command a higher social standing, surpassing that of warriors. For instance, the 8th-level dual attribute mage we encountered earlier likely held a position of greater esteem than even a 9th-level warrior. If their power is only marginally superior, why the disparity in status? Linley questioned, perplexed. Hogg elucidated, before we proceed, you must first comprehend the classification of mages. Mages are divided into 9 levels. Levels 1 and 2 denote novice mages, levels 3 and 4 intermediate mages, and levels 5 and 6 advanced mages. The subsequent levels of 7, 8, and 9 are exceptionally formidable. Of course, beyond the 9th level lies the realm of saint-level mages. The elevated status of mages stems from their immense destructive capabilities, Hogg continued, taking a sip of fruit juice. Destructive capabilities? Linley echoed, gazing at his father. Hogg nodded. A warrior, even a Dragonblood warrior, can only slay approximately 100 foes with a single strike. When confronted with an army of 1,000,000 soldiers, their impact is limited to eliminating the commander, who can easily be replaced. However, A saint-level mage possesses the ability to annihilate an entire city and obliterate hundreds of thousands of troops with a single forbidden spell. With such devastation, the survival of the commander becomes inconsequential. To a nation, a saint-level mage is far more terrifying than an entire army. Linley's understanding deepened. Even mages of the 8th or 9th level can unleash astonishing power in times of war. Hence, the reverence accorded to mages is exceedingly high. Hogg remarked with a faint smile. Linley nodded in agreement. In the Jadeite continent, where war is a constant theme, the elevated status of mages was readily apparent. "Oh, Father," Linley added, "I recall reading that mages are physically weaker than warriors. However, the mage we saw earlier effortlessly leaped from the back of a swiftwind dragon. Can we truly consider him physically weak?" Hogg replied, "We'll address that point later. Linley, you should be aware that ordinary individuals in the Jadeite continent have a lifespan of approximately 120 to 130 years. Powerful mages and warriors, on the other hand, typically enjoy extended lifespans, often reaching 200 to 300 years, or even 300 to 400 years. The maximum human lifespan is 500 years. And only those who attain the legendary saint level can possess an exceptionally long, almost infinite, existence," Linley affirmed, recalling this information from his readings. "But Linley," Hogg continued, "do you know why powerful mages and warriors have longer lifespans?" Linley paused, having taken the extended lifespans of powerful mages and warriors for granted, without contemplating the underlying reasons. Observing Linley's expression, Hogg chuckled. "Linley, first, I must inform you that the universe is composed of various elemental attributes, including fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, light, and darkness. Both mages and warriors cultivate by absorbing these elemental energies from the universe. Consequently, both magic and battle chi possess distinct attributes. If you observe closely, you'll notice that the battle chi of the red-haired warrior leading the mercenary squad was of the fire attribute. Among the other three, there were warriors with wind and water attribute battle chi. Battle chi has attributes, and so does magic." For the first time, Linley comprehended that mages and warriors alike absorbed elemental energies from the universe. Powerful mages and warriors have longer lifespans because mages absorb elemental energies into their bodies, refining them into magic power. As these energies circulate within their bodies, they are naturally absorbed by their organs, muscles, and bones, gradually enhancing their physical constitution. The better their constitution, the longer their lifespan. Similarly, warriors cultivate battle chi by absorbing elemental energies and refining them into battle chi. The circulation of these energies within their bodies also improves their constitution. The more powerful the warrior, the better their constitution, and the longer their lifespan, Hogg explained. Linley's understanding crystallized. According to Father's explanation, Linley remarked, "A mage's body is also improved by elemental energies, making them physically robust." "Father, then why do people say that mages are physically weak?" Linley inquired, puzzled. Hogg shook his head. "Is that not clear? The assertion that mages are physically weak does not imply genuine weakness, but rather that their physical constitution is a weak point compared to warriors of the same level. For instance, an 8th level mage, despite not focusing on physical training, may still be physically equivalent to a 2nd or 3rd level warrior. However, in comparison to an 8th level warrior, the 8th level mage's physical constitution is a disadvantage." Linley slapped his forehead and offered an apologetic smile. He had been overly rigid in his thinking, failing to grasp such a straightforward concept. However, while mages may be less adept in close combat, they possess countermeasures. One approach is to employ magical shields, such as earth shields, ice shields, wind shields, and light shields, using defensive magic to withstand attacks before unleashing offensive spells. Furthermore, accomplished mages have another option, taming magical beasts. Upon hearing this, Linley's eyes lit up. Linley harbored the desire to tame a magical beast, perhaps a powerful swift-wind dragon. Formidable magical beasts can protect mages, preventing enemies from approaching them. This allows mages to cast powerful spells and directly eliminate their opponents, Hogg stated with a smile. Linley promptly inquired, "Father, how does one tame a magical beast?" Hogg chuckled at Linley's eagerness and replied, "Taming a magical beast requires 2 conditions. First, the beast must willingly submit to you. Second, you must establish a soul contract magic array to make the beast your servant. The first condition is challenging. To gain a magical beast's willing submission, you must likely defeat it in direct combat. For instance, if you wish to tame a swift-wind dragon, you must first vanquish it," Hogg explained, leaving Linley speechless. He aspired to tame a swift-wind dragon, but did he possess the strength to defeat one? The second condition, establishing a soul contract magic array, is quite intricate. At least a 7th level mage is required to possess the necessary power to create it, Hogg emphasized. Linley was taken aback. "Father, according to your explanation, can only 7th level mages or higher tame magical beasts?" "Not necessarily. If you have sufficient wealth, you can purchase soul contract scrolls. By tearing one apart, you can directly form a soul contract magic array. However, soul contract scrolls are exceedingly expensive, Hogg remarked with a self-deprecating smile. How expensive? Linley pressed. The last time I heard. A single scroll cost 10,000 gold coins, and even then, they were scarce, Hogg replied, eliciting a wry smile from Linley. The prospect of taming a magical beast seemed daunting. The most difficult aspect was achieving victory. Of course, you could tame weaker magical beasts, but what purpose would that serve? To subjugate a formidable magical beast, do you possess the requisite prowess to vanquish it in combat? Alternatively, if employing cunning stratagems, how might one induce the beast to willingly yield? Gaining its voluntary fealty is no simple feat furthermore. The seemingly subordinate criterion of arranging a soul contract magic array also dictates that those capable of subduing magical beasts are either exceptionally skilled mages or individuals of considerable wealth. To expend 10,000 gold coins on a soul contract magic scroll is a display of aristocratic extravagance, and one would not dare such lavishness without commensurate affluence. Linley pursed his lips. His brow furrowed in contemplation. If I truly aspired to subdue a magical beast, given our family's financial circumstances, my only recourse would be to attain the 7th rank as a mage and then endeavor to subdue one. Linley mused inwardly, fully cognizant of the arduousness of this path. The initial trial on this path lies in ascertaining whether he possesses the innate aptitude to become a mage. After all, it is but a chance in 10,000. Lacking the inherent talent, the possibility of becoming a mage is non-existent. Chapter 14, The Battle in the Sky, Part 1, on the second morning. A large group of children gathered in the clearing east of Wushan town, just as they had in the past. At that moment, the 3 instructors, including Hillman, had yet to arrive. The children animatedly discussed the shocking battle from the previous day. That beast was formidable. When Uncle Hillman and the others reached the town center, I trailed behind, watching from a distance. You wouldn't believe it. That massive beast smashed its powerful claws into the ground, and the stone pavement shattered completely. The houses collapsed like they were made of mud, said Hadley, the most eloquent among the children, gesticulating wildly as if he had witnessed every detail. Most of the children listened intently with wide eyes. Hadley, you were in the clearing with us yesterday, weren't you? How did you see all that? A brown-haired boy, appearing around 13 or 14, scoffed. The older boys were not as easily deceived as the younger ones. Hadley shot a glare at the boy. Vlar. You don't believe me? When have I ever lied? Vlar, the brown-haired boy, retorted dismissively, who doesn't he know that Hadley has a big mouth? How many of his words are true? Come on, everyone. When has Hadley ever told the truth? He directed his words toward a group of nearby boys. The 12 to 15-year-olds laughed in agreement, clearly siding with Vlar. Hadley, visibly agitated, exclaimed, You don't believe me? Fine, you don't believe me. As his frustration mounted, he scanned the crowd, and suddenly his eyes lit up upon seeing Linley. Everyone knows that besides Uncle Hillman and the others, Linley was there too. He saw it firsthand. What he says should be true, right? Let Linley tell you if I lied. Young Master Linley? The boys turned their gaze toward Linley. In the eyes of the children in Wushan town, Linley held a significant status. As the eldest son of the Baruch family and possessing a physical prowess that matched boys much older than him despite being only 8, Linley commanded respect. Of course we believe what young Master Linley says, the boys nodded in unison. Among those aged 13 or 14, there was an understanding that Linley was of noble birth, setting him apart from them. They typically addressed him as young Master Linley, while only younger children like Hadley freely called him by his name. Linley, please clarify, did I lie? What was it really like? Hadley rushed over to Linley, grabbing his hand and casting him a conspiratorial glance. Linley sighed. Hadley's boasting had ensnared him. The beast was called Raptor, a 7th-level magical beast of immense strength. Its scales are incredibly tough. Neither swords nor blades could pierce them. Its tail is as sturdy as a whip, and its claws are razor-sharp. Those hard stones and pavement crumbled beneath the raptor's might like mere paper. It can even breathe fire, scorching the stone until it cracks, Linley explained candidly. The children listened in rapt silence. Honestly, you should have seen the raptor. Its power was evident, Linley concluded with a smile. The older boys nodded in agreement. They had indeed been awestruck upon first encountering the raptor. Its colossal form resembled a small hill, and its fiery red scales hinted at its impenetrable resilience. Did you hear that? I told you, the beast called Raptor is incredibly powerful, Hadley chimed in excitedly. Vlar's eyes widened. He was about to retort when Linley spotted Hillman, Rory, and Roger approaching from a distance and shouted, Uncle Hillman is here. Instantly, all the children quieted down and formed 3 orderly lines. The clearing fell silent, save for the sound of the instructor's footsteps. Hillman stepped forward, facing the children with a warm smile. You all know what happened yesterday, right? Yes, the children responded in unison, buoyed by Hillman's casual demeanor. Good. Hillman's expression suddenly shifted to seriousness. The massive beast was the raptor, and upon its back rode a mysterious sorcerer. They are exceedingly powerful, but remember, that enigmatic sorcerer also trained diligently to tame the formidable raptor, requiring many years of effort. If you aspire to tame such a powerful beast and become as strong as that mysterious sorcerer, you must work hard, relentlessly hard. Anyone could become a formidable warrior. The only difference lies in whether you are willing to put in the effort. Hillman's voice was resolute, his gaze piercing. The children fell silent. But the older ones harbored their own thoughts, their expression shifting. All right, let us begin today's morning training. As usual, face the rising sun and engage in the chi cultivation exercise. Hillman succinctly transitioned into the training, prompting all the children to commence their chi cultivation practice. According to the various circumstances of each team, Hillman had devised distinct training tasks. Under the supervision of the 3 instructors, each child diligently completed their training. The atmosphere of today's training was evidently different. Hardly any child complained of fatigue. Everyone persevered, silently pushing through their limits. 50, 51. Lin Lei counted quietly to himself, now on the ground, balancing on one hand and the tips of his toes. His body taut. He was performing one-handed fingertip push-ups, a simple yet effective exercise to build finger strength and arm power. Aspiring to become a great warrior typically involved training in combat techniques, where success relied on physical strength. The stronger the body, the more energy one could harness. I possess the bloodline of a dragon warrior and cannot cultivate combat energy. I can only excel in physical training beyond others, Lin Lei thought with determination. His fingers gripping the ground like ancient roots as he continued, drawing envious glances from the exhausted boys nearby. 98, 99. Lin Lei pressed on. Today's morning training concludes here, Hillman announced, surveying the 3 teams of children. Afterward, he took a deep breath, pondering, what story should I tell today? It had become a tradition for Hillman to share a story with the children after their morning practice. Uncle Hillman, tell us a story. A child's voice piped up. Hillman, slightly caught off guard by the interruption, looked up in confusion. At that moment, all the children stared wide-eyed at the sky to the east. While Rory and Roger also turned to gaze at the horizon, their expressions filled with astonishment. Bewildered, Hillman pivoted, his gaze drawn to the eastern firmament. There, not far off, perhaps 200 or 300 meters aloft, a colossal serpentine dragon of sable hue undulated in the air. Its eyes, akin to immense cartwheels, pierced the heavens. The dragon's vast form, adorned with ebony scales that shimmered with a chilling luminescence, and immense membranous wings, spanning 100 meters when unfurled, stirred with potent, measured strokes. A bestial black dragon. Chapter 15. The Battle in the Sky. Part 2. The Black Dragon, a creature of unparalleled might among magical beasts, belongs to the apex of its kind. Typically, members of the Black Dragon lineage are 9th-tier magical beasts, with the strongest among them potentially being of the sacred domain. Regardless of whether they are 9th-tier or sacred domain beasts, they are far beyond the capabilities of the raptor encountered the previous day. At this moment, a group of children and 3 instructors in the eastern open space of Wushan Town found themselves merely hundreds of meters away from this colossal black dragon. Its length exceeding 100 meters. The visual impact of observing such a magnificent creature so closely was far more profound than any words could express. What astonished them the most was that atop the head of the hovering black dragon stood a figure cloaked in gray, despite the howling winds. The gray-clad man stood resolutely upright like a spear, his posture as steadfast as a rock amidst the tempest. His gaze was fixed upon a middle-aged man in green, who hovered in the air, a long sword slung across his back. At this moment, the gray-clad man, standing on the black dragon, faced off against the green-clad swordsman. To hover in the air is a feat achievable only by 7th-tier wind mages employing the flight spell or those of the sacred domain. The long sword on the back of the green-clad man unequivocally signified his identity, a warrior, a sacred domain warrior. The gray-clad man had subdued the black dragon, and there was a flying sacred domain powerhouse? 8-year-old Lin Lei, witnessing this scene, was utterly awestruck, his previous encounter with a fierce battle fading in significance. Not just him. Even Hillman, a 6th-tier warrior, stood in stunned silence. A sacred domain powerhouse. Hillman murmured, his body trembling slightly. Having survived numerous brushes with death, he was the first to regain his composure. Yet, even in this clarity, he felt as though he were dreaming. First an 8th-tier dual-element mage appeared yesterday and today. 2 sacred domain powerhouses and a black dragon followed. Hillman had never experienced such shock in his life. His mind swirled. The black dragon was a top-tier beast. At least 9th tier. The likelihood of a sacred domain warrior being the one to tame it was exceedingly high. Furthermore, only another sacred domain warrior would dare to confront one. This implied that the gray-clad man was indeed a sacred domain powerhouse. Although Hillman and his companions stood hundreds of meters from the black dragon, their keen ears could not discern the dialogue between the 2 sacred domain warriors. Suddenly, the massive black dragon let out a thunderous roar, its gigantic wings flapping violently, releasing an overwhelming pressure that rendered everyone, including Hillman, breathless and weak-kneed. Was this the might of a dragon? Lin Lei felt as though a colossal weight was pressing down on his chest, making it hard to breathe, yet he could not help but feel exhilarated. His blood boiling with excitement. The black dragon was simply too formidable. "Rudy, do not overstep your bounds," the green-clad middle-aged man bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder across the expanse. This proclamation reached not only Hillman and his companions, but resonated throughout Wushan town. The dragon's oppressive aura dissipated, allowing everyone to breathe normally once more. Hillman was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, "Rudy? Rudy?" Yet, in a heartbeat, he snapped back to reality, turning sharply to the children and urgently commanding, "Everyone, go home. Quickly, find a safe place to hide. Move." His fierce demeanor startled the children into a trance. Hillman understood all too well that a conflict appeared imminent between the two sacred domain warriors. Should a battle erupt with a crowd of children present in the open, devoid of any protective structures, even the slightest ripple of energy from a sacred domain confrontation could spell disaster for them. "Move. Do not dawdle. Hurry back," Hillman shouted again, physically urging some of the children along. Only then did the youths fully awaken to the gravity of the situation. Though they yearned to witness the clash of sacred domain warriors, Hillman's authoritative presence compelled them to hasten homeward. "Rory, Roger, hurry and escort the younger ones back," Hillman instructed. Urgency etched on his face. "Yes, Captain." Rory and Roger comprehended their leader's intentions instantly, swiftly gathering the slower children, carrying two in their arms and another on their backs. Hillman joined in, hastily picking up the little ones as well. "Linley, hurry home," Hillman called out as he ran with the child in his arms. "Understood, Uncle Hillman," Linley replied loudly. Although only 8 years old, he sprinted with the speed of a 14-year-old. As he ran, he occasionally glanced skyward towards the enormous black dragon and the two sacred domain warriors, their presence captivating him. "Captain, Lord Hogg sent us to assist," shouted a group of 11 or 12 warriors rushing from the direction of the Baruch estate, spotting Hillman. "Quickly, return the children," Hillman commanded. "Yes, Captain." The soldiers promptly obeyed, swiftly ushering the younger children back home. "Everyone, go home. Hide and protect yourselves," Hillman shouted, his voice resonating with authority. Holding a high position in Wushan town, his orders guided the panicked townsfolk on how to respond. The town became a flurry of activity as all children and working individuals hurried home, seeking refuge within the sturdy stone houses that could safeguard them. Linley dashed into his home. "Quickly, get to the basement of the storeroom." Hogg, standing in the courtyard, shouted at Linley. The storeroom's basement was the largest and most secure underground chamber in the Baruch estate, a sanctuary where one could undoubtedly preserve their life. "Yes, father." Linley nodded and sprinted towards the storeroom. As he ran, his mind was still filled with thoughts of the gray-clad man atop the black dragon and the green-clad swordsman. He couldn't help but glance up at the eastern sky, where the town's low buildings offered a clear view of the action hundreds of meters above. At this moment, the black dragon continued to roar ominously. "Tylorn, since you are so stubborn, do not blame me," a cold voice echoed through the air, followed by the furious roars of the black dragon, which exhaled torrents of black flames. "Rudy, today I shall witness just how formidable you, a sacred domain mage, truly are," the green-clad man bellowed. Chapter 16, Calamity, Part 1, Evidently. The green-clad swordsman was known as Tyrant, while the robed figure was called Rudy. From the maw of the ebony dragon beneath the robed man, a plume of inky flames erupted, swiftly enveloping Tyrant. An incandescent emerald aura flared around the swordsman, shielding him flawlessly from the encroaching darkness. Simultaneously, a resonant chime echoed, a sound more piercing than any dragon's roar, reverberating through the heavens. Tyrant, brandishing his longsword, unleashed a colossal, ethereal blade of light, cleaving the air with its formidable length of dozens of meters, aimed directly at Rudy. The robed man remained impassive, his gaze fixed upon the approaching luminescence, all the while murmuring incantations. "Is this the legendary blade aura? Such immensity," thought Linley, glancing back as he sprinted towards the storehouse. How will the robed man withstand such force? Will the black dragon intervene? Thump. Astonishingly, the dragon did not intercede, allowing the radiant blade to strike the robed man squarely. The gray robes disintegrated upon impact, revealing a resplendent suit of armor beneath, its brilliance akin to 1,000 diamonds. The gargantuan blade, however, failed to mar the armor's surface. "Impossible," Linley exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded. Distracted, Linley stumbled over a stone, sprawling to the ground. Yet, his gaze remained fixed upon the eastern sky, marveling at the inexplicable armor. What manner of protection is that, to possess such invulnerability? "Linley, hasten. Cease your gawking," Hogg bellowed, incensed by his son's distraction. "Yes, father," Linley responded, jolted back to reality. He scrambled to his feet, resuming his frantic dash towards the storehouse. Rumble. A terrifying din echoed across the firmament, followed by a chorus of terrified screams throughout Ascension. Linley, involuntarily, turned his gaze skyward once more, his eyes widening in disbelief. Suspended in the eastern sky were countless colossal rocks, each rivaling a house in size. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Every one of these gargantuan stones, glowing with an ochre light, streaked across the heavens like meteors, hurtling towards the green-clad swordsman. Each boulder weighed an estimated tens of thousands of pounds. Such immense projectiles dwarfed the stones hurled by siege engines of old. Even the stoutest city walls would likely crumble under such a barrage. The sheer scale of destruction was overwhelming. As the house-sized rocks rained down upon the swordsman, the denizens of Ascension were utterly awestruck. Thump! The first stone struck Tyron, causing his emerald aura to intensify dramatically, transforming him into a veritable green sun, radiating blinding light. A relentless torrent of rocks descended upon the swordsman, swiftly engulfing him. Only the faintest glimmer of emerald light pierced through the gaps. Boom! A series of deafening explosions erupted as the rocks shattered against the protective aura, pulverized into fragments by the immense power of the emerald dochi. The fragments, ranging from pebbles to boulders, were scattered in all directions, propelled from hundreds of meters above. And augmented by the force of the dochi, the shattered remnants possessed devastating power and range. This is dire, Hogg exclaimed, his face paling. Shulman, still on the streets of Ascension, shared his dread. They both knew that calamity had befallen Ascension. Countless shards, some nearly 2 meters in diameter, others the size of a human head, rained down haphazardly. Each boulder had shattered into dozens, even hundreds, of pieces, with approximately 1/5 of the debris heading towards Ascension. Father! Lindley cried out, spotting the deluge of stones plummeting from the sky. Hurry, get inside! Hogg roared in desperation. Lindley, still several dozen meters from the storehouse, heeded his father's command and sprinted towards it. The sound of countless impacts filled the air. It was a scene of apocalyptic proportions. Swoosh! A boulder, weighing hundreds of pounds, grazed Lindley's body and slammed into the ground nearby, leaving a gaping crater. A cold sweat broke out across Lindley's back. He narrowly escaped death. Boom, 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 boom. The sounds of stones shattering roofs, splintering flagstones, and impacting the earth mingled with the screams of the dying, creating a symphony of destruction. Swoosh! Several more large stones crashed down in front of Lindley, forcing him to swerve and evade them. How can I reach the storehouse amidst this chaos? Lindley wondered. Young Master Lindley, quickly! A voice cried out. It was Hiri, emerging from the storehouse. A crimson dochi shield enveloped him as he raced towards Lindley. Brother, hurry! 4-year-old Wharton stood at the entrance of the storehouse, tears streaming down his face as he called out to Lindley. Wharton, get inside! Lindley roared. Swoosh! An exceptionally large stone, nearly 2 meters in length, hurtled from the sky, aimed directly at the storehouse. Lindley instantly calculated the trajectory. If the stone struck the roof, Wharton, standing at the entrance, would certainly be injured, perhaps even killed. Hurry! Get inside, Wharton! Lindley screamed, his eyes widening in horror. He broke into a full sprint towards the storehouse, disregarding the falling stones. No longer dodging, Lindley charged towards Wharton with all possible speed. Hiri, facing Lindley, was oblivious to the approaching stone. Lindley, however, saw it clearly. He knew that if the falling debris struck the storehouse, Wharton would not survive. Young Master Lindley, Hiri exclaimed, aghast at Lindley's recklessness. 2 or 3 more stones crashed down around Lindley, but he pressed on, his gaze locked on Wharton. He lunged towards the storehouse, reaching Wharton in a flash. Hiri, turning at that moment, saw the colossal stone bearing down on the storehouse, his face turning ashen. Down! Lindley roared, his expression contorted. Wharton, never having seen his brother's face so terrifying, cowered in fear, tears welling in his eyes as he whimpered, Brother! Lindley threw himself upon Wharton, shielding him with his body. Almost simultaneously, boom! The earth shook with the impact as the monstrous stone slammed into the storehouse roof. The sturdy flagstone shattered. The walls crumbled. Young Master! Hiri cried, his eyes bloodshot. He unleashed his dochi, his body becoming a crimson blur as he rushed forward, forming a protective barrier around himself. He slammed his palms against the collapsing debris, attempting to deflect the falling stone. Hiri and the collapsing wall crashed down upon Lindley at almost the same instant. Rumble! In moments, Wharton, Lindley, and Hiri were buried beneath the rubble. Hogg stood in the courtyard, wielding a colossal sword, when a stone came hurtling toward him, only to be deflected. However, upon turning to gaze in Lindley's direction, he was struck dumb by the sight of Lindley recklessly lunging toward Wharton, followed closely by the butler, Shiri, who leaped to protect him. The storeroom collapsed, and debris began to rain down. In that moment, Hogg's eyes welled with tears. He was utterly unable to discern whether Shiri had subdued Lindley first, or if the falling stones had struck Lindley beforehand. Chapter 17, Catastrophe, Part 2. Boom, boom, boom. Intermittent sounds of impacts echoed throughout Wushan town, and soon, the sky was devoid of any falling debris. The massive stones had been entirely obliterated by the middle-aged man clad in green. However, the townsfolk had no energy to focus on the battle above. Lord Hogg, the situation in Wushan town is dire. Just now. Lord Hogg? What is wrong? Hillman rushed into the residence, having only managed to report a few words when he noticed Hogg's dazed expression, prompting him to speak out. Hog's body trembled, his mind slowly clearing. Lin Lei. With alarming speed, Hog dashed towards the storeroom, startlingly swift, causing Hillman to deduce the urgency and follow closely behind. Bang! Before Hog could reach the storeroom, the pile of debris that had trapped Butler Hiri, Lin Lei, and Walton was shattered. Butler Hiri rose from the rubble. Uncle Hiri. How is it? Hog's voice trembled slightly as he turned his gaze towards the figure lying on the ground, immediately noticing the large bloodstain on Lin Lei's head, which was shockingly vivid. Hog felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, causing him to sway unsteadily. At that moment, Lin Lei was still propped up on his hands, ensuring he did not crush Walton beneath him. Father. A tender voice emerged from beneath. Walton slowly crawled out from under Lin Lei. Being small and entirely shielded by Lin Lei, he bore no injuries. Brother, what happened to you? Walton pushed against Lin Lei's body. Lin Lei. Hog's voice quivered. Butler Hiri interjected. I was a moment too late. Though I managed to deflect a stone, it still struck young Master Lin Lei on the head. But the impact should not be severe. I'm fine. A hoarse voice emerged as Lin Lei struggled to lift his head slightly, forcing a smile. In that moment, witnessing his son's smile brought tears streaming down Hog's face. Lin Lei pushed himself up to sit, his clothes stained with a large patch of blood, and his face and neck were also marred with crimson. The stone had indeed drawn a considerable amount of blood from his head. Feeling a bit woozy, Lin Lei continued to gaze at his father, his voice weak. Father, you're crying. It's nothing. Hog's face bore an excited smile. Walton, why were you at the storeroom door just now? Lin Lei gently patted his brother's head, a hint of reproach in his tone. Walton, aware of his mistake, lowered his head. Brother, I'm sorry. Beside them, Butler Hiri spoke up. This is my fault. The disaster struck too suddenly, and I brought Walton to the storeroom, only to see young Master Lin Lei in danger and rush to save him. I never anticipated that within such a short time, a massive stone would fall upon the storeroom. It is all my fault. Boom. Suddenly, another violent tremor shook the ground. All present turned their gazes towards the eastern sky, where a giant loomed, suspended in midair. The giant stood nearly 10 meters tall, its muscles bulging, with a cold visage and a body of earthy yellow. It was locked in fierce combat with the green-clad man, the sounds of their clashes resonating like thunder. From the sheer force of their impacts, one could fathom the terrifying strength of the earthy yellow giant. Each strike from the giant far surpassed that of the colossal stones. Lin Lei gazed enviously at the scene above. That earthy yellow giant must have been summoned by the gray-robed man using magic. Lin Lei deduced, recognizing the gray-robed figure as a powerful archmage of the sanctuary. Lin Lei, how do you feel? Hog inquired with concern. Lin Lei managed to force a smile. It's nothing. Just a cut on my head, bleeding a bit. Young Master Lin Lei, you have lost quite a bit of blood. Excessive bleeding can be fatal. Butler Hiri had retrieved a white cloth from the storeroom to bandage Lin Lei's head wound. Hog scrutinized Lin Lei closely. Uncle Hiri, how is Lin Lei's condition? Butler Hiri smiled reassuringly. He is all right. Lin Lei has remarkably good physical constitution, and he hasn't lost consciousness. There should be no serious issues, just a need for him to consume more meat in the coming days to replenish his blood. At that moment, Hog felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just moments before, when he saw Lin Lei rush to protect Walton, he had been utterly terrified that he might lose his son. Taking a deep breath, Hog turned to Hillman. By the way, Hillman, you mentioned Wushan Town earlier. What is the current casualty situation? The specifics have yet to be fully accounted for, Hillman replied, his expression somber. However, from what I observed, some residents have perished, and many others are severely injured or crippled. Alas, this disaster arrived too swiftly. Even though I shouted loudly, many did not have time to seek refuge in the cellar. It was indeed too swift. Hog gazed towards the eastern sky. The archmages of the sanctuary belonged to an entirely different echelon compared to the townsfolk. With a mere wave, they could annihilate Wushan Town. The previous barrage of massive stones and the green-clad man's destruction of them were merely initial probes. Yet, even these preliminary exchanges had wrought havoc upon Wushan Town. The legendary earth magic of the 10th tier, the forbidden spell Earth Guardian, possessed terrifying power, representing the most formidable single-target attack of the earth mages of the sanctuary. Hog regarded the earthy yellow giant with a cold expression. As the patriarch of the Dragonblood warrior clan, despite its decline, Hog was well-versed in the extensive records of powerful magical attacks accumulated over 5 millennia. He could easily recognize the spell. 10th tier magic. Lin Lei inhaled deeply. He longed for the day when he could ride a black dragon and unleash world-shattering 10th tier magic. This thought naturally led Lin Lei to consider the upcoming recruitment for magical studies, which would occur in the deep autumn. With tests for students in the royal capital still half a year away, Lin Lei eagerly anticipated the magical recruitment test 6 months hence. Hillman, accompany me shortly to assess the situation of the townsfolk, Hog commanded, then turned to Uncle Hiri after these two archmages depart. Take Lin Lei to change his clothes and ensure he gets ample rest. Yes, my lord. Here he nodded. Hog observed Lin Lei, who was intently watching the fierce battle between the two archmages, and chuckled. This lad, even injured, still yearns to witness the clash of archmages. Thankfully, that archmage has invoked Earth Guardian. This battle should soon conclude. At that moment, Lin Lei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he watched the earth-shattering conflict above. Utterly oblivious to the pendant hanging from his chest, the dragon ring, which had absorbed the blow to his head, had also become stained with blood. The dark, almost stone-like material of the ring absorbed the crimson fluid as if it were a sponge, and the surface of the ring began to shimmer with a faint ethereal glow. However, the ring's luminous aura remained unnoticed, concealed beneath Lin Lei's garments. Chapter 18, The Spirit of the Spiral Dragon, Part 1, In the Eastern Sky. A figure clad in gray robes stood atop the head of a serpentine black dragon. A confident smile gracing his face as he observed the fierce battle between a middle-aged man in green and a giant of earthy hue. A piercing shriek sliced through the air as the green-clad man thrust a sword through the giant's head. With a resounding explosion, the giant's skull shattered. Yet he remained oblivious to the damage, his massive fist crashing heavily into the green-clad man's body. The green-clad man coughed up blood, his complexion paling. Astonishingly, the giant's exploded head began to reconstitute itself, completely unharmed. Tilong, surrender now. The Earth Guardians I summon are foes you cannot contend with. The gray-robed man declared coldly from his lofty perch. The green-clad man shot a frosty glance at the gray-robed figure and suddenly retorted, Rudy, what I cannot possess, you shall not attain either. With that, a surge of emerald light radiated from his hands, startling the gray-robed man, who had previously maintained an air of indifference. Stop. With a thunderous roar, the emerald light in the green-clad man's palms flared brilliantly, dazzling like the sun, before dissipating in a violent explosion. Tilong, the gray-robed man shouted angrily. Yet words eluded him. The green-clad man's pallid face remained fixed on the equally wan gray-robed figure. Now, it seems, neither of us will gain anything. Rudy, I may be injured, but if you intend to kill me, it will not be as simple as you think. With a derisive chuckle, he transformed into a streak of emerald light, darting northeastward. The gray-robed man watched as the green-clad figure ascended into the sky, his brow furrowing but refraining from pursuit. The earthy giant beside him gradually faded away. The sword saint of the starry sky, Tilong? Alas, I cannot eliminate him just yet, the gray-robed man mused quietly. The black dragon beneath him seemed to sense his thoughts, unfurling its immense wings and soaring southeastward with a mighty rush. In the blink of an eye, these two formidable beings vanished beyond the horizon. Yet, in Wushan town, despair painted the scene. Countless homes lay in ruins, and the air was thick with anguished groans, furious curses, piercing cries, and sorrowful weeping. In mere moments, the once tranquil morning had transformed into a day of calamity. In the parlor of the Baruch family, only Hog remained. Seated at the long table, his brow was furrowed deeply. As the de facto ruler of Wushan town, he felt a heavy responsibility for the townsfolk's welfare. Footsteps echoed, and the butler, Silly, entered the room. My lord, he addressed. How is Lin Lei faring? Hog inquired, turning his gaze toward him. Silly smiled reassuringly. Rest easy. My lord, I have tended to Master Lin Lei's wounds and bandaged them. He is well fed and dressed in clean attire, now resting peacefully. When he awakens, he should feel considerably better. Hog nodded, somewhat relieved, though his brow remained tense. Are you worried about the townspeople, my lord? Silly asked gently. Hog sighed, Uncle Silly. The common folk of Wushan town are not like us. The men are mostly first or second-tier warriors, but the women, he trailed off, unable to finish as he contemplated the falling rocks from above. They struggle to defend themselves. Silly nodded in understanding. In Wushan town, the number of those trained in fighting energy was minimal, with thousands of boulders raining down, unless one managed to hide in a cellar or wield a shield. The consequences of being struck would be dire. Now, they could only await the results from Heilman and the others, Hog's heart racing with anxiety. After a long while, hurried footsteps approached the parlor. Hog's eyes brightened, and he looked up to see Heilman rushing in. Heilman, what is the casualty report from Wushan town? Hog asked urgently. Heilman sighed heavily. The tally has been completed. Over 300 lives have been lost, with nearly 1,000 injured. The town's population was barely over 5,000, meaning nearly 1/5 have perished. This is under circumstances where some had the protection of stone houses. It's truly catastrophic. Such staggering losses? Hog felt a surge of urgency within him. A nation's most precious resource is its food, and a town likewise relies on sustenance. With such a significant reduction in labor, and the need to care for the disabled survivors, the town's economy would surely suffer. Alas, Hog lamented. He wished to reduce taxes, yet Wushan town's taxes were already minimal. Now, even maintaining his own family's livelihood had become a challenge. How could he assist the townsfolk? Meanwhile, in other towns, exorbitant taxes left many farmers struggling to survive. My lord, the townspeople are grateful for your benevolence. They are aware of all that you have done. Do not be overly troubled, Silly encouraged from the side. Heilman, born in Wushan town, was a 6th-tier warrior who could have easily become a captain of a noble's guard in the royal capital. However, out of gratitude for the Baruch family's kindness towards Wushan town, he chose to retire from the military and became the captain of the Baruch family's dwindling guard. Heilman, take your guard to inspect the town. Uncle Silly, you should rest now, Hogg commanded. Yes, my lord, Heilman replied, while Silly bowed in acknowledgement. They exited the parlor, leaving Hogg alone within the room. In Linley's bedroom, he had sustained a head injury, and Silly instructed everyone to refrain from disturbing him, allowing Linley to rest properly. While chaos reigned outside Wushan town, Linley's chamber remained tranquil, and he was deeply immersed in sweet dreams. A faint tremor resonated, and a halo of light emerged from Linley's chest. The dark spiral dragon ring, enveloped in this luminescence, slowly floated out from his nightclothes, hovering 10 centimeters above him. The vibrations intensified, and the glow of the spiral dragon ring grew ever brighter. Fortunately, no one was present in Linley's room at that moment. Had anyone entered, they would have been astounded, while Linley remained blissfully unaware of the ring's levitation. Suddenly, the halo of the spiral dragon ring contracted sharply, transforming into a shimmering stream of light that surged forth from the ring and settled beside the bed, materializing into a figure. This figure was an elderly man clad in a moon-white robe, with hair and beard as white as snow, his countenance kind and gentle. The spiral dragon ring fell limply to Linley's chest as he stirred, slowly opening his eyes. Upon seeing the unfamiliar elder standing before him, he gasped in surprise. Who are you? Greetings, young one. I am Darinko Vot, a sanctum archmage of the Puang Empire. The kindly elder replied with a smile. Linley's eyes widened in disbelief. You are a sanctum archmage? The elder nodded with confidence. Wait, grandfather, did you just say Puang Empire? That empire fell over 5,000 years ago. Linley, well-versed in the continent's history, knew that the Puang Empire had vanished long before the founding of his own family. Today, it was absent among the 4 great empires. Chapter 19, The Dragon's Coiling Spirit, Part 2. The Puang Empire was established a long time ago, originating more than 8 millennia in the past. It persisted for nearly 3 millennia before its eventual demise. The empire's former territories now comprise the combined lands of the Holy Union and the Dark Alliance. It could be stated that the 12 kingdoms and 32 duchies west of the mountain range of magical beasts were once part of the Puang Empire, illustrating its vast expanse. However, the Puang Empire had already fallen. More than 5 millennia ago? The hoary elder paused, then sighed. Within the ring of the earth, the passage of time is imperceptible. I never imagined that my homeland would have vanished for over 5 millennia since I emerged. Venerable elder, what are you saying? I'm utterly bewildered. At that moment, Linley's mind felt clouded. The sudden appearance of this old man, claiming to be a saint-level magus from the Puang Empire that perished over 5 millennia prior, was beyond comprehension. Linley even questioned if he was dreaming. Young one, the white-haired elder regarded Linley, a gentle smile gracing his features. The ring adorning your chest is the divine artifact I once wielded, the ring of the earth. Hold on. Linley immediately retorted, watering of the earth. This ring on my chest was passed down by my ancestors. It's called the Ring of the Coiling Dragon. Ring of the Coiling Dragon? Is that its original designation? The elder inquired with surprise. Linley was taken aback. Original designation? What original designation? Linley questioned, perplexed. The elder chuckled. The Ring of the Coiling Dragon must be a name you or your forebears bestowed upon it. In truth, when I first discovered this ring, I scoured countless records but couldn't ascertain its name. Therefore, I took the liberty of christening it the Ring of the Earth. As for its original name, I remain ignorant. Oh, so you also chose the name yourself? Well, now that it's mine, I'll name it the Ring of the Coiling Dragon, Linley asserted stubbornly. Very well. Let it be known as the Ring of the Coiling Dragon. The elder acquiesced with a smile, refraining from arguing with Linley. Venerable elder, tell me, how did you emerge from the Ring of the Coiling Dragon? Linley continued to inquire. The elder responded with a smile. In the year 4280 of the Yulan calendar, I. Upon hearing this, Linley was inwardly astonished. 4280? This year is 9990. In the year 4280 of the Yulan calendar, I encountered my nemesis, the saint-level Magus Hamlin. We engaged in battle, but I didn't anticipate another saint-level powerhouse ambushing me from the shadows. Ultimately, I was defeated. Unwilling to allow my soul to be captured by my enemy Hamlin and subjected to torment, I sealed my soul within this Ring of the Earth. The elder recounted the events of that year. The Ring of the Coiling Dragon is remarkably mystical. It appears devoid of any aura. Yet its effects rival those of a divine artifact. I sealed my soul within it, and despite Hamlin's extensive search, he couldn't find me. Thanks to this Ring of the Coiling Dragon, the elder said with a smile. Linley nodded inwardly. The Ring of the Coiling Dragon, indeed, appeared exceedingly ordinary. As an heir of an ancient clan, Linley possessed some discernment. Typically, treasures emanate elemental energies, but the ring of the coiling dragon resembled a withered piece of wood. Venerable Elder, are you saying that over 5 millennia ago, you were ambushed by a saint-level magus and another saint-level powerhouse, ultimately sealing your soul within this ring of the coiling dragon? Furthermore, this ring of the coiling dragon is a treasure comparable to a divine artifact? Linley summarized. Indeed. The elder affirmed with a smile, pleased that Linley comprehended. Then how did you emerge from the ring of the coiling dragon? Linley asked, puzzled. The elder elucidated with a smile. In truth, when I sealed my soul within the ring of the coiling dragon, I became a spirit dwelling within it, existing by virtue of the ring. Unless someone becomes the new master of the ring of the coiling dragon, I would never be able to emerge. Become the master of the ring of the coiling dragon? Yes, by having blood drip onto the ring, the elder replied with a smile. Linley furrowed his brow, muttering, blood dripping onto the ring? After pondering for a moment, Linley suddenly recalled when a rock had struck his head, causing a wound. The blood had stained his clothes and neck, likely reaching the ring of the coiling dragon as well. Oh, so I'm the master of the ring of the coiling dragon. Linley concluded. Indeed. Only when you became the master of the ring of the coiling dragon could I emerge from it, and once again experience the aura of the Yulon continent. The elder said with a smile. By the way, young one, I've already told you my name. What is your name? Linley smiled radiantly. My name is Linley Baruch. Linley, a fine name, the elder remarked with a smile. Venerable elder, will you be forever bound by the ring of the coiling dragon, unable to regain your freedom? Linley asked with some reluctance. The elder nodded with a smile. Linley, you must understand that when ordinary people die, their souls enter the netherworld. But when I died, because I was a saint-level magus, my spiritual force had already materialized. I could resist the summons of the netherworld for a short time, seizing the opportunity to seal myself within the ring of the coiling dragon. The only way for me to escape the ring of the coiling dragon now is to expend all my spiritual force. Expend all your spiritual force? Linley asked, puzzled. Spiritual force is what humans call it, while the undead refer to it as soul force. When the spiritual force is completely exhausted, the soul will automatically dissipate. In other words, when my soul dissipates, that is when I will be freed from the ring of the coiling dragon, the elder said calmly. But it's fine as it is now. Although I can't leave the vicinity of 3 meters from the ring of the coiling dragon due to its constraints, it's still quite good. Linley's heart trembled. Suddenly, Linley felt a sense of pity for this old man. Haha, Linley, I'm already content. You don't know. If my soul had been captured by Hamlin, my existence would have been a living hell, the elder said with emotion. Venerable elder, your name is Doring Coward. May I call you Grandpa Doring? Linley asked suddenly. Doring Coward, a great saint-level magus from the Puong Empire era, held a position of such prominence that he ranked among the top 5 on the entire Yulon continent. It was only due to the despicable ambush by the saint-level magus Hamlin and another saint-level powerhouse that Doring Coward met his demise. However, Doring Coward never had children or grandchildren in his life. Now, hearing Linley address him as Grandpa Doring, Doring Coward's heart, which had been lonely for millennia, suddenly felt warmed. Very well, Doring Coward said, feeling immensely pleased. Suddenly, Linley's eyes gleamed with excitement as he said, Grandpa Doring, you just said that you're a saint-level magus. Can you teach me magic? Linley's heart pounded with anticipation. The person before him was a saint-level magus from over 5 millennia ago. Images of the enormous form of the velociraptor, the terrifying scene of the dance of the fire serpent, the endless boulders falling from the sky, and the proud figure standing atop the black dragon involuntarily flashed through Linley's mind. How he yearned to one day stand atop a black dragon himself, soaring through the heavens. Doring Coward's white beard twitched, and his eyes lit up as he declared, Of course, I can. Your Grandpa Doring is the greatest earth element saint-level magus, and among all the elements, earth is the most powerful. As Doring spoke of magic, his entire being became invigorated. Chapter 20, The Earth System Magic, Part 1, Linley's excitement surged within him like a volcanic eruption. Grandfather Derlin, can you truly teach me the art of magic? He exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he gazed at the elderly Derlin. Derlin Kiwat responded with a twinkle in his eye. Linley, your grandfather Derlin is a legendary archmage. Even if your innate talent is not remarkable, I can still guide you in mastering magic. However, do bear in mind, if your talent is lacking, your achievements will inevitably be modest. If these words were to reach the ears of other magicians, they would undoubtedly be astounded. In the world of sorcery, innate talent is paramount. Without it, one cannot ascend to the ranks of a magician, a widely accepted truth. Yet, Derlin Kiwat dared to assert that even those with mediocre talent could be nurtured into magicians. Such a claim, if uttered by another, might be dismissed as mere boasting, but coming from the venerable archmage of over 5,000 years past, it held weight. Low talent. Low achievement? Linley felt a tremor of unease within. His aspiration to become a magician stemmed from a desire to restore the glory of the Baluk family. Even if he could not reach that pinnacle, Fulfilling the wishes of generations of family leaders by reclaiming their ancestral treasures would suffice. Yet, to achieve all this, strength was essential. Do not fret, Lin Lei. Your magical aptitude has yet to be tested. Who can say whether it is high or low? Perhaps your talent is exceptionally promising. Derlin Kiwat reassured him with a gentle smile, stroking his white beard. The old man's calm demeanor eased Lin Lei's anxiety. Grandfather, how is magical aptitude tested? Lin Lei inquired, filled with anticipation. Testing one's magical aptitude is quite simple, Derlin Kiwat began, but suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside. Alarmed, Lin Lei hurriedly whispered, Grandfather Derlin, you must hide. Someone is coming. If this archmage from the Empire of Puan from over 5,000 years ago were to be discovered, it would spell disaster. However, Derlin Kiwat merely smiled, remaining unmoved. Lin Lei felt a surge of urgency. Creaking, the bedroom door swung open, revealing the butler, Sir Hiri, who beamed upon seeing Lin Lei awake. Young Master Lin Lei, I did not expect you to awaken so soon. How do you feel now? Lin Lei forced a smile and nodded. Thank you for your concern, Sir Hiri. I feel much better. Yet, anxiety gnawed him as he glanced at Derlin Kiwat, who still stood there with a smile. What on earth is happening? If I'm discovered, explaining will be troublesome. Young Master Lin Lei, it is time for lunch. Since you are awake, please join us, Sir Hiri said cheerfully. Oh, understood. Lin Lei looked once more at Derlin Kiwat, perplexed. What is going on? Sir Hiri seems oblivious to grandfather's presence. Noticing Lin Lei's gaze directed repeatedly to an empty space beside the bed, Sir Hiri inquired curiously, Young Master Lin Lei, what are you looking for by the bed? Did something fall? I can fetch it for you. And no, it's nothing. Lin Lei quickly scrambled from the bed. Sir Hiri, let us go to lunch. Though Sir Hiri found Lin Lei's behavior odd, he dismissed it with a smile and nodded. Lin Lei donned his clothes and shoes, casting another anxious glance at Derlin Kiwat. At that moment, Derlin Kiwat smiled at him and, without warning, vanished from Lin Lei's sight. Inside the dragon ring, Lin Lei distinctly sensed the presence of a soul. Unlike before, after establishing a bond through blood, his understanding of the dragon ring had ascended to a new realm. Lin Lei, there is no need for spoken words. You may communicate with me directly in your mind. You are the master of the dragon ring, and I am its soul. We can easily engage in mental dialogue. Derlin Kiwat's voice resonated in Lin Lei's mind. This revelation astonished Lin Lei. Grandfather Derlin? He ventured to communicate mentally. I hear you, Derlin Kiwat replied in Lin Lei's thoughts. Joy surged within Lin Lei, but in his excitement, he failed to watch his step and stumbled over the threshold. Turning back, Sir Hiri chuckled. Young Master Lin Lei, be careful as you walk. I know, Sir Hiri. Lin Lei replied with a smile. As he continued his exhilarating mental conversation with Derlin Kiwat, Lin Lei entered the dining room and took a seat. Today's lunch was particularly sumptuous, featuring a fragrant roasted lamb. Upon seeing Lin Lei, Hog smiled and said, Lin Lei, please take a seat. He then personally tore off a leg of the roasted lamb and handed it to Lin Lei. Thank you, father. Lin Lei felt a twinge of surprise. The family's financial situation was often strained, and meals were usually modest. Today, however, they were enjoying a feast. What Lin Lei did not know was that during the recent calamity in Wushan town, not only had many people suffered, but livestock had also perished under the falling stones. Today, it was not only the Baluk family experiencing this rare indulgence. Even some commoners were enjoying a more lavish meal than usual. Grandfather, why was Sir Hiri unable to see you just now? Lin Lei inquired in his mind. Lin Lei, I must inform you that aside from you, no one else can perceive my presence. I exist solely in a spiritual form, which is intangible and invisible to the naked eye. You, as the master of the dragon ring, are the only one capable of seeing me, Derlin Kiwat explained carefully. Lin Lei understood. Derlin Kiwat had previously mentioned that he had passed away long ago, and only his spirit remained. Grandfather, does this mean you can appear by my side whenever you wish? Lin Lei asked, elated. As soon as he spoke, an elderly figure clad in a pale blue robe with white hair and beard appeared beside him, none other than Derlin Kiwat. Meanwhile, Hog, Sir Hiri, and Lin Lei's brother, Walton, continued their lunch conversation, completely unaware of Derlin Kiwat's presence. Witnessing this phenomenon was both astonishing and surreal for Lin Lei. While it may be one thing to hear about it, seeing it firsthand, how everyone at the table remains oblivious to Grandfather Derlin's existence, is truly remarkable. Not everyone is incapable of sensing my presence. Only those who are of a comparable spiritual level to mine can perceive me. Of course, if I conceal myself within the dragon ring, no one will be able to detect me. Derlin Kiwat's voice echoed in Lin Lei's mind. Comparable spiritual level to yours? Lin Lei mused, chewing his food while conversing with Derlin Kiwat mentally. Those who share a spiritual level akin to mine would be archmages. Only archmages can faintly sense my existence, but only if I appear outside the dragon ring. If I enter the dragon ring, they would be unable to find me. Derlin Kiwat chuckled. Lin Lei nodded in understanding while savoring a leg of roasted lamb. Lin Lei, do take your time while eating. Hog remarked with a smile as he observed Lin Lei's hurried pace. Lin Lei smiled back at his father but continued to eat swiftly. In no time, he had devoured the entire roasted lamb leg, feeling pleasantly full. After wiping his mouth and hands with a napkin, he stood up and announced, "Father, Sir Hiri, I have finished eating. I still feel a bit dizzy. I shall return to rest now. Farewell, Walton. Feeling dizzy? Then you should hurry back to rest," Hog urged promptly. The scene that unfolded in the morning left an indelible impression on Hog. In that moment, he truly believed that Lin Lei might have met his demise. Following this incident, Hog's demeanor towards Lin Lei markedly improved. "Goodbye, brother." The sturdy little Woden waved at Lin Lei with his greasy little hands. Chapter 21. Earth Magic, Part 2. Lin Lei hurriedly returned to his residence and promptly shut the door behind him. He swiftly removed his shoes and leaped onto his bed, casually settling down. "Grandpa Dellen, please come forth and help me assess my magical aptitude." Lin Lei's heart raced with anticipation, as he had been preoccupied with this matter since lunch. A shimmering, ethereal light emanated from the dragon ring, coalescing at the edge of the bed into the figure of Dellen Kiwote. With a warm smile, Dellen Kiwote addressed Lin Lei, "Do not be hasty, my boy. First, I must inform you that, due to the absence of specialized testing tools, I can only evaluate your potential to become an Earth Mage. Unfortunately, I am unable to assess other magical domains." Lin Lei felt a twinge of disappointment. He had heard that testing one's aptitude required specific instruments. Yet he had hoped that Dellen Kiwote, being a sanctum magus, might possess unique methods. "What is it about Earth magic?" Lin Lei questioned. "I have always heard that fire mages possess the greatest offensive capabilities, and that dark mages wield exceedingly cunning attacks. How can Earth magic be the strongest?" The previously affable Dellen Kiwote now appeared slightly irked. "Lin Lei, listen closely. When it comes to sheer offensive power among the magical disciplines, each has its own merits. For instance, the Fire Mage's forbidden spell Heavenly Fire engulfing the plains can incinerate an entire city. The Water Mage's forbidden spell Absolute Zero can freeze tens of thousands instantly. The Lightning Mage's forbidden spell Heavenly Thunder Annihilation unleashes a tempest of lightning. Who could possibly survive? The Wind Mage's forbidden spell Devastating Storm fills the skies with razor-like gales, resulting in catastrophic destruction." Dellen Kiwote sighed deeply, leaving Lin Lei trembling inwardly. He had previously believed that fire magic was unparalleled in offensive strength, yet it now seemed a naive notion. Every magical discipline, at the level of forbidden spells, wielded catastrophic power. "And what of Earth magic?" Lin Lei inquired, recalling the earlier discussion. Dellen Kiwote spoke with unwavering confidence. "How could Earth magic be lacking? The forbidden spell Meteoric Descent summons countless massive meteors to rain down from the sky, reducing a city to ruins in an instant. Moreover, the forbidden spell Earthquake causes the ground to tremble like ocean waves, collapsing buildings and creating fissures, with molten lava erupting from the depths, resulting in countless casualties." Lin Lei held his breath, captivated. Earth magic also possesses the expansive defensive forbidden spell Pulsating Guardian. When invoked, it creates an impenetrable shield protecting a city from all directions. Even capable of withstanding the Heavenly Thunder Annihilation, Dellen Kiwote continued, his voice filled with enthusiasm. "Of course, I speak of area-destroying spells, not single-target attacks." Lin Lei nodded, recognizing that Dellen Kiwote was referring to monumental spells of devastation. "Grandpa, it seems that Earth magic has a greater variety of forbidden spells. Why is that?" Lin Lei asked. Perplexed, with a knowing smile, Dellen Kiwote replied, "Ah, Lin Lei, you must understand that the magical disciplines are fairly comparable. Their strengths emerge in different environments. For instance, in oceanic realms, water magic reigns supreme. In tempestuous winds, wind magic prevails." Lin Lei's understanding deepened. "The battlegrounds for mages across the continent are predominantly on land, correct? Hence, Earth mages hold the advantageous position." Dellen Kiwote's smile widened as he stood firmly upon the vast earth, asserting that Earth mages possess the greatest support. Lin Lei realized the truth. Each magical discipline has its own domain of expertise. On the continent of Yulon, where battles primarily unfold on solid ground, it was only natural that Earth mages would dominate. Among all magical disciplines, the integration of Earth's elements into one's being offers unparalleled enhancement. "The Mother of Earth is indeed the most benevolent to us." Dellen Kiwote's expression reflected reverence as he conveyed, "When we Earth mages sit upon the ground, we can feel the vastness of the Earth, sense its pulsations, and recognize the Earth's nurturing embrace." In terms of offense, Earth magic boasts the single-target forbidden spell Earth Guardian and the devastating Earthquake and Meteoric Descent. For defense, there exists the expansive Pulsating Guardian and the singularly potent Earth Guardian Sacred Armor. The single-target defense of Earth mages is unrivaled. Dellen Kiwote brimmed with confidence. "Single-target defense? Grandpa, is it true that Earth magic possesses the strongest single-target defense?" Lin Lei questioned, gazing at Dellen Kiwote with curiosity. With a smile, Dellen Keywote explained, initially, the defensive measures of Earth mages were quite rudimentary, consisting of Earth shields and walls. However, upon reaching the 5th tier of mastery, one can invoke the Earth Guardian Sacred Armor. This armor evolves continuously. At the 5th and 6th tiers, it is composed of rock. Upon reaching the 7th tier, it is formed from jade. At the 8th tier, it becomes crystalline, and upon attaining the 9th tier, it is forged from platinum. When one becomes a Sanctum Magus and invokes the Earth Guardian Sacred Armor, it is crafted from diamond. The strength of its defense. Dellen Keywote's expression turned triumphant. Linley could not help but marvel inwardly. Truly, Earth mages are an exceptionally formidable class. The Earth Guardian Sacred Armor reaching the Sanctum level is indeed formed entirely of diamond. Linley knew that diamonds are incredibly hard, and this armor, being magically forged, surpasses ordinary diamonds in resilience. Suddenly, Linley recalled the 2 Sanctum experts he had witnessed battling over the skies of Wushan town. He remembered how the middle-aged man in green had unleashed a sword strike upon the gray-robed figure, shattering the robe and revealing a stunning suit of armor reminiscent of diamond. That Sanctum mage named Rudy had withstood Talon's attack due to that diamond armor. Was that not the diamond Great Earth Guardian Sacred Armor? Linley gasped in astonishment, realizing its immense defensive capabilities capable of enduring even the strikes of Sanctum warriors. Thus, I assert that Earth magic is the most powerful of all magical disciplines. Dellen Keywote proclaimed, his white beard bristling with pride. After all, humanity resides upon the Earth, engaging in life and conflict above it. Naturally, Earth mages hold the advantage. Chapter 22, The Passage of Seasons, Part 1. Indeed, whether it be Earth-based magic or any other form, each possesses its distinct efficacy. As a domain-level Earth mage, Derlin Cowart naturally held his discipline in highest regard, a sentiment that stirred the heart of young Linley, barely 8 years of age. Grandpa Derlin, please, examine me at once. I must know if I possess the aptitude to become an Earth mage, Linley implored with fervent eagerness. Derlin Cowart chuckled. Very well, I shall assess you immediately. But first, understand that magical talent is primarily twofold. Thus, my examination will proceed in 2 stages. Derlin Cowart, invigorated by the prospect of instructing a bright young mind after 5 millennia of solitude within the coiling dragon ring, spoke with renewed vigor. Magical aptitude encompasses both the strength of one's affinity for the elements and the potency of one's spiritual essence. Derlin Cowart began, initiating Linley's fundamental education in the arcane arts. And what purpose do these serve? Linley inquired, his brow furrowed with curiosity. Derlin Cowart, with gentle persuasion, responded, before we delve into that, Linley, allow me to pose a question. What elements are indispensable for a mage to cast a spell? Magical incantations, Linley promptly declared. He had witnessed the enigmatic mage atop the velociraptor chanting spells in hushed tones. Incorrect. But I have observed mages reciting incantations when casting spells, Linley countered. Derlin Cowart stroked his white beard, a hint of pride in his eyes. The most crucial components for a mage to cast a spell are the magical force and spiritual power within. With sufficient spiritual power, one can even achieve instantaneous casting, dispensing with incantations altogether. Incantations serve merely as an auxiliary aid. Oh, instantaneous casting? Linley questioned. His gaze fixed on Derlin Cowart. He sensed a vast magical realm gradually unfolding before him, still veiled in obscurity, as Derlin Cowart began to unveil its enigmatic facade. Derlin Cowart nodded, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Indeed, to cast a spell, one must first supply ample magical force from within. Then employ spiritual power to manipulate this force, drawing in more ambient elemental energies to coalesce into a spell. Elemental energies? Linley exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Grandpa Derlin, does casting a spell necessitate absorbing external elemental energies? Assuredly, Linley. Did you presume that a formidable spell could be conjured solely from internal magical force? Impossible. Consider a forbidden spell, where a domain-level mage's internal magical force constitutes a mere 1%, while the remaining 99% is derived from the energy of elemental forces. To put it another way, internal magical force is, in essence, elemental energies refined and purified. Magical force can be likened to a general, while elemental energies are the rank and file. The mage channels internal magical force, guiding and controlling vast quantities of elemental energies to form spells of astonishing power. Do you comprehend? Derlin Cowart asked, his gaze warm and encouraging. Linley knitted his brow in contemplation. Ah, I understand now. The mage's internal magical force is akin to Uncle Hiller, while elemental energies are like us, a group of youths. Uncle Hiller can lead us in training and guide us in attack and battle. Derlin Cowart nodded approvingly. Precisely. Thus, the mage's internal magical force is of paramount importance. Without sufficient magical force, a spell cannot be cast. Linley nodded in agreement. However, spiritual power is even more critical than magical force. Derlin Cowart said with a smile. As you now know, spiritual power is essentially the power of the soul, a form of control. Linley, imagine a vast quantity of magical force drawing in even more elemental energies. Such immense power, without the control of spiritual power, what would be the consequence? Derlin Coward stroked his white beard, his gaze fixed intently on Linley. Linley furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Grandpa Derlin, Linley said, his brow still furrowed in concentration. I recall reading military strategies in books that stated, to capture the enemy, first capture their king. Like bandits, if their leader is slain, the bandit army will automatically collapse and flee. So, spiritual power is like the bandit leader's control over his subordinates. Without spiritual power to control the vast magical force and elemental energies, these energies would run amok. Derlin Cowart beamed with delight. Indeed, Linley, you are truly astute. Yes, vast magical force and elemental energies, under the control of spiritual power, ultimately coalesce into a spell. Sometimes, casting a potent spell demands an exceedingly high level of spiritual power, necessitating the assistance of magical incantations, Derlin Cowart explained with a gentle smile. Linley felt as though he had gained a clear understanding of the fundamental principles of magic. Derlin Cowart smiled at Linley and continued, of course. These are merely the basic principles. The true magical world is far more intricate than you can imagine. How to form a spell from magical force and elemental energies is of utmost importance. What use is it to possess magical force without knowing how to cast a spell? Derlin Cowart sighed. The magical world is an exceedingly complex realm, and magical research is arduous and perilous. Nevertheless, driven by incarnation rivalry, countless mages are perpetually engaged in researching novel spells. In truth, nations are striving to discover how to arrange magical force and elemental energies in diverse configurations to create distinct spells. However, magical experimentation is fraught with peril. The more devastating the spell, the more challenging it is to test, as it may inflict calamity upon one's own side. Derlin Cowart said with a faint smile, generally. Magical academies only offer instruction in spells ranging from levels 1 to 6. Spells of levels 7, 8, and 9, and even domain-level spells, are treated as classified secrets. Only by affiliating with a nation can one hope to learn such spells. Linley, well-versed in numerous texts, understood this principle. Without instruction, even with abundant magical force and potent spiritual power, one cannot cast a single spell. Derlin Cowart said with a smile. The essence of each spell lies in the art of manipulating magical force and elemental energies to form the spell. Through countless years of research and exploration, magic has evolved into a nearly flawless system. Derlin Cowart stroked his white beard and chuckled. Linley, rest assured, you need not grovel before nations or influential figures, for I can impart to you spells of levels 7, 8, and 9, and even domain-level spells. Linley inhaled deeply. He sensed that he had embarked on a new path. Under the guidance of Grandpa Derlin, he need not tread the path of a warrior, but could instead embark on the more enigmatic and potent path of a mage. Now, let us first assess your elemental affinity. Sit cross-legged, close your eyes, and enter a meditative state, Derlin Cowart instructed gently. Meditative state? Linley felt his heart race. What would his aptitude be? Do not fret. Simply focus on sensing, and tell me what you perceive, Derlin Cowart encouraged with a smile. Linley promptly closed his eyes, striving to calm his mind. Do not worry, just follow my instructions, Derlin Cowart whispered reassuringly. Meditation is the foundation of a mage's training, essential for both absorbing elemental energies to refine into magical force and enhancing spiritual power. The initial meditation is typically arduous and perilous, but with the assistance of domain-level mage Derlin Cowart, Linley found it relatively effortless. For the first time, after approximately half an hour of guidance, Linley finally entered a meditative state. Derlin Cowart, observing Linley entering a meditative state, offered a serene smile and with a mere gesture, initiated the congregation of abundant earth elemental forces around Linley. Ordinarily, the density of earth elements remains relatively consistent within a given locale. However, Derlin Cowart, leveraging his formidable mental prowess, amplified the concentration of earth elements surrounding Linley by nearly 100-fold. Should Linley fail to perceive the earth elements under such augmented conditions, all hope would be extinguished. Derlin Cowart mused inwardly. 100-fold amplification renders them discernible even to the average individual. Immersed entirely in his meditative trance, Linley experienced profound elation. Hitherto unaware of the myriad wondrous entities permeating his surroundings, an immense, densely packed multitude of ochre-hued luminous particles. Chapter 23. The Passage of Seasons, Part 2, Linley. Do you sense it? The gentle voice of Derlin Cowart resonated within Linley's mind. Grandfather Derlin, I can feel it. So many earthy yellow light spots, an overwhelming multitude. Thousands upon thousands, floating over 100 on the back of my hand. It's astonishing. Linley reveled in the abundant earthy yellow light points surrounding him, his heart brimming with joy. Upon hearing this news, Derlin Cowart's delight was palpable. Excellent. Now, take your time and follow my instructions. Clear your mind and remain still. Like a hypnotist, Derlin Cowart guided Linley back from his meditative state. Simultaneously, he relinquished his hold on the earthy elements, allowing their concentration to return to normal. As Lin Lei emerged from his meditative state, he felt invigorated, entirely transformed from his previous self. Even in his awakened state, he could sense the fluctuations of the earthy elements around him, albeit not as clearly as during meditation. Grandfather Darren, I can now perceive the vibrations of those earthy yellow light spots. Although indistinct, I can sense them faintly, Lin Lei exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. His heart raced at the prospect of stepping into the world of sorcery for the first time. What did you say? You can feel them now? Darren Cavort was astonished. As the concentration of earthy elements had stabilized, and Lin Lei was not in a meditative state, his elemental affinity was remarkable. Grandfather Darren, why are you silent? How is my elemental affinity? Lin Lei asked with concern, uncertain of whether his performance was commendable or not. Very well, exceedingly well. Your elemental affinity is exceptionally high. Darren Cavort beamed. I dare say it would be difficult to find another with an affinity to match yours among 1,000 sorcerers. Lin Lei's heart soared, overwhelmed by excitement. Of course, elemental affinity is only one aspect. Mental strength is paramount. Time is ample for magical power to increase. But the limitations of mental strength pose the greatest obstacle to a sorcerer's advancement, Darren Cavort stated with gravity. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Lei nodded in understanding. Now, let us assess the next measure. Your mental strength, Darren Cavort said, his gaze fixed on Lin Lei. Lin Lei recognized the significance of mental strength. Grandfather, what must I do? He inquired, ready for the task ahead. You need do nothing, Darren Cavort replied with a smile. Lin Lei was momentarily taken aback. I am the spirit of the dragon ring, and you are its master. I can perceive your mental strength without the need for testing. I can tell you this at once. Darren Cavort smiled at Lin Lei. What is my mental strength like? Lin Lei held his breath, anxious about the evaluation that would determine his fate. Your mental strength is approximately tenfold that of your peers, Darren Cavort remarked with a smile. Joy surged within Lin Lei. Tenfold was no trivial figure. Yet, Darren Cavort continued, among sorcerers, only 1 in 10,000 possesses such potential. Primarily due to the high demands placed on mental strength. The baseline for a sorcerer is to achieve 5 times that of their contemporaries. Achieving 10 times only places you at a moderate level within sorcerers. Lin Lei's earlier exhilaration dimmed. If instructed by an ordinary teacher, you might only reach the 5th or 6th level of sorcery. However, Darren Cavort raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. If your mentor is me, the situation would be markedly different. Lin Lei suddenly realized the implications. Darren Cavort was a supreme sorcerer. As long as you are willing to exert yourself, I am confident you can become an 8th level sorcerer. Whether you ascend to the 9th level, or even become a supreme sorcerer, will depend on your own insight and fortune. Darren Cavort asserted sternly, if you do not strive, you might not even reach the 6th level, and then you will have no one to blame. Having a capable mentor is one aspect. The most crucial factor rests with oneself. Rest assured, grandfather, I will not disappoint you. Nor will I let my father or the Barrack family down. In Lin Lei's mind, images of the many ancestral spirits in the ancestral hall, alongside their remarkable legacies, surfaced. He vowed to restore the Barrack family's glory, his chest ablaze with fervor. Excellent. From tomorrow onwards, I shall commence your formal education. Darren Cavort gazed intently at Lin Lei, radiating the confidence of a supreme sorcerer once more. Thus began Lin Lei's arduous journey of rigorous training. Unable to disclose Darren Cavort's existence to his father, he continued his warrior training at dawn and dusk, while dedicating his mornings to studies in politics, religion, etiquette, military strategy, geography, and the arts under his father's watchful eye. Only during the afternoons, in what was originally his free time, would Lin Lei ascend the Wushan in the northeastern part of town, seeking solitude to absorb the knowledge of magic under Darren Cavort's guidance, diligently practicing sorcery and meditating to refine his magical power. Moreover, each evening after dinner, Lin Lei devoted substantial time to meditation. His sleep was limited to a mere 6 hours, the remainder of his time occupied by warrior training, academic studies, magical practice, and meditation. One must not underestimate the necessity of sleep. The daily exertion of meditative practices and mental training was far more exhausting than the average person could fathom, rendering Lin Lei's sleep profoundly deep. Life was fulfilling, extraordinarily so. As the days passed, Lin Lei's progress became evident, bordering on a metamorphosis. Within this fervent endeavor, he experienced the thrill of absorbing earthy elements into his body for the first time, refining magical power. The overwhelming fatigue that nearly rendered him unconscious from overextending his mental strength during meditation, and the exhilaration of successfully wielding earthy magic. Even if it was merely to conjure a minuscule earth spike barely 20 centimeters high through relentless efforts, Lin Lei's determination and rapid advancement garnered admiration from Darren Cavort, the supreme sorcerer of the long-vanished Puang Empire. Owing to his unwavering commitment to warrior training, Lin Lei's physique grew increasingly robust, while the absorption of earthy elements and regular meditation bestowed upon him a tranquil demeanor. His transformation astonished and delighted his father, Hog, and others like Hillman. Seasons changed, and autumn arrived in the blink of an eye. Only a month remained until the magical testing for enrollment. In the courtyard of the Barrack family estate, Lin Lei took a deep breath. Thoroughly tidying up, it was time to practice magic. Yesterday, I successfully cast Quake. This is splendid, Lin Lei thought, his spirit soaring as he stepped out of the ancestral hall and closed the door behind him. As he strolled along the moss-covered stone path, Lin Lei moved with a grace that was nearly soundless, an inherent skill possessed by most earthy mages, for the earth serves as their source, allowing them to tread without a whisper. Suddenly, Lin Lei furrowed his brow. With a subtle twitch of his ears, Lin Lei pivoted, his gaze drawn towards a time-worn courtyard in the distance. A sound? He mused, proceeding stealthily in its direction. His steps were naturally light, bordering on silent, and now, with deliberate care, he moved without a trace of sound, approaching the courtyard with measured steps. Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Lei peered inside, his eyes widening in astonishment. Before him, a black rodent, nearly 20 centimeters in length, gnawed at a fragment of stone. With a swift, fluid motion, it traversed several meters, arriving at another stone where it repeated its actions. The creature's fur was velvety, its eyes bright and lively, and its tail fluffy and endearing. It even stood upright on its hind legs, playfully hopping about. Such an adorable little creature, and so remarkably swift, Lin Lei thought, astounded. While most rodents inspire aversion, this one evoked a sense of charm, its eyes seemingly imbued with intelligence. Above all, its speed was breathtaking. Its pace surpasses even that of Uncle Hillman, a 6th-level warrior. How is this possible? Lin Lei wondered, observing the creature's ability to traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye. Deline, emerging from the coiling dragon ring, stood beside Lin Lei, observing the rodent with surprise. A shadow mouse, a magical shadow mouse. Judging by its size, it must be a juvenile. A shadow mouse, a magical shadow mouse. And it's only a juvenile at this size? Lin Lei exclaimed, turning to Deline. Aside from the dire boar, griffin, velociraptor, and black dragon he had encountered, this was Lin Lei's first encounter with a magical creature. Deline, what makes the shadow mouse so unique? What level of magical creature is it? Lin Lei inquired telepathically, his eyes filled with anticipation. Deline chuckled softly, feigning a cough before responding. The shadow mouse is difficult to classify by level, as it's an entire species. Rodent magical creatures are primarily divided into stone-eater rats and shadow mice. Both are omnivorous, consuming stones, bones, and even meat. Lin Lei nodded, recalling the shadow mouse consumption of stone. Magical creatures are classified into 9 levels, with level 1 being the weakest. Of course, there are also saint-level creatures beyond level 9, Deline explained, smiling. The weakest stone-eater rats are gray, with varying shades depending on their level. At level 4, they become silver, and at level 7, they turn gold. A gold stone-eater rat is at least a level 7 creature, possibly level 8. The stone-eater rats are a formidable group, primarily due to their sheer numbers and sharp teeth, far sharper than those of shadow mice. An onslaught of stone-eater rats could overwhelm even an army of hundreds of thousands, Deline cautioned. Deline reminisced about a past calamity. Stone-eater rats are slower than shadow mice, but their bodies are like steel, becoming increasingly resilient with each level. Despite their small size, their numbers make them terrifying. Soldiers' weapons are ineffective against them, while the rats can easily devour the soldiers, Deline lamented. Lin Lei imagined a scene of countless stone-eater rats swarming the land, engulfing armies and devouring warriors, sending a shiver down his spine. Truly terrifying. The 2 major rodent magical creatures are the stone-eater rats, known for their high defense, sharp teeth, and vast numbers, and the shadow mice, whose numbers are fewer but still significant, Deline elaborated, seemingly possessing encyclopedic knowledge. What makes the shadow mouse so formidable? Lin Lei pressed. With a shadow mouse nearby, Lin Lei was eager to learn about its capabilities. The stone-eater rat starts at level 1, while the shadow mouse begins at level 3, with black fur. Upon reaching level 5, their fur turns cyan, and at level 7, it becomes purple. A purple shadow mouse is at least level 7, possibly level 8, Deline clarified. Lin Lei nodded, recognizing that the shadow mouse was no less powerful than the stone-eater rat. Deline, if what you say is true, then shadow mice from level 3 to 4 have black fur, and only turn cyan at level 5. Does that mean this little shadow mouse is a level 3 or 4 creature? Lin Lei inquired. This black shadow mouse is exceptional, Deline replied, frowning. Stone-eater rats are known for their defense and sharp teeth, while shadow mice are known for their speed and sharp teeth. Speed is a reliable indicator of a shadow mouse strength. It's incredibly fast, traversing several meters in the blink of an eye. But I suppose that's normal for a shadow mouse, Lin Lei remarked. Deline nodded. Shadow mice are naturally swift. But for a juvenile to possess the speed of an adult shadow mouse is extraordinary. It suggests that it could reach level 7 as a purple shadow mouse upon reaching adulthood. I suspect it's the offspring of a purple shadow mouse. The offspring of a purple shadow mouse? But its fur is black, Lin Lei questioned. Deline chuckled. Lin Lei, The young of both purple and cyan shadow mice are born with black fur. Their fur gradually changes color as they grow stronger. And the color is a symbol of their power. Linley's understanding deepened. I see. The line, if what you say is true, this shadow mouse speed is truly remarkable. I feel it's even slightly faster than Uncle Hillman. Yet you say it's only comparable to a level 4 adult shadow mouse. A level 4 shadow mouse is as fast as a level 6 warrior. Linley trailed off, marveling at the creature's agility. Deline smiled. If it weren't, would it be called a shadow mouse? Shadow mice can easily outpace human warriors of the same level. They are rare magical creatures, especially the purple shadow mice, which are at least level 7. Many mages seek to tame them, but their speed makes them difficult to capture. While adult purple shadow mice are highly prized, they are hard to subdue. The young shadow mice that could become purple shadow mice are easier to tame, but encountering one is incredibly rare, Deline explained. Linley could imagine the difficulty. Purple shadow mice are at least level 7, placing them on par with velociraptors. Linley, purple shadow mice are the kings of their kind, capable of commanding vast numbers of shadow mice. While their numbers are not as great as stone-eater rats, they are still significant. The young of purple shadow mice are typically protected by numerous other shadow mice. Daring Coward cast a sidelong glance at the sable shadow mouse gnawing on a stone in the distance. So formidable even in its youth. It's undoubtedly a scion of a purple shadow mouse. I can't fathom how it ended up within your family's abode, bereft of any adult protection. Daring Coward remarked with a touch of wonder. Linley concurred with Daring Coward's assessment. Daring Coward's gaze shifted towards Linley, now imbued with a peculiar allure. His voice laced with enticement, regardless of the circumstances that brought this purple shadow mouse infant here. Wouldn't you desire to tame it? Shadow mice are known for their rapid maturation. Even a purple shadow mouse fledgling should reach full maturity within a decade. Imagine, you would possess a 7th, perhaps even an 8th level magical beast. Linley's heart quickened at the prospect. 7th or 8th level magical beasts were notoriously difficult to tame, yet doing so in their infancy was far more feasible. Taming during infancy depended on the species, some matured rapidly, others languidly. Dragons, for instance, required millennia to reach adulthood, a wait too long for most humans. Shadow mice, however, belonged to the swiftly maturing kind. Encountering a purple shadow mouse infant was exceedingly rare. The more formidable the magical beast, the more fiercely protective they were of their young. While the presence of this particular infant within his family's ancient dwelling remained a mystery, the reality of a purple shadow mouse infant before him was undeniable. Linley. To possess a purple shadow mouse is akin to commanding an entire shadow mouse legion. Daring Coward exclaimed, his eyes twinkling. That is what renders the purple shadow mouse more precious than other 7th or 8th level magical beasts. Daring Coward continued to cajole Linley. And the 8.5-year-old Linley found it impossible to resist. Grandpa Daring, how does one tame a purple shadow mouse? Linley inquired, his eyes alight with anticipation. Daring Coward's heart leaped with joy. If young Linley could truly tame the shadow mouse, I could rest a little easier. Daring Coward was acutely aware of his own limitations as a disembodied spirit, devoid of magical power. A magus of the sacred domain without magic was hardly a threat. He was powerless to protect Linley. Having grown fond of the earnest and resolute child over the past 6 months, Daring Coward was determined to enhance Linley's abilities by any means necessary. Linley, remain composed, Daring Coward cautioned sternly. Even a purple shadow mouse infant possesses speed comparable to a 4th level adult shadow mouse. Not even your Uncle Hillman could outpace it. You lack the means to forcibly tame it. Nor can you construct a soul-packed magic array. Linley paused, his feverish excitement abruptly quelled. He chuckled ruefully. I forgot. Taming a magical beast requires first earning its genuine submission, and second, erecting a soul-packed magic array, a feat attainable only by a 7th level mage at the very least. Linley's heart sank with disappointment. Alas, weakness renders one incapable of seizing opportunities, even when fortune bestows a purple shadow mouse infant. Chapter 2, The Foolish Method, Part 1. With the introduction of a new feature, Tomato has begun to enhance the content for everyone. Please lend your support by casting recommendation votes. Linley, do not lose heart. I merely suggested that you cannot force it into submission, not that it cannot be tamed at all. Daring Coward chuckled with satisfaction. If it were an adult shadow mouse, I would indeed have little recourse. However, it is merely a juvenile shadow mouse, and as a sage mage, I possess the means to handle a young purple shadow mouse without requiring you to set up a soul contract magic array. Linley felt a rush of warmth surge through him as he gazed at Daring Coward with newfound hope. Grandfather Daring, please tell me, what method do you propose? Daring Coward smiled knowingly. It is quite simple. The soul contract in the soul contract magic array is akin to a master-servant contract. If you can persuade the magical beast to submit, you naturally qualify to become its master. However, since we cannot establish a master-servant contract at present, we must take a step back and forge an equal contract with the shadow mouse. An equal contract? Linley questioned, perplexed. What is that? I have never heard of it before. It is quite normal that you have not heard of it. In the era I lived, 5 to 6,000 years ago, very few were aware of the equal contract, Darren Cowder explained with a smile. An equal contract signifies that you and the magical beast are of equal status. While it may seem inferior to a master-servant contract, in reality, an equal contract fosters a closer bond with the magical creature. The beast will be more sincere in its assistance, resulting in a more harmonious collaboration. Lin Lei's understanding blossomed. Oh, Grandfather Darren, if the equal contract has so many advantages, why is it seldom used today? Darren Cowder laughed heartily. Because the equal contract is not set up by humans. Rather, it is established by the magical beast itself. Established by the magical beast itself? Lin Lei was taken aback. No wonder there is no need to arrange a soul contract magic array. It turns out the magical beast initiates it. Darren Cowder continued. Every magical beast possesses the ability to form an equal contract upon birth, but each beast can only forge one such contract in its lifetime. Unlike the master-servant contract, which can be re-established by others if the master releases it, the equal contract is a singular bond. Lin Lei nodded in understanding. But convincing a magical beast to willingly enter into an equal contract is quite challenging. Indeed, Darren Cowder said solemnly. To persuade the beast to view you as kin, it must feel a reluctance to part from you. Only then will it willingly enter into an equal contract. Lin Lei slightly nodded. Adult magical beasts possess high intelligence, making it nearly impossible to sway them into feeling familial bonds. Darren Cowder sighed, however, juvenile magical beasts are different. The intelligence of a human child is low, making them easily deceived. With a little treat, they will warm up to you. The same applies to young magical beasts, whose intellect is even lower than that of human children. If you frequently offer them delicacies and engage in playful antics, it won't take long for the young beast to grow fond of you, especially solitary juvenile magical beasts, who are even more susceptible to being tamed. Upon hearing Darren Cowder's words, Lin Lei felt a surge of clarity. So, it is akin to coaxing a child. Lin Lei chuckled. This was a domain where he excelled. Having spent his childhood amusing his younger brother, Walden, he was well-versed in the art of enchanting children. Lin Lei, do not be overconfident. There are many considerations when attempting to charm a juvenile magical beast. A misstep could result in that shadow mouse biting you, Darren Cowder cautioned. Bite me? Lin Lei shivered at the thought of the distant shadow mouse, gnawing on stones with an effortless crunch. He had no doubt about the sharpness of its teeth. What should I do? Lin Lei felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. Fear not, simply follow my instructions, and you shall encounter no issues. However, this foolish method requires ample patience. Do not be hasty. Darren Cowder slowly divulged his foolish method. Lin Lei, the shadow mouse, is an omnivorous creature. It consumes stones, bones, and even meat, but its favorite is cooked meat. This is a lesson from my predecessors. You must first venture to the Wu Mountain and hunt a small beast. Then roast the meat and place it on the ground at a distance. Remember, do not attempt to approach it directly. Allow the shadow mouse to come to you for its food. If you approach it, it may feel frightened and attack. But if it approaches you first, there will be no danger. It may be a foolish method, yet it is the safest. Lin Lei felt enlightened. The method may be simplistic, but it was direct and straightforward. Grandfather Darren, will this shadow mouse run away? Lin Lei expressed his concern. If I prepare the roasted meat and it slips away, I will be at a loss. That is uncertain. It depends on your luck. However, I believe it will not stray far in the short term, Darren Cowder replied. Very well, I shall go hunt a wild beast now. Lin Lei nodded and swiftly dashed outside. As he ran, his footsteps struck the earth solidly, yet curiously made no sound. This was a hallmark of an earth mage. Upon exiting the ancient cluster of houses, Lin Lei resumed his normal pace, and the sounds of his footsteps returned. Young Master Lin Lei, off to Wu Mountain? Chuckled the housekeeper, Shirley, who was sweeping the ground with a broom as he observed Lin Lei racing past. Yes, Lin Lei acknowledged briefly before continuing his sprint. For the past 6 months, Lin Lei had consistently trained in magic at Wu Mountain every afternoon, while others were unaware of his magical studies. They were well aware of his penchant for frolicking at the mountain during his free time. Autumn had arrived, and though many trees on Wu Mountain had shed their leaves, there remained a number of evergreens, along with fiery red maple trees. A lithe figure darted through the woods, Lin Lei's footsteps silent and swift. After 6 months of absorbing earth elemental energy, Lin Lei had not only acquired earth magic, but had also significantly enhanced his physical abilities. He was now comparable to a 15 or 16-year-old boy in Wu Mountain town, possessing the strength of a level 1 warrior. Squirrels and rabbits were plentiful on Wu Mountain, while fierce beasts were quite rare. This was why parents felt secure allowing their children to play in the area, as Wu Mountain was merely an ordinary hill with few large predators, let alone magical beasts. Suddenly, Lin Lei halted, his gaze fixed on a light yellow rabbit nibbling on blades of grass. Even the highly alert rabbit seemed oblivious to Lin Lei's presence. The rabbit is quick, but I shall rely on magic, Lin Lei decided, concentrating as he began to intone the magic incantation. He felt a surge of earth magic rising from the center of his chest. Typically, a warrior's fighting energy is stored about 10 centimeters below the navel, while a mage's magical power resides at the center of the chest, precisely at the midpoint of the two lines. As for mental power, soul energy, it is naturally located within the mind. The method of reciting a magic incantation, whether silently, softly, or aloud, does not greatly differ. The key is to align one's mental energy with the magic incantation to attain a specific state. In mere seconds, Lin Lei's eyes sparkled as he fixated coldly on the rabbit. Earth magic, level 1, earth spike. With a sudden thrust, a sharp earth spike erupted from beneath the rabbit, piercing its abdomen. Crimson blood seeped forth, staining the rabbit's soft fur. Caught off guard, the rabbit thrashed violently, yet the more it struggled, the more blood flowed. Chapter 3. A Naive Approach, Part 2. Instantly, Lin Lei darted forward, seizing the wild rabbit by its throat with a single hand. A sharp crack echoed as the once struggling creature convulsed twice before becoming still. Ever since witnessing those two battles half a year prior, the bloodlust inherent within the dragon blood warrior lineage had gradually begun to surface. I've attained the ranks of a level 1 warrior and a level 1 mage, yet in terms of offensive prowess, magic still holds greater sway, Lin Lei mused, a sigh escaping his lips as he clutched the rabbit. Mages are generally categorized into 9 levels, with achieving the first level being relatively straightforward. However, as one ascends through the ranks, the time investment required increases exponentially. Many formidable level 7 or 8 mages find themselves unable to advance even after dedicating a century to their craft. In contrast, a level 1 mage with exceptional aptitude can reach that milestone within half a year. Even those with modest talents, provided they meet the prerequisites, can attain the first level within 2 to 3 years. Clutching the deceased rabbit, Lin Lei promptly sprinted down the mountain. Lin Lei, why don't you roast it? That magical beast. The shadow mouse, though carnivorous, has a particular fondness for roasted meat. Daring Cowart's voice resonated within Lin Lei's mind. Grandpa Daring, I doubt you've ever indulged in coddling children. Lin Lei retorted playfully as he continued his descent. Daring Cowart paused, realizing that he had never had grandchildren, and a venerable saint-level magus would hardly stoop to pampering youngsters. Indeed, I have not, Daring Cowart conceded. Lin Lei asserted confidently, I frequently dote on little Wharton. Let me tell you, when offering gifts to children, one must avoid starting with excessive extravagance. Otherwise, they will invariably demand even grander gestures in the future. Currently, that shadow mouse is content gnawing on stones. By presenting it with raw meat now, it will undoubtedly be delighted. After 7 or 8 days of this, I shall then offer it roasted meat, which will elicit even greater joy. Daring Cowart instantly grasped the wisdom in Lin Lei's words. Having accumulated experience over countless years, he was no stranger to this principle. He applied it when commanding his subordinates, dispensing small favors initially, followed by more significant rewards later on. Offering too much too soon would only incite insatiable greed among his followers. I encountered this very principle in my readings, specifically regarding monkey rearing. Morning 3. Evening 4 proves far more effective than morning 4. Evening 3, Lin Lei chuckled. Daring Cowart suddenly recognized that despite Lin Lei's tender age of 8.5, he possessed a maturity that surpassed many adolescents. It appears that the Baruch family's educational efforts are indeed bearing fruit. Daring Cowart mused inwardly. Education serves to unlock one's intellect. Yet the majority of commoners lack the means to access it. Prestigious magical academies and warrior institutions impose stringent admission requirements and exorbitant tuition fees, rendering them inaccessible to the average person. Returning home with a wild rabbit would hardly raise eyebrows among the residents of Wushan Town. In fact, ever since Lin Lei mastered the Earth Spike spell, he had frequently brought home such game. Young Master Lin Lei is truly remarkable. Having captured another rabbit, the townspeople would remark with cheerful smiles. Lin Lei would respond with polite smiles as he traversed the streets. I wonder if that shadow mouse will accept offerings from others, he pondered. Taking a deep breath, Lin Lei entered the cluster of ancient houses at the rear of the family estate, cautiously approaching the shadow mouse location, each step executed with utmost silence. Soon, he found himself once again at the same spot. Where's the shadow mouse? Lin Lei scanned the courtyard of the ancient house, noting only scattered stones and withered leaves. Traces of stone gnawing remained, but the shadow mouse was nowhere to be seen. Lin Lei felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Grandpa Daring, the shadow mouse is gone. It's only been an hour. Did it leave? A streak of light emerged from the coiling dragon ring, materializing into Daring Cowart, clad in a moon-white robe. Daring Cowart's brow furrowed. That's peculiar. Could the shadow mouse have departed in just an hour? Suddenly, the faint, familiar sound of gnawing resonated once more. Lin Lei's eyes lit up as he immediately made his way toward a dilapidated house nearby. Standing before the threshold, he could clearly see the black shadow mouse diligently gnawing on a stone, transforming it into a bizarre shape, as if it were a sculptor. Lin Lei remained at the threshold. Thump. Lin Lei intentionally kicked the threshold, creating a slight noise. Swoosh. The black shadow mouse darted away, instantly retreating to a distance of over 10 meters. Its beady eyes fixated on the threshold, spotting Linley and exhibiting clear signs of wariness. "Here, have some food," Linley said with a gentle smile to the magical beast, tossing the rabbit onto the threshold. The shadow mouse may not comprehend human speech, but Linley understood that creatures with higher intelligence could discern the meaning of a smile. After all, magical beasts were not mere wild animals. Their intelligence was only slightly inferior to that of humans, and some powerful magical beasts were notoriously cunning. "Patience, patience," Linley cautioned himself, suppressing his reluctance as he turned and left. Upon seeing Linley depart, the magical beast shadow mouse glanced at the rabbit. After a moment of hesitation, it succumbed to temptation and dashed toward the threshold. While still watching the distance, it saw Linley was already far away. The magical beast shadow mouse immediately stood up, jumping happily. Squeak. The magical beast shadow mouse squealed with delight. It then proceeded to tear into the rabbit meat with remarkable speed, its sharp teeth making short work of the flesh. Despite its diminutive size, the shadow mouse devoured the entire rabbit, save for its fur, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. Glug. The little shadow mouse throat bobbed as it patted its belly in a remarkably human-like gesture, brimming with excitement. Compared to stones, flesh was undoubtedly far more delectable. Having finished its meal, the little shadow mouse gazed in the direction Linley had taken. In its young heart, its affection for the boy had grown. As a mere infant magical beast, the shadow mouse even harbored a glimmer of hope that the boy might bring it another rabbit. Later that day, before dinner, Linley found himself walking among the ancient houses in the rear garden, heading directly toward the house where he had left the rabbit that afternoon. "Linley, rest assured. It's just an infant magical beast, and a gluttonous one at that," Daring Cowart chuckled in Linley's mind. Linley nodded slightly. Soon, he arrived at the threshold, where he noticed some blood-stained rabbit fur. The flesh and bones, however, were gone. Linley's eyes lit up. "Excellent." Linley clenched his fist. "The first step is complete. Now, all that remains is persistence." The next afternoon, Linley slew a rabbit and a pheasant. He left the rabbit for Grandpa Hill to roast for dinner, while the pheasant was placed at the usual spot near the threshold of the ancient house. "That magical beast shadow mouse is actually watching me." Linley chuckled as he observed the creature staring at him from the courtyard. "Linley, it seems things are progressing well. The fact that it doesn't immediately flee upon seeing you suggests that its hostility has diminished," Daring Cowart remarked, secretly pleased for Linley. Encountering the offspring of a powerful magical beast was indeed fortunate. "I wonder what happened to this little shadow mouse, parents," Daring Cowart mused inwardly. Linley placed the pheasant on the threshold, spoke a few words to the little shadow mouse, smiled, and then retreated. However, this time he didn't leave immediately, but instead glanced back as he walked away. The little shadow mouse scurried out, looked around, and then, seeing Linley in the distance, it didn't seem too frightened. It lowered its head and began tearing into the pheasant. On the third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, such days continued, with Linley diligently engaging in meditation and cultivation each day. Simultaneously, he often provided wild rabbits and other delicacies for the young shadow mouse to consume. The entire Wushan town, including figures like Hogg and Hillman, remained oblivious to Linley's magical training. Likewise, they were unaware that Linley was nurturing a magical beast possessing 4th-level strength since its infancy. Only Daring Cowart, who witnessed Linley's growth, understood this truth. This small Wushan town could not confine Linley's potential. Observing Linley as he meditated to accumulate magical energy, a glimmer of anticipation flickered across Daring Cowart's face. One day, he would embark on the vast stage of the entire Yulon continent, accompanied by the fully matured purple shadow mouse. Chapter 4. The Ernst Institute. As time elapsed, the little shadow mouse, having experienced little affection, harbored diminishing wariness towards Linley. By the 8th day, Linley barely set down the wild rabbit when the creature darted out to devour it, chirping merrily at Linley. The 10th day arrived, and Linley decided it was time for the shadow mouse to savor roasted meat. He carefully wrapped a roasted pheasant in a small cloth bag and cheerfully set off towards the old house behind the mansion. Daring Cowart walked alongside Linley, though invisible to all but him. Daring's white beard curled with amusement. "Linley, it has been 9 days. The shadow mouse is devoid of suspicion now. Today, with the even more delectable roasted meat, it will be ecstatic and grow even fonder of you." Linley chuckled in response. As Linley reached the familiar threshold, the shadow mouse scurried to his side, standing on its hind legs and chirping animatedly. "It came even before I took it out. It's not afraid of me at all," Linley thought, a surge of delight washing over him. Daring Cowart, observing the shadow mouse with a smile, remarked, "It seems this little creature has grown quite affectionate towards you." The shadow mouse, its obsidian eyes fixed on Linley, chirped impatiently, as if urging him to produce the food. "Patience," Linley said as he retrieved the roasted pheasant from the bag. The aroma of the roasted pheasant caused the shadow mouse's dark eyes to gleam. It then looked imploringly at Linley. Linley's stomach ached with laughter, reminded of when he had offered treats to little Wharton, who would plead, Brother, please, with a pitiful look. Very well, here you go, Linley said, tossing the roasted pheasant to the shadow mouse. The shadow mouse chirped joyously, pouncing on the roasted pheasant. After its first bite, it devoured the bird with increasing speed. In mere moments, the roasted pheasant, nearly as large as the shadow mouse itself, was completely consumed. I cannot fathom how such a small stomach can hold so much, Linley marveled with a smile. The shadow mouse, seemingly overjoyed by the meal, hopped about gleefully, chirping at Linley and embracing his leg with its forelimbs. Linley was elated, as this was the first time the shadow mouse had shown such affection after eating. Linley, try stroking its fur. Magical beasts often enjoy having their fur groomed by those they are close to, Doring Cowart suggested. Linley cautiously placed his hand on the shadow mouse's head. The shadow mouse did not flinch, but closed its eyes in contentment. Linley began stroking its fur, and the shadow mouse purred contentedly. This little fellow is truly endearing, Linley thought, his affection for the shadow mouse growing. Grandpa Doring, magical beasts are truly peculiar, Linley said. The Tyrannosaurus, with its immense size and formidable scales, is a 7th-level magical beast. Yet, the shadow mouse, even when fully grown, may also become a 7th-level magical beast. How can there be such a disparity between them? Linley stroked the shadow mouse, pondering the matter with a sense of awe. One cannot judge solely by appearances. You might encounter an ordinary old man on the road who can ride a flying dragon and level a mountain with a wave of his hand. Doring Cowart said with a smile. Linley understood the principle, yet he still found himself instinctively judging by outward appearances. The Tyrannosaurus, with its colossal size and cold, metallic scales, exuded power. I wonder when this little shadow mouse will be willing to form an equal contract with me, Linley mused. He was helpless, as the magical beast itself had to initiate the equal contract, leaving him to passively await its occurrence. Doring Cowart chuckled. The situation is promising. Remember to be patient. Yes, I understand, Linley replied with a smile. 20 days passed since Linley began feeding the shadow mouse. The shadow mouse had grown remarkably close to Linley. Yet, despite their intimacy, the shadow mouse showed no sign of initiating an equal contract. Night enveloped the land, and the town of Wushan was tranquil. In the Baruch family's mansion, candlelight illuminated the living room as Linley and his family, along with the butler Hiri, sat at the long table for dinner. Linley, I heard you have been taking roasted rabbits to the old houses in the backyard, Hogg said, putting down his knife and fork and looking at Linley. Linley was startled. It seems I must confess, he thought, nodding to Hogg. Father, I found an adorable animal in the backyard. It is very endearing, so I have been bringing it food. An adorable animal? Wharton's eyes lit up. I see, Hogg said, nodding. The backyard is seldom visited, so it is plausible. By the way, the magic test recruitment in the royal capital, Funlai City, will begin in a week. Are you not planning to participate? Ah, the magic test recruitment? Linley exclaimed, suddenly remembering the event. A wisp of air, visible only to Linley, emerged from the coiling dragon ring, transforming into the white-haired elder Doring Cowart. Doring Cowart smiled at Linley. Linley, the magic test recruitment? It is optional. With my guidance, will you be any worse off than those taught by the Academy's mages? Linley agreed. Doring Cowart was a saint-level magus. Would a typical magic academy allow a saint-level magus to teach? What, you do not wish to go? Hogg asked, his smile fading and his brow furrowing. Hogg remembered how eager Linley had been to become a magus after witnessing the battle between the 8th-level dual-element magus and the mercenary group. Was he now hesitating? Hogg hoped his son would become a magus. Father, No, Linley, agree to your father's request, Doring Cowart said, frowning and abruptly changing his mind. Linley stopped speaking, questioning in his mind. Grandpa Doring, do I not have your guidance? With your instruction, is there a need to attend a magic academy? Would it not be a waste of the family's money? No, Doring Cowart said solemnly. I have not been in contact with the Yulan continent for over 5,000 years. 5,000 years, Linley. You must understand that the Yulan continent has countless mages constantly researching new types of magic. Who knows how many new forms of magic have emerged in 5,000 years? Linley suddenly understood. Furthermore, Linley, you must realize that Wushan Town is not your future stage. You need to step onto a broader stage, Doring Cowart said earnestly. A broader stage. Linley's heart stirred. He involuntarily recalled the immense magical beast, the Tyrannosaurus. The terrifying scene of the fire serpent dance, and the catastrophic sight of the saint-level magus Rudy effortlessly conjuring countless massive boulders. In the future, Linley's heart raced. If he could ride a dragon through the skies, wielding earth-shattering power, the feeling of standing at the pinnacle would be exquisite. The thought caused his blood to surge. Linley, what are you thinking about? Hogg asked, displeased that Linley was daydreaming while he was speaking. Nothing. Linley immediately turned to Hogg, nodding earnestly. Father, I truly wish to become a magician. Please arrange for me to attend the magic admission test in Finley City a week from now. Upon hearing this, Hogg chuckled. A magician? Oh, is that the one who breathes fire? Young Wotan joyfully clapped his little hands beside them. Wotan, that is mere juggling. Do not confuse juggling with magic. Hog admonished seriously. Oh, Wotan pouted, falling silent. Linlei smiled and asked Hog, Father, there must be quite a few magic academies. Which ones are the best? By the way, are magic academies mixed with warrior academies? Hog beamed. Speaking of which, the 4 great empires and 2 major alliances on the continent each have their top academies. You should know that the O'Brien Empire is the most powerful military empire among the 4. Linlei nodded, acknowledging this common knowledge. The foremost academy of the O'Brien Empire, O'Brien Academy, is renowned as the premier warrior academy of the entire Yulon continent. However, regarding magic academies, Hog chuckled, the first magic academy on the Yulon continent is within our Holy Alliance. Named after the legendary Pope of the Church of Light, Ernst Academy. Please recommend the new work by Dai Shalu, the Oblivious Teacher. Be sure to read the title correctly. Anyone who misreads it as the Daylight Teacher should go stand in a corner, Hog added jovially. Rest assured, Xiaolo's writings are of guaranteed quality. Have you read the song Dynasty Times? Ah. Ernst Academy, the premier magic academy of the continent. Every magician graduating from there is at least a level 6 magician, and there are many who reach level 7. Should a level 7 magician arise from our Baruch family, the possibility of reclaiming our family's treasured inheritance would be much greater. As Hog spoke, he looked at Linlei with anticipation. Linlei could sense his father's hopes. The family inheritance, a treasure lost by the dragon blood lineage, must be reclaimed. Linlei felt the weight of this responsibility. As a scion of the ancient and noble dragon blood warrior family, he took pride in his lineage. Yet the loss of their treasured inheritance was a heavy dishonor, one that had shamed both Hog and their ancestors for centuries. Alas, the family capable of wielding the battle blade slaughter was no ordinary family, and the current Baruch family was far too weak. Ernst, the legendary Pope of the Church of Light? Exclaimed Dellen Cuter beside them. Grandpa Dellen, what is it? Linlei inquired, puzzled. The legendary Pope, Ernst. Among the billions of residents in the 6 kingdoms and 15 principalities of the Holy Alliance, must be well known, Linlei stated. Familiar with the deeds of the legendary Pope, Ernst had elevated the Church of Light status and single-handedly forged the Holy Alliance. I never expected that Ernst would achieve such greatness and become the legendary Pope of the Church of Light. Dellen Cuter mused. Grandpa Dellen, do you know Pope Ernst? Linlei asked, astonished. However, upon reflection, Linlei understood. Back when the Puang Empire was united, both the Church of Light and the Church of Darkness, along with the Earth God Temple, had numerous temples under the Empire's control. Of course, Ernst was a genius, entering the holy domain before turning 50. However, in my time, he was merely a rising star, Dellen Cuter remarked nonchalantly. When Dellen Cuter was still alive, Ernst was still in his formative years. At the moment Ernst entered the holy domain, Dellen Cuter had already reached the pinnacle of the Yulon continent. Ranking among the top-tier powerhouses within the holy domain, Dellen Cuter held a position of immense prestige within the Puang Empire, far beyond what Ernst could compare to. Even Ernst would show respect and bow to Dellen Cuter. I never imagined that after my passing, Ernst would achieve such remarkable success, Dellen Cuter said with a faint smile. At this moment, Linlei could not help but admire Dellen Cuter even more, the top powerhouse of the Puang Empire era, a paragon of strength on the Yulon continent. It was indeed a stroke of fortune that he was here to guide him. At the dinner table, the Baruch family shared a joyful conversation. Linlei, a week from now, I will have Uncle Hillman take you to the capital, Finley City, for the magic admission test, Hog said with a smile. Yes, father, Linlei replied, nodding. Young Master Linlei, I believe you will surely enter the best magic academy, the butler, Hiri, chuckled. The best? Oh, the best, young Wotan exclaimed, his hands greasy from food, clapping joyfully. Hog, however, simply smiled and said, becoming a magician is not so simple. Perhaps 1 in 10,000 possesses the requisite talent. Moreover, the conditions for entering Ernst Academy are even more stringent, as only those with exceptional magical aptitude are admitted. If Linlei could become a magician, I would already feel content, regardless of which academy he enters. Father, I will not disappoint you, Linlei declared confidently, for he was already a level 1 magician. As time passed, a week flew by in the blink of an eye. Linlei lay on the grass in the family estate's backyard, with a small black shadow mouse jumping around him, chittering incessantly. However, Linlei paid it no mind. The little shadow mouse stood upright, placing its front paws on Linlei. Chirp, chirp, it complained. Linlei gently patted the little mouse's head. All right, enough of that. Tomorrow, I will leave home for the capital, and after the Magic Academy's admissions, I will be going there. I fear I won't have many opportunities to be with you after this. He knew he could not bring the little shadow mouse with him to the Magic Academy. Within the academy, every student was extraordinary, including many formidable magicians. If they discovered the little mouse, they would likely attempt to capture it. There were indeed level 7 and level 8 magicians in the academy, making it easy to seize the little shadow mouse. After all, without a binding contract. Others could still tame the little mouse. Hearing Lin Lei's words, the little shadow mouse let out a low whine. I tell you, you wouldn't understand, Lin Lei sighed, shaking his head. Entering the Magic Academy might take several years. Would they still meet again after all these years? Lin Lei tenderly stroked the little mouse's smooth fur. After nearly a month of playful antics, he had genuinely grown fond of the adorable little creature. The little shadow mouse, comforted by Lin Lei's gentle strokes, closed its eyes and purred contentedly. The following day, after lunch, in the front courtyard of the Baruch family, Hog stood straight as a spear, gazing intently at Lin Lei. Lin Lei, our town of Wushan is relatively close to the capital, only 90 miles away. You should arrive in the capital before nightfall. Remember, do not cause trouble in the capital. There are many influential figures there. Yes, father, Lin Lei answered respectfully. Hillman, I entrust Lin Lei to you, Hog said. Looking at Hillman beside him, Hillman smiled. Lord Hog, you can rest assured. Good, you may set off now, Hog laughed heartily. Goodbye, father, Lin Lei said respectfully. Then turned to smile at young Wotan. Wotan, brother is leaving now. Young Wotan blinked his eyes at Lin Lei and said reluctantly, brother, goodbye. After glancing towards the backyard, Lin Lei mused inwardly that it seemed no one would be bringing food to the shadow mouse these next couple of days. Nearby, Hillman remarked, Lin Lei, cease your reverie. Let us depart. Yes, Uncle Hillman. Lin Lei, ceasing his contemplation, promptly accompanied Uncle Hillman as they departed from the Baruch family estate. Upon the rooftop of the Baruch family's drawing room, the shadow mouse observed Lin Lei and Hillman's departure. The shadow mouse tilted its head, its eyes filled with bafflement. In its perception, Lin Lei ought to be hunting rabbits. Yet today he carried a satchel and departed with another individual. The shadow mouse harbored fondness for Lin Lei. Over the past month, the shadow mouse, devoid of kin, had come to regard Lin Lei as its own. Swish. With a swift motion, the shadow mouse vanished from the Baruch family's rooftop, traversing to another commoner's dwelling in a few bounds. Fixing its gaze upon Lin Lei and Hillman, the shadow mouse trailed Lin Lei, soon exiting Ascension village. The shadow mouse had witnessed Lin Lei venturing to Ascension to procure rabbits. However, this time, Lin Lei did not advance towards Ascension but rather proceeded along the road in another direction. The shadow mouse was instantly seized by panic. Squeak, squeak. The shadow mouse abruptly dashed towards Lin Lei. Just as Lin Lei took a step, he discovered his foot being embraced. Upon looking down, he discerned it was the shadow mouse. The shadow mouse stood erect, its forelimbs tightly clasping Lin Lei, its eyes beseeching as if on the verge of tears. Shadow mouse, what brings you here? Lin Lei inquired, somewhat taken aback. Hillman, nearby, turned his gaze. And upon beholding the shadow mouse, he exclaimed in alarm, a magical beast. Could it be a rock-devouring mouse? Hillman was not particularly knowledgeable regarding magical beast classifications. He recalled that an entire army had once been devoured by a swarm of rock-devouring mice. Thus, military personnel generally harbored apprehension towards rodent-like magical beasts. Lin Lei, exercise caution. Hillman immediately unleashed a flying kick. Lin Lei merely perceived a blur before the foot approached the shadow mouse. Yet the shadow mouse was swifter, darting onto Lin Lei's shoulder in an instant. Uncle Hillman, desist. Lin Lei finally reacted. Hillman paused, bemused. Uncle Hillman, it is the creature I have been nurturing in the backyard, Lin Lei promptly explained. Shadow mouse, is that not so? The shadow mouse seemed to comprehend Lin Lei's words, nodding its head. Hillman gazed at Lin Lei in astonishment. Lin Lei, are you saying you are raising a magical beast? Uncle Hillman, tarry a moment while I persuade the shadow mouse to return, Lin Lei implored. He then reached out and embraced the shadow mouse, addressing it, Shadow mouse. I am to depart with Uncle Hillman for the royal capital. You cannot accompany me to the royal capital, understand? The shadow mouse merely gazed at Lin Lei with a pitiable expression. As if on the verge of tears, Lin Lei placed the shadow mouse upon the ground, waving his hand. Return now, he instructed, then gesturing towards his path. I must traverse this way, towards the royal capital. As he spoke, Lin Lei waved his hand and continued onward. Squeak, squeak. The shadow mouse remained stationary, watching Lin Lei. Uncle Hillman, let us proceed. The shadow mouse is quite intelligent. It comprehends my intentions, Lin Lei remarked to Hillman, who observed the scene with some astonishment before smiling and continuing alongside Lin Lei. Observing Lin Lei as he receded into the distance, the shadow mouse remained in place, watching. Squeak, squeak. Abruptly, the shadow mouse emitted a piercing cry. Transforming into a black blur that darted forth 20 to 30 meters in an instant, its speed astonishing and its form ethereal. Lin Lei and Hillman, still conversing as they walked, were suddenly alerted by the sensation of something rapidly approaching from behind. Hillman turned around involuntarily. Swish. Before Hillman could intercede, the blur alighted nimbly beside Lin Lei's legs, sinking its teeth directly into Lin Lei's calf. A sharp pang of pain caused Lin Lei to hop up. Upon observing that it was the shadow mouse, now gazing at him with its watery eyes, Lin Lei touched his calf, discovering traces of blood seeping through. He was displeased. Yet he could not muster anger upon beholding the Shadow Mouse's demeanor. "Linley, are you unharmed?" Hillman inquired. "I am well," Linley replied with a smile. Suddenly, an intense black radiance enveloped the Shadow Mouse. A trace of blood emerged from the Shadow Mouse's lips, a mixture of Linley's and its own. The blood coalesced into two opposing black triangles, while streams of intense black light merged within, forming an arcane magical array that exuded an aura of profound darkness. Hillman and Linley observed the scene in utter astonishment. Could this be? A conjecture arose within Linley's mind. From within the coiling dragon ring, Dorian Coward emerged, his white beard quivering with elation. "Linley, that little fellow is initiating an equal contract." "An equal contract, truly?" Linley inwardly exclaimed, taken aback despite his anticipation. The arcane black magical array bifurcated, one black triangle soaring into Linley's body, the other into the Shadow Mouse. Observing this, Hillman was seized by trepidation. "Linley, are you unharmed?" Hillman inquired, concerned. "I am quite well," Linley responded, now sensing a thread of spiritual connection with the Shadow Mouse. Upon the tranquil road of Ascension village, Linley and the Shadow Mouse gazed at each other, initiating their first exchange. "Shadow Mouse, what is your name?" Linley inquired mentally. The black Shadow Mouse responded with excitement. B. Linley stared blankly at the Shadow Mouse. What is the Shadow Mouse saying? Linley wondered, uncomprehending. Dorian Coward, his beard reaching his chest, appeared beside him, conveying mentally, "Linley." That Shadow Mouse is still in its infancy, unable to articulate precise syllables. Even in spiritual communication, it can only convey rudimentary meanings through their spiritual link. Linley sensed the Shadow Mouse's elation. However, the Shadow Mouse was incapable of uttering coherent syllables. You say B is something like that. Shall I call you BB? How does that sound?" Linley inquired with a smile. The Shadow Mouse appeared to ponder, then nodded its head joyfully. "BB," Linley exclaimed, grinning broadly. "Squeak, squeak." The Shadow Mouse responded, bounding about. "BB. Squeak, squeak. BB. Squeak, squeak." An 8.5-year-old boy and a small Shadow Mouse exclaimed with elation. "Linley, what? What is transpiring?" Hillman inquired, belatedly reacting, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Linley, what was that black magical array? What has occurred? Are you unharmed?" Hillman had heard of dark magic and its potential for curses. Could Linley have been cursed? With his limited understanding of magic, Hillman was seized by apprehension and concern. "Haha, nothing amiss. BB has merely become my magical beast," Linley responded, elated. "Come, BB, onto my shoulder." The Shadow Mouse chirped joyfully, leaping onto Linley's shoulder in an instant. You subdued it?" Hillman stammered. Hillman, having witnessed the world, knew that subduing a magical beast was an arduous task. Yet Linley had just subjugated one. Hillman felt bewildered. You possess no soul contract scroll. How is this possible?" "Enough, Uncle Hillman," Linley interjected with a smile. "Let us hasten our journey. Finlay City, in the royal capital, is still quite distant." With that, Linley grasped Hillman's hand, urging him forward on their journey to the royal capital. Meanwhile, the little Shadow Mouse, BB, perched upon Linley's shoulder, chirping with delight. Amidst the squeaks of the Shadow Mouse, Linley, Hillman, and the diminutive creature evanesced into the path's terminus. Chapter 7. The city of Finley. To the west of the Beast Mountain Range on the continent of Yulon lies the city of Finley, the capital of the Finley Kingdom and the foremost kingdom within the Holy Alliance. Finley City serves not only as the royal capital but also as the Holy City, as the headquarters of the Light Church is situated in the western part of the city. The city is primarily divided into two sections, the East City, managed by the Finley Kingdom, and the West City, governed by the Light Church. As both the royal and holy center, Finley City boasts unparalleled prosperity across the entire continent of Yulon. The city spans a vast area, housing over 1 million residents, ranking among the top 5 super cities in the realm. One evening, Linley and Hillman entered Finley City, walking along the main thoroughfare of East City. Avenue de Champs, Lis Es, Linley was overwhelmed by the vibrant sights. His little Shadow Mouse, Bebe, was nestled inside his clothing, peeking out with curiosity. The bustling atmosphere of the avenue drowned out the excited squeaks of Bebe, allowing Linley to gently hush the little creature, which communicated its thrill through their soul bond. The Avenue de Champs, Lis Es, was paved with smooth bluestone, wide enough for several carriages to traverse side by side. Flanking the street were various establishments, including hotels, clothing boutiques, weapon shops, and bars, all nestled beside neatly arranged rows of towering pine trees. Elegant ladies and young women, adorned in the latest fashions, strolled along, laughing and chatting. Some noble women, noticing Linley's awe, exchanged hushed giggles and pointed at him. Clearly viewing his reaction as that of a country bumpkin visiting the city, Linley frowned at their mockery, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction at their condescension. Raised within the confines of family values, he quickly suppressed his emotions, appearing far more composed on the surface. Hillman, What do you think of Finley City? It is the largest city in our Holy Alliance, Hillman remarked as they walked along the street, observing the soldiers and the occasional mage passing by. Indeed, powerful warriors and mages are commonplace in Finley City, Lin Lei replied with a smile. According to texts, Finley City is the political, economic, and artistic heart of the Holy Alliance. It is a paradise for the wealthy and influential. Hillman nodded in agreement. Amidst the hustle and bustle of Avenue de Champs, Lysies, luxurious carriages frequently passed by. After a brief tour, Hillman led Lin Lei to a modest inn for their stay. Adjacent to the inn was a small restaurant where they enjoyed dinner that evening. Later, in their shared room at the inn, Lin Lei and Darren Covart settled in. As soon as they entered, Bebe leaped from Lin Lei's chest, scampering around and squeaking excitedly. I know you're hungry. Go ahead and eat, Lin Lei said, tossing a roasted duck from the restaurant onto the floor. Bebe eagerly began to tear into the feast. Rest early. We have a magic test in the morning, Hillman advised. Understood, Uncle Hillman, Lin Lei replied, though he moved to the window and pulled back the curtains. The inn had 3 stories, and while such heights were uncommon in the small town of Wushan, they were quite common in the royal city of Finley, where buildings of 7 or 8 stories stood tall. Gazing out at the lively street below, Lin Lei felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Oh, it has been a long time since I have seen a grand city, he sighed as a misty figure emerged from the dragon ring, transforming into an elderly man with white hair. Darren Covart stood beside Lin Lei, both observing the bustling street below. Lin Lei he greeted warmly. How do you feel about being in a large city? Darren Covart asked with a smile. Not much different, Lin Lei replied with a slight pout. Darren Covart, however, expressed his thoughts. You have only just arrived. You are unfamiliar with the dynamics of a large city. Here, there are various extravagant establishments, including grand auctions where wealthy individuals can spend tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of gold coins on a single item. Hundreds of thousands of gold coins? Lin Lei felt a dryness in his throat. What an unfathomable sum. He realized that even within his family, they likely could not muster 10,000 gold coins. There are many wealthy individuals here, and the competition for money, power, and beauty is fierce. Every day, lives are lost in the city. It is not uncommon to find corpses in the sewers of the slums, some perhaps belonging to nobles, Darren Covart noted with a calm demeanor. However, to stand firm in this world, one must possess strength. Do not expect kindness from others. Everything relies on your own capabilities, he advised Lin Lei, who felt the warrior's blood within him stirring, a desire for battle and vengeance. If anyone threatens me or my loved ones, I will not hesitate to eliminate them, Lin Lei declared resolutely. He understood well from the stories he had read about the rise and fall of families that mercy towards enemies could lead to one's own demise. To spare an enemy may cost the lives of those dear to you. Yet, Lin Lei acknowledged that his current strength was still limited. He recalled the disdainful looks from the noble women upon entering Finley City, perceiving him merely as a poor country lad in their eyes. With a serene smile, Lin Lei settled onto his bed, assuming a meditative posture to cultivate his mental strength. This practice entailed utilizing various methods to exhaust his mental energy until he reached a threshold, then recuperating through sleep. Within his chest, a murky yellow mist swirled, representing the earth element's magical energy refined through training. According to Darren Covart, the magical energy of a 1st to 6th level mage manifests as mist. As one ascends in level, the quality of the magical energy improves, increasing in density. Upon reaching the 7th level, magical energy condenses into liquid form, marking a significant threshold in a mage's journey. Hillman observed Lin Lei diligently practicing his mental strength even at night, silently admiring his dedication. For both mages and warriors, mental acuity is of utmost importance. The following morning, on Greenleaf Road in East City, a principal thoroughfare lined with opulent mansions and royal buildings, the tallest structure was the Cathedral of the Light Church. The Light Church governs the entire Holy Alliance, with the Pope holding supreme authority, able to dismiss kings of kingdoms. Thus, even in East City, the tallest edifice remains that of the Light Church. On this particular morning, a large crowd gathered at the cathedral's entrance, predominantly composed of nobles in elegant attire. Numerous carriages nearly filled the spacious square as nobles exchanged pleasantries. Lin Lei and Hillman arrived at this bustling scene. Uncle Hillman, there are so many people here today, and many nobles have brought their children, Lin Lei remarked cheerfully, while Bebe peeked out from within Lin Lei's clothing, curiously observing the surroundings. Hillman nodded with a calm smile, stating, Nobility? Any mage who graduates from the esteemed Ernst Academy, the foremost institution of magic, can easily attain the title of count within a kingdom. Upon hearing this, Lin Lei understood immediately. While acquiring a noble title in a kingdom is relatively straightforward, attaining such a rank in an empire presents a formidable challenge. After all, any of the 4 great empires can rival the entire Holy Alliance, far surpassing the modest Finley kingdom. Oh, Lord Dole, you have arrived as well? Hillman continued. I am here for my son, Hess, to pay a visit to Uncle Heber. Not far away, a group of nobles exchanged pleasantries. The fee for the magical enrollment test alone amounts to 10 gold coins. Once accepted into a magical academy, the tuition fees escalate even further. Typically, the annual tuition for a magical institution is in the hundreds of gold coins, a burden insurmountable for most ordinary families. However, should their children gain admission, it is assured that some noble patrons will provide financial support. Yet, not all magical academies impose exorbitant fees. For instance, the first magical academy, Ernst Academy, offers full tuition waivers for the offspring of those belonging to the Holy Alliance, given that only the most gifted individuals are admitted. Their future potential is boundless. Can you believe those commoners and country folk dare to come here? What a delusion! Scoffed some nobles from a distance. Among the hundreds gathered in the square, there were indeed a few commoners and country gentry like Linley. Generally, these rural nobles are also looked down upon, as the nobles residing in the royal capital tend to be proud and disdainful. Linley, do not stoop to their level, Hillman whispered. Linley glanced at the group of nobles and chuckled softly, replying, Uncle Hillman, I have no intention of engaging with such individuals. After years of education from my father, Hogg, I have learned not to care for those self-important nobles of the royal capital. The entire square was evidently divided into two circles, one comprising the lofty and articulate nobles, and the other consisting of commoners or lesser gentry. At that moment, two armored warriors stood at the entrance of the church, barring outsiders from entry. After a while, a priest clad in a flowing black robe emerged, pausing at the church entrance. With a smile, he proclaimed in a clear voice, the magical testing is about to commence, and representatives from various magical academies are prepared. All those wishing to undertake the magical test, please follow me into the hall. Chapter 8, The Magic Assessment, Part 1. Under the guidance of the clerics, everyone in the plaza entered the hall of the cathedral in an orderly fashion. Inside, the expansive hall featured a polished marble floor and colossal crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. Despite the presence of hundreds of people, the hall did not feel cramped. At the front of the hall, a row of chairs was arranged, occupied by recruitment personnel from various academies. In the very center lay the assessment area. The black-robed cleric announced with a resonant smile, the assessment area is in the center. Participants, please proceed one at a time. Others are not permitted to enter the central circle. Those preparing for the assessment, please form a queue, and family members should remain to the side. Linley, here's the assessment fee and your identification. Go ahead. Oh, and the shadow mouse can stay with me for now. It might be cumbersome during the assessment, Hiri said. BB, stay with Uncle Hiri for now. I'm going to take the assessment. Linley communicated with the shadow mouse telepathically. The shadow mouse stirred reluctantly in Linley's arms, but, upon Linley's repeated request, scampered into Hiri's clothing. Linley then accepted 10 gold coins and joined the queue, where he saw youths ranging from 6 or 7 years old to 17 or 18. These children formed two long lines as the clergy collected the assessment fees. The central circle had a diameter of 10 meters and contained 3 adults, 2 responsible for the assessment and 1 for recording results. The assessment tools consisted of a crystal ball and a hexagonal, intricate magic array. Next, the balding old man said, pointing directly at the crystal ball, place your hand on the crystal ball to test your elemental affinity. The first participant, a boy of 12 or 13, nervously placed his right hand on the crystal ball. Immediately, the entire crystal ball emitted a hazy, faint red glow, with occasional traces of green interspersed within. The balding old man glanced at the paper in his hand and stated impassively, age 12, elemental affinity, fire element, medium, wind element, inferior. Now, enter the magic array to test your spiritual force. Remember, stand straight, do not kneel or fall, and endure for as long as possible. The balding old man's voice remained cold as the boy nodded and stepped into the hexagonal magic array. The balding old man then emanated a pure white light, which merged into the magic array. A light, magic deterrent. The testing methods are still so primitive. Dylan Covart emerged, descending beside Linley. Grandpa Dylan, Linley said, feeling reassured by Dylan Covart's presence. Magic assessment prioritizes testing spiritual force with elemental affinity as a secondary consideration. After half a year of meditation, your spiritual force should be 16 or 17 times that of your peers, Dylan Covart said to Linley with a smile. These will be very simple for you. Soon, the boy in the magic array could no longer endure and collapsed. Spiritual force is approximately twice that of his peers. No potential to become a magician. The balding old man announced impassively. The magic array ceased operation, and the boy walked away dejectedly. A clamor arose from the surroundings. Silence, the balding old man said sternly, and the nobles dared not utter a sound. Next, Dylan Covart watched the scene with interest. One after another, the youths were tested, and the first 10 all failed to qualify. At this moment, a young girl was in the magic array, enduring longer than the previous 10. Oh, the balding old man's eyes lit up, and he immediately increased the power of the magic array. After a while, the girl finally knelt on one knee. The balding old man nodded approvingly, a hint of a smile finally appearing on his face. Spiritual force is 8 times that of her peers, reaching the baseline for becoming a magician. Her elemental affinity is also medium. She can become a magician. The balding old man's pronouncement determined the girl's fate. Ah, that's wonderful. The first to exclaim was not the girl but her father, a balding gentlemanly middle-aged man. Silence, the balding old man said with a dissatisfied snort. Immediately, a cleric came over and escorted the girl and her father to the recruitment personnel from the various magic academies. Many people looked at the girl with envy. Becoming a magician meant both status and power. As time passed, more and more people filled the hall, because the magic assessment was to continue for 7 days. Most people were not in a hurry. When it was Linley's turn, the number of participants in the hall had grown so much that the queue extended outside. Next, the balding old man said again. Linley composed himself and stepped forward, while Dylan Covart remained by his side. In Dylan Covart's estimation, only saint-level experts could barely sense his presence. These ordinary magicians would not be able to detect him at all. Linley placed his hand on the crystal ball. Instantly, like the sun, the entire crystal ball blazed with light. Earth yellow and azure light intertwined, with even a tiny wisp of fiery red occasionally mixed in. The blinding light even caused those nearby to squint. Seeing the crystal ball shining like the sun, everyone in the hall was stunned. The balding old man trembled as he looked at the paper in his hand, which clearly stated that Linley was only 8 years old. Age 8, elemental affinity, earth element. Wind element, supreme. Fire element, medium. The balding old man felt his heart pounding. The elemental affinity of most magicians was medium, slightly superior was very rare, and supreme was exceedingly scarce. In other words, if others spent 10 hours refining magic power, Linley would likely achieve the same effect in 1 hour. Hiss. A collective gasp filled the hall. Elemental affinity was supreme, and for 2 elements. This was terrifying. Wind element? Supreme? Dylan Covart asked in surprise. Oh, I'm also skilled in the wind element. Linley himself was taken aback and involuntarily inquired of Dylan Covart. Dylan Covart chuckled dryly. Linley, I said before that I could only detect earth, elemental affinity. By the way, when you were refining magic power, didn't you sense the wind element? Wind element? Linley paused. The first time you taught me to refine magic power, you told me not to be distracted. At the time, I noticed there were also azure light spots around, but I didn't think much of it. However, later, when absorbing earth elements, I was surrounded by earth elements, and there were no azure light spots. Dylan Covart understood. When cultivating magic power, especially for dual magicians, if one only focuses on cultivating one will absorb the surrounding earth elements, while the wind elements will be excluded. Each time I cultivated afterward, it was with earth elements around me, and I didn't think about those azure light spots. Linley was now very happy. He knew that the strength of dual magicians was greater than that of single magicians. After testing elemental affinity, we should test spiritual force. Chapter 9. The Magic Test, Part 2. Remember, when testing your mental strength, it is imperative to endure for as long as possible. Dylan Covart suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. I know nothing of wind magic. You truly must attend the Magic Academy. Such a formidable affinity for the elements would be a tremendous loss if you do not pursue wind magic. Linley understood this well. Please step into the magic circle. The bald elder addressed Linley with an uncommon politeness. Even the surrounding nobles regarded Linley with newfound respect. An extraordinary elemental affinity implies a capacity to refine magical energy in a brief span, allowing more time for honing mental strength. His future prospects are boundless. As Linley stepped into the magic circle, a warm white light emanated, and an immediate pressure bore down upon his soul. The intimidation of light magic was feeble in comparison to the dragon might of the black dragon from 6 months prior. Linley found himself contemplating other matters as time passed. The brilliance of the magic circle intensified, and likewise, the pressure escalated. The entire assembly in the cathedral hall held its breath, all aware that the unassuming youth before them was destined to become a formidable mage. Who is that young man? Which family does he belong to? The nobles murmured among themselves. A youth of such potential might become a powerful ally if befriended early on. His name is Linley. Some recruitment personnel learned of his identity from the testing staff. The group of recruiters from various magic academies, who had previously been engaged in casual conversation, now rushed over to observe. Every academy aspired to enlist prodigious talents. Within the magic circle, Linley stood resolute against the intimidation, breathing heavily. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The immense pressure felt like a mountain pressing down, continuously increasing. Yet, Linley persevered. The longer he held out, the better the academy he might enter. Gritting his teeth, he sustained his resolve. When the pressure reached its zenith, he could no longer withstand it, collapsing to one knee. Hands braced against the ground. All eyes turned towards the bald elder. With a radiant expression, the elder declared, Mental strength, 18 times that of his peers, superior. Superior mental strength coupled with extraordinary elemental affinity. Immediately, several recruiters from the magic academies surged forward. Hello, Linley. I am from Rand Magic Academy. We extend a sincere invitation for you to join our academy. Tuition will be waived, and you will receive a scholarship of 1,000 gold coins each year, along with instruction from seasoned mages. Linley, I am from Wielding Magic Academy. Faced with such enthusiasm, Linley stood momentarily stunned, marveling at how quickly word of his name had spread among the academies. Ahem, everyone, please return to your places. We must continue the testing. The bald elder spoke gently. He could afford to be proud with common folk, yet remained courteous towards those from the magic academies. Linley, we at Ernst Academy sincerely invite you to join us. A voice resonated from afar, silencing the hall. Even the bald elder ceased speaking. Linley turned to see a middle-aged man in a white robe approaching with a smile. Extraordinary elemental affinity, superior mental strength, and dual extraordinary capabilities. Linley, we at Ernst Academy warmly welcome you. Would you be willing to join us? Beside him, Hillman was momentarily dumbfounded before rushing to Linley's side, visibly trembling with excitement. Ernst Academy? What did it signify to enter the most prestigious magic academy in Yulon continent? It meant that upon graduation, even a common member of Ernst Academy could easily attain the rank of count within a kingdom. Exceptional students were earnestly sought after by the 4 great empires. Moreover, Ernst Academy enrolled only 100 students annually. 100 students a year, what odds? Every student admitted to Ernst Academy could be deemed a genius. Linley, accept their offer, Hillman urged fervently. Linley felt a surge of exhilaration within. Yet his mind remained clear and calm. He understood that becoming a member of Ernst Academy, under the tutelage of der Linkavort, would enable him to attain the status of a 7th or 8th level mage within decades. His family could rise once more. Sir, I would be honored to become a member of Ernst Academy, Linley replied respectfully. The middle-aged man in the white robe, taken aback by Linley's composure, continued to smile. Linley, I will report your information to the academy. When you arrive, simply present your identification for another test, and you will officially become a member. Impersonation is futile, as an additional test is required upon arrival at the academy. The academic year commences on February 9th. You must arrive before this date. Here is a certificate, serving as proof of your acceptance. The white-robed man produced a red letter. In truth, he had already inscribed Linley's name on the acceptance letter upon learning of his test results, confident that no one would decline Ernst Academy's invitation. Thank you. Linley accepted the red letter. Though he outwardly displayed little excitement, Hillman was beside himself. What noble did not revere an Ernst Academy student? Linley's future achievements could now be anticipated with certainty. Hillman, let us depart. Linley placed the red letter close to his heart and walked alongside Hillman towards the hall's exit. In the crowded hall, both nobles and commoners parted to create a path. Even the nobles who had previously looked down upon Linley now wore friendly and amiable expressions. Their demeanor transformed. An Ernst Academy student, a symbol of status. Under the gaze of nobles, commoners, and even clergy, Linley and Hillman exited the cathedral hall. Squeak. Upon leaving, the little shadow mouse chirped, sensing the excitement within Linley. At this moment, Linley allowed his exhilaration to surface, clenching his fist with fervor, and turned to Hillman, exclaiming, Uncle Hillman, we must return at once. To Wu Mountain Town. I must share this news with my father. At the Baruch family estate in Wu Mountain Town, Lord Hogg had just finished lunch and was leisurely reading in a recliner outside. Suddenly, 2 figures rushed into the estate, Linley and Hillman, who had hurried back from Finley City. Their faces were alight with uncontainable excitement as Linley called out, Father, I'm back. Lord Hogg, Hillman added, equally thrilled. Hogg looked up to see the jubilant expressions on Linley and Hillman's faces and felt a surge of anticipation. He stood, gazing at them with a quivering voice. How did the magic test go? The Baruch family had been in a prolonged state of obscurity, desperately in need of a remarkable figure to restore its former glory. Lord Hogg, it is Ernst Academy. Linley has been accepted into Ernst Academy. Hogg was filled with excitement as he spoke. At that moment, Hogg felt as though his mind was deprived of oxygen, leaving him utterly blank. Lord Hogg, Hillman called out a couple of times, gradually regaining his cognitive faculties. Hogg breathed heavily as he gazed at Hillman, incredulously asking, Ernst, did you say Ernst Academy? Hogg's eyes widened in disbelief. Father, this is the admission letter from Ernst Academy. Linley directly handed the crimson letter to his father. Hogg was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly seized the letter, tearing it open and holding his breath as he carefully examined the admission notice inside. The bright red names, Ernst Academy and Linley, leapt out at him. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Ancestors of the Baruch family, our lineage has hope. Hogg suddenly threw his head back in laughter, shaking with joy as tears streamed down his face. Our Baruch family has hope. His somewhat manic laughter and tears left Linley in a state of shock. Father, Linley whispered, seemingly fearful of disturbing his father. He had never witnessed such unrestrained joy in Hogg before, and the tears flowing down his father's face stirred something deep within Linley. At that moment, Butler Shiri approached. Equally astonished by Hogg's reaction, utterly oblivious to what had transpired. Hogg took a deep breath, looking at Linley with overwhelming excitement. Good, good. Hillman, Uncle Shiri. Tonight, I shall host a grand banquet. Quickly, prepare well. I am elated, extraordinarily so. With a son like this, I can die content, knowing I have honored the ancestors of the Baruch family. Yes, Lord Hogg, both Hillman and Butler Shiri replied. Suddenly, a small shadow mouse named Bebe jumped out from Linley's arms, standing on his shoulder and glaring at Hogg with fury in its tiny eyes. Linley, sensing the mouse's displeasure, found it amusing. It turned out that the little shadow mouse had been sound asleep in his embrace, but Hogg's boisterous laughter had startled it awake. Shadow mice sleep extensively during their youth and detest being roused, hence its current anger. A shadow mouse, a magical beast? Hogg's expression changed drastically upon seeing the creature. Father. Linley hastily interjected, the shadow mouse has formed a soul contract with me. Hogg seemed struck by lightning, staring blankly for a while. You tamed this magical beast? To tame a magical beast, 2 conditions must be met. First, to make the beast submit. Second, to establish a soul contract magic array. Hogg was well aware of Linley's limited abilities. He was quite weak, and the weakest shadow mouse was at least level 3. The very notion that Linley could set up such a magic array seemed utterly impossible. Yes, father, I have tamed it, Linley stated solemnly. Hogg felt as if his son had transformed into someone entirely different from the boy he had always known. Lord Hogg, Linley truly tamed the shadow mouse. I witnessed it with my own eyes. This is the very creature Linley has been nurturing with wild rabbits and mountain chickens these past few days. Hillman explained from the side. Nurtured creature? Hogg suddenly recalled, staring incredulously at Linley. The magical shadow mouse you mentioned. Is it the adorable creature you've been feeding in the abandoned house in the backyard? Linley nodded honestly. Hogg found himself in a blend of laughter and tears, astonished that an adorable creature could indeed be a magical beast. Although he was puzzled about how Linley had formed a soul contract with the little shadow mouse. He was in no hurry, his spirits were soaring high. Enough of this, Uncle Shiri, Hillman, gather some guards and prepare quickly. I am hosting a grand banquet tonight. Hogg laughed heartily, his laughter resonating with confidence. Linley observed his father. From his earliest memories until now, he had never seen him so joyfully exuberant. That evening, the Baruch family was filled with merriment. Even the family's dozen or so guards and their families were invited. 5 dining tables were set up in the open area of the Baruch family courtyard, and laughter echoed throughout the estate. Delicious, delicious. Little Wotan eagerly grabbed food from one plate to another, thoroughly excited. Young Master Linley, congratulations on your admission to Ernst Academy. In the future, you will surely become a formidable and great magician. One of the family guards cheerfully congratulated Linley. During the banquet, Linley was the center of attention. Upon learning of Linley's impending entry into Ernst Academy, everyone was elated. One could easily imagine that stepping into Ernst Academy would pave the way for a bright future. Linley's future would undoubtedly far exceed the confines of their humble town, Wushan. Brother, they're all toasting to you. I shall toast as well. Little Wotan exclaimed. Raising a cup of juice, Linley looked at his brother's greasy hands, chuckling helplessly, yet he still raised his juice cup to clink with Wotan's. Come, let us drink. Brother. Linley smiled, lifting his cup. As the night deepened, only Linley and Hogg remained in the family hall. The doors were closed, and a row of candles lit the hall, creating a cozy warmth. At that moment, Hogg gazed at the array of ancestral tablets at the front of the hall, his voice low and solemn. Linley, since the birth of the 5th Dragon Blood Warrior, our Baruch family has been in decline for generations. We even had to sell our heirloom. Every time I think of this, I feel an immense shame. We are, after all, a family of Dragon Blood Warriors. Linley stood silently behind, sharing in his father's sense of shame. A family with a lineage of over 5,000 years, a family of Dragon Blood Warriors, filled Linley with pride. Yet now, they had fallen to the point of losing their heirloom. Linley, Hogg suddenly turned around, looking at him earnestly. From today onward, I shall no longer see you as a child, but as the pillar of our Baruch family's future. The fate of our family rests upon your shoulders. Yes, father. Linley nodded resolutely. Wait here. I will retrieve something. Hogg abruptly turned and walked towards the inner chamber of the hall. After a brief moment, he returned holding a book. Linley, take this and study it well. Remember everything. What is this? Linley asked, perplexed, as he received the book, which bore no title on its cover. However, upon flipping it open, the first page revealed the 4 large characters, Dragon Blood Secret Tome. The Dragon Blood Secret Tome? Linley exclaimed, looking up at his father in astonishment. Hogg smiled, saying, it is not merely the Dragon Blood Secret Tome. This book contains many matters related to our Baruch family. including the Dragonblood secret tome, the methods for crafting Dragonblood needles, and the achievements of our ancestors throughout the generations. Lin Lei carefully flipped through the pages. Indeed, the first quarter of the book addressed the Dragonblood secret tome, while the remaining 3 quarters pertained to various family matters. Lin Lei, this book is of no use to outsiders. They cannot possibly cultivate the Dragonblood secret tome, and as for the family matters, what use would it be to others? Thus, there is no need to worry. Besides, there are several copies within the family. This one is merely a copy. The original has long turned to ash with the passage of time, Hogg said with a smile. Lin Lei couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, it was true. Others could do nothing with it. He immediately grew curious and began to read the initial contents of the Dragonblood secret tome. To cultivate the Dragonblood secret tome, one must awaken the Dragonblood warrior lineage within. There are 2 primary methods to awaken the Dragonblood warrior lineage. First, the concentration of the Dragonblood warrior lineage must reach a certain level. If the concentration is insufficient, there is a second method. Upon reading this, Lin Lei froze in surprise. Are there alternatives to achieving a certain concentration of Dragonblood warrior lineage? Why has the family been unsuccessful for so many years? The second method involves imbibing fresh dragon blood, preferably from a dragon that has passed away within minutes. As the potency diminishes significantly with time, consuming dragon blood can potentially awaken dormant Dragonblood warrior lineage within. Ideally, one should ingest the blood of a saint-level dragon for optimal results. The likelihood of activating the lineage is considerably lower with the blood of a 9th-level magical beast dragon. Upon reading this, Lin Lei was taken aback. The ancestors of the family were indeed formidable, conceiving the idea of consuming fresh dragon blood while cultivating the Dragonblood mystics. Lin Lei couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Imbibing fresh dragon blood, and from a saint-level dragon at that? Lin Lei, your family's predecessors were truly remarkable, Dylan Covart remarked, appearing beside Lin Lei and expressing astonishment at the introductory passage of the Dragonblood mystics. Hogg, oblivious to Dylan Covart's presence, lamented to Lin Lei, "You see, Lin Lei, according to our ancestors, the Dragonblood warrior lineage lies dormant deep within our blood. To awaken it, these are the only 2 methods. However, the second method, consuming fresh dragon blood, is far from easy." He continued. Lin Lei turned to the reverse side. Lin Lei flipped the page. However, the second method, consuming fresh dragon blood, is fraught with peril. Dragon blood is exceedingly potent and possesses the ability to enhance physical constitution. When applied to the body, it can drastically improve one's physique. However, it also inflicts excruciating pain, akin to being flayed alive. This is merely when applied externally. If ingested, it can feel as though one's insides are being consumed by fire, potentially leading to death from ruptured blood vessels. Upon reading this passage, Lin Lei was rendered speechless. Father, who authored this Dragonblood mystics? If it's so dangerous, why did he include it? Lin Lei questioned, at a loss for words. Hogg replied somberly, Lin Lei, this Dragonblood mystics was written by our family's founder, the first Dragonblood warrior of the Yulan continent, Baruch. If he included it, there must be a reason. Even though 2 descendants in our family's history ingested saint-level fresh dragon blood, they both succumbed to ruptured blood vessels and died instantly. Someone in history consumed saint-level fresh dragon blood? Lin Lei inquired, surprised. In retrospect, it's not entirely unexpected. The first, second, and third patriarchs of the family were all Dragonblood warriors. Back then, the Baruch family was at the height of its glory. Acquiring a saint-level dragon for bloodletting wouldn't have been impossible. The events of those years are too distant, and the true secrets aren't detailed in this book. All I know is that the Dragon clan even negotiated with our Baruch family because of this matter. However, since then, no one has attempted it. As the family declined, we no longer had the opportunity to drink dragon blood. Hogg sighed, shaking his head. Lin Lei nodded in understanding. The Dragon clan is proud, as documented in most books. Capturing a saint-level dragon for bloodletting is a great humiliation for them. It's fortunate that the Baruch family wasn't annihilated by the Dragon clan's fury. This also illustrates the Baruch family's strength in the past. Wait, father. If no one has successfully become a Dragonblood warrior by consuming dragon blood, why did our ancestor write this mystic text and claim that one could cultivate by drinking fresh dragon blood, and even mention that 9th-level magical beast dragons have some effect? Lin Lei asked, genuinely puzzled. Hogg paused. Lin Lei, don't ask too much. I've only learned about the family's history from this book. As for what happened 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, we can't possibly know, Hogg said with a smile. Lin Lei nodded. However, Lin Lei remained perplexed. If the book states that no one has succeeded by consuming dragon blood, why does the Dragonblood mystics still include this method? Lin Lei, it's getting late. Go back and rest for tonight, Hogg said with a smile. Lin Lei nodded. Night. Lin Lei returned to his bedroom, holding the book, but still feeling puzzled. Grandpa Dylan, you said that if no one has succeeded with this method, how was it discovered? Lin Lei couldn't comprehend the question. Dylan Covart, being an old sage, stroked his white beard and said smugly, Lin Lei, This question is simple. As far as I know, the Dragon Clan is very proud, and they are very, very powerful. I suspect that cultivating by drinking fresh dragon blood should be effective, but your family must have been pressured by the Dragon Clan. So some content in this book was tampered with. Linley immediately understood. That's very possible, due to pressure from the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Blood warriors of the Baruch family were no longer allowed to capture dragons for blood-drinking cultivation. Of course, this is just my speculation, Dylan Covart said casually, and Linley. As far as I know, drinking fresh dragon blood isn't a dead end, as long as it's taken with blueheart grass. It can counteract the harm of the dragon blood. But this secret recipe is probably unknown to many people now. Linley was startled. Then, he was overjoyed, Grandpa Dylan. You said that drinking fresh dragon blood with blueheart grass is safe? Dylan Covart nodded confidently, of course. Back in the Puang Empire, a princess suffered from a serious illness, and it was cured by taking fresh dragon blood with blueheart grass. In that time, it was I who captured a saint-level dragon. I remember that the old court physician who provided this secret recipe once said that everything in the world has something that can subdue it. No matter what the material is, there are other materials that can neutralize it. And this secret recipe was only known to that court physician and me back then. And now that 6,000 years have passed, probably few people know about it, Dylan Covart said indifferently. Linley nodded. Fresh dragon blood, blueheart grass. Linley's eyes gleamed with excitement. When I improve my strength in the future, reach the 9th level Magus or even higher, I will use fresh dragon blood and blueheart grass to make Wharton a dragon blood warrior. Linley even thought, when I have the opportunity, I will take it myself. If I can become a saint-level Magus and a dragon blood warrior in the future. Of course, that was just a dream. First of all, capturing a saint-level dragon is an unattainable dream. The road is still long. Sleep, sleep. I have to continue training tomorrow morning. Chapter 12. The Bequest as time flows. Several months have swiftly passed, and February has arrived, with many trees on Mount Wu beginning to sprout new buds, heralding the subtle arrival of spring. Beneath an ancient tree, Linley sits cross-legged, engaged in meditation to refine his magical energy. In this meditative state, Linley distinctly senses a multitude of earthy yellow and azure light points swirling around him, continuously entering his body from various parts, penetrating through his limbs and bones, ultimately converging in the center of his chest, in the Zhong Dantian. Within the Zhong Dantian, a mist of earthy yellow and azure fills the air. The earthy yellow mist represents earth-type magical energy, while the azure mist signifies wind-type magical energy. With a gentle exhale, Linley emerges from his meditation. Dylan Cowett, clad in a moon-white robe, smiles as he sits cross-legged on the ground, observing the scenery around him. Upon noticing Linley awaken, he chuckles and remarks, Linley, tomorrow you will embark on your journey to Ernst Academy, and here you are, working so diligently today. Linley smirks in response, Grandpa Dylan. You once said that true strength comes from persistent daily practice, without a moment's relaxation. Only through long-term training can one achieve remarkable power. Ah, you little rascal. Now you're instructing me. Dylan Cowett playfully scolds. Hee, Linley grins. Suddenly, a dark shadow flickers in the distance, reappearing on Linley's shoulder. It's the shadow mouse Bebe. At this moment, little Bebe is baring its teeth at Linley while pointing at a dead wild rabbit on the ground. Seeing Bebe's expression, Linley chuckles. Do you want me to roast it for you? Bebe nods vigorously. Linley, Dylan Cowett communicates telepathically, this little shadow mouse is quite peculiar. It has not shown any growth over several months, yet it should have developed significantly during its infancy. I'm puzzled by it as well. Linley shakes his head. Despite Bebe's lack of growth, its speed has indeed increased remarkably. Truly strange, Dylan Cowett muses, glancing at Bebe, who remains oblivious to the scrutinizing spirit. Realizing that the hour is late and that he must partake in evening training soon, Linley stands up, grasping the dead rabbit as he descends the mountain. Dylan Cowett floats beside him, expressing discontent. Linley, you are destined to be a magician. Why are you still engaging in warrior training? Linley smiles, Grandpa Dylan. I've discovered that warrior training can enhance my willpower, and with increased willpower, my mental fortitude also improves. I am aware of that, Dylan Cowett responds, somewhat disgruntled. But the primitive training cannot possibly match the speed of a magician's meditation and enhancing mental strength. Linley remains silent. The truth is that while warrior training does indeed bolster mental fortitude, it serves merely as an excuse. His continued engagement in warrior training stems from the desire to prepare his body for future endeavors, particularly if he ever has the opportunity to consume the blood of a living dragon and practice the dragon blood secret. The body serves as a vessel, and the fighting spirit is akin to wine. Thus, the physical form is paramount. By laying a solid foundation now, Linley ensures a swifter progression in mastering the dragon blood secret later. In truth, with Linley's affinity for elements, he can refine magical energy in a relatively short time each day. Most of his time is devoted to meditation to strengthen his mental prowess. However, Constant meditation can be exhausting, and warrior training serves as a refreshing diversion. The following morning, the residents of Wu Mountain Town gather in droves along the streets to bid farewell to Lin Lei. The emergence of a magician from Ernst Academy is an immense honor for Wu Mountain Town. Across the entire Yulon continent, Ernst Academy admits only 100 students each year. At this moment, Lin Lei remains within the Baruch family's estate, where Hillman and a group of guards stand outside the gates. In the front courtyard, only Hogg, Lin Lei, Walton, and the butler, Siri, are present. Lin Lei, today as you head to Ernst Academy, you will become an official member of Ernst. Once you graduate, you will be a formidable magician. Hogg, filled with unspoken sentiments, wishes to impart a farewell message. After a long pause, he manages to convey a few simple words. Lin Lei, remember the aspirations of our Baruch ancestors over the centuries, and do not forget our family's disgrace. Hogg's countenance darkens slightly. Upon graduation, you will at least be a level 6 magician. If you diligently train, becoming a level 7 magician should not be difficult, especially since you are a dual-element magician. A level 7 dual-element magician is a significant figure in the Finley Kingdom. You will have every opportunity to reclaim our family's treasured legacy. If you fail to do so, I will not forgive you, even in death. Hogg's gaze is unwavering, fixed upon Lin Lei. Even in death, I will not forgive you. This statement sends a shiver through Lin Lei's heart. In this moment of parting, it is his father's solemn charge. Father, rest assured, I will reclaim our Baruch family's treasured legacy within my lifetime. I swear it, Lin Lei assures his father. Gazing earnestly into his eyes, his own filled with unwavering determination, Hogg's eyes brighten, and he firmly pats Lin Lei's shoulder. I believe in you, my son. On the eastern road of Wu Mountain Town, Lin Lei turns back to gaze at the hundreds, perhaps thousands, of hometown residents gathered to bid him farewell. Led by his father and younger brother, Walton. Goodbye, brother, Walton waves vigorously. Watching his father and brother, Lin Lei too waves with fervor, his eyes slightly reddening. Father, Walton. He feels a deep sense of reluctance. Having never truly been away from home for an extended period, this departure feels monumental. Even Bei Bei, perched quietly on Lin Lei's shoulder, seems to sense his melancholy. Dellen Cowett, existing in a spirit form nearby, casts an encouraging glance at Lin Lei. Let us be off, Lin Lei, Hillman states, aware of potential dangers along the way, as he is tasked with protecting Lin Lei on his journey to the academy. Reluctantly, Lin Lei gazes at his family one last time before resolutely turning to stride towards Ernst Academy. Farewell, my family. Farewell, my hometown. In the year 9991 of the Yulon calendar, 9-year-old Lin Lei departs from his hometown of Wu Mountain Town, accompanied by his shadow mouse, Bei Bei, and Hillman, the captain of the Baruch family guard. Chapter 13. The Hub of Genius. Ernst Academy, the foremost magic academy on the entire Yulon continent. Situated in the mountainous region over 20 miles south of the holy city of Finley, Ernst Academy was funded by the Church of Light. Boasting substantial financial resources and an expansive campus of nearly 10 miles in circumference, such a vast institution could easily be likened to a city in its own right. Surrounding Ernst Academy, one could find a desolate landscape devoid of human presence, a wide expanse of mountain ranges. Facilities such as dining halls, clothing stores, and bars were all located within the academy, indicating that students of Ernst Academy resided entirely within its confines. Truly impressive. Standing at the entrance of Ernst Academy, Lin Lei couldn't help but marvel at its grandeur. The main gate stretched 50 meters wide, crowned by a massive crescent-shaped structure adorned with intricate magical runes. The complexity of the magical array upon the gate indicated that it was indeed a formidable enchantment. At this moment, the entrance bustled with activity as a line of administrative staff attended to new students. Among them was a young boy holding an acceptance letter and identification. Beginning his enrollment process, Lin Lei, too, presented his acceptance letter and identification. Classes were set to commence on February 9th, and today was February 8th. According to the notice, all students were required to arrive before the start of classes. The boy ahead of Lin Lei had only just arrived today, suggesting he lived nearby. The boy in front of Lin Lei was, to be precise, merely a child, shorter than Lin Lei by half a head, and accompanied by an elderly man. Hello. I am Reno from the O'Brien Empire. The boy suddenly turned to Lin Lei and greeted him warmly. Upon hearing that Reno hailed from the O'Brien Empire, Lin Lei felt a jolt of surprise. The O'Brien Empire? One of the 4 great empires, it lay east of the Beast Mountain Range, while Ernst Academy was situated to the west. To reach Ernst Academy, one would have to circumvent the northern or southern ends of the Beast Mountain Range, as few dared to traverse it unless they were level 9 warriors or sacred domain experts. The Beast Mountain Range stretched over 10,000 miles. Traveling from the O'Brien Empire would entail a journey of nearly 20,000 miles, and if you were from the eastern part of the empire, the distance would be even greater. Such a journey could easily take a year to complete. I am Lin Lei, from the Finley Kingdom. Lin Lei replied politely to the boy named Reno. Reno blinked his large eyes in astonishment and remarked, "The Finley Kingdom? You must have had it easy. It took me an entire year to travel from my home to the Finley Kingdom. You must have taken a much shorter time, right?" "Yes. It took me merely half a day to get here," Linley answered honestly. Reno's expression was quite comical. One boy had traveled for a year, while the other had only taken half a day. "Students, hurry up," called a tester from the side. During the enrollment process, one of the steps was to reassess the students' abilities, as Ernst Academy was keen to prevent anyone from impersonating an accepted candidate. "Here I come," Reno exclaimed as he rushed to the testing area. However, upon seeing the results, Linley was taken aback. The boy named Reno had a high elemental affinity, and as for his mental strength, Reno, aged 8, mental strength 32 times that of his peers, extraordinary, the tester announced. Linley's eyes widened at the figure. Yet the testers remained unfazed, showing no signs of surprise. "Linley, what's wrong? Surprised?" Reno asked nonchalantly. "This is Ernst Academy, after all. Each year it only accepts 100 students from the entire Yulon continent. Each of them is a genius. My level is merely average among the students. However, Ernst Academy had a bias towards the Holy Alliance, accepting 50 students from the Alliance, while the 4 Great Empires and the Dark Alliance combined only received 50. It's quite unfair," Reno lamented. Linley chuckled at this. Ernst Academy, being established by the Church of Light, naturally leaned towards the Holy Alliance. "It's my turn now." Linley stepped forward to take the test. Reno scrunched his nose. "This Linley fellow is from the Holy Alliance, and he certainly has an advantage over me. His talent likely doesn't match mine." When the tester revealed Linley's results, Reno was left speechless. Elemental affinity, extraordinary. Mental strength, extraordinary. Furthermore, a dual affinity for earth and wind. Reno was utterly rendered speechless. Having a dual affinity with both elemental strengths being extraordinary was an exceedingly rare occurrence, signifying true genius. And he was even stronger than Reno. After all, dual element mages were exceptionally formidable. "Reno, stop daydreaming. Let us go," Linley said with a smile. Oh, although Reno was only 1 year younger than Linley, he appeared to be 2 or 3 years his junior. After receiving their student IDs and dormitory keys from Ernst Academy, Linley and Reno learned that all students, regardless of their background, were required to reside in dormitories. Tuition and accommodation fees were completely waived. However, Linley was taken aback when he noticed an elderly man assisting Reno with payment. "Linley, the tuition and accommodation fees at Ernst Academy are waived for members of the Holy Alliance, but anyone from elsewhere must pay exorbitant fees," Hillman, the elderly man beside Linley, explained with a smile. Reno nodded in agreement. The elderly man accompanying Reno smiled kindly at Linley. "Indeed, not only is it like this at Ernst Academy, but the continent's leading warrior academy, O'Brien Academy, has the same policy. Fees are waived for local students, while those from other regions must pay steep costs." Linley wasn't slow to comprehend this. "Linley, my young master has the same dormitory key as you, so you both must be in the same dormitory. I hope you can assist each other in the future," the elderly man said amicably. "Enough, Grandpa Loom. You can head back now. I've already arrived at Ernst Academy." Reno replied somewhat disgruntled. "Uncle Hillman, you should return as well. I will take care of myself," Linley said with a smile. Hillman nodded reassuringly. "Linley, I will take my leave now. Work hard," he encouraged. Linley nodded playfully. "Let us go, Linley." Reno eagerly grabbed Linley's hand and dashed toward the academy. "Goodbye, Uncle Hillman." Hillman and the elderly man watched the two boys enter the academy before leaving. After bidding farewell to Uncle Hillman, Linley and Reno stepped into Ernst Academy, where verdant trees, serene lakes, stone bridges, and ancient buildings imbued the atmosphere with an aura of antiquity. One could easily imagine the age of a tree large enough to be embraced by 7 or 8 people. Indeed, this place was different. It lacked the ostentation of newly constructed academies. This was true heritage, Linley thought, as he observed Reno's curious gaze darting about in awe. Within Ernst Academy, directional signs could be seen, indicating paths to various destinations, evidently designed to assist new students. "Linley, let us head to the dormitory," Linley said, pulling Reno along as they made their way. Their dormitory number was 1987. As Linley and Reno had just completed their enrollment procedures, each dormitory typically housed 4 students. Upon reaching the accommodation area, Linley found himself astonished. The individual units stretched on for what seemed like thousands. In addition to these thousands of single-story independent houses, there exists a rare breed of 2-story compact apartments. The year was 1987. Linley and Reno gazed at the numbers, persistently sprinting towards the southern expanse. The accommodation area was meticulously organized, commencing from 0001, with each row consisting of 100 single-story independent houses. Upon reaching the 20th row, Linley finally encountered the number 1901. He then veered eastward, with Reno panting heavily, until they arrived before the single-story independent house numbered 1987. Chapter 14. The Four Brothers of 1987, Part 1. I am utterly exhausted. Lin Lei, how is it that your stamina is so remarkable? Renoir gasped, panting heavily, while Lin Lei seemed completely unfazed. Is this all you can manage? It's merely a short distance, Lin Lei chuckled. I didn't even feel fatigued when I ran from Wushan Town to Ernst Academy. Hey, place the box over there. Be careful. If you break it, you'll be liable. A youthful voice rang out in the courtyard of 1987. Lin Lei exchanged curious glances with Renaud before stepping inside. Upon entering, they beheld several robust men busily transporting various items. At the center stood a lavishly dressed youth, commanding the scene with enthusiasm. Upon noticing Lin Lei and Renaud, the boy's eyes brightened, and he rushed over, exclaiming, "Haha, you must be my roommates. I've been waiting for ages. And I'm the only one here so far. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yale, somewhat affiliated with the Holy Alliance." What do you mean, somewhat affiliated? Renaud scoffed. I'm Renaud, from the O'Brien Empire. I am Lin Lei, hailing from the Finley Kingdom of the Holy Alliance. Lin Lei replied with a smile. How delightful to finally meet you, Renaud and Lin Lei. Those exercise tools should be placed over there, Yale directed his servants. Exercise tools. Renaud blinked in surprise. Yale, what do you intend to do with those? Do you aspire to be a warrior? Yale wrinkled his nose and chuckled. Though we are noble magicians, we must also cultivate a fit physique. Otherwise, how can we attract beautiful women? There are many stunning sorceresses among magicians, especially at Ernst Academy. Not only are they beautiful, but they also possess grace. It's quite impressive to boast of having a girlfriend from Ernst Academy. Renaud was left speechless. Lin Lei too found himself at a loss for words, realizing that these exercise tools were merely for Yale's pursuit of a charming physique to woo women. I'm 8 years old this year, Yale. How about you? Renaud inquired, his cheerful demeanor shining through. Yale stood tall, and at 9 years old. Lin Lei had already surpassed 1.50 meters, yet Yale towered over him by half a head. I am 10 years old, Yale grinned. Haha, not too young. My brother lost his innocence at 12, so I must prepare early. Yale's eyes sparkled with excitement. What does lost innocence mean? Renaud asked, perplexed. Indeed, what does it mean? Lin Lei echoed, equally confused. Yale glanced at his two roommates, momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Darren Cowett, who stood beside Lin Lei, burst into laughter, prompting Lin Lei to inquire telepathically. Grandpa Darren, what is so amusing? Young master, everything has been arranged, a gentlemanly middle-aged man said respectfully. Very well, you may return. Tell my father that he need not trouble me unless necessary. And remember, do not forget to transfer funds to my magic crystal card each year. As you know, being a magician requires a staff adorned with gems, which is quite costly, Yale stated nonchalantly. Yes, young master, the middle-aged man replied with a bow. Yale nodded in satisfaction and waved his servants away. Magic crystal card? Renaud exclaimed in astonishment. That card can only be issued by the Four Nations Bank, established by the four great empires. I've heard the processing fee alone is 100 gold coins. Indeed, Yale affirmed. The magic crystal card must initially hold at least 1,000 gold coins. Yet, even that amount might not suffice for my monthly expenses. Lin Lei silently marveled at Yale's wealth. His father provided him with an annual allowance of 100 gold coins, which Lin Lei deemed sufficient. Considering that an average commoner earns merely 20 to 30 gold coins in a year through arduous labor. Truly affluent. My father only allocates 200 gold coins per year. Renaud remarked, rolling his eyes. He insists I focus on my magical studies. I only receive 100 gold coins, Lin Lei chuckled, but a simple life is adequate. Hey, brothers, my wealth is yours. Should you ever find yourself short, feel free to seek me out. We shall be together for decades, after all. Brothers for decades need not split coins, Yale proclaimed with great generosity. However, his words left Lin Lei and Renaud momentarily stunned. Decades? Lin Lei gazed at Yale in astonishment. Naturally, to graduate from Ernst Academy, one must attain the level of a 6th-tier magician. The journey to becoming a magician becomes increasingly arduous. It typically takes decades to reach that level, Yale explained matter-of-factly. Lin Lei frowned. Decades of burdening his father with expenses? Grandpa Darren, why didn't you mention this to me? Darren Cowett's voice echoed in Lin Lei's mind. Rest assured, Lin Lei. The average individual requires decades to achieve the 6th-tier magician status. Under my guidance, you shall reach that level in merely 10 years. 10 years. Lin Lei mused, relieved at the prospect of being only 19 at that time. Is everyone here? A melodious voice chimed, and a child of similar height to Renaud entered the room. This boy appeared composed. Greetings, everyone. I am George, 10 years old, from the Yulan Empire. Yale, Renaud, and Lin Lei exchanged brief introductions. The Yulan Empire? Lin Lei exclaimed in surprise. The Yulan Empire is the most ancient empire in the Yulan continent. It unified the continent at the dawn of the Yulan calendar. But over time, it fragmented amidst continuous strife. Today, it stands as one of the four great empires. Nevertheless, it remains the foremost economic power and is renowned for producing magicians. The Magic Academy of the Yuan Empire ranks just behind that of Ernst Academy. George, your Magic Academy in the Yuan Empire must be exceptional. Why travel all the way here? Yale inquired, astonished. George smiled slightly, though the Empire's Magic Academy is strong. It pales in comparison to Ernst Academy. If one is to pursue excellence, why not aim for the best? The journey may be longer, but it serves as a form of training. George, you are 10 years old. You seem comparable to me, Renoir remarked. George offered a wry smile. The 8-year-old Renoir and the 10-year-old George were the two shortest among the four, with Lin Lei towering over them, while Yale stood the tallest. Let us not dwell on that. I recently learned that among this year's 100 entrants, all boast above-average mental fortitude and elemental affinity. I even discovered that this year's batch includes individuals with extraordinary abilities. George shared, seemingly well-informed. Yale scoffed. That's quite normal. Who among the Ernst Academy students is weak? My mental fortitude and elemental affinity are merely above average, placing me at the bottom among the 100. If not for my father's connections with the Church of Light, I may not have even gained admission. Lin Lei was astonished by Yale's background. Having ties to the Church of Light indicated that Yale's father was no ordinary individual. The most gifted among us in the dormitory is Lin Lei. However, there exists an undeniable genius within Ernst Academy. Have you heard of him? Yale glanced at the three of them. Both Lin Lei and Renoir shook their heads. George nodded with a smile, acknowledging, I am aware that the current top genius of Ernst Academy, Dixie, is hailed as the greatest prodigy of the century. He is a dual-element mage, possessing extraordinary elemental affinity and mental strength. Notably, his mental prowess is an astounding 68 times that of an average peer, while anything above 30 times is already regarded as exceptional. To be precise, his mental strength should be classified as super exceptional. However, the highest classification is merely exceptional. Lin Lei was taken aback. A dual-element mage with both elemental affinity and mental strength deemed extraordinary. He, in comparison, was merely several times greater than his contemporaries. While this prodigy surpassed them by an entire 68-fold, Lin Lei marveled at the concentration of talent within Ernst Academy, which indeed gathered a significant portion of the magical geniuses from the Yuan continent. Here, Lin Lei could only be considered an individual of moderate standing. Nevertheless, he had the backing of a sanctified archmage from over 5,000 years ago. Chapter 15. The Four Brothers of 1987, Part 2. The students of Ernst Academy typically remain at the institution for several decades, which fosters profound bonds among those assigned to the same dormitory, ensuring that they emerge as excellent brothers upon graduation. At this moment, regardless of whether it was Yale, Reno, George, or Lin Lei, although they exhibited a maturity beyond their years, their hearts still retained a childlike innocence. After merely conversing for a short while, the camaraderie among the four brothers blossomed. Let us first explore the academy today, and I shall treat you to dinner tonight. Ha! Yale proclaimed heartily, patting his chest. This fellow possesses a magic crystal card. If not him, who else shall we indulge? Reno jested. George and Lin Lei, equally playful, joined in with mischievous grins. Suddenly, the little shadow mouse Bibi poked its head out from Lin Lei's clothing, having just awakened and eager for attention. What is that creature? Reno exclaimed, startled. Bibi, are you awake? Lin Lei chuckled, affectionately stroking Bibi's head. The little mouse closed its eyes in delight, then regarded Reno, Yale, and George with its glimmering black eyes, snorting disdainfully. A magical beast. This is a shadow mouse. I have read about it in books, Yale suddenly exclaimed. Lin Lei, do you truly have a magical beast? Both Reno and George were taken aback. How could mere children command the loyalty of a magical beast? Bibi is still a young magical beast. I merely provided it with food, and it became fond of me, thus forming a contract, Lin Lei explained with a smile. Good heavens, a magical beast. Lin Lei, you are indeed impressive. I have long dreamed of having one, Yale said, his eyes sparkling at the sight of Bibi. Though I possess a soul contract scroll, I lack the strength to command a magical beast. Unable to command a magical beast? Is it truly so difficult to gain the loyalty of a young one? Lin Lei teased. Yale shook his head. I have yet to reach the level of a first-tier mage, with my current abilities. I could only tame a first- or second-tier magical beast young. But what use would I have for such weak creatures? Young beasts of the 7th or 8th tier would be exceedingly difficult to obtain, and their strength at such a young age would far exceed my own. Lin Lei silently concurred. Bibi's current power was nearly that of a 5th-tier magical beast, far surpassing Lin Lei's abilities. Yet, despite having been with Bibi for almost half a year, the little creature had not grown in size, which puzzled both Lin Lei and Darren Cowett. Lin Lei, is the shadow mouse named Bibi? Could I hold it? Reno's gaze was fixated on the little creature. Bibi. Lin Lei communicated telepathically to persuade Bibi. No. Bibi expressed its discontent, baring its teeth at Reno and squeaking angrily. Reno, helpless, pouted in response. Reno, allow me to share a tip. Bibi adores roasted meats. If you often provide it with roasted ducks or chickens, I believe BB will harbor no animosity towards you, Lin Lei suggested with a grin. Reno's eyes brightened immediately. Very well. Suddenly, Reno furrowed his brow as he turned to Yale. Yale, if I find myself short on gold coins, you must lend me some. I shall repay you when Grandpa Loom arrives. Not a problem, Yale replied generously. Have we not thoroughly explored Ernst Academy yet? Let us wander about and familiarize ourselves with the surroundings, shall we? George smiled, prompting the group. Among the four brothers, George was undoubtedly the most amiable and composed, while Reno was the most childlike. Yale, on the other hand, embodied the quintessential dandy, and Lin Lei, in the eyes of the others, remained the most enigmatic. A dual-element prodigy, with a magical beast, indeed, he was shrouded in mystery. The ancient Ernst Academy was adorned with a myriad of ancient structures, some boasting history spanning millennia, with plaques commemorating notable figures who had once studied there. Over the centuries, Ernst Academy had nurtured several sanctuary-level powerhouses, and even more ninth-tier mages. The four boys, aged between 8 and 10, gazed at the biographical accounts of these renowned individuals with reverence, their hearts ignited with aspiration, each dreaming of one day becoming a sanctuary-level powerhouse. Yet, a voice persistently echoed in Lin Lei's mind. They are merely upstarts. Do they boast of slaying a purple-striped black bear? To slay a ninth-tier beast, yet falter against a sanctuary-level beast only marks the nascent stages of sanctuary mastery. Many of the Academy's distinguished alumni were, in Darren Cowett's view, hardly worth mention. The four brothers of Dormitory 1987, accompanied by the little shadow mouse BB, thoroughly explored the Academy, gaining a general understanding of their surroundings. That evening, they indulged in a lavish meal at a luxurious hotel not far from their dormitory, though they drank only juice. The following day, February 9th, marked the official start of the academic year. There were no classes that day. Instruction would commence on February 10th. The 9th of February merely involved listening to the exhortations of the Academy's leaders. 100 children, the youngest being 6 and the eldest 12, occupied a classroom designed for hundreds, their comprehension of the leaders' identities being minimal. Many dozed off, only awakening to depart joyfully once the formalities concluded. After dinner, in the courtyard of Dormitory 1987, the four brothers discussed their upcoming courses. This is quite leisurely. We have only one class a day. Oh, but Lin Lei has two. Being dual elemental, Yale remarked. Ernst Academy is indeed lenient. One may attend classes at will or choose to forego them. Yale, do not become complacent. George replied with a calm smile. Though the Academy imposes few requirements, there is an annual assessment of strength. Only those who advance a tier may progress to a higher grade. If you do not diligently apply yourself, do you plan to remain at Ernst Academy for a century? Furthermore, there is a stipulation that those who fail to reach the level of a 6th-tier mage within 60 years will be expelled from the Academy. Lin Lei, perusing the regulations of the Academy, silently nodded in agreement. The Academy's administration was relaxed. One could languish for 60 years without learning anything. But if one did not achieve the rank of a 6th-tier mage by then, expulsion awaited. Expelled from the Academy? Yale's eyes widened. If that were to happen, my father would surely kill me. Being expelled from Ernst Academy carries a dreadful stigma. No one wishes to bear such a reputation, considering that admission itself signifies aptitude. Classes commence tomorrow. I wonder what the caliber of the teachers here will be. If they cannot match my Grandpa Loom, then it would all be in vain, Reno muttered. Is your Grandpa Loom a mage? Lin Lei asked, surprised. Indeed. From the O'Brien Empire to Ernst Academy, Grandpa Loom has been teaching me magic all along, Reno boasted proudly. While Lin Lei engaged in light-hearted banter with his three brothers, he harbored a sense of anticipation within. The earth magic course was of little consequence. How could the teachers at Ernst Academy possibly rival Grandfather Darren's expertise? The most crucial aspect was the wind magic course. He pondered how it would unfold. As darkness descended, the courtyard of Dormitory 1987 still resonated with the laughter and joy of four spirited children. Chapter 16. Wind Magic. Tonight at midnight, the Tomato Ranking event will commence, alongside the Refinement Conference. If you have the time, do come and lend your support. At Ernst Academy, classes were held every day for the past 28 days, except for the final 2 days. Earth Magic classes took place from 8 to 10 in the morning, Fire Magic from 10:30 to 12:30, Water Magic from 2 to 4 in the afternoon, Wind Magic from 4:30 to 6:30, Lightning Magic from 7 to 9 in the evening, and Light Magic from 9:30 until 11:30 at night. However, most students focused on a single element, attending classes for merely 2 hours each day. Lin Lei, being a dual element mage, attended 4 hours of classes instead. Furthermore, attendance was not mandatory. Students could choose to participate or not without any compulsion. The Earth Magic curriculum is divided into 6 grades, with each grade occupying its own building. Beginners and first-level mages are in the 1st grade, second-level mages in the 2nd grade, and so forth, culminating in 6th-level mages in the 6th grade. Students in the 6th grade can apply for graduation at any time, though they may continue their studies if they choose not to apply. On February 10th, in the classroom for first grade earth magic, the spacious room contained hundreds of seats. At this moment, over 20 students had already gathered, and Lin Lei chose a seat near the front. By 8 o'clock, the classroom was filled with more than 50 students. Lin Lei mused that only a portion were newcomers. He wondered how many years the others had been studying. After all, it typically takes several years for a novice to advance to second-level mage. "Hello, everyone," greeted a kind-looking middle-aged man with brown hair, standing at the front of the classroom. "I am Wendy, your earth magic instructor. Today, we welcome nearly 20 new students. As is customary, let's have the new and returning students introduce themselves so we can get to know one another." One by one, students began to introduce themselves. "I am Garan, from the vast grasslands of the Far East." Upon hearing this introduction, Lin Lei was astonished. Indeed, students from all corners of the continent had gathered here, including those from the eastern grasslands of Yulan. In the geographical map of Yulan, the Holy Alliance and the Dark Alliance lie west of the Beast Mountain Range, while the four great empires are to the east. Beyond the empires, there lies a vast grassland that is home to 3 kingdoms. The distance from the grassland to Ernst Academy is considerable, requiring 2 to 3 years of travel. "I am Lin Lei from the Holy Alliance," he stated simply as he stepped forward to introduce himself. Once all the students had introduced themselves, Instructor Wendy began to extol the virtues of earth magic. In the latter half of the lesson, he delved into the subject matter. Lin Lei and his peers listened intently, while his companion Darren Corwat interjected with praise for Wendy's solid foundation in teaching. Though his prowess may not be exceptional, his ability to instruct first-level mages is likely superior to that of many 8th or 9th-level mages, Darren Corwat remarked with admiration. Lin Lei felt quite at ease with the earth magic concepts presented. However, Darren, while his foundation is indeed solid, his explanations lack the clarity and simplicity you provide. "They seem a bit convoluted," Lin Lei countered. Darren Corwat puffed out his chest with pride, his white beard bristling. "Naturally, my understanding as a sanctum mage surpasses that of 8th or 9th-level mages. The sanctum represents a new pinnacle of mastery. My teachings are inherently clearer and delve into the essence of magic." After the class concluded, Lin Lei resolved to attend the earth magic lessons once a month. He was determined not to waste time. He also formulated a plan for his daily practice of magic, choosing a secluded spot on the back mountain of Ernst Academy, nestled within a forested area. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Lin Lei attentively attended the first grade wind magic class. "Hello, everyone," greeted a handsome young man with golden hair. "I am Trey, a 6th grade student responsible for your wind magic instruction. I reside in dormitory 0298, and feel free to approach me with any questions after class." As a 6th grade student, Trey was a 6th-level mage and qualified to teach 1st and 2nd graders. "Before we begin, let's have everyone introduce themselves," he encouraged with a smile. This was a customary practice for the first class of the semester, and one by one, the students introduced themselves. "Hey, Lin Lei. Have you noticed the number of charming young ladies in the wind class? Look, that blonde girl is smiling at you," Darren Corwat exclaimed animatedly. "Her name seems to be Delia. A delightful name. With my nearly 1,300 years of experience, I can tell she will certainly grow into a great beauty. Smile back at her, build a rapport. It will serve you well in the future." At that moment, Lin Lei paid no mind to Darren Corwat's antics. He focused intently on Trey, absorbing every word about wind magic. Wind mages are the swiftest and most agile among spellcasters, and uniquely, they can fly without entering the sanctum, Trey proclaimed passionately. "Do you wish to soar through the skies, gazing down upon the vast landscape? How magnificent and alluring that would be." The student's eyes sparkled with excitement. Flight. Who wouldn't desire that? While only sanctum-level mages can fly, Ernst Academy has produced scarcely a single sanctum-level mage in a century. However, any wind mage who reaches 5th level can cast levitation, Trey confidently asserted, and with the auxiliary spell Accelerate, your speed will increase tremendously. Of course, those are merely the basics. The legendary Forbidden Spell Destructive Storm is the most powerful annihilation magic, and the fabled Forbidden Spell Dimensional Blade is the strongest single-target attack spell, Trey declared with fervor. The boys below widened their eyes in awe, filled with yearning. Is Destructive Storm truly the strongest annihilation magic? What about my earth spells Cataclysm or Meteor Strike? Darren Corwat grumbled, somewhat disgruntled. Darren, what about the Dimensional Blade? Lin Lei inquired, sensing that the latter might indeed be the most formidable single-target attack. The Dimensional Blade? It can slice through the fabric of spatial planes, making it incredibly powerful. However, despite its overwhelming attack potential, it is ultimately a one-time use spell. Unlike our earth spell Earth Guardian, which allows for continuous engagement, Darren Corwat retorted defensively. Lin Lei could surmise that the Dimensional Blade held terrifying power, and it was likely not as simple as Darren suggested. A one-time attack? It depended on whether the opponent could evade it. If I were to become a Dragon Blood Warrior and employ wind magic assistance, then, Lin Lei contemplated. As the lesson progressed, Lin Lei found himself increasingly captivated by wind magic. Each of the four elements, earth, fire, water, and wind, was as vast and profound as an ocean. And the realm of magic was boundless. Lin Lei could not help but immerse himself deeply in this enchanting world. Chapter 17, Academic Journey, Part 1, at noon. The race for rankings commenced, and the enthusiastic Tomat added flair for everyone, while others were encouraged to cast their votes. As spring gave way to autumn, Lin Lei had spent over half a year at Ernst Academy. During his time there, he was akin to a parched traveler in the desert, thirsting for knowledge of fundamental wizardry. His understanding and prowess in wind magic steadily advanced, with Delinquent offering timely insights. On this particular day, the sun shone brightly. The four brothers in dormitory 1987, clad in azure robes issued by the academy, had just finished lunch. Due to his long-term training, Lin Lei's tall frame appeared even more striking in the sky blue attire, which undoubtedly attracted the attention of several young ladies studying wind magic, who often engaged him in conversation after class. As they strolled along, the four brothers engaged in lively banter. "By the way, Lin Lei, are you joining us for the freshman mixer this afternoon?" George cheerfully inquired. George was known for his enthusiasm for public events and his knack for gathering information and forging connections with fellow students. Although he had only been at the academy for 6 months, he had already become a prominent figure in the first-year cohort. "I'm not going," Lin Lei replied succinctly. "Haha, I knew you wouldn't participate," laughed Rainer from the side. Yale, draping an arm around Lin Lei's shoulder, remarked, "Lin Lei, don't be too hard on yourself. With your talent, reaching the level of a 6th-tier magician within 30 years is absolutely achievable with just a bit of effort. Why work so tirelessly? You should enjoy life. There are plenty of charming young ladies at the mixer." "Indeed, quite charming," Rainer added, his eyes wide with enthusiasm. Lin Lei could only smile helplessly. Rainer, the innocent youth, had been led astray by Yale's influence. "Yale, you lecture. Don't pull me into this. I need to train now. I'll join you for fun tomorrow. The month ends then," Lin Lei said with a grin. The last 2 days of each month were his designated days off. Yale, Rainer, and George understood Lin Lei's temperament and nodded in agreement. Lin Lei promptly set off, his steps light and quick as he headed towards the academy's rear mountain. Ernst Academy was home to thousands of students, along with numerous wizards conducting research and trials, not to mention various support staff. Along the way, he encountered several students in azure robes. Suddenly, a growl echoed through the air. Lin Lei turned his gaze and was instantly captivated. A magical beast, with its flowing mane, sleek azure hide, and powerful limbs. The creature's cold, predatory gaze and glistening metallic claws sent a shiver down his spine. It was a windwolf, a fearsome creature known for its wind-like speed. Encountering a pack of windwolves in the magical beast forest was a dire situation, as their speed made escape nearly impossible. Atop the majestic windwolf sat a handsome young man with black hair, who appeared quite pleased with his formidable mount. Lin Lei estimated him to be a 5th or 6th-year student. Many at Ernst Academy possessed magical beasts. Typically 5th or 6th-year students who had purchased soul contract scrolls to tame such creatures as mounts. Is it really worth boasting so much over just a magical beast? Lin Lei mused, indifferent to the young man's pride. Upon exiting the academy gates and entering the rear mountain area, Lin Lei found the expanse vast. Long ago, magical beasts roamed these lands, but the academy's wizards had eradicated them, leaving only common wildlife. As he entered the woods, Lin Lei accelerated, employing the wind-enhancing spell Swift. He glided through the forest like a feather, eventually arriving at his destination, a clearing near a stream. "Squeak, squeak," called his companion, Bei. Lin Lei chuckled and replied, "Going out to play again? Just don't wander too far." He had complete trust in Bei, having first met the little shadow mouse over a year ago. Although Bei had not grown larger, still measuring around 20 centimeters, its speed had significantly increased. Magic users? Only 8th or 9th tier warriors might catch Bei, and even then, only a saintly magician could do so, Lin Lei reflected, well aware of the attributes of wizards. Bei darted into the woods. "Grandpa Dellen, come out and guide me." Lin Lei thought eagerly. A mist emerged, transforming into Delinquent, who teasingly regarded Lin Lei. "What is the matter today? Aren't you usually too engrossed in meditation to bother this old man? You just disrupted my sweet dreams." Lin Lei smirked. Although Dellen appeared to be a benevolent, sage-like figure, he possessed a mischievous spirit beneath that facade. "Grandpa Dellen, I believe I've reached the 2nd-tier magician level. I would like you to test my abilities." "2nd-tier magician?" Delinquent mused, calculating. "Ah, it's only been a year and a half since you began learning from me. Show me your limits with the basic spell Shattering Stone, understood?" Shattering Stone, a spell of growth, belonged to the 1st-tier earth magic. However, it was also classified as a forbidden spell in a different context, known as Meteor Fall. As an earth magician's strength increased, so too did the power of Shattering Stone. "Understood, Grandpa Dellen," Lin Lei replied, immediately reciting the incantation. The intricate words flowed from his lips effortlessly, and as he chanted, he felt his very soul enter a unique state. The earth magic within him surged forth, attracting the elements around him. Suddenly, the ground beside him split open, and 5 stones, each the size of a head, lifted into the air, hovering above Linley. Each stone radiated a warm yellow glow. With a sudden spark in his eyes and a forceful shout, the stones hurtled away, creating a gust of wind. With a resounding crash, the 5 glowing stones struck a tree trunk as thick as a bowl, causing it to sway violently but remain unbroken. The stones eventually fell to the ground. "Very well done," Delancute remarked, his eyes lighting up. "You can control 5 shattering stones simultaneously, and their speed is commendable. You have indeed achieved the prowess of a second-tier magician." Delan was quite satisfied with Linley's performance. A smile crept onto Linley's face. As he felt himself inch closer to his goal, he would never forget his father's parting words. "If you fail to reclaim it, I shall never forgive you, even in death." Those words hung over Linley like a sword, eternally driving him forward. At that moment, Delancute chuckled and added, "However, Linley, you must understand that being a second-tier magician is not particularly remarkable. According to the classification of mages, levels 1 and 2 are considered elementary, levels 3 and 4 intermediate, and levels 5 and 6 advanced. A level 7 mage is known as a grand mage, level 8 as a magister, and level 9 as an archmage. These levels, from 7 to 9, represent the pinnacle of magical prowess. The path ahead of you is still long." "I understand," Linley responded with a nod. "Well then, cultivate diligently," Deering Cowart said before retreating back into the coiling dragon ring. Linley suppressed his elation at reaching the 2nd level of magic and calmly resumed his meditative posture. True strength is forged step by step, through unwavering dedication. Approximately 2 or 3 miles from Linley's location, Terrence, Linley's wind magic instructor and a level 6 mage, furrowed his brow. An earth magic shattering stone? Judging by the power, it's at the 2nd level magic tier. An elementary mage training in the back mountains? Who could it be? While casting the wind magic winds of perception, Terrence had detected the magical fluctuations of Linley casting his spell a short distance away. From these fluctuations, Terrence was able to identify the spell. Intrigued, Terrence ventured in that direction. With his power as a level 6 mage, the auxiliary magic haste he cast was far superior to anything Linley could muster. Terrence moved like a wisp of mist, swiftly and silently through the forest. In a short while, Terrence arrived within 100 meters of Linley. Standing beside a large tree, Terrence observed Linley from afar. Could it be him? Terrence recognized his student, this Linley, who was always quiet in class. During magic practice, while others attempted to cast spells, he always stood back, never revealing his abilities. So, this Linley is already a 2nd level mage. If I remember correctly, he's still a new student. I didn't expect him to be such a prodigy. Linley was certainly capable of casting magic, which is why he only observed during the class practices. Linley's reclusive nature was well known among his peers. Remarkable. One of my students is such a genius. Oh, this year's freshman competition should bring me some prize money. Terrence grinned broadly. Meanwhile, Linley, deep in meditation, remained completely unaware of Terrence's presence 100 meters away. Chapter 18, Academic Journey, Part 2. It has been nearly a month since I approached the rank of a 2nd level mage. Within the classroom dedicated to wind magic, Linley attended each session diligently, while he only occasionally graced the earth magic classes. Today, as usual, he settled into his familiar seat. "Linley, you're here?" exclaimed a charming young girl who took the seat beside him. Casting a glance at her, Linley smiled and replied, "Delia, you arrived quite early. There is still some time before class begins." Sitting next to such a beautiful girl was indeed a delightful experience, and Linley was not one to decline. Delia was no ordinary individual. Her brother, Dixie, was renowned as the foremost genius of Ernst Academy, heralded as a once-in-a-century magical prodigy. He was also a dual-element mage with an exceptional affinity for elements and a mental acuity 68 times greater than that of his peers. Delia, being Dixie's sister, was undoubtedly impressive in her own right. "I knew you would come early," Delia said, her eyes crinkling with a smile. Time flew by as they engaged in conversation. And before they realized it, class had commenced. Professor Trey passionately lectured at the front, while Linley listened intently, occasionally catching Delia's stealing glances at him. "All right. Today's class ends here. However, before we dismiss, I have an important announcement to make," Professor Trey stated with a smile. The students below began to murmur softly. "As you may know, there is a tradition at Ernst Academy where we hold A-grade competition in the last month or 2 of each academic year. This event is one of the most vibrant times of the year at our academy, and those who excel in the competition are often recognized as outstanding students upon graduation. It is likely that all 4 major empires will extend invitations to you after you graduate," Professor Trey continued, eliciting excitement among the students. At Ernst Academy, a plethora of talents congregated, and such brilliance often bore an unfortunate trait, a difficulty in yielding to others. Thus, the annual grade competition became a platform for these geniuses to showcase their prowess. Over 90% of the students paid keen attention to this event. with many possessing the capability to compete. Our Wind Magic department will also participate. Those interested in signing up, please inform me, Professor Trey said. Casting a glance toward Linley. I'm willing, several enthusiastic students chimed in. Excellent, Professor Trey replied as he produced paper and a quill to record the names. However, after noting down a dozen students, he noticed Linley and Delia engaged in conversation, seemingly uninterested in signing up. Professor Trey approached them. Linley looked up and respectfully greeted, Professor Trey. Delia also offered a courteous nod. Linley, this grade competition is a splendid opportunity for growth. I believe nearly all the elite students of the first year will participate. Why do you not wish to enroll? Such opportunities are rare, Professor Trey urged. I lack interest. Linley replied candidly. Professor Trey was momentarily taken aback. Linley, you must understand that winning the competition comes with rewards, he added enticingly. Rewards? Linley pondered. Aware that he was in dire need of funds. His family's financial situation was not favorable, and if he could secure some monetary gains, participating in this grade competition would not pose much of an issue. Indeed, you must realize that most students reside in ordinary dormitories, akin to those single-room accommodations. However, the top 3 winners of the competition earn the privilege to reside in a 2-story apartment for a year. This is a mark of status. And the apartments are significantly more comfortable, Professor Trey elaborated. Linley's mind began to comprehend the implications. The 2-story apartments were scarce, primarily occupied by powerful mages ranked 7 or 8. He now understood that each grade's top 3 would be granted this privilege for a year. As for the accommodation quality, Linley was indifferent. I will not participate, he reiterated. Professor Trey grew somewhat anxious. In truth, he was a 6th-year student. And if he could assist a student in securing a top 3 finish, it would not only bring rewards but also considerable prestige to him. Young individuals often valued reputation highly. Leaning closer, Professor Trey whispered, Linley, are you worried about exposing your strength? I am aware that you have already attained the rank of a 2nd-level mage. Linley was taken aback, gazing at Professor Trey in surprise. How did he come to know of his abilities? After all, it was difficult to assess someone's prowess merely by their appearance. Seeing Linley's reaction, Professor Trey chuckled, Linley, do not hide your strength. Even if you choose not to compete and attempt to conceal your abilities, be cautious, for I might inadvertently reveal your secret. Whatever the case, I do not intend to participate, Linley responded nonchalantly as he stood up, bowing respectfully. Goodbye, Professor. He then departed, leaving Professor Trey in a state of astonishment. Ah, this lad, Professor Trey chuckled as he regained his composure, while Delia nearby stifled a giggle. The Wind Magic class concluded around 6 in the evening, and dusk was beginning to settle. Linley hurried to his dormitory. The camaraderie among the 4 brothers of room 1987 was remarkable, and they usually dined together in the evenings. Linley, you're back. A curly-haired youth from room 1986 greeted him warmly. Harry, have you had dinner? Linley responded with a smile. Linley maintained good relationships with several students from surrounding courtyards. Harry nodded with a grin. Of course. The 3 brothers from your courtyard are waiting for you. Linley is back. Let us go eat. Yale's voice rang out. Clearly, Yale had heard Linley's voice from the courtyard. Yale, Reno, and George approached to greet him, and the 4 brothers made their way to the dining hall. Ernst Academy boasted luxurious restaurants, but Yale had been persuaded by Linley and George to forego the grand establishments. The small cafeteria offered hearty meals at reasonable prices, and the 4 brothers began to chat while enjoying their food. Linley primarily learned about various activities within the academy from these 3 brothers, as he had been diligently honing his skills on the mountains behind the academy, leaving him blissfully unaware of the internal happenings. Hey, in just over a month, the first year will conclude. During the last month or 2, the entire academy will host the grade arena competition. The top 3 from each grade will have the opportunity to reside in those 2-story apartments for a year, Yale remarked. The grade arena competition? Linley chuckled, recalling the news he had just received in class. Haha, I'm definitely going to participate, Reno declared confidently. Yale scoffed. You managed to become a 1st-level mage on your journey from the O'Brien Empire to Ernst Academy. By now, you're probably not far from reaching 2nd-level mage, which is simply unfair. Reno had taken a year to travel from his home to the academy. During the journey, he learned magic under the guidance of a steward, achieving the rank of 1st-level mage throughout the year. George looked at Linley with a smile. Hey, don't forget about Linley. He was already a 1st-level mage upon enrollment, and with his fervent training in dual-element magic, I believe his strength surpasses all of us in the dormitory. Linley grinned sheepishly. George, please spare me the flattery. Linley, have you reached 2nd-level mage now? Confess truthfully. George scrutinized Linley. How could it be so rapid? With our aptitudes, progressing from a novice to a 1st-level mage might take a year, but advancing from the 1st to the 2nd level usually demands at least 2 years. Reynolds remarked with a furrowed brow. That's not necessarily the case. I find Linley rather enigmatic, Yale observed, gazing at Linley. Linley, Have you attained the second level? Linley nodded casually. Achieving the second level was hardly remarkable. He had already been a first-level mage before the magic assessment. After a year of diligent cultivation, failing to reach the second level would render his arduous practice futile. Have you truly achieved it? Yale, Reynolds, and George stared, astonished that it was indeed true. Participate in the grade competition, Linley. You must participate, thoroughly trounce them, and bring honor to dormitory 1987, Yale urged immediately. At that moment, the waiter served the dishes. Let's eat, let's eat. I have little interest in the grade competition. Linley was disinclined to contend with those of inferior strength. Such academy arena battles were mere ostentation. Yale and the others exchanged glances. They were aware of Linley's assiduous cultivation. Although the first year boasted geniuses with superior elemental affinity and mental power, none matched Linley's dedication. Moreover, Linley was a dual elemental mage, leading them to believe that he was likely the strongest in the first year. It's a pity you won't participate. Others will steal the limelight at this year's competition, Yale lamented. Alas, my strength is insufficient. Were I endowed with your abilities, I would revel in the spectacle and ensnare a few beauties. Linley smiled. All right, let's eat. Cease these fanciful notions. Linley remained indifferent to the grade competition. However, the vast majority within the academy were fervent about the grade battles. Not only the students, but also certain mages of Ernst Institute, paid close attention to this event. Chapter 19. Who is number 1? Part 1. The rear hills of Ernst Institute were cloaked in tranquility. Linley sat in a meditative posture beside a stream, the gentle murmur of the water guiding him into a state of deep contemplation. The surrounding earth and wind elements were palpably present, extending a clarity of perception within a 15-meter radius around him. These elemental forces permeated his being, nourishing his muscles, bones, and internal organs. His physical constitution was imperceptibly yet steadily enhanced. A substantial portion of these purified elements converged within the middle dantian at the center of his chest. The brook gurgled ceaselessly. Nearby, the nimble shadow mouse, BB, gnawed on a freshly caught pheasant, completing the idyllic scene. While serenity reigned here, Ernst Institute was abuzz with activity. Thousands of students, numerous instructors, and prominent figures from afar had gathered to witness the intramural tournament. The annual arena contest was a spectacle of prodigious talent. The matches were captivating. First-year combatants traded volleys of fireballs, lightning bolts, and wind blades. The third and fourth-year competitions were more elaborate, featuring support magic and area of effect spells like Stone Shatter, which rained down dozens, even hundreds, of boulders, accompanied by relentless lightning strikes. The fifth and sixth-year matches were even more impressive, showcasing a dazzling array of spells and resounding explosions. The spectators roared with delight, reaching a fever pitch. The entire institute had congregated for this event. The tournament lasted nearly a month, marking the most vibrant and frenzied period at Ernst Institute. During this time, Linley only occasionally observed the fifth and sixth-year matches, preferring to dedicate himself to solitary cultivation. The rules stipulated that fatalities were prohibited, which Linley found restrictive. Under Deering Coward's tutelage, he had grown disdainful of such ostentatious displays. Linley, your priority is to cultivate and accumulate strength, Deering Coward advised. As for combat experience, you can gain that when you reach the 5th rank and venture into the fringes of the mountain range of magical beasts for genuine life or death trials. The Waldorf Hotel, the most opulent establishment within Ernst Institute, hosted a gathering of the 4 dormitory brothers from room 1987, courtesy of Yale. The lobby floor gleamed like a mirror, where a line of comely attendants stood ready to serve. The hotel was populated with students in uniform, most of whom were financially well off. A simple meal here could cost dozens of gold coins, an extravagance Linley could scarcely afford. With the annual tournament recently concluded, the students at the hotel were engrossed in discussions about it. Among them, a table was occupied by 4 youths. This year's tournament was a vexation, Renaud grumbled. I was so close to reaching the semifinals. I might have even placed in the top 3. Renaud, the youngest and most self-assured of the brothers, was visibly displeased. Yale chuckled. It's a pity. Land ultimately took first place. George smiled noncommittally. He was an affable fellow who avoided offending anyone. Land, you mentioned him before, didn't you? The one with exceptional elemental affinity and spiritual power among the new students? Linley recalled the name. George nodded. Yes, him. He's naturally gifted, even before training. His innate spiritual power met the requirements of a second-level mage. This year was merely about accumulating sufficient magical power. With the strength of a second-level mage, winning the first-year tournament wasn't difficult. Natural talent alone is meaningless, Yale scoffed. Can he compare to our institute's prodigy, Dixie? I can't stand Land. He acted so smug after winning the first-year tournament. If he were to win the 5th or 6th-year tournament, well, what would he be like then? The higher the level, the more challenging it became to cultivate as a mage. Therefore, the majority of the thousands of students at Ernst Institute were in the upper years, where the competition was fiercer. Renaud concurred. I can't stand him either. Our institute's premier talent, Dixie, displayed such poise after winning the third-year tournament. The difference between them is vast. Besides, Land isn't even the true first-year champion. That's right. You didn't participate, third brother. If you had, Yale asserted. The young men had established a pecking order. Yale, George, Linley, and Renault were ranked in order. When in high spirits, they addressed each other as second brother and third brother. Hey, what are you guys talking about? The four turned to see another quartet descending the stairs from the Waldorf Hotel's second floor. The leader, a blonde youth, glared at them. Yale casually replied, "Oh, it's you. Land, didn't you hear what we were saying?" Linley sighed inwardly. Yale was fearless and exceedingly proud. Don't think I didn't hear you, Land retorted coldly. The brown-haired youth beside Land sneered. Land, don't bother with these nobodies. It's not worth it. Renault, what are you looking at? Still upset about losing in the arena? Renault glared at the brown-haired youth, curling his lip. Who do you think you are? You just got lucky and beat me once. What's there to be proud of? The brown-haired youth's face darkened. George interjected with a smile. Land, we shouldn't have made those comments. Let's just drop it. George, shut up. This is none of your business. Land turned his gaze to Yale. Yale, I didn't like your arrogance at the Seongyu Tree Tavern. You're still acting tough. Why don't you prove it in the arena? Why are you too scared to compete? Land chuckled derisively. Yale was incensed, but he knew his strength was inferior. The other patrons in the hotel took notice. Many senior students rose to their feet, intrigued by the situation. Both parties were clearly just children around the age of 10. I know that blonde kid. He's called Land. He won the first-year tournament. He's bound to achieve great things. The brown-haired kid beside him is Reeson. He placed third in the first-year tournament. I know him too. Land and his group seem to have the upper hand. This is getting interesting. The 5th and 6th level mages exchanged comments, observing the situation. Land, basking in the attention and the acknowledgement of his first-year tournament victory, grew even more arrogant. He cast a disdainful glance at Linley and his brother's table. Oh, Land remarked, scanning their table. Juice? You're still drinking juice? Yale, I'm embarrassed for you. My brothers and I are drinking Calvert. You're still drinking juice. Linley observed Rand's incessant demeanor, his brows furrowing slightly. Rand, my brothers and I are dining here. Kindly distance yourselves. Linley's expression darkened as he regarded the four individuals with indifference. Were he in solitude, any beast disturbing his meditation would have been swiftly dispatched. Oh, and one more thing. Rand's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he fixed his gaze on Linley. How is it that I was unaware of such a character residing in Yale's dormitory? Linley's eyes turned icy. In a flash, he surged forward like a cunning hare. Rand's eyes widened in surprise. Before Rand could react, Linley seized him by the neck, effortlessly lifting him off the ground with sheer strength. At that moment, Rand found himself unable to utter a sound, terror filling his eyes. Linley's cold gaze bore into Rand, who felt the imminent threat of death looming. Meanwhile, Linley sensed the blood warrior's lineage within him igniting, that insatiable thirst for blood resurfacing. He frowned, internally admonishing himself. This is Ernst Academy. One must not kill without just cause. The three other students beside Rand were rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. Get out, Linley commanded. And with a mere sweep of his arm, he hurled Rand aside like a rag doll, crashing to the ground. Chapter 20. Who is the first? Part 2. At present, Linley was on the verge of stepping into the realm of a second-level warrior. Generally, a first-level warrior possesses the strength to lift objects weighing 100 pounds, while a second-level warrior can effortlessly wield such weight. You, cough. Rand coughed a few times, clutching his throat, and then glared furiously at Linley. You. How could you? All right, Yale suddenly exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. What a surprise, old 3. I never imagined you had such strength. That young lad, though still quite small, displayed astonishing power. The 5th and 6th level mages around were astonished, including several faculty members from the academy, who regarded Linley with disbelief. This boy, nearly 11 or 12 years old, could easily wield someone weighing 80 or 90 pounds. Hey, Rand, didn't you claim to be the top of the first-year class? Yale teased. Rand's face flushed angrily, his mind seething with humiliation as he fixed a fierce gaze on Linley. Are you a mage? If you have the ability, let us compete using magic. What kind of trick is this? A noble mage resorting to the crude strength of a warrior? Rand was filled with shame and anger. He had just claimed first place in the first-year tournament, but the moment Linley grasped his throat and lifted him, he felt a terrifying vulnerability. Yes, let's see if you can match me with magic. Are you truly a student of Ernst Academy? Rand's companions, Reeson and the others, echoed his challenge. However, beneath their bravado, there was a flicker of fear towards Linley. His extraordinary strength had left them unsettled. Magic? Reno burst into laughter, proudly declaring, Rand, do you really believe that winning the first-year tournament makes you the strongest among us? Dream on. Our first-year champion is Old 3 from our dormitory. You can step aside. Old 3, show him what you're made of, Yale added. George, who had been reprimanded by Rand earlier, now showed no deference. Rand, don't overestimate yourself. Many experts in our academy disdain to participate in the year-level competition. Don't fool yourself into thinking you're so remarkable. Rand's expression grew increasingly dark. Let us settle this with a contest, Rand. Let's see who is superior. The 5th and 6th year youths chimed, seeing the first-year students' rivalry as merely an entertaining spectacle. Rand, just 10 years old, had always considered himself a prodigy. Even at Ernst Academy, he belonged to the elite. When had he ever been subjected to such humiliation? First is not merely a title. It must be proven through competition. Are you brave enough to challenge me using only magic? Rand was confident in his magical abilities, having triumphed through numerous contests to claim his current title. Why hasn't the hotel management intervened? Some bystanders began to notice the anomaly. In fact, the hotel management, stationed at a distance, refrained from intervening. They recognized the students and, given the significance of Ernst's students, particularly Yale, they preferred to avoid confrontation. Indeed, first is not merely spoken, it must be demonstrated, Lin Lei stated, rising with an impassive expression as he regarded Rand. Rand, this magical duel would be insipid without stakes. How about this? If you win, I will avoid you from now on. If I win, you must avoid me. Rand sneered, that's hardly a significant wager. The loser must not only avoid the winner but also pay 100 gold coins. What do you say? Lin Lei frowned at the mention of 100 gold coins, as that was his entire living expense for the year. 100 gold coins? You dare to propose such a meager sum? Yale exclaimed. Let us raise the stakes to 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins? Gasps echoed throughout the hotel. That was no trivial amount. Among the students present, few could produce such a sum without a second thought. Rand felt a tremor of apprehension. Although his family was substantial, his annual allowance barely reached 3,000 gold coins. He had only come to the hotel to celebrate his first and third placements in the year-level competition with Ryson. Not scared, are you? Yale taunted, tossing a magic crystal card in his hand. Rand, just agree to it. Ryson encouraged, we 4 brothers can manage 10,000 gold coins. I refuse to believe that this unknown lad can outmatch you. Rand exchanged glances with his 3 brothers. Fine, 10,000 gold coins it is. Rand declared loudly, smirking at Lin Lei, let us go. This place is too small for a proper contest. We shall compete at the tournament arena. With that, Rand strode confidently out of the hotel, his 3 brothers following suit. We're going to, Yale said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Reno and George were equally exhilarated. Lin Lei nodded, a calm smile gracing his lips. 10,000 gold coins? How can we refuse such a generous offer? The 4 brothers, Lin Lei, Yale, Reno, and George, exited the hotel, heading towards the tournament arena. The atmosphere within the hotel buzzed with excitement over the impending challenge, as the prospect of a 10,000 gold coin wager drew considerable attention, even among 6th-year students. At the arena, constructed from sturdy green stone, Lin Lei and Rand stood on opposite sides. A crowd quickly gathered below as word of the contest spread during dinner time, drawing curious onlookers from the Waldley Hotel to the arena, eager to witness the spectacle. Rand, noticing the swelling crowd, felt a surge of pride. Today, I will face Lin Lei in a magical duel. The loser shall pay 10,000 gold coins and must avoid the winner henceforth. I call upon everyone to bear witness. Rand announced loudly, reveling in the attention, unperturbed by the crowd. Cheers erupted from the audience. Having participated in the year-level competition, Rand had garnered a following. While Lin Lei's supporters were few, Lin Lei, however, remained composed at the edge of the arena. Have you finished? Lin Lei asked calmly. Rand smiled confidently. Good. Let us begin. Both Rand and Lin Lei simultaneously whispered their incantations. As second-level mages, their spells were brief and concise. Whoosh. 7 azure blades of wind materialized out of thin air, soaring toward Rand. Second-level mage? Experienced watchers quickly assessed the situation, as Rand unleashed his magic. 5 crimson fireballs hurtled towards Lin Lei. The wind blades soared at a considerably swifter pace than the fireballs, forcing Rand to roll away in a desperate attempt to evade them. In contrast, Lin Lei gracefully sidestepped the fireballs with ease, his lips moving slightly as he conjured his second spell, Earth Magic, Tremor. A low hum resonated as Rand felt the ground beneath him ripple like water. In such tumultuous conditions, Rand found it impossible to concentrate on reciting his incantation. Almost immediately, Lin Lei unleashed another spell, and 5 boulders, each the size of a head and emanating a faint earthen glow, hurtled towards him, struggling to maintain his balance on the quaking ground. Rand managed to dodge 2 of the boulders, but one struck him squarely in the abdomen, causing him to spew blood. He quickly raised his arm to shield his head. The subsequent 2 impacts sent Rand crashing to the ground, enveloped in dust. In the arena, Lin Lei emerged victorious over Rand. Casting a calm glance at the fallen figure below, Lin Lei was confident in his assault. He knew Rand would only require a month to recuperate. Had he chosen a more lethal trajectory for the stones, Rand's life would surely have been forfeit. A second-level dual-system magician? How is it possible that we have such a prodigy in our first year? Exclaimed several onlookers from the first-year cohort. The emergence of a second-level magician was already a rarity, but a dual-system magician among first years was undoubtedly a formidable force. What remarkable precision and agility! Remarked a few 5th and 6th-year students, astonished by Lin Lei's ability to recite spells while deftly dodging fireball attacks, showcasing his impressive agility. Haha, Rand. Did you truly believe you were the best in the first year? Our dormitory's third member could easily trample you with just magic. Yale laughed heartily. Coughing, Rand stood up, clutching his chest. He recognized that Lin Lei had indeed shown him mercy. Yale, tomorrow. You and Lin Lei will accompany me to the Four Nations Bank to transfer 1,000 gold coins. I stand by my word. Rand cast a deep, contemplative glance at Lin Lei. This defeat had thoroughly jolted him from his self-illusion of grandeur. Talent alone would not shield one from defeat without diligent effort. Lin Lei, thank you. Rand bowed, leaving Yale and the others momentarily stunned. He then lifted his gaze to Lin Lei and declared resolutely, but I will defeat you one day. With that, Rand placed a hand over his chest, supported by his friends, and made his way home. Lin Lei, you are truly remarkable. You've elevated my status among our peers, exclaimed Reno, wrapping his arms around Lin Lei as he descended from the arena. Lin Lei surveyed the crowd, noting the many eyes fixated on him, whispering in awe. The esteemed figures of Ernst Academy had not anticipated the emergence of a first year who could so effortlessly vanquish Rand, the reigning champion of the year. Greetings, Lin Lei. I am Danny, a first-year water magician. It is a pleasure to meet you, said a tall, blonde girl, approaching Lin Lei with a warm smile. Hello, I am Lin Lei, he replied, feeling somewhat uncomfortable conversing with strangers. I apologize, but I must return to my meditation. With that, Lin Lei exchanged a knowing glance with his three companions, who understood immediately. The four brothers promptly disregarded the surrounding spectators and made a swift exit, leaving Danny with a furrowed brow of discontent. Chapter 21, The Prowlux Guildhall, Part 1. The Four Nations Gold Bank, established jointly by the four great empires, had branches throughout the Yulon continent. Only affluent individuals could acquire magic crystal cards there, as the card itself cost 100 gold coins, a sum many couldn't afford. 10,000 gold coins amounted to 100 small pouches or half a large sack, quite heavy. 100 gold coins, just like that, Linley mused, exiting the Four Nations Gold Bank within the Ernst Institute, now possessing a magic crystal card. Linley knew it was safer to convert his gold coins into a magic crystal card, rather than keeping them in his dormitory. These magic crystal cards were developed by alchemists in recent centuries, using the unique principle of individual palm prints. Each card could only be used by its registered owner. This justified the 100 gold coin fee. With these 10,000 gold coins, my living expenses at the Ernst Institute are more than covered. And I'll have plenty left over to help father, Linley thought happily. Yale, with an arm around Linley's shoulder, glanced triumphantly at Land, Ryan, and the others. Land and the others had pooled their living expenses, leaving them with less than 1,000 gold coins. Fortunately, the semester was almost over. Reynolds and George chatted and joked with Linley. In truth, neither Reynolds nor George had suffered much hardship. Second, third, and fourth brothers, Yale suggested. My father's men will be here tomorrow, at the end of the month. I can arrange a carriage and guards for us to visit the Holy Capital. What do you say? The Holy Capital? Reynolds, George, and Linley's eyes lit up. The Holy Capital, Finley City, was renowned for its splendor. That sounds great. I came to the Ernst Institute from the O'Brien Empire and only spent 2 days in Finley City. There are many places I didn't get to see, Reynolds eagerly replied. George and Linley nodded in agreement. The Holy Capital has much to offer. I'll show you around tomorrow, Yale said mysteriously. The next morning, Yale took Linley, Reynolds, and George for breakfast before heading to the Ernst Institute's main gate to await his father's convoy. After 2 hours of waiting, the convoy had not yet appeared. Squeak, squeak. BB chirped from Linley's shoulder. BB's getting impatient. Yale, you dragged us here early, and the convoy still hasn't arrived, Reynolds complained. Yale apologized. I don't know what's happening. They should be here. Linley stroked BB's head. They're here, Yale suddenly exclaimed. Reynolds, George, and Linley, who were nearly asleep, looked into the distance. For carriages and hundreds of knights approached, escorted by 7 or 8 griffins. A dozen of the knights rode magical beasts, such as bloodthirsty iron bulls or wind wolves. Yale's family convoy is quite impressive, Linley marveled. Reynolds and George were equally impressed. Dylanquirth, sitting beside Linley and basking in the sun, saw the convoy and his eyes lit up. Soon, the 4 carriages and hundreds of knights arrived at the academy gate, where 3 mages greeted them. A middle-aged man emerged from the first carriage and approached Yale instead of speaking to the mages. Second uncle, why are you so late? Yale grumbled. Yale's second uncle chuckled. Were you impatient? Your carriage is ready. The last of the 4 carriages has some cargo that needs to be unloaded. You can go to the holy capital. Cass. Take 3 men and protect young Master Yale, the uncle ordered. A bald knight dismounted and respectfully greeted Yale, Cass, reporting to young Master Yale. Dylancorth's eyes gleamed. Linley. Your brother Yale is extraordinary. Just from Cass's dismounting and even his gaze, I can sense that he's stronger than your Uncle Hillman. He's a master. And the eagle on his shoulder is likely a 7th-level magical beast, a green-eyed thunderhawk. If Dylancorth considered him a master, Cass was no ordinary person. Linley, let's go to the holy capital, Yale called out. Linley and the others followed and entered the carriage, which was spacious enough for the 4 of them. The coachman set off for Finley City. Cass and 4 other knights guarded the carriage. The carriage contained various fruits and sealed wines. The 4 brothers ate and chatted merrily. The Ernst Institute was only 20 miles from Finley City, and the carriage arrived in about half an hour. After disembarking, the 4 brothers, protected by Cass and the others, explored Finley City. So where should we go? Yale asked. Finley City has many attractions. The East City is known for luxury and beautiful women, while the West City has art institutions like the famous Prowlux Guildhall. Yale was familiar with Finley City. Beautiful women? Let's go to the East City, Reynolds said eagerly. It's still morning. Those places are more interesting at night. But we can go now, Yale chuckled. Linley, feeling uncomfortable with those places, suggested, Yale, let's not. What would we be doing there? You mentioned the Prowlux Guildhall. If it's named after Master Prowlux, it must be remarkable. Let's check it out. Prowlux was considered the greatest sculptor in the history of the Yulon continent. Master Prowlux? I've heard of him. One of his works was sold for millions of gold coins. It was called Hope, Reynolds exclaimed. Millions of gold coins, that's insane. George confidently stated, countless sculptures have been created throughout history. But the top 10 are worth millions of gold coins. Master Prowlux created 3 of them, making him the greatest sculptor of all time. Linley gasped. Millions of gold coins? That was an immense fortune. Even if his family sold their ancestral home, they could only raise about 100,000 gold coins. Let's go see it, Linley urged. Chapter 22. The Proxus Gallery, Part 2. The Proxus Gallery, the foremost institution in the realm of stone sculpture, boasts branches in several major cities across the Yulon continent. The gallery itself sprawls over a vast expanse, frequented predominantly by individuals who pride themselves on their cultured stature. Within the Proxus Gallery, donning a mere handful of magical rings would likely elicit derision rather than admiration, as true artistry and refinement reign supreme in this esteemed establishment. Admission to the Proxus Gallery requires a fee of 1 gold coin per visitor. As the melodious sounds reminiscent of flowing waters emanated from the gallery, a sense of profound tranquility enveloped all who entered. The throngs of nobles, elegant ladies, and beautiful maidens, all impeccably attired, filled the space, leaving commoners feeling inconsequential in their presence. The Linley brothers, along with their 4 bodyguards including Cass, made their way to the square in front of the Proxus Gallery. Any discerning observer would notice the distinctive uniforms of Ernst Academy worn by the Linley brothers and the striking azurite thunder eagle perched on Cass's shoulder, prompting a humble demeanor from those around them. Uncle Cass, you may accompany us inside, while the other 3 shall await outside, Yale casually instructed. The 4 brothers, along with Cass, stepped into the gallery. At the heart of the grand hall stood a towering human-shaped stone sculpture, a tribute to the master of stone sculpture, the illustrious Proxus himself. The ambience within the Proxus Gallery was remarkably serene. Individuals, regardless of their status, conversed in hushed tones, mindful of disturbing others. As the brothers gazed upon the exquisite stone sculptures displayed, they could not help but feel a deep appreciation for the artistry before them. The exhibition halls of the Proxus Gallery were primarily divided into 3 sections: the General Exhibition Hall, the Master Hall, and the Grand Master Hall. The General Exhibition Hall showcased works submitted by stone sculpture enthusiasts for public appraisal, with a 1-month exhibition period followed by a bidding process. These pieces were relatively commonplace, valued at a few gold coins, with exceptional works reaching into the dozens. Yale enthusiastically elaborated. The Master Hall is a different realm altogether, comprising individual exhibition rooms dedicated to the works of recognized masters. A sculptor deemed a master typically commands a valuation of around 1,000 gold coins for their creations. As for the Grand Master Hall, it houses only a select few masterpieces, each commanding astronomical prices, often in the tens of thousands of gold coins. Listening intently, Linley's breath caught at the thought of such esteemed creations. The value of a master's work was staggering. For masters of stone sculpture, monetary worth was trivial. However, it was indeed rare for these masters to produce a piece, as they sought to preserve their legacy unmarred. Yale mused, a timeless masterpiece is born of skill, talent, and a fleeting moment of inspiration. The works in the General Exhibition Hall seem merely visually appealing. Let us proceed ahead, Yale urged, leading the way. As they traversed the tranquil expanse of the Proxus Gallery, enveloped by the soothing melodies, Linley felt as though he were submerged in a vast ocean of art. At that moment, Darren Corvid emerged from the dragon ring, equally captivated by the surrounding sculptures. Pathetic. What standard is this? How dare they present such works for public scrutiny? Darren Corvett scoffed. Grandfather Darren, Lin Lei turned to him. This is merely the general exhibition hall. Ahead lies the Master Hall, and beyond that, the Grand Master Hall. The mention of the Proxus Gallery left Darren momentarily speechless. Grandfather Darren? Grandfather Darren? Lin Lei called softly. Observing that Darren Corvett remained lost in contemplation and chose not to disturb him further, following Yale, Reno, and George into the Master Hall. Indeed, the atmosphere of the Master Hall was markedly different. Within its grand foyer, the information of each master was displayed alongside their respective exhibition rooms. The group entered individual exhibition spaces, and although Lin Lei lacked extensive knowledge of stone sculpture, he could discern a distinctive aura emanating from the works of these masters. A quality absent in the more ordinary pieces outside. As Lin Lei became immersed in the various artworks, he suddenly heard Darren Corvett's voice in his mind. Indeed, you have grasped the basics, Darren Corvett acknowledged, but in comparison to Proxus's creations, there remains a considerable gap. Lin Lei was at a loss for words. Grandfather, how could they possibly compare to Master Proxus? He is the unrivaled paragon of stone sculpture throughout history. Darren Corvett frowned, his white beard bristling with discontent. What of it? Was Proxus born a master? He, too, began as an ordinary sculptor, evolving through diligence and perseverance into the true master he is today. Lin Lei paused, contemplating the wisdom in Darren's words. After exploring the individual exhibition rooms of the masters, the four brothers made their way to the innermost sanctum, the Grand Master Hall. Remember, when in the Grand Master Hall, do not touch anything carelessly. If you damage a piece, the consequences will be dire, Yale cautioned. Upon entering the Grand Master Hall, a profound silence enveloped them. The hall was vast, yet the number of displayed works was sparse. Only a handful of masters were represented, each showcasing 4 or 5 pieces. In total, the Grand Master Hall contained merely 20 to 30 works. Despite their scarcity, upon seeing the sculptures, Lin Lei and his companions felt an almost lifelike energy emanating from the pieces, as though they were imbued with a spirit of their own. Ah, remarkable. I never anticipated that stone sculpture could have developed to such a degree after 5 or 6 millennia, Darren Corvett exclaimed. Should they advance further, they might indeed rival Proxus. Immersed in this artistic sanctum, the four brothers felt their spirits elevated. As evening fell at the entrance of Ernst Academy, the brothers disembarked from their carriage. Second brother. Third brother, you two are at fault. I said to enjoy ourselves in Finley City tonight, yet you. Alas, you are too timid. I have frequented such places since I was 6 years old, Yale lamented, still somewhat aggrieved. Indeed, Reno chimed in agreement. George and Lin Lei exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile. Quickly, open the door. A voice, laden with fury and urgency, rang out. The brothers turned to see a curly-haired young man cradling a bloodied youth, accompanied by a striking young woman. The injured youth appeared pale, his left arm shattered, exposing bone, while his chest bore several claw marks. Another casualty from the trials in the monster forest, I presume? How many more have we seen since arriving at Ernst Academy? Yale remarked nonchalantly. The Monster Mountain Range lies to the east of the Holy Alliance. In truth, the Monster Mountain Range is quite close to Ernst Academy, roughly 100 miles away. A physically fit individual could traverse the distance in half a day. At Ernst Academy, I have encountered the most extraordinary beasts, flying creatures, land-dwelling ones, and everything in between. However, the majority of these beasts belong to the Academy's magical instructors or a select few advanced students, George reflected. As the four brothers approached the Academy's entrance, they suddenly heard. Lin Lei. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 23. A surprise at this moment, Hillman approached with a smile from a corner near the entrance of the Academy. The management at Ernst Academy is indeed strict. They wouldn't allow me in, and merely sent a guard to find you. I didn't expect you to come from outside. Yale, you three return to the dormitory first. I will be back shortly, Lin Lei turned and said. Yale, George, and Reynolds exchanged smiles with Hillman before entering the confines of Ernst Academy. Uncle Hillman, what brings you here? I thought you were going to wait until the end of the academic year to pick me up? Lin Lei inquired, puzzled. Come, let us speak over here. Hillman pulled Lin Lei aside, a gleam of undeniable joy illuminating his face. Lin Lei, I have wonderful news for you. Extraordinary news. Lin Lei's eyes brightened. What is it? He urged. With a smile, Hillman replied, You are aware of little Walton's birthday, correct? January 3rd. What's the significance of that? Yes. But what does that have to do with little Walton's birthday? Lin Lei questioned, perplexed. Hillman chuckled. Now that it's December, little Walton is nearly 6 years old. Just last night, your father tested little Walton's dragon blood warrior lineage concentration in the ancestral hall. And oh, what a test it was. Hillman broke into laughter once more. Lin Lei felt his heart race. The concentration test? could the result possibly be? He pressed on. Did little Walton's dragon blood warrior lineage concentration reach the threshold? Hillman nodded enthusiastically yes. Your father was overjoyed yesterday, celebrating with me until midnight. He said that his greatest pride in life is having two sons, one a great magician and the other a dragon blood warrior. Haha, splendid. A wave of excitement surged within Linley. The lineage of dragon blood warriors, which had thrived for over 5,000 years, had placed an immense responsibility on Linley's shoulders when little Walton had not yet met the required concentration. The greater the legacy of the dragon blood warriors, the heavier the burden Linley bore. But now his younger brother had met the necessary concentration, and with decades of diligent training, he could become a formidable dragon blood warrior. I came to share this joyous news with you. Your father also mentioned that in Wushan Town, the most powerful figures are myself and your father, both merely 6th-level warriors. Our experience cannot adequately train your brother, and the records of your family are little more than theoretical. Hillman's demeanor turned serious. Thus, your father has decided to send your brother to the O'Brien Academy in the O'Brien Empire for training. There, amidst the mightiest military empire and the finest warrior academy, your brother will receive the best guidance. Linley concurred. A person may possess immense strength, but without sufficient skill and experience, they are akin to a mere brute. Wait. Linley furrowed his brow, regarding Hillman. Uncle Hillman, the tuition at O'Brien Academy must be exorbitant. They offer free tuition to domestic students, but charge exorbitantly for foreign ones. I recall how high Reynolds' tuition at Ernst Academy was. Hillman nodded. Indeed, O'Brien Academy charges approximately 5,000 gold coins per year. Your father intends for Butler Sheely to accompany Walton in the O'Brien Empire to care for him. The tuition is steep, over 10 years, that amounts to 50,000 gold coins. 50,000 gold coins would nearly compel the Baruch family to sell almost everything they owned. By the way, Uncle Hillman looked at Linley, puzzled. As Linley produced a magic crystal card from his pocket, Hillman gasped, a magic crystal card? I've seen such cards during my time as a captain in the army. Linley, how do you possess a magic crystal card? Your father doesn't even have one. Linley grasped Hillman's arm. This magic crystal card was won from a wealthy young lord in a magical duel. Come, let us go to the Four Nations Bank. At that moment, the guards at Ernst Academy did not impede Hillman, recognizing Linley from earlier that day. For Linley, an excess of gold coins held little value. The ability to assist his family was all that mattered. In the living room of the Baruch family estate in Wushan Town, Hogg was deep in thought. With a dragon blood warrior now confirmed among their ranks, it was imperative to nurture him, even to the point of financial ruin. This was beyond question. He mused over the stone-carved screen in his bedroom, contemplating who might purchase it. Philip, being stingy, would hardly offer a fair price. Hogg was preoccupied with how to sell some family possessions at a high price to fund Walton's tuition at O'Brien Academy, which was a staggering expense. Suddenly, footsteps echoed. Hogg looked up and said, Hillman, you're back. What is that you have on your shoulder? Hillman dropped the heavy bag onto the floor, the dull thud indicating its weight. Lord Hogg, this is what Linley asked me to bring back. Hillman opened the bag and poured its contents out, revealing a pile of small yellow bags that clinked with the unmistakable sound of gold coins. These yellow bags were specially designed by the Four Nations Bank to hold coins, each typically containing 100 gold coins. Gold coins. This must be nearly 10,000 coins. Hogg exclaimed, astonished. Hillman, did you say this was sent by Linley? Hillman responded earnestly, a total of 9,900 gold coins. Linley asked me to bring them to you. A wealthy lad at Ernst Academy lost a magical duel to Linley, wagering 10,000 gold coins, which Linley stored in this magic crystal card. All the coins have now been withdrawn. 9,900 gold coins? Linley's? Hogg fell silent, staring at the heap of gold coin bags before him. Chapter 24, The Flat Knife School. Several days later, at Ernst Academy. After enjoying breakfast, Linley set off towards the back mountain to prepare for his training. As he walked along the pathways of the academy, the shadow mouse perched on his shoulder surveyed the surroundings. It was not uncommon for students at Ernst Academy to possess magical beasts, so Linley's shadow mouse drew little attention. Just then, he overheard a light, melodious voice from a short distance ahead. That's Linley, our first true mage in the first year. Curiosity piqued, Linley glanced in the direction of the sound, spotting two adorable young girls whispering to each other while stealing glances at him. Upon meeting his gaze, they giggled, covering their mouths. I've become somewhat of a celebrity, Linley thought to himself with a wry smile. In recent days, he had frequently caught snippets of conversations about himself, especially after defeating Rand, the top contender in the year-end competition. He was gradually being regarded as the foremost expert among the first-year students. Ah, who is that ahead? Linley's attention was suddenly captured by a slender figure in the distance. With golden short hair and a cold demeanor, the individual walked indifferently along the path, reminiscent of Reno. Dixie? Linley's pupils dilated in surprise. Dixie, now 9 years old, was even younger than Linley by a month. Yet, this 9-year-old had already attained the rank of a third-level mage. While it was acknowledged that advancing as a mage grew increasingly difficult, reaching third level at such a young age was remarkable. Have you heard? Dixie has reached the fourth level after the year-end assessment yesterday. Some 17 or 18-year-old girls nearby whispered amongst themselves. In the third year, most students were over 16, with only Dixie standing out as an extraordinary talent. Fourth-level mage. Linley felt a sharp pang in his heart. At the same age, and a month younger, Dixie had already reached fourth level, while he remained at second level. Dixie's icy expression remained unchanged as he passed by Linley. The unparalleled genius, Dixie, found no peer among his contemporaries. A beam of light emerged from the dragon ring. And Darren Cueter, standing beside Linley, chuckled. Linley, your difference with him isn't insurmountable. When Dixie enrolled, his mental prowess was 68 times that of his peers. This indicates that he hadn't even begun training, yet his mental strength had already reached the third-level mage threshold. Thus, during his first year at Ernst Academy, he merely accumulated sufficient magical energy to attain the third level. Now, having nearly completed 2 years, reaching the fourth level is quite normal. Linley understood the implications. Dixie's innate talent was extraordinarily high, and combined with exceptional elemental affinity, his accumulation of magical energy was undoubtedly swift, though his training is rapid. I estimate it will take him 3 to 4 years to advance from 4th level to 5th level, and about 4 to 5 years to reach 6th level. You are currently a 2nd level mage while he is a 4th level mage. However, I am confident that I can help you catch up with him within 10 years. Darren Cueter asserted confidently. Linley, however, was skeptical. Grandfather Darren, the greater the talent, the faster the training. His innate abilities far surpass mine, and currently, he has a 2-level advantage over me. How could I possibly catch up in just 10 years? Linley was not naive. His studies at Ernst Academy had made him acutely aware of the challenges of advancing as a mage. Previously, Darren Cueter had spoken of helping Linley become a 6th-level mage within 10 years, but Linley harbored doubts about that as well, especially given his current pace of progress. As they conversed, Linley had already exited the back gate of Ernst Academy and entered the mountain. Swiftly navigating through the forest, Darren Cueter suddenly instructed, Linley, let us find a spot against the mountain wall. Against the mountain wall? Linley asked, puzzled. Don't ask so many questions. I will explain once we arrive, Darren Cueter replied with a smile. The back mountain was largely overgrown with vegetation and wild grass, home to towering trees. After a brief search, Linley located a suitable area that met Darren Cueter's request, an elevated peak several hundred meters high where he stood at the base. Grandfather Darren, why have you brought me here? Linley inquired, still confused. Darren Cueter chuckled. Linley, do you not believe that I can help you catch up to him in just 10 years? Haha. As a sage mage of the holy domain, I possess a unique method to enhance mental strength. A method to improve mental strength? Linley questioned, intrigued. Isn't meditation training effective? Darren Cueter smiled gently. I acknowledge that meditation has its merits, but it often leaves one utterly fatigued. Of course it does. Meditation training involves continuously expending mental energy until reaching a limit, then allowing it to recover, which would indeed lead to exhaustion. Linley furrowed his brows. Darren Cueter proudly stated, my method is entirely different. It does not deplete mental strength, but rather serves as a form of entertainment. Entertainment? Linley was bewildered. Yes, this form of entertainment is sculpting. Darren Cueter's face lit up with pride. Sculpting? You mean the stone carvings from the Pruxis Gallery? Linley exclaimed in astonishment. Precisely. While others may labor intensely over their sculptures, my approach may start off demanding, but yields excellent results in the later stages, Darren Cueter explained. Is that true? Linley was skeptical. Darren Cueter narrowed his eyes. Linley, do you doubt me? As a sage mage of the Puan Empire, I have created several stone sculptures for which many nobles offered millions of gold coins. However, how could I part with my proud creations? Remarkable. Yet, I have never heard your name mentioned among the sculpting masters, Linley inquired, puzzled. Darren Cueter replied awkwardly, well, I have kept my works hidden in an underground chamber, and no one knows of them. After over 5,000 years, I can no longer recall the location of my original chamber. Time has changed everything. The ancient capital of the Puan Empire has long been razed, and who can say where my chamber lies? Oh, no one knows, Linley chuckled. Do you not believe me? Darren Cueter retorted, that rascal Pruxis once came to me, pleading for a glimpse of my work. After studying my pieces, he experienced a breakthrough and ultimately became a master. He could be considered my disciple. Linley was taken aback. Pruxis, the foremost figure in the world of stone sculpture, is considered your disciple? Indeed, while Pruxis pursued perfection in his work, my creations strive for an extreme. I have named my sculpting technique the flat knife school. This style diverges from all other sculptural techniques, leading to a different extreme. It may begin as tedious and cumbersome, but in the later phases, one will truly savor the rewards, Darren Cueter asserted with absolute confidence. Gazing at Linley, Darren Cueter smiled. Until now, I have been the sole practitioner of the flat knife school. From this day forth, it shall also have you as a member. Linley held a deep trust in grandfather Darren and resolved to learn sculpting. Moreover, if what Darren Cueter claimed held true, not only could his strength grow rapidly, but he could also become a master sculptor. He could support his younger brother's tuition purely through his sculpting endeavors. The written records of history can only be traced back for a mere few tens of thousands of years. While the vast epics preceding this period witnessed the absence of fully developed written language, despite the existence of stone carvings, Darren Cueter remarked with awe that our ancestors, dating back hundreds of thousands, even millions of years, would carve what they saw and thought, marking this as the most ancient form of civilizational heritage. Linley nodded in agreement. No artistic creation can rival the antiquity of stone sculpture. Throughout history, amidst countless artistic expressions, none can surpass the age of stone carving. Nor can any convey the spectrum of human emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, as effectively as this art form. This enduring relevance of stone sculpture has ensured its timeless vitality. The inherent hardness of stone presents a formidable challenge for sculptors, and the quest to capture a unique essence amplifies this difficulty. The greater the challenge, the more precious the successful creation becomes, Darren Cueter mused. Linley concurred silently. For instance, in painting, one might effortlessly render a stroke of nature. Yet to achieve a similarly natural form in sculpture is a daunting task due to the stone's formidable density. The shape, texture, grain, and color of the stone encapsulate not merely tangible images but the essence of beauty itself. The sculptor chisels away the superfluous portions of the stubborn stone, revealing the exquisite forms that lie within, thus defining stone sculpture. The technique of carving is essentially a method of manipulating form and space. In the process of sculpting, one gradually removes excess material from the outside in, meticulously delineating the body of the work. With each step of waste removal, the form becomes increasingly distinct, allowing the creator to experience the sublime sensation of the artwork emerging from its shell. Darren Cueter spoke ceaselessly about stone sculpture, and Linley sensed the profound admiration he harbored for this art. Traditional sculpting techniques necessitate a plethora of tools, such as round chisels, flat chisels, angled chisels, triangular chisels, jade bowl chisels, axes, and saws. Due to the inherent hardness of stone, each tool serves a specific purpose: round chisels for shaping, flat chisels for cutting, and triangular chisels for detailing. As Linley listened, he began to grasp the fundamental principles of stone carving. Suddenly, Darren Cueter broke into laughter. However, my sculpting technique differs from all others, for I employ but a single tool, a flat chisel. Thus, I proudly designate my method as the flat chisel style. Linley immediately countered. How could one possibly sculpt using only a flat chisel? For instance, how would you carve the scales of a fish? It seems utterly impossible. No, it is not impossible for others, but for us earth mages, it is entirely feasible, Darren Cueter asserted confidently. Earth mages can truly perceive the stone itself. With sufficient strength in the wrist, one can sculpt solely with a flat chisel. Yet, he cautioned, the flat chisel style is not as simple as it appears. Your task today is to procure a sufficiently sharp flat chisel. Starting tomorrow, I shall dedicate 3 hours each day to impart the art of stone sculpture to you. Chapter 25. 6 years the stream babbled melodiously as Linley sat cross-legged, holding a flat chisel and a palm-sized stone. He began his practice from the fundamentals. In the secluded mountains behind Ernst Academy, Linley embarked on his sculpting journey under the guidance of Darren Cueter. As his understanding of sculpture deepened, he discerned the reasons behind the enhancement of mental strength that the flat chisel school provided in its later stages. While others required an array of tools for their sculpting endeavors, often needing to switch between them based on the specific demands of the piece, the flat chisel school utilized merely one tool. Although this singular approach posed its own challenges, such as the need for an almost stringent mastery over the stone, it simplified the creative process. Strength also played a crucial role. Larger debris necessitated the use of an axe, whereas working solely with a flat chisel required considerable force. The grasp of the stone could be felt through the unique abilities of earth mages, while wrist strength demanded rigorous training. At this juncture, Linley had reached the status of a second-level mage, and his wrist strength was commendable, yet still insufficient for larger works. However, he was merely laying the groundwork. As the academic year drew to a close, Linley returned to Wushan Town. Shortly after the new year, young Woden, under the care of butler Sheely, departed for the O'Brien Empire, leaving Linley to watch his 6-year-old brother weep as they parted ways. Time flowed on. At Ernst Academy, Linley maintained his unconventional path, dedicating most of his days to rigorous training in the mountains behind the academy. As he entered adolescence, his appetite surged, his height increased, and his physical prowess advanced remarkably. With Darren Cueter's instruction and Linley's own tireless efforts, he made significant strides in his sculpting craft. Seasons changed, and 3 years swiftly elapsed. At a certain waterfall in the mountains behind Ernst Academy, The cascading water thundered down like a curtain, splashing into a deep pool. Lin lay, standing beside the waterfall, meticulously carved a stone nearly as tall as himself with a nearly 30-centimeter long flat chisel. The chisel danced in the air, creating a blur, as the stone shavings flew away, revealing the form of the sculpture beneath. From dawn until dusk, the sculpture gradually took shape. Lin lay's focus was entirely absorbed in his work, as if he were immersed in nature itself, feeling a profound connection with the essence of the stone. This extraordinary sensation made him oblivious to the passage of time, and his mental strength began to rejuvenate and flourish. Without consciously realizing it, he wielded the chisel with mastery, and as the stone waste diminished, the sculpture's features became increasingly defined. When the sun set, Lin lay finally ceased his carving. With a sigh of relief, he watched as the stone fragments flew away, revealing a nearly half-meter-long mouse, so lifelike it seemed real, prompting the little shadow mouse baby to squeak excitedly nearby. The entire piece was completed in one fluid motion. What a marvelous sensation. At that moment, Lin lay realized that his mental strength had significantly improved. Darren Kiwat, dressed in a moon-white robe, smiled at him. Lin lay, from today onwards, you can be considered to have entered the realm of sculpting. You've experienced that wondrous feeling, haven't you? However, your work can only be deemed as a mere likeness, suitable for the ordinary exhibition hall of the Pluxus Pavilion. Taking it outside would be a disgrace. Understood, Grandfather Darren. With a series of swift movements, Lin lay transformed the original sculpture into several pieces, marking his entry into the realm of sculpting that year. He was now 13 years old. Days turned into years. Once he had entered the world of sculpture, Lin lay's mental strength advanced at an accelerated pace. To be precise, he became a second-level mage at the age of 9 and ascended to a third-level mage by 11. By the age of 13, he achieved the status of a fourth-level mage. The difficulty of progressing through the ranks of a mage escalated sharply, and it was expected that Lin lay would require nearly 3 years to transition from a fourth-level to a fifth-level mage. However, in the autumn of the year 9996 in the Yulan calendar, at just 14 and a half, he reached the fifth-level mage designation, achieving this in merely a year and a half, a feat even quicker than his transition from third to fourth level. This was the impact of the flat chisel sculpting technique. In the spring of 9997 in the Yulan calendar, Lin lay entered his 7th year at Ernst Academy. Now 15 years old, clad in a sky-blue robe, he walked through the academy grounds, with the charming little shadow mouse Bibi perched on his shoulder. Despite the passing 6 or 7 years, Bibi had not changed in size. Lin lay now stood at a height of nearly 1.80 meters, exuding a sense of composure. The constant transformation of his body through earth and wind elemental energies, coupled with relentless training and the unique advantages of his dragon blood warrior lineage, granted him the strength of a fourth-level warrior, capable of effortlessly lifting massive stones and shattering rocks with a single punch. His studies in the flat chisel technique had seen his mental strength steadily improve since he turned 13. At the beginning of the year 9997, Lin lay advanced to the 5th grade at Ernst Academy. Sharing the same grade as the Academy's prodigy, Dixie had taken 3 years to elevate from a 4th-level mage to a 5th-level mage. Yet he struggled to make the leap from 5th to 6th level. At 15, as a 5th-level mage, Lin lay and Dixie were indeed extraordinary individuals. However, in the eyes of most, Lin lay was seen as the more monstrous talent, having seemingly progressed from a 4th to a 5th-level mage in just a year. His astonishing rate of advancement left everyone in awe. Alongside Dixie, they were hailed as the 2 greatest prodigies of Ernst Academy. Look, it's Lin lay. He reached 4th-level mage 2 years ago and descended to 5th level last year, all in the span of just 1 year. Incredible! I believe Lin lay will surpass Dixie and become the first prodigy of Ernst Academy. Many onlookers whispered as they observed Lin lay. The Academy's recognized prodigies always drawing attention. Yet, despite his formidable power, Lin lay refrained from participating in any age-based arena competitions. A genius? Lin lay chuckled to himself. He never considered himself a genius. Rather, his strength was the result of nearly daily rigorous training, 6 years of unwavering dedication at the Academy, and the meticulous guidance of Grandfather Darren. This was the foundation of his current accomplishments. Yet, he mused, my strength still pales in comparison to Bibi's. Glancing at Bibi beside him, he wondered, Bibi, what level have you reached now? Bibi grinned at Lin lay, conveying telepathically, I'm not sure either. I haven't competed with other magical beasts, but you're no match for me, haha. Bibi was quite pleased with itself. Unfazed by the adoring gazes and murmurs of those around him, Lin lay calmly exited the back gate of Ernst Institute and entered the mountains behind, resuming his rigorous training as before. This unwavering dedication over 6 years was the cornerstone of Lin lay's success. Lin lay darted nimbly and swiftly through the forest. As the little shadow mouse, Bibi, chatted incessantly via telepathy. Lin lay, when are we going to undertake the magical beast force trial? You've already reached the 5th rank as a magician, so you're eligible to begin the trial. I, Bibi, will also be able to showcase my abilities. Patience, Linley replied tersely. It's truly disheartening. I'm a magical beast, yet I've never been to the magical beast forest. How tragic. BB's expressive capabilities had certainly grown over the past 6 years. Silence. If you continue to chatter, I won't roast meat for you today, Linley retorted. Upon hearing this, BB immediately fell silent. As Linley traversed the forest, Dylan Court floated alongside. Observing Linley with immense satisfaction. Linley, Dylan Court suddenly spoke. Linley turned to face Dylan Court, smiling as he communicated telepathically. Grandpa Dylan, is there something you need? Dylan Court smiled and said, based on your recent creations, I can officially declare that your stone carving skills have now entered the preliminary stages of mastery. Linley's eyes lit up with excitement. His grandpa Dylan had a peculiar temperament. Any stone carving that didn't meet his standards, even if completed, would be destroyed. According to Dylan Court, such works would be a disgrace to our planeblade style and to my reputation as a saint-level magus. Because of this, Linley had been forced to destroy countless works that could have been sold for profit. Preliminary mastery? Grandpa Dylan, do you mean? Linley asked. Looking at Dylan Court with anticipation, Dylan Court nodded with delight, saying, indeed. From this day forth, your stone carvings need not be destroyed upon completion. They are worthy of preservation. Of course, you may also send your works to the Prue to be sold, to promote the reputation of our planeblade style and, incidentally, earn some gold coins. Chapter 1. Stone Sculpture, Part 1. The vernal sunshine, warm and inviting, bathed the courtyard where the young man from dormitory 1987 lingered. Yale, George, and Reynolds were engaged in casual banter. Yale and George were now 16, while Reynolds was 14. Their heights had surged, with George, the shortest, standing at over 1.60 meters, and Yale, the tallest, reaching an impressive 1.90 meters. George, don't feign innocence with us, Yale jested, flexing his pectoral muscles with 2 small stone weights. Even Old 4 has lost his virginity, so why are you and Old 3 still pretending? Here's a proposition. You and Old 3 can visit Azure Paradise in Finlay City at the end of the month. I'll cover the expenses and guarantee a comfortable experience with a virgin maiden. What do you say? These small stone weights, each weighing perhaps 10 to 15 kilograms, were usually beneath Linley's notice. George replied with a gentle smile, Yale, my friend, please don't pressure me. You and Reynolds can go to Azure Paradise, while Old 3 and I will enjoy drinks outside. Wouldn't that be pleasant? Reynolds chimed in with a pout. George, you're simply not a man. George could only offer a helpless smile. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Yale set down the stone weights and turned toward the entrance, announcing, It must be Old 3. Let's prepare to eat. Yale's words abruptly ceased. Linley strode into the courtyard, a massive boulder hoisted on his shoulders. The stone, easily a meter tall, must have weighed hundreds of kilograms. Yet, Linley carried it with apparent ease. Yale, George, and Reynolds stared in disbelief as Linley nonchalantly placed the boulder in a corner of the courtyard. The heavy thud of the stone against the ground sent a tremor through the trio's hearts. What sorcery is this? Yale exclaimed, fixating on the boulder. Old 3, I know you're strong, but how can you be this strong? Is the boulder hollow? Yale approached the stone, embracing it with both arms in an attempt to lift it. Humph. Yale strained with all his might, his face flushed, but the massive stone remained stubbornly rooted to the ground. Linley chuckled, Yale, don't waste your energy. You won't be able to move it. Yale's physical strength was less than that of a first-level warrior. How could he possibly lift it? Reynolds, his eyes wide with wonder, gazed at the boulder before turning to Linley with a puzzled expression. Hey, Linley, what are you doing with such a massive stone in the dormitory? Ah, I see. Reynolds' eyes lit up. I once saw a powerful warrior using boulders for weightlifting to strengthen his body. Are you planning to do the same, Linley? Such a massive stone could crush me into meat paste, George murmured, admiring the boulder before turning to Linley with curiosity. Old 3, what do you intend to do with this boulder? Linley smiled at his 3 comrades and uttered 2 words, stone sculpture. According to Dorian Cowart, his stone sculptures were already at an introductory level. However, creating stone sculptures was a time-consuming endeavor, typically requiring more than a day or 2. In the past, he could leave them in the mountains without concern for damage, but now things were different. Stone sculpture? Yale, Reynolds, and George stared at Linley in astonishment. What? Are you surprised? Linley inquired, observing his 3 friends. Reynolds responded quickly, not just surprised, but utterly astonished. We've been together for 6 or 7 years. Yet we've never seen you sculpt. Are you planning to start learning stone sculpture today? Linley smiled. Who said I'm starting today? I've been practicing in the mountains for over 5 years. This time, I plan to exhibit the finished piece at the Prue Hall and see if I can sell it for some money. To raise enough gold coins to send his younger brother, Wharton, and the caretaker, Hury, to study in the O'Brien Empire, the Baruch family's coffers had been nearly depleted. Yet, Hogg was overjoyed. What did it matter if the family was financially strained? His eldest son, Linley, was a student at the Ernst Institute. destined for a prestigious position as a great mage upon graduation. His younger son, Wharton, even possessed the potential to become a dragonblood warrior. Hawk could foresee the future glory of the Baruch family. Prue Hall? Yale and his companions exchanged astonished glances. Lindley was the pride of dormitory 1987. Having entered the 5th grade of the Ernst Institute at the young age of 15. He and Dixie were jointly hailed as the two peerless geniuses of the Ernst Institute. Yale and his friends acknowledged Lindley's genius, but stone sculpture was a profoundly intricate art. Many spent decades diligently studying it, only to become ordinary artisans. Could such an age-old art form be mastered so easily? Lindley even dared to aspire to exhibit his work at the Prue Hall, the pinnacle of stone sculpture. Old 3, don't let your ambition run wild, George jested, offering a word of comfort. Lindley, I worry. Will anyone buy your work? Reynolds frowned, his tone skeptical. Yale chuckled and said, what are you two talking about? Old 3, just exhibit your work. As long as it's yours, I'll offer 10,000 gold coins to buy it and support you. Lindley produced a flat chisel from his pocket. I'm serious. A flat chisel? Reynolds exclaimed. It seems you're well prepared, Lindley. I once considered learning stone sculpture myself. There are many tools, including flat chisels, round chisels, triangular chisels, jade bowl chisels, and even axes. Are you planning to use just one tool? Reynolds, Yale, and George all possessed a general understanding of various art forms. Lindley remained silent. With the flat chisel in hand, Lindley entered a state of serenity and focus. He could sense the flow of earth elemental energy within the boulder, and he could vaguely perceive its internal structure. With a smile, Lindley wielded the chisel. The blade flashed, and the reflected sunlight caused Reynolds and his companions to squint. Yet, they remained fixated on the boulder. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blade moved with fluid speed, repeatedly striking the same spot. A large chunk of stone debris was flung away. How was this possible? Yale stared in disbelief. Such a large piece of stone should have been removed with an axe, yet it had been chiseled away with a flat chisel alone. How astonishing was the wrist strength required? Reynolds and George were utterly speechless. Wrist strength? To achieve Lindley's level of fluidity and create such a natural and smooth surface required more than just strong wrists. Lindley was as tranquil as a serene lake. The flat chisel in his hand felt like an extension of his arm, swiftly and continuously shaving away at the boulder. Stone fragments were constantly being ejected. Watching Lindley sculpt with such fluidity and grace was a pleasure in itself. Old 3, Yale, George, and Reynolds exchanged glances. At that moment, they sensed that Lindley might truly be a master stone sculptor. Serenity, fluidity, harmony. Lindley thoroughly enjoyed the sensation of sculpting. At his current level, he instinctively knew how much force to apply to any part of the stone. There was no need for conscious thought. The flat chisel would naturally achieve perfection. It was a subconscious process. Compared to the flat chisel school, other stone sculpting schools could not offer this level of enjoyment. Masters of other schools had to carefully consider which tools to use for different areas, requiring significant mental effort. In this serene embrace of nature, Lindley's mental fortitude flourished as if nourished by the spring rain, experiencing an exquisite sense of organic growth that filled him with profound contentment. Suddenly, Lindley halted, and the debris of stone flew into the air, only to settle back down after a considerable pause, revealing a rudimentary model of a reptilian form carved from the massive rock. What are you three standing there for? Lost in thought, Lindley inquired with a smile as he turned to Yale and the others. We've merely crafted the simplest rough prototype. The real work will demand much more time. Let us proceed to lunch first. Yale, Reno, and George exchanged glances. Just from Lindley's earlier display, they were certain of his exceptional skill. Impressive, Yale remarked with admiration. A genius, Reno exclaimed with astonishment. A prodigy among masters, George added. It was likely that even among those who studied stone carving, finding someone who could reach Lindley's level in merely 5 to 6 years would be a rarity, perhaps only seen once in a century. Chapter 2, Stone Carvings, Part 2, at the Waldorf Hotel. According to Yale, today I discovered that the third brother is actually a master of stone carving. We must celebrate this. Let us proceed to the Waldorf Hotel. Thus, the four of them entered the Waldorf Hotel, and as they stepped inside, many students on the first floor turned to look. The majority of their gazes were fixed upon Lindley. Dixie, Lindley, the two most dazzling geniuses of Ernst Academy, are the center of attention wherever they go. In the distance, several students began to whisper among themselves. The four brothers took their seats, and as the dishes were placed before them, the slumbering bub emerged from Lindley's outer robe, its bright eyes gleaming as it fixated on a glossy roast chicken on the table. Reno quickly grabbed the roast chicken and handed it to the little shadow mouse, Bebe. Here you go. Lindley, I'm going to eat now. Bebe immediately sent a soul message to Lindley. Before Lindley could respond, Bebe leapt directly onto the table and began devouring the roast chicken, which vanished within 10 seconds, consumed entirely by the little shadow mouse, who was smaller than the chicken itself. The third brother, every time I see Bebe eat at such speed, It makes my heart twitch, Yale chuckled. After finishing, Bei turned to Lin Lei, who frowned at the sight of Bei's greasy paws. Bei playfully squeaked a few times at Lin Lei, squinting its small eyes in a self-satisfied manner, while a dark aura emanated from its body, enveloping it momentarily before the black light vanished. Bei's paws and mouth were now completely clean. With a proud expression, Bei looked at Lin Lei and transmitted a message. Lin Lei, is it clean now? Lin Lei couldn't help but smile. In a flash, Bei darted into Lin Lei's clothing. The four brothers then casually chatted and enjoyed their meal. By the way, third brother, if you want to send your stone carvings to the Proxys Gallery, there are a few points to note, Yale reminded Lin Lei. Oh, what should I pay attention to? Lin Lei inquired, as he was completely unaware of the regulations regarding artworks at the Proxys Gallery. Yale smiled and explained, generally, a stone carving must have your name or code inscribed on the lower left corner. This represents your work. This is the first point. The second point is that when sending stone carvings to the Proxys Gallery's warehouse, they must be sealed to prevent damage during transportation. Upon arrival, the sealed carvings will be inspected and your identity information will be recorded in detail. Typically, within 3 days, your work will be displayed in the ordinary exhibition hall of the Proxys Gallery. Lin Lei nodded in understanding. Inscribing a code and name on the stone carving prevents impersonation. Sealing for protection makes sense to Lin Lei as well. Intricate carvings are susceptible to damage from collisions during transport. Sealing them with some paper and cloth inside provides much greater safety. How does the pricing work at the Proxys Gallery? Lin Lei asked, as he intended to profit from sending his work there to improve his family's financial situation. Yale replied with pride, when the stone carving is placed in the exhibition hall, potential buyers will set their price. After 1 month, the highest bidder will acquire the stone carving, and you will receive your payment. Of course, if the transaction is successful, the Proxys Gallery will charge a 1% commission with a maximum fee of 10 gold coins. If your piece exceeds 1,000 gold coins, the fee remains capped at 10 gold coins, regardless of how high the price goes. Lin Lei understood this clearly. Don't worry, third brother. I will arrange everything properly in Finley City, ensuring your satisfaction, Yale said with a grin, wrapping an arm around Lin Lei's shoulder. If your stone carving sells well at the Proxys Gallery, it will reflect well on me too. George looked at Lin Lei, unable to suppress his admiration. Third brother, you are now a 5th-year student and will soon become a master of stone carving. Your future is boundless, far surpassing ours. A master of stone carving? Please do not flatter me, Lin Lei replied with a self-deprecating smile. The four brothers chatted and enjoyed their meal. Life at Ernst Academy is truly comfortable, Yale sighed, recalling his childhood training, which was far more arduous than this. Reno grimaced and added, we are all students of Ernst Academy. My grandfather Lum told me that the world outside is chaotic, filled with constant strife and bloodshed. With the Holy See backing Ernst Academy, no one dares to provoke us. That is why we can live in peace. Once we venture out for trials, we will understand the harshness of the world. Indeed, Lin Lei nodded in agreement. Now in his 5th year, many students in his class have already gone out for training. According to their accounts, some students have lost their lives in battles, while many others have been severely injured. Without experiencing true life and death combat, it is challenging for us to grow. We are like pets raised by nobles, living comfortably. But how can we compare to the ferocity of beasts in the outside world? George lamented, expressing a longing for the bloody life and death battles faced by upperclassmen. Such thrilling days must be exhilarating. Yale, George, Reno, and Lin Lei, all around 15 or 16 years old, harbored a yearning for the excitement of the outside world. However, the likes of Yale and his companions are too weak. Venturing out into the perilous realm of life and death would likely result in a high mortality rate. Lin Lei, you are already a 5th-year student, right? Reno suddenly remarked. Yale and George turned their gazes to Lin Lei, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Lin Lei took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, I am a 5th-level mage, considered an advanced mage. I plan to train in the Beast Mountain Range for 2 months starting in June and will return in August. Lin Lei had already devised a plan in his mind. The Beast Mountain Range? Yale, George, and Reno gasped in surprise. The Beast Mountain Range, the tallest mountain range in the entire Yulon continent, lies less than 100 miles east of Ernst Academy, and is indeed a place where many upperclassmen undertake their 2nd or 3rd trials. Most students opt for safer tasks during their first trials, such as escorting goods. Lin Lei, are you really going to the Beast Mountain Range for your first trial? Reno inquired, with Yale and George also expressing concern. Rest assured, I have confidence in my abilities, Lin Lei replied, feeling quite assured. As a 5th-level mage combined with 4th-level warrior skills, the speed of a 4th-level warrior is impressive. With the wind magic speed, my current abilities allow me to reach the level of a 6th-level warrior. Most importantly, I can cast the advanced wind magic levitation. Chapter 3, The Night of Aquatic Paradise. As time flows, it is already the end of May. Over the past 2 months, Lin Lei has devoted most of his days to meditation, along with some time spent on sculpting and reading. The library of Ernst Academy boasts a vast collection of books, which has continually broadened Lin Lei's knowledge. On the morning of May 29th, Lin Lei, Yale, Reno, and George stood in the square in front of the Pruxis Pavilion, where 3 wooden boxes rested atop a nearby carriage. During these 2 months, Lin Lei had completed 9 stone sculptures. But this was the first time he was delivering them to the Pruxis Pavilion. He chose to send 3 pieces to gauge the response. Lift these 3 boxes, Yale instructed. Some servants from the Yale household immediately complied, each lifting one of the boxes. Come with me, third brother, Yale said, evidently familiar with the path, as he led the way towards the side entrance of the Pruxis Pavilion. The pavilion is enormous, and a modest door is situated several hundred meters from the main entrance, where a well-dressed middle-aged man stood waiting. Upon seeing Yale and the others approach, the man's eyes lit up, and he walked over with a smile, greeting them. Young Master Yale, welcome. Yale nodded with a smile. You must know the purpose of my visit. This is my good brother Lin Lei, and these 3 stone sculptures are his. Please have your warehouse staff bring these boxes inside. One moment, the middle-aged man replied with a smile. Soon, several movers arrived from within the passage. The man turned to Lin Lei with a smile, saying, Young Master Lin Lei, according to the regulations of our Pruxis Pavilion, we must record your identification information. You only need to present your Ernst Academy student ID for me to record. The student ID from Ernst Academy is sufficient to verify identity. Lin Lei retrieved his ID from his pocket. Upon receiving the ID and opening it, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in surprise as he lifted his gaze to Lin Lei. 5th grade? Your age is evident. Yet to achieve the level of a 5th-grade magician at such a young age is indeed astonishing. Yale couldn't help but boast. My brother here is one of the 2 unparalleled talents of Ernst Academy. Last year, at just 14 years old, he reached the 5th-grade magician level in the end-of-year assessment. The middle-aged man immediately understood that Lin Lei was destined for greatness, and his demeanor became notably more humble. He recorded Lin Lei's identification and marked the 3 wooden boxes. Young Master Lin Lei, everything is in order. You need only return in a month to collect your remuneration. A month later? I want to have time then. Is it possible to delay by 2 or 3 months? Lin Lei inquired, as he was preparing to embark on a journey to the Beast Mountain Range in a week, which would take nearly 2 months. There's no rush. Once your works are sold, you may collect your remuneration at any time. The middle-aged man assured him with a nod. Yale frowned him. What is the matter? I recall that you used to inspect the contents of the stone sculpture boxes. Why is there no inspection this time? The middle-aged man explained. Inspecting the interior of the boxes is to prevent individuals from delivering damaged sculptures. If we don't check, they might claim the damage occurred at our pavilion and attempt to extort us. However, since these sculptures were sent by young Master Yale and young Master Lin Lei, I trust that individuals of your stature would not engage in such behavior. He understood perfectly well who Yale was. Would he stoop to extorting the Pruxis Pavilion? The petty sum involved would hardly be worth a fraction of Yale's casual spending. As for the sculptor, Lin Lei, being one of Ernst Academy's 2 unparalleled talents, such a person would never lower himself to such disgraceful acts. Later that night, in a private room on the 3rd floor of Aquatic Paradise deep in the Champs Elysees of Finley City, Lin Lei and his companions were gathered. The night in Finley City was lively, and the atmosphere in Aquatic Paradise reached its peak of bustling exuberance, with the sounds of women's laughter and men's hearty guffaws filling the air. Within the private room, the 4 brothers were enjoying drinks and engaging in conversation, accompanied by 4 elegant young women. Second brother, third brother, I'm off to bed with 4th. You too, Yale slurred, draping an arm around a girl with green hair. All right, big brother Yale, that's enough, Lin Lei interrupted, cutting off Yale's words. Yale and Reno exchanged glances, casting disdainful looks at Lin Lei and George before each took a beauty and exited the private room. Lin Lei and his friends had been frequenting this place for 2 years. Generally, Yale and Reno indulged in revelry, while Lin Lei and George merely enjoyed their drinks and chatted with the girls. Young Master Lin Lei, we've known each other for 2 years, yet you. The green-haired girl beside Lin Lei expressed her discontent. Lin Lei felt a headache coming on. Isla, if you're tired, you may rest. You won't miss a single coin, he replied coldly, causing the girl named Isla to refrain from saying more. It was indeed rare for someone to come to Aquatic Paradise and only drink. A streak of light shot from the dragon ring, transforming into Derinkavart. With a smile, Derinkavart looked at Lin Lei and teased, Oh, Lin Lei, with women before you, you still maintain this demeanor? Alas, it's a pity that I, a grand archmage, now exist only as a spirit and cannot even approach a woman. You young rascal still like this? Grandfather Derinkavart, Lin Lei frowned, transmitting discontent to Derinkavart. Derinkavart pouted. You haven't tasted the pleasures of women yet. Once you do, you'll likely be a different person. Lin Lei turned to gaze out the window, choosing to ignore the old lecherous spirit. The cool night air brushed against his face, bringing him a sense of calm. What wonders lay within the Beast Mountain range? In just a week, he would set forth. During his time in Ernst Academy, Linley had heard countless legends about the Beast Mountain range. He had also listened to many tales from Derinkavart, yet he had never been there himself. All he could do was imagine the scenes of the Beast Mountain range in his mind. A week later, preparations would begin for his journey. Linley gazed at the endless night sky through the window and made his decision. Chapter 4, Pricing Part 1, Within the Proxus Pavilion. The melodious strains of music reverberated throughout the halls, flowing like a gentle stream through the hearts of the visitors, who quietly admired each stone sculpture on display. The pavilion was primarily divided into 3 grand exhibition halls: the General Hall, the Skilled Hall, and the Master Hall. Among these, the General Hall was the largest, showcasing the most numerous stone sculptures. In the northeast corner of the General Hall, a trio of artwork stood, exuding a remarkably unique aura that any knowledgeable observer of stone sculptures would undoubtedly recognize. However, with over 10,000 sculptures in the General Hall, these 3 pieces were akin to a needle in a haystack, easily overlooked. Most of the displayed works, though visually appealing, lacked substance. The venerable Count Juno, now over 160 years of age, strolled leisurely through the main hall of the Proxus Pavilion, his discerning gaze sweeping over the various sculptures. Count Juno harbored no other passion than his love for stone sculpture, dedicating every morning to exploring the pavilion. Yet, the number of pieces capable of captivating his attention in the General Hall was disappointingly scant. "My lord, what sculpture has captured your interest?" inquired a beautiful attendant who approached him, familiar with the Count's routine visits. Count Juno shook his head with a smile. "I have yet to discover anything remarkable, my lord. The pieces in the General Hall pale in comparison to those in the Skilled and Master Halls. Why do you spend so much time here?" the attendant asked curiously. Feigning mystery, Count Juno replied, "You wouldn't understand. With so many pieces in the General Hall, one might just stumble upon a hidden gem. It is a splendid feeling akin to finding gold amidst the sand." "Is that so?" The attendant looked at him, puzzled. Count Juno chose to remain silent, resuming his admiration of the sculptures. However, when he approached the 3 pieces by Linley, his eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. With a century of expertise in stone sculpture, he immediately discerned the uniqueness of these works. Cold, natural, aloof. Count Juno murmured involuntarily. It was an essence. A stone sculpture could only be deemed a masterpiece if it possessed a particular aura. The chill and pride emanating from these 3 pieces profoundly moved Count Juno. "Come here. Note the price for me. I shall offer 100 gold coins for each of these 3 works," Count Juno instructed the attendant beside him. The attendant, smiling, promptly retrieved her notebook, documenting the numbers of the 3 sculptures and inscribing the price. She then produced 3 stickers, affixing them alongside the sculptures, each marked with 100 gold coins. As she recorded, Count Juno scrutinized the 3 sculptures with increasing intensity. Wait, something is amiss. His dim eyes suddenly gleamed as he fixated on one of the sculptures depicting a velociraptor. The seamless transition between the scales on its back and the contours of its legs struck him as extraordinary. Logically, scales should be carved with a round chisel, while the leg contours would require a flat chisel. Achieving such fluidity and naturalness was implausible, even with the utmost care. Having devoted a century to the study of stone sculpture, Count Juno was not originally a wealthy nobleman. However, his keen eye allowed him to acquire sculptures at low prices and sell some at a premium, thus establishing him as a magnate in Finley City. Could it have been crafted with a single tool? Impossible. The curvature of the scales and the depth of the indentations, only a round chisel could achieve such perfection. Count Juno thought, his brow furrowed deeply, having never encountered such a bizarre sight. "My lord?" The attendant spoke softly, noticing his intense focus. Count Juno's eyes brightened as he mused. "I never expected to encounter such exceptional pieces in the General Hall. If I price them at 100 gold coins, it may prompt some to examine them closely, potentially elevating their value." A decision crystallized in his mind. "I shall adjust the price in the final days of the exhibition. Please cancel my bid," Count Juno instructed the attendant. "Cancel?" she exclaimed, taken aback. Generally, bids could not be retracted, but given Count Juno's status as a regular patron, she swiftly removed the 3 stickers. "May I ask, my lord, why the sudden cancellation?" the attendant inquired. Count Juno smiled mysteriously. "That is not for you to question. By the way, when does the exhibition of these 3 sculptures conclude?" The attendant consulted her records, then replied, "The final day for this exhibition is June 30th. These pieces were only moved here for display yesterday afternoon." Count Juno nodded slightly. "Very well, I shall continue my exploration. You may return to your duties," he said with a smile. However, within, Count Juno was secretly elated. He believed each sculpture's true value could easily reach around 3,000 gold coins, as the typical skilled works were valued at approximately 1,000 gold coins. The unique carving techniques employed in these 3 pieces alone could double their worth. Count Juno's daily visits to the Proxus Pavilion proved fruitful, for, as he had anticipated, The sheer volume of sculptures in the general hall meant that these three exceptional pieces remained unnoticed. Even if someone did catch sight of them, they could only appreciate them superficially, oblivious to their true value. On June 10th, Count Juno returned to the Proxus Pavilion, casually observing the sculptures in the general hall. However, upon reaching the location of Lin Lei's three pieces, his expression drastically changed. Price stickers had appeared beside them, each marked at 300 gold coins. Seeing this price, Count Juno inwardly cursed. Fools! Even if they recognized the quality of these sculptures, they should not set the initial price too high. This merely invites unwarranted attention. Anger simmered within him. Yet he found himself powerless to retract the bids made by others. As he had predicted, on June 12th, when Count Juno visited again, the price stickers had changed once more. 500 gold coins? His eyes narrowed in disbelief. It seemed there were indeed many discerning individuals among the crowd. Chapter 5, Pricing Part 2. Count Juno remained silent, choosing to wait until June 30th to place his bid. As time progressed, the prices of the three stone sculptures gradually increased. Given that the works of skilled stone carvers typically hovered around 1,000 gold coins, the rise in price for these sculptures was notably slow. The bids crept up to 500, then 510, 515 gold coins. By June 29th, the highest bid barely reached 625 gold coins. On June 30th, an unusual occurrence transpired. Count Juno did not arrive in the morning as expected. He opted to come in the evening, knowing that the Pluxus Gallery remained open until midnight. The three stone sculptures crafted by Lin Lei would only be taken down after the clock struck 12. The previous day's bid stood at 625 gold coins, and he was determined to make the final offer. Count Juno approached the three sculptures with a smile. 900 gold coins? He exclaimed inwardly, infuriated by the audacity of the new bidder. Just yesterday, the bid was a mere 625 gold coins, and now it had surged to this figure. Despite his anger, Count Juno resolved to wait patiently. After some time, he glanced at the wall clock, noting it was already 11 o'clock, with only an hour left before closing. A smile crept onto his face. In the city of Finley, Count Juno was regarded as a mid-tier noble. In his youth, he faced considerable financial struggles. But as his collection of stone sculptures grew, so too did his wealth, which now amounted to several 100,000 gold coins, marking him as a respectable, affluent individual. Count Juno, is that you? A middle-aged man in a tailcoat, sporting a distinctive mustache, approached with a smile. Count Juno's expression shifted involuntarily upon recognizing the visitor. Yet he maintained a facade of cordiality. Ah, it is the Earl of Deemu. What brings you here at this late hour? Inwardly, Count Juno sensed a disturbance. The Earl of Deemu was also a renowned collector within the stone carving community of Finley. Me? Naturally, I am here for these three sculptures, the Earl proclaimed, his mustache curling with self-satisfaction. Count Juno, observe the unique charm of these pieces. They are truly captivating. The artisan capable of creating such sculptures must be an extraordinary individual. Count Juno felt a jolt of realization. Indeed, the Earl of Deemu had also taken a keen interest in these sculptures. It seemed he had arrived at the same hour with similar intentions. Miss, could you come here for a moment? The Earl politely called to a nearby maid, who approached with a smile. He gestured towards the three sculptures. For each of these pieces, I bid 1,000 gold coins. The maid nodded politely, noting the bid in her ledger before placing price stickers beside the sculptures. 1,000 gold coins. Count Juno's muscles twitched involuntarily. The Earl of Deemu then turned to Count Juno with a knowing smile. Count Juno, these sculptures are indeed remarkable. By the way, why are you here at this hour? Surely, you should be resting? Count Juno pondered for a moment. I had not realized how fond you were of these sculptures, Earl. Allow me to examine them more closely. He smiled and began to scrutinize the pieces, deliberately ignoring the Earl's presence. The Earl, observing this, merely scoffed inwardly. Old fool. Do you think your intentions are hidden from me? As the gentle sound of flowing water cascaded throughout the Pluxus Gallery, both nobles quietly admired the other artworks, enveloped in an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Ding, ding. The wall clock chimed. Midnight had arrived. Miss, could you come here? Count Juno called out to the maid, who promptly jogged over. For these three pieces, I bid 1,010 gold coins. In this final moment, Count Juno made his offer. The maid glanced at the sculptures, noting their original price of 1,000 gold coins, and reflected on the Count's offer, relieved that he had increased his bid by 10 coins rather than just one. Please wait, the maid replied as she retrieved her ledger. Count Juno, you only increased your bid by 10 coins? The Earl of Deemu's voice rang out. Count Juno furrowed his brow and looked up to see the Earl striding towards him, exuding confidence, a hint of triumph in his eyes. It was clear that the Earl had been watching Count Juno closely. I bid 200 gold coins, Count Juno replied in a low voice, his anger palpable. The maid sensed the tension between the two nobles and temporarily closed her ledger, eagerly observing the unfolding rivalry. for such competitive bidding was the delight of the gallery attendants. The Earl of Deemu raised an eyebrow, surprised. Count Juno, works in the Master Gallery typically fetch around 1,000 gold coins. You, a man known for your fiscal prudence, are bidding 200? Prudent? More like stingy, Count Juno retorted, his reputation for frugality well known. Since you have bid 200, I cannot be outdone. I bid 300 gold coins. The Earl smiled. Count Juno's gaze hardened. I am bidding high for these sculptures because I genuinely appreciate them. Their true value is a little over 1,000 gold coins. If you, Earl Deemu, wish to bid higher, they are yours. He declared his final figure. In truth, the Earl of Deemu lacked the discerning eye of Count Juno. He had failed to notice the intricate details that rendered these sculptures exceptional. In his view, the pieces were merely imbued with a unique charm, worth around 1,000 gold coins. Any further bidding seemed futile. Haha, the Earl laughed. Since you, Count Juno, are unusually generous today, I shall not deprive you of your desires. The sculptures are yours. At that moment, the maid recorded the bid in her ledger. Esteemed lords, it is now midnight, and we must close the gallery. Count Juno, our staff will deliver the sculptures to your residence tomorrow. The maid smiled, prompting Count Juno to finally exhibit a smile of his own. Stealing a glance at the Earl of Deemu, Count Juno felt a sense of superiority. You think you can compete with me? I have devoted years to the study of stone carvings. Lacking the necessary insight, you dare to challenge me? Chapter 6. Invitation to Astoni's astonishment. 3 stone sculptures from the ordinary exhibition hall had sold for 500 gold coins each. The manager of the Pruxus Pavilion, Astoni, gazed in disbelief at the records and perused the information about the creator, Linley. His astonishment deepened upon realizing that all 3 works were created by this 15-year-old prodigy. The world of stone sculpture is undeniably pyramid-shaped, with only 5 or 6 masters at the pinnacle and around 100 skilled sculptors overall. This scarcity of talent implies that those who are deemed skilled sculptors possess profound insights into life, and their artistry is capable of infusing those insights into their creations, resulting in works of exceptional spirit. A 15-year-old sculptor of such caliber? Astoundingly rare. Furthermore, this Linley is a student of the esteemed Ernst Academy? Astoni's surprise escalated. Ernst Academy is the premier magic institution on the entire Yulon continent, and he is merely a 5th-year student? A 5th-year student at the tender age of 15? Astoni gasped in awe. A genius. These 3 sculptures, even if valued at just over 1,000 gold coins, would see their worth multiply simply due to the age and stature of their creator. Astoni was convinced. A sculptor who achieves such a standard at 15 is inherently valuable. If this young genius is indeed a 5th-year student at Ernst Academy, he is undoubtedly among the elite. That afternoon, Astoni set off for Ernst Academy. As the Pruxus Pavilion had not welcomed a new sculptor in quite some time, he decisively determined that Linley's impressive sales warranted a dedicated exhibition space in the Master's Exhibition Hall. Later that afternoon, a carriage arrived at the entrance of Ernst Academy. Astoni, accompanied by 2 guards, presented his identification representing the Pruxus Pavilion, leading to a guard escorting him inside. This is the gathering place of some 5th-year magic instructors, Mr. Astoni, the guard cheerfully announced as he opened the door to the office. Inside, a dozen or so wizards were engaged in jovial conversation. Those capable of instructing 5th-year students were at least 7th-level wizards, if not 8th level. As the door swung open, the esteemed wizards turned their attention toward them. Esteemed wizards, this is Mr. Astoni from the Pruxus Pavilion. He seeks your assistance, the guard respectfully stated. The wizards nodded in acknowledgement. The Pruxus Pavilion, with branches in several super-cities across the Yulon continent, boasted an impressive military might. Thus, even the proud wizards treated Astoni with a measure of respect. Esteemed wizards, Astoni smiled. I am here in search of a 5th-year student named Linley. Linley? The wizards chuckled. One middle-aged man in a purple robe remarked, he is one of our 2 great prodigies at Ernst Academy, a dual-element magician of earth and wind. You should consult the respective instructors for those elements. They would be well informed. Speaking of earth, I have only seen him twice in my earth magic classes over the past 3 months, grumbled a red-bearded elder, but he attends every wind class without fail. A silver-haired elder in a white robe smiled. I am Linley's wind magic teacher, and am quite familiar with him. Feel free to ask me anything. Astoni nodded. Linley submitted 3 stone sculptures to our Pruxus Pavilion a month ago. His works possess an extraordinary aura, based on their valuations over the past month. We have determined that he qualifies for an independent exhibition space in our pavilion's Master's Hall. Hence, I have come to present him with a silver crystal card. Independent exhibition space? The wizards were taken aback. As noble wizards, they understood the intricacies of stone sculpture and recognized the difficulty of crafting lifelike pieces, let alone imbuing them with a unique spirit. To secure an independent exhibition space at the Pruxus Pavilion is a dream cherished by many sculptors. Are you certain it is Linley? He is known for his rigorous training, and he is only 15. The silver-haired elder expressed incredulity. Astoni smiled reassuringly. There is no doubt. We recorded the information using Lin Lei's student ID, and the records indicate that he was accompanied by Master Yale when he visited our pavilion. The wizards nodded in agreement. Soon, they erupted into animated discussion, astonished that one of Ernst Academy's two great prodigies could also become a stone sculpture master, earning an independent exhibition space at the Pruxis Pavilion, a rare occurrence indeed. Esteemed wizards, could you kindly inform me of Lin Lei's current whereabouts? Astoni pressed further. The silver-haired elder replied with a smile, Lin Lei resides in dormitory 1987. Dormitory 1987? Astoni noted, preparing to head there immediately. The elder continued, please hold on. Although Lin Lei resides in 1987, he left the academy for a trial around 2 or 3 weeks ago. Regrettably, you have come in vain. A trial? Astoni was taken aback. He understood that 5th and 6th year advanced magic students were permitted to embark on trials, and Ernst Academy strongly encouraged this practice. Astoni sighed inwardly, realizing that his eager visit to Ernst Academy had led to such an outcome. Very well, esteemed wizards, I shall take my leave. Astoni bowed respectfully. The wizards nodded in acknowledgement, returning to their lively discussions. Who would have thought that Lin Lei would achieve such greatness? They marveled at the young prodigy who, unbeknownst to many, had secured an independent exhibition space at the illustrious Pruxis Pavilion. Chapter 7, The Journey, Part 1. On June 5th, after bidding farewell to 3 close friends, Lin Lei shouldered a sturdy leather pack and set off towards the Beast Mountain range. The cheerful little shadow mouse leaped joyfully on Lin Lei's shoulder. Boss, we are finally heading to the Beast Mountain range. Wow, I am so excited. The voice of the little shadow mouse resonated in Lin Lei's heart. Lin Lei merely smiled faintly, while at that moment, Darren Cowder, clad in a flowing moon-white robe, walked alongside him. Lin Lei, be cautious while traveling alone. You might encounter bandits, Darren Cowder advised. I understand, Grandpa Darren, Lin Lei replied with a smile. Darren Cowder had already reiterated the precautions for venturing alone many times. At this moment, Lin Lei was dressed in sturdy linen trousers and a sleeveless vest, his well-defined muscles presenting him as a true warrior. According to Darren Cowder, wearing a wizard's robe in the Beast Mountain range would be cumbersome. This attire was far more suitable. Lin Lei moved swiftly. Despite the challenging terrain leading from Ernst Academy to the Beast Mountain range, his strength as a level 4 warrior allowed him to cover 40 miles in just an hour. Suddenly, he spotted 3 figures ahead. Hey? Lin Lei's gaze fixated on one of them. To his surprise, one of them was wearing the standard robe of Ernst Academy. The other 2 had distinct appearances. One was a robust man carrying a gigantic sword, while the other was a lean young man, who had a dagger at his waist. The lean youth turned alertly to look at Lin Lei. Lin Lei paid them little mind and quickened his pace to pass by. Lin Lei, is that you? A voice called out unexpectedly. Lin Lei turned in confusion to see the youth in the Ernst Academy robe smiling and exclaiming, Lin Lei, it's me, D-Shader. Do you remember me? D-Shader, it's you. Lin Lei stopped in his tracks. He recognized D-Shader, a fellow 5th-year student specializing in wind magic. Though they were not particularly close, they were indeed classmates. D-Shader approached with the 2 warriors, smiling warmly. Lin Lei, I never imagined you would dress like this as a wizard. I almost didn't recognize you. When I saw the little shadow mouse on your shoulder, I paid closer attention to confirm it was you. Kava, Matt, let me introduce you. This is one of Ernst Academy's 2 great prodigies, Lin Lei. He is only 15 but already a level 5 wizard, D-Shader introduced enthusiastically. Kava, the burly man resembling a bear, and Matt, the lean warrior, listened attentively. I've heard much about Ernst Academy's 2 great prodigies from D-Shader. It's a pleasure to meet you today, Matt said politely, while Kava blinked in astonishment. You're a wizard? You look more like a warrior to me. Lin Lei refrained from elaborating and inquired, are you also heading to the Beast Mountain range? D-Shader nodded. Yes. Kava and Matt accompanied me on trials last year, and we worked well together. This year, we plan to explore the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range. Lin Lei, why not join us for safety? Lin Lei nodded. For the time being, he would travel with them. After all, D-Shader was from the same academy and could be trusted. They could part ways once they reached the Beast Mountain range. Having made his decision, Lin Lei joined D-Shader and the others as they advanced towards their destination. The 4 moved swiftly. Even D-Shader, with the least physical prowess, could cast the speed-enhancing spell Rapid. The group sped forward along the arid path. Kava's loud voice broke through. Lin Lei, if you join us, we will have 2 level 5 wizards, and together we might be able to slay a level 6 beast. The magic crystal core from a level 6 beast is worth 1,000 gold coins. If we slay a few, we won't have to worry about living expenses for 100 years. Typically, a person's annual living expenses are a mere few dozen gold coins, making 1,000 gold coins a considerable fortune. Lin Lei felt a stir of interest. Recalling the books he had read in the Ernst Academy library about magical beasts and their energy cores, the magic crystal core only condenses in the heads of level 3 and above beasts, Yet the prices for level 6 cores were not particularly high. They might not even surpass the value of his stone sculptures, he mused. A level 6 magic crystal core typically fetches around 1,000 gold coins. According to Darren Cowder's judgment, Lin Lei's stone sculptures could indeed rival those displayed in the prestigious Pluxus Pavilion, naturally worth thousands of gold coins. Engaging in combat with level 6 beasts entailed far greater difficulty and danger than creating a stone sculpture. Reaching the Beast Mountain range was the true challenge. The magic crystal core would merely be a secondary reward, Lin Lei thought inwardly, while observing the enthusiasm of the other three. Deshader and the others were fervently discussing their expectations for the magic crystal cores. The cores from level 3, 4, and 5 beasts are not highly valued. Even a level 6 core is only about 1,000 gold coins, Deshader remarked dismissively. If we manage to kill a level 7 beast, then we really strike it rich. His eyes gleamed at the thought. Like humans, the leap from level 6 to level 7 wizards is significant. And the same applies to magical beasts. A level 7 beast's magic crystal core is worth tens of thousands of gold coins. With one such kill, one could become a small fortune in the countryside, never having to worry again. A level 7 beast? With our strength, we'd likely be courting death. Lin Lei remarked casually. Having seen a level 7 beast known as the Raptor, Lin Lei understood its formidable defenses. Even he would struggle to breach its defenses, let alone consider slaying one. Matt, appearing the most astute among them, nodded in agreement. Whether we could contend with a level 6 beast is uncertain. Fighting a level 7 beast would be outright suicidal. I was merely jesting, Kava shrugged, a hint of embarrassment on his face, as the four engaged in light-hearted banter. A figure concealed in green, his face smeared with green sap, lurked in the forest over 100 meters away. This man, wielding a powerful composite longbow, coldly observed Lin Lei and his companions. His lips moved incessantly, seemingly chanting a spell. At the same time, the longbow was drawn to its full arc, and suddenly, an arrow shot forth with terrifying speed, its tip gleaming ominously. In an instant, it traversed the 100-meter distance, tearing through the air. As Lin Lei conversed with Deshader and the others, an instinctive chill ran down his spine, a sense of imminent danger. Reacting swiftly, he dove to the side. Thwack! The arrow, akin to a lightning bolt, pierced through Deshader's neck, who wore the Ernst Academy robe. It exited with a gaping hole, continuing to fly forward for several dozen meters before falling. Deshader clutched his throat, his eyes wide with disbelief, as blood poured from the wound. His eyes reflected a desperate desire for life and unending terror. Yet, as the blood flowed, his gaze dimmed, and he collapsed lifelessly. Lin Lei, Kava, and Matt quickly crouched down in the dense underbrush, warily glancing towards the rear. Chapter 8, The Journey, Part 2, The Wind Magic Archer. Wielding a bow enhanced by the magical effects of swiftness and precision, has undoubtedly reached the level of a 5th-tier mage. The voice of Darren Cowder echoed in Lin Lei's mind, warning him that with such power, even dodging within a 50-meter range would not spare him from severe injury. Flee quickly. A jolt of fear surged through Lin Lei's heart. Hand over all your valuables, and I shall spare your lives, a frigid voice commanded, followed by a dozen figures in green emerging from the distant forest. Each of them bore a bow, with a short dagger hanging at their waist. They regarded Lin Lei and his companions with cold indifference, advancing steadily toward them. The speaker, however, remained unseen. Exchanging glances with his companions, Lin Lei chose to remain silent, maintaining a vigilant stance against the approaching archers. Shoot! The cold voice rang out, and the wind magic archer behind them displayed remarkable decisiveness, commanding an immediate attack upon Lin Lei and his companions. With a sudden flurry of sound, the archers released their arrows simultaneously. Lin Lei, Kava, and Matt quickly evaded, with Kava wielding his massive battle blade to deflect the incoming projectiles. Lin Lei invoked the wind magic auxiliary spell Swiftness, allowing himself to gracefully dodge the arrows while remaining aware of his companions. Matt, ever cautious, continuously maneuvered to evade, occasionally using his short dagger to block. Kava, however, acted recklessly, his bulk and the massive blade limiting his agility, relying on the thin layer of aura around him for defense. The arrows, though not particularly powerful, were still formidable enough. As a 5th-tier warrior, Kava could withstand them. Die! Kava roared, charging at the archers with his colossal blade. The wind magic archer, hidden among the branches, observed this scene with a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. Drawing his bow to its full moon shape, he silently chanted the spell's swiftness and precision, causing the arrow's metal tip to glow with a faint azure light. As Kava rushed forward, he suddenly noticed the brilliance of the blue light ahead. Before he could react, an arrow was upon him. Cold sweat erupted on his back as he desperately raised his massive blade to defend. However, with a sickening thud, the arrow pierced through Kava's skull, brain matter splattering. Kava stood frozen, disbelief etched on his face. He had clearly attempted to block the arrow with his blade. How could it have struck him? Overwhelmed by confusion, the light in Kava's eyes dimmed entirely, and he collapsed like a mountain falling. A tremor coursed through Lin Lei's heart. The wind magic auxiliary spell precision. It was indeed precision. As one who had studied wind magic, Lin Lei understood that this spell allowed the archer to slightly alter the arrow's trajectory during flight. What should have been intercepted by Kava's blade was deftly redirected, resulting in the fatal strike. The potency of wind magic combined with a powerful bow was indeed terrifying. Lin Lei felt a surge of alarm, but in an instant, he began to recite his own spell incantation. "You too should surrender," the distant cold voice echoed. While the archers boasted triumphantly, the wind magic archer required not only powerful spells but also sufficient strength to wield such a bow. They were formidable ranged attackers. Lin Lei's eyes glinted with lethal intent as he regarded the archers with the same indifference one would reserve for the dead. Suddenly, the ground trembled as a series of earth spikes erupted beneath the feet of the archers, the sharp earthen tips gleaming with a yellowish hue as they pierced through thighs and abdomens, blood spilling profusely amidst their cries of anguish. The earth magic 5th tier spell, Earth Spikes. Screams of agony filled the air as several spikes simultaneously erupted from below, each capable of impaling a person in an instant, overwhelming the archers with a relentless assault. "Captain, help us!" cried one archer, impaled to the groin. Another, pierced through the thigh, collapsed, writhing in pain. In an instant, 4 archers lay dead. Nearly 10 more severely injured. The fighting capability of the group was nearly obliterated. An earth mage, the archer leader, hidden within the forest, was struck with alarm. He had relied on ambush tactics to rob numerous travelers near the monster mountain range, usually targeting mages first due to their formidable ranged abilities. He never anticipated encountering another mage after just having slain one. Retreat. Seizing the moment of chaos, Lin Lei swiftly cast the auxiliary spell Swiftness, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed, disappearing into the distance. He understood that he could not engage the wind magic archer lurking in the shadows. The distance was too great, and magic had its limitations. If he drew near, he would be unable to withstand the archer's assault. He dashed forward, covering 20 to 30 miles in swift succession. "Boss, why are you fleeing? That archer poses no threat to you. I could easily take him down. Why not let me handle it?" The irate voice of the Shadow Mouse, Bebe, echoed in Lin Lei's mind. Lin Lei was well aware of Bebe's prowess. At merely 8 years old, Bebe's speed had already surpassed that of a 6th-tier warrior. Now, at 15, after 7 years, the little mouse had likely reached speeds comparable to a 9th-tier warrior. With such swiftness, Bebe could outpace the archer before he even had a chance to aim. "This is my trial. I must rely on myself," Lin Lei replied. Bebe leapt onto Lin Lei's shoulder, scratching at him with displeasure, baring his teeth and chirping angrily, insisting telepathically, "Boss, you are being unreasonable. I want to face challenges and fight, too." Seeing the little mouse's fervor, Lin Lei chuckled. "All right, once we reach the monster mountain range and encounter formidable beasts, you can take the lead." "How does that sound?" "Now that sounds better." Bebe stood upright, crossing his forepaws over his chest, his little nose wrinkling in satisfaction as he closed his eyes contentedly. At that moment, the previously overcast sky suddenly roared with thunder, lightning flashing across the heavens. Lin Lei looked up to see serpents of electricity flickering, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. It appeared a torrential downpour was imminent. Furrowing his brow, Lin Lei quickened his pace toward the monster mountain range. As he approached within 10 miles, raindrops began to fall, soon escalating into a torrential downpour that engulfed the land. Thunder rumbled incessantly as the rain poured down, creating a misty shroud across the landscape. Yet, as Lin Lei surged forward, little rain touched him, a wind shield, several meters in diameter, hovered just above his head, effectively blocking the raindrops. With minimal magical energy, Lin Lei maintained the shield effortlessly. The wind is formless, and the wind shield manifests as a mere translucent layer of pale azure. From a distance, this shield is virtually imperceptible. Lin Lei, emboldened by the protection above his head, continues to advance with remarkable speed. Before long, he beholds a vast, unbroken mountain range stretching endlessly from north to south. This colossal mountain range, which nearly bisects the continent of Yulon, is none other than the renowned Beastmaster Mountain Range, the foremost mountain range in the land. As he gazes at the undulating expanse of towering peaks, Lin Lei cannot help but hold his breath in awe. What an immense range! The mountains extend far beyond the eye can see. To the east, the peaks rise infinitely, while to the south and north, the mountains persist without end. Facing this boundless expanse of the Beastmaster Mountain Range feels akin to confronting an endless ocean, limitless. This is the Beastmaster Mountain Range, the continent's paramount range, teeming with countless magical beasts and even numerous sacred domain creatures. At this moment, Darren Cuter appears beside Lin Lei, his gaze wistful. The Beastmaster Mountain Range. It has been far too long since I last visited. Lin Lei's eyes sparkle with exhilaration. Let us embark. Filled with enthusiasm, he dashes through the torrential downpour toward the mountain range, while the little shadow mouse, Bebe, excitedly chirps on his shoulder. Amidst the relentless curtain of rain, Lin Lei swiftly merges into the distant embrace of the Beastmaster Mountain Range. Chapter 9, The Beast Mountain Range, Part 1. In the previous chapter, many remarked that Lin Lei abandoned Matt and fled. In reality, Matt is a level 5 warrior, a nimble one at that, capable of fleeing faster than Lin Lei, having already slipped away before him. However, this narrative is conveyed solely from the protagonist's perspective, thus not elaborated upon. Furthermore, it is worth noting that neither Matt nor Kava are students of Ernst Academy. They are both warriors, and hence, not classmates. The Beast Mountain Range stretches infinitely. Upon entering, one is greeted by ancient trees, some hundreds or even thousands of years old, towering above and casting a dense canopy. The ground is overrun with various weeds and thorns, while fallen leaves blanket the earth, crackling underfoot. The dense undergrowth and entwined vines render it nearly impossible to discern a magical beast lurking just 10 meters away. Lin Lei felt a shiver run down his spine. Dylan Cowett stood beside him. Don't be too sure about the distance, even in the thicket right before you. There could be a large python hiding, he chuckled. Lin Lei glanced at the dense foliage, nearly half his height, realizing the possibility of a serpent concealed within. Taking a deep breath, he stood still and began to chant a magical incantation. Suddenly, a gentle breeze emanated from Lin Lei, dispersing outward until it faded into the ether. It was the wind magic, Gust of Awareness. Generally, one can cast Gust of Awareness upon reaching the 3rd level of magical prowess. However, the more powerful one is, the broader the range of this spell. A 3rd level mage's gust reaches merely a dozen meters, while a 5th level mage can extend it over 100 meters. Within a radius of nearly 200 meters, Lin Lei detected only a 1st level magical beast, the bubble rabbit, along with a few 2nd level beasts, the earth scorpions. Confident, aren't we? Lin Lei remarked. The gust can sense the shape and breath of living beings. Don't be overly confident, Dylan Cowett cautioned. Powerful magical beasts can burrow underground, and some sacred domain beasts can even disguise themselves. He chuckled, adding, of course, for someone of your stature, those powerful beasts need not rely on stealth. Lin Lei, upon hearing this, grew increasingly cautious. Stealth? Disguise? The text had indeed noted that some magical beasts possess intelligence akin to that of humans. He glanced at the small shadow mouse, Bebe, perched on his shoulder. This little creature exhibited remarkable intelligence, prompting caution. Lin Lei felt the air swirl beneath his feet. A manifestation of the wind-enhancing magic haste. He advanced quietly through the Beast Mountain Range, attentively surveying his surroundings, while Bebe, with its beady eyes, vigilantly scanned the area. Together, they delved deeper into the mountains. The Beast Mountain Range extends over 10,000 miles, typically spanning 700 to 800 miles in width. The outermost 100 miles are predominantly home to low-level beasts, while venturing beyond 100 miles reveals a prevalence of level 5 and 6 beasts. Further exploration could lead to encounters with level 7, 8, or even 9 beasts, and the possibility of sacred domain beast looms. Dylan Cowett continued to relay information about the Beast Mountain Range. Of course, this is not absolute. A bored level 9 beast might wander into the outskirts, he jested. And you could find yourself unfortunate enough to encounter a massive pack of over 10,000 magical wolves. In such a scenario, it would merely be a matter of bad luck. Lin Lei grimaced at Dylan Cowett's words. Isn't that obvious? The range is vast. Why would misfortune strike me? Besides, should trouble arise, a disembodied Dylan Cowett would be of no assistance. Without magical energy, what power does a sacred domain mage possess? Lin Lei retorted. Grandfather Dylan, I am well aware of these matters. Kindly remain silent and do not distract me, Lin Lei remarked, slightly exasperated. Dylan Cowett chuckled, stroking his white beard, and ceased further commentary. Within the dense forest of the Beast Mountain Range, the thick canopy of ancient trees shielded nearly all raindrops, allowing only the occasional drip to reach the ground. After traversing a while, Lin Lei perceived that the outer areas of the Beast Mountain Range were not particularly perilous. With a slight exertion, Lin Lei gracefully leapt onto a branch 7 or 8 meters high, cautiously surveying the distance. Master, there's a wild boar to the right and slightly behind, Bebe communicated telepathically. Lin Lei turned to look, spotting a solitary horned wild boar approximately 100 meters away, cautiously surveying its surroundings. Had Lin Lei not been elevated, he likely would have missed it entirely. The horned wild boar, a 3rd-level beast of Earth attributes, could only employ the Earth spike attack. Information about the creature flashed in Lin Lei's mind. Despite its classification as merely a 3rd-level beast, the wild boar would suffice for a satisfying meal. Lin Lei moved with the agility of a dragon emerging from the depths, stealthily approaching the wild boar, which remained oblivious due to the dense undergrowth. As he neared within 10 meters, Lin Lei concealed himself among the weeds, managing to catch a blurred glimpse of the wild boar through the tangled grass. With a swift motion akin to a dragon leaping from its lair, Lin Lei sprang from the foliage. As the wild boar turned in alarm, Lin Lei descended upon it with the force of a tempest. Lin Lei grasped the boar's horn and, with a powerful heave, lifted the several hundred-pound creature effortlessly into the air. In the same motion, he propelled himself upward, delivering a devastating kick to the wild boar's head. With a resounding crack that echoed painfully, the wild boar collided violently with a nearby tree before crashing heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The beast's skull shattered, brains oozing from the cracks, and blood seeped from its mouth as its limbs twitched feebly before going still. For Lin Lei, dispatching a third-level beast with sheer brute strength posed little challenge. Though the magical core of a third-level beast was only worth 10 gold coins, it would be unwise to waste it. Lin Lei retrieved a flat blade from his leather satchel and, with a few deft strokes, cleaved the skull open. The unassuming yellowish crystal core sprang free, and Lin Lei swiftly cleaned it before stowing it in his pack. Next, he skillfully sliced through the wild boar's thigh, securing 4 sizable hoofs. After casually gathering some branches, he conjured a flame with a flick of his wrist, assembling a makeshift roasting rack to prepare the hoofs. The little shadow mouse, Bei, drooled, its eyes gleaming hungrily at the sight of the pig's hoofs. "These are the tastiest, master. Hurry, why not just use fire magic to cook them faster?" "Fire magic? My skill in fire magic is merely mediocre, and besides, roasting isn't solely about intensity. It requires the right temperature," Lin Lei replied, rolling his eyes as he sprinkled coarse salt and other seasonings atop the hoofs. During his initial magical aptitude test, Lin Lei had discovered an exceptional affinity for earth and wind elements, while his fire affinity was merely average. For the average person, a moderate talent in fire magic is commendable. However, Lin Lei deemed it a waste of effort to invest further in fire magic. To achieve accomplishments in the realm of fire magic that rival the dual mastery of earth and wind, it would require a tenfold exertion of effort. Thus, Lin Lei merely engages in the casual refinement of fire magic during his leisure time, effortlessly conjuring fireballs. After roasting 2 wild boar trotters, Lin Lei and the little shadow mouse, Bei, each savored one, while continuing to roast 2 more. "Delicious," Bei exclaimed with excitement, conversing with Lin Lei as he relished the wild boar's trotter, which far surpassed the flavor of domesticated pork, its aroma exquisite. "Of course. Credit was also due to your remarkable grilling skills, master," Bei added with a playful compliment. Lin Lei couldn't help but chuckle. "Master, I want more," Bei pleaded with a pitiful gaze after consuming one. However, Lin Lei remained unmoved by Bei's forlorn expression and admonished, "This wild boar trotter, attached to the thigh, is significantly larger than a roasted chicken. 1 is more than sufficient. The remaining 2 will serve as our dinner." With that, Lin Lei disregarded Bei's woeful look. Once the 2 trotters were perfectly roasted, Lin Lei wrapped them in large leaves of the oil tree and stored them in the compartment of his pack, continuing the journey alongside Bei. Chapter 10. The Beast Mountain Range, Part 2. The Beast Mountain Range is characterized by its endless peaks and a plethora of ancient vegetation, making traversing the terrain quite troublesome. The most challenging aspect is the necessity to scale mountains and navigate convoluted paths. When journeying through the Beast Mountain Range, it is advisable to avoid clearing thorny obstacles. It is preferable to take a longer route. Delinkavart shared numerous experiences with Lin Lei, who listened attentively while continuing onward. Remember, in the Beast Mountain Range, it is paramount to remain silent. Any noise could attract the attention of various magical beasts. If you must make a sound, depart swiftly from your location, Delinkavart continued. Even if injured, do your utmost to conceal any blood. The scent of blood is an irresistible lure for magical beasts. Their sense of smell far surpasses ours. Lin Lei gazed skyward. The canopies of countless towering trees obscured nearly the entire sky. This sight reminded him of certain knowledge gleaned from the library at Ernst Academy regarding survival in dense forests, where one must learn to discern directions without the sun's guidance. With the agility of a monkey, Lin Lei deftly maneuvered over the tangled branches and vines obstructing his path. However, after only a couple of steps, he halted, drawing in a sharp breath upon witnessing a grim scene just ahead. The bodies of 3 men and 2 women lay scattered a mere dozen meters away. Their corpses showed little sign of decay, yet the unmistakable marks of having been gnawed and devoured were evident. The remains were gruesome. One male had lost most of his thigh, his abdomen gaping with a large hole, while another woman had half of her skull devoured, with a solitary eyeball remaining, and maggots crawling over her pale cranium. Lin Lei's complexion paled, and he held his breath. They must have perished 2 or 3 days prior. Delinkavart appeared beside him, scrutinizing the bodies with a calm demeanor. Lin Lei, observe closely. Each of these 5 individuals bears a subtle bloodstain on their clothing over the heart. If my observations are correct, they were slain by another human, and likely by the same assailant. Lin Lei gasped in shock. Grandpa Delinkavart, you mean they were killed by a person? He asked, astonished. Delinkavart smiled serenely. Lin Lei, this is your first venture into the Beast Mountain Range. With time, you will realize that, in addition to defending against magical beasts, one must also be wary of human threats. Why would humans attack each other? Lin Lei felt a surge of indignation. In a place where magical beasts held dominion, it was disheartening to discover that humans were not united, but rather turned upon one another. It is quite commonplace, the Link of Art continued. Humans enter the Beast Mountain range primarily to acquire magic crystals. Slaying a magical beast yields a single crystal, whereas killing a human may provide several, perhaps even more. Lin Lei understood the implication. Greed. It was greed that drove some individuals in the Beast Mountain range to seek easier means of amassing magic crystals, leading them to murder their fellow humans. Lin Lei, you must exercise caution. From my observations, the perpetrator who killed these 5 was extraordinarily formidable. Note that 4 of the deceased were warriors, while 1 was a mage. All 5 met their demise from a swift stab to the heart. A method so efficient it chills the soul. However, the true strength of the assailant remains elusive, as we cannot ascertain the capabilities of these 5 individuals. Nevertheless, their presence in the Beast Mountain range signifies they were no weaklings. Thus, we can infer that the assailant's strength is at least on par with yours. Lin Lei stepped closer for a better look, nodding in agreement. The method of killing was indeed chillingly efficient. We are still on the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range. You should hasten your pace, the Link of Art urged with a smile. Lin Lei nodded and pressed onward. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, remnants of magical beasts and humans became increasingly common, alongside rusted weapons. Lin Lei encountered several weaker magical beasts along the way. As night fell, Lin Lei and his companion, the Shadow Mouse, each consumed a wild boar's foot before preparing to rest. Lin Lei settled on the ground, while the Shadow Mouse curled up beside him. Remember, fires are not permitted at night in the Beast Mountain range, the Link of Art reiterated. Understood, Grandpa de Link of Art, Lin Lei replied. He was well aware of the essential survival knowledge required in the Beast Mountain range. Magical beasts were not ordinary creatures and were unperturbed by conventional flames. Seated on the ground, Lin Lei gradually closed his eyes, seeking to attune himself to the flow of earth elements beneath him and the movement of wind elements around him. A sensation reminiscent of being cradled by his parents. His affinity for earth and wind elements enabled him to sense these energies with remarkable clarity. The pulsation of the earth. The rhythm of the wind. A serene smile graced Lin Lei's face as he slipped into slumber. In this state, he felt an unwavering confidence. Any disturbance in the ground or a sudden gust of wind would rouse him from his rest. Such was the prowess of an earth and wind mage. As night deepened, the Shadow Mouse Bebe nestled beside Lin Lei emitted faint snores. The night breeze softened, yet the summer nights in the Beast Mountain range were only cool in the depths of night, while the days were oppressively humid. In the dead of night, darkness enveloped the surroundings. A soft rustling sound emerged, the subtle friction of bodies against grass. 2 robust wind wolves, their azure fur glistening, stealthily navigated the forest, one trailing the other. Their emerald eyes scanned the environment vigilantly, and their powerful limbs moved soundlessly along the path. Their white fangs glimmered ominously in the night. Chapter 11. The Pack of Wolves, Part 1. Lin Lei, who was originally seated on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes and gazed intently toward the south. However, all he could see was a chaotic thicket of thorns, which was precisely the resting place he had chosen. Within the dense underbrush, even the most common magical beast would likely fail to detect his presence. 2 magical beasts were approaching, now approximately 40 meters away. Lin Lei discerned their proximity through the fluctuations of wind elemental energy. Silently, he moved to the edge of the thicket, peering through the tangled thorns to observe 2 robust wind wolves, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light, stealthily advancing toward him. As he felt a slight weight on his shoulder, his companion, the Shadow Mouse Bebe, had already perched there. Boss, aren't those wind wolves? We've encountered them a few times at Ernst Academy, Bebe communicated without a hint of concern. Lin Lei's gaze remained fixed on the approaching wolves. Indeed, they were wind wolves. The magical wolf packs could be broadly categorized into 3 clans: the Fong wolves, wind wolves, and snow wolves. With the snow wolves being the most powerful and the Fong wolves the weakest, the wind wolves held a middle ground. Even the most ordinary wind wolf was a level 4 magical beast, while the elite among them reached levels 5 and 6. It was said that the most formidable members of the wind wolf clan could attain level 8. The standard wind wolf was certainly not comparable to a wild boar. With Lin Lei's warrior strength at merely level 4, he realized he could not contend with these 2 wind wolves through sheer force alone. A thrill of excitement coursed through him. After all, challenges were what made encounters worthwhile. As the 2 wind wolves stealthily approached, Lin Lei's lips moved slightly as he began to chant a spell, his gaze growing increasingly cold. Boom, boom, boom. A series of low rumbling sounds erupted, and in the darkness of night, several massive stones, each about a meter tall and glowing with a yellowish hue, hurtled toward the 2 wind wolves at breakneck speed. The wolves, sensing the danger, abruptly looked up and began to evade with remarkable agility. The sound of impact reverberated in the air. In the brief moment the stones descended upon the wind wolves, their reaction time was astonishingly quick. One of the wolves was struck on its hind leg, while the other narrowly escaped. Indeed, The wind wolves were extraordinarily swift. Lin Lei thought. Silently reciting another spell, he activated the wind element auxiliary magic swift. With the swift enhancement, he surged forth from the thicket like a bolt of lightning, charging toward the injured wind wolf. As a level 4 warrior augmented by swift, Lin Lei's speed now rivaled that of the uninjured wolf. The wounded wind wolf, terrified and desperate to flee, bared its teeth in a snarl. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of wind blades materialized, slicing through the air toward Lin Lei. The wolf's ferocity was palpable. Yet, Lin Lei was nimble, deftly dodging the wind blades with a few quick steps before delivering a powerful kick akin to a whirling tempest to the wolf's midsection. Thud. The wind wolf was sent flying, emitting a pained howl. Lin Lei pressed forward, following the trajectory of the kicked wolf, and with a gleaming blade in hand, he slashed at the wolf's abdomen. He felt resistance as his blade met the wolf's tough hide, only managing to create a shallow wound as blood sprayed into the night. Though the wolf's body was somewhat frail, its fur was remarkably resilient. Perhaps it was the blade that lacked the sharpness required. It performed adequately for cutting through ordinary stone but struggled against the hide of a level 4 magical beast. Lin Lei pondered this while remaining vigilant of the other wind wolf. The second wind wolf remained still, its eerie green eyes fixed upon Lin Lei, exuding an unmistakable aura of menace as it emitted a low growl. Lin Lei understood that if the wind wolf had not been injured, defeating it solely with his warrior abilities would be nothing short of a fantasy. He was acutely aware of the wind wolf's inherent speed. Without the aid of wind magic, he would be no match for it. As Lin Lei began to chant another spell, he suddenly felt a wave of dread wash over him. A chilling realization struck him. The growls of the wind wolves echoed from all directions. He glanced around, and in that instant, pairs of glowing green eyes emerged from the shadows, sending a chill down his spine. It was not just one wind wolf, it was a pack. Lin Lei's heart raced, tension tightening within him. Even Bei Bei, who had been lazily yawning nearby, stood alert, its fur bristling in alarm. Boss, it seems we're in grave danger. Grandpa Darren's warnings have proven eerily accurate, Lin Lei grimaced. In the depths of the magical beast mountains, encountering formidable magical beasts or a pack of wind wolves was often a death sentence. That's no exaggeration. Encountering a horde of thousands of magical wolves spells doom unless you can fly. In this case, it's still manageable. At most, there are only 20 to 30 wind wolves. Darren Hewitt maintained a tone of levity, yet his expression was grave. However, Lin Lei, you must understand that I am merely a spirit, devoid of any magical power and unable to assist you. It all rests on your shoulders now. Lin Lei felt an overwhelming weight of pressure. 20 to 30 wind wolves, each at least a level 4 magical beast, were fast and possessed magical attacks. He was merely a level 5 magician. The surrounding wolves suddenly fell silent. From the pack emerged 2 particularly large wind wolves, their size dwarfing those Lin Lei had seen earlier. One of the surviving wolves approached these larger ones, bowing its head and emitting soft whines, as if recounting its tale. The sheer size and the equally imposing green eyes of the leading wolves sent a jolt of alarm through Lin Lei. They were the elite of the wind wolf pack. At least level 5 magical beasts, he could only hope they were not level 6. Lin Lei felt the tension rise, his mind racing to devise a strategy. Even if they were merely level 5 magical beasts, 2 of them leading a horde of level 4 wolves against Lin Lei alone instilled little confidence in him. The speed of the level 4 wind wolves had already pushed Lin Lei to his limits, and the 5-level counterparts, even with Swift activated, would likely outpace him. The 2 alpha wind wolves fixated their cold, green gazes upon Lin Lei, their eyes brimming with lethal intent. It seemed that this time, he would truly have to fight for his life. Surrounded by a pack of wind wolves, beads of sweat trickled down Lin Lei's forehead and back, his heart racing as he hastened his incantation. A sudden low growl erupted from one of the alpha wolves, and in an instant, the 30 or so powerful wind wolves surged toward Lin Lei, their chilling fangs bared in a menacing display, while a multitude of deep green wind blades rained down upon him. Chapter 12, The Wolf Pack Part 2, surrounded by over 20 tempest wolves. Lin Lei found himself besieged by a maelstrom of emerald wind blades, nearly saturating the confined space around him. Evasion seemed impossible. With a sudden, explosive burst of movement, Lin Lei propelled himself forward, leaping towards a towering tree. Despite his agility, a dozen wind blades still managed to strike him. Thud, thud, thud. The wind blades impacted him as if against resilient leather. The force of the blows altered his trajectory midair. Grasping a protruding branch, Lin Lei hauled himself onto the tree, ascending rapidly to a height of 20 or 30 meters before pausing to survey the scene below. That was close, he murmured, a wave of relief washing over him. A layer of armor, the color of aged stone, now enveloped his body, emanating a faint ochre glow and radiating a palpable earth elemental aura. Earth-hard armor, a testament to earth magic. Typically conjured by 5th-level mages or higher, earth-hard armor manifested as a protective layer of solidified earth elements. in its rock-like form. It offered considerable defense, capable of withstanding multiple attacks of comparable power. These wind blades are only of the 3rd or 4th level, he observed. A furious growl echoed from below. Linley peered down to see the Tempest Wolves, their paws stirring up gusts of wind, leaping upwards. The 2 alpha wolves, with astonishing agility, ascended over 10 meters, their powerful claws finding purchase on the thick branches. Tempest Wolves, renowned for their exceptional balance, found climbing trees a trivial matter. I'm not afraid of you climbing. I'm afraid of you not climbing, Linley thought, feeling a surge of adrenaline. The perilous situation ignited a strange excitement within him. While adept climbers, the wolves were still somewhat inferior to humans in this regard. Linley nimbly traversed the treetops, the pack of wolves snapping and snarling in pursuit. In the outer regions of the mountain range of magical beasts, a pack of Tempest Wolves reigned supreme. Even a 6th-level warrior would be wise to avoid such a confrontation, as their physical resilience could only withstand so many strikes. Linley and the wolves engaged in a high-stakes chase among the branches, 20 meters above the forest floor. The alpha wolves, faster than Linley, relentlessly pursued him, forcing him to constantly alter his course. One of the alpha wolves unleashed a volley of wind blades, which Linley narrowly dodged. Several branches were severed and plummeted to the ground. Thwack! An alpha wolf's claws raked across Linley's back, causing the earth-guard armor to shudder, its ochre glow flickering. Slash, slash, slash. The alpha wolf, with its incredible speed and agility, repeatedly struck Linley's body, targeting his head and neck. Fortunately, the earth-guard armor, being composed of malleable magical elements, could shift and form a helmet to protect him. However, the relentless assault was taking its toll, and the armor's glow continued to wane. This alpha wolf is too fast. The earth-guard armor won't hold much longer, Linley realized. With a determined grit, he ascended higher, exploiting the advantage of his lighter weight and superior climbing skills. Upon reaching a height of 80 meters, the wolves could no longer follow. They resorted to launching wind blades, which Linley deftly evaded, relying on the earth-guard armor as a last resort. Think you can survive a fall from this height? Linley muttered, chanting a spell. His ability to maintain composure in such dire circumstances was a testament to his years of meditative stone carving. Thud! A wind blade struck the earth-guard armor, shattering it and dissipating its ochre glow. Another blade hurtled towards him. The wind blades of ordinary wolves are only equivalent to those of a 3rd-level mage. They can't kill a 4th-level warrior, Linley thought, continuing his incantation. He allowed the wind blade to strike him, feeling the searing pain as it tore through his flesh, leaving a gash across his chest. Blood flowed freely. Linley merely winced, pressing on with the spell. Boom, 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 boom. Over 100 stones, each the size of a human head and imbued with earth elemental energy, rained down upon the wolves. Several struck the alpha wolves, knocking them from their perches. The sheer number and density of the projectiles overwhelmed the pack, forcing them to fall amidst howls of pain, while some managed to cling to branches, sustaining only minor injuries. None escaped unscathed. The wound looks gruesome, but it's not deep. Still, I can't afford to lose too much blood, Linley thought, igniting his right hand with flames. He pressed the fiery hand against the wound, wincing as the flesh sizzled. The aroma of burnt meat filled the air as the wound cauterized, leaving behind a disfiguring scar. While tending to his injury, Linley seized the opportunity to flee, leaping through the treetops until he was far away. He then plunged towards the ground. The 80-meter drop softened by a swirling current of air around his body. As he descended, he resumed his incantation. The wolves pursued him relentlessly, closing the distance swiftly. The alpha wolves landed first, their icy gaze fixed on Linley, a hint of confusion in their eyes. Why had he stopped running? Even these intelligent beasts sensed a potential trap. One of the alpha wolves issued a low growl, and a 4th-level Tempest wolf obeyed, lunging towards Linley. Linley sprang into action, pointing towards the pack of wolves gathering in the distance and uttering a low command. Gravity Surge. Gravity Surge, a formidable earth magic spell. By manipulating the flow of earth elemental energy, it could alter the gravitational forces within a designated area, subjecting its targets to immense pressure. Only a 5th-level mage or higher could cast such a spell. The more potent the earth magic, the greater the effect of the gravity surge. The air shimmered as a faint ochre glow emanated from the ground within a 100-meter radius of Linley. Every wolf within that area felt an overwhelming pressure. The leaping wolf faltered and plummeted. The other wolves displayed a flicker of fear in their eyes. The alpha wolves, however, roared defiantly and charged towards Linley. Their speed drastically reduced to less than half of what it had been. Your speed is diminished, but I remain unaffected, Linley thought, his body radiating an ochre glow that seemed to resonate with the earth beneath him. The elemental force of gravity manipulation is characterized by unique fluctuations. Different earth mages exhibit distinct variations in their techniques. By mastering the nuances of these elemental vibrations, one can utilize earth elements to counteract the effects of gravitational spells. The enemy's speed drastically diminishes, while Lin Lei's velocity far exceeds theirs, allowing him to nimbly evade their attacks, all the while swiftly reciting incantations. With sudden thrusts, dozens of earthen spikes erupted beneath the feet of the wind wolves, piercing through the bellies of 7 of them, leaving a pool of blood in their wake. Several other wind wolves suffered severe injuries from the sharp spikes as well. In a state of urgency, the 2 leading wolves realized their predicament. Within the confines of the gravitational zone, their speed was reduced to less than half, rendering them incapable of intercepting the agile Lin Lei. While a direct confrontation with the 5th-level wind wolves would certainly spell doom for Lin Lei, they found themselves unable to approach him. With Lin Lei's prowess as a 5th-level mage, dealing with them posed little challenge. With a low growl, the 2 leading wolves abruptly turned to flee, followed closely by the remaining pack of over a dozen wolves. In the darkness of night, these wolves vanished from Lin Lei's sight in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Lin Lei surged forward like a gust of wind, swiftly overtaking 3 severely injured wolves that had failed to escape. With a series of powerful kicks, he struck the heads of the 3 wounded wolves, accompanied by the sound of shattering skulls, rendering them lifeless on the ground. In total, 10 wind wolves lay dead, including the 7 that had been eviscerated by the earthen spikes. However, the exertion exacerbated Lin Lei's injuries. The wound on his chest, previously singed by flames, reopened, and blood began to seep out. Chapter 13, Crisis, Part 1. At last, it was over. Lin Lei let out a quiet sigh of relief. He was acutely aware of his own limitations, possessing merely the strength of a level 4 warrior. Engaging in close combat with a level 5 windwolf would have been tantamount to courting death. The only recourse was to rely on magic. However, without sufficient speed, he would have been unable to recite the incantations in time. Fortunately, his swiftness had yielded favorable results. Even a level 6 mage would struggle to surpass my capabilities under these circumstances. A typical level 6 mage, with their average speed, would find it impossible to evade the pursuit of the windwolves. Surrounded by a pack, they would likely be unable to cast any spells. At this moment, Lin Lei felt increasingly grateful for the foresight he had shown in honing his physical abilities. He glanced at the dragon ring adorning his left middle finger. This ring had been with him since his youth. It was fortunate that he possessed the dragon ring. Otherwise, how could he have unleashed so many level 5 spells in quick succession? A typical level 5 mage could cast at most 2 level 5 spells before exhausting their magical energy, whereas Lin Lei had just cast 3 instances of the earth spell Fragmented Stones, 1 gravity spell, 1 holy armor of earth, and 1 earth spike formation. In total, he had executed 6 level 5 spells, a feat primarily attributed to the dragon ring. The dragon ring had been an unexpected find by Derlinko What, who discovered that when casting spells through the ring, it required only 1/6 of the usual magical energy to achieve the same effect. The dragon ring evidently facilitated a superior connection with earth elements, allowing for better manipulation with minimal strain on both mental and magical energy. 1/6, what does that imply? For instance, a domain mage could typically cast a devastating storm of destruction only once. However, with the dragon ring, they could unleash it 6 times. Such a formidable treasure had led Derlinko What to excitedly deem it a gift from the Earth Mother, hence bestowing upon it the name Ring of Earth. This artifact, the Ring of Earth, was named by Derlinko What himself. According to his words, while there were other powerful treasures on the Yulon continent that could make spellcasting easier for mages, none could achieve the efficacy of the Ring of Earth. Upon acquiring the dragon ring, Lin Lei discovered that it not only enhanced earth magic, but also significantly reduced the magical energy required for wind, and even his rudimentary fire magic. At this moment, Derlinko What appeared beside Lin Lei. Do not reveal the existence of the dragon ring, he cautioned. I have never dared to share its secret. If others were to learn of it, a host of domain experts would surely come seeking this treasure. I never anticipated that the dragon ring would facilitate not only earth magic, but also wind and fire. Lin Lei nodded in agreement. I will keep this secret safe. He understood the value of the dragon ring. Should the news leak, he would likely find himself torn apart by the multitude of domain experts across the Yulon continent. Boss, is it over? The voice of the little shadow mouse, Bebe, piped up from nearby. Bebe had been quietly observing the skirmish from the edge of the grass. Lin Lei smiled slightly. Phew, that was quite painful. He glanced down at his chest, where his shirt was tattered and blood seeped from the wound. He carefully tended to the injury, channeling earth elements to mend the wound gradually. Bebe watched anxiously as Lin Lei treated himself. Next time, I must intervene. The mouse insisted telepathically. No need, Lin Lei replied firmly. Only if you see me facing certain death alone can you act. Otherwise, why else would I be here in the Monster Mountain range? Meanwhile, in the shadows approximately 30 meters away, a figure lay in quiet concealment. Throughout the battle, this young man had cast 6 level 5 earth spells. Although powerful, the ability to cast them 6 times suggested he was likely a level 6 mage, with the strength of a level 4 warrior. Additionally, the presence of wind magic indicated he was a dual element mage. The shadowy figure calculated the odds of successfully eliminating Lin Lei at 90% and prepared to strike. Lin Lei, having just emerged from a fierce battle, relaxed his guard. The silhouette remained utterly still, a silent shadow in the night, unnoticed by both Lin Lei and Bei Bei. As the earthy hue of the ground finally dissipated, the duration of the gravity spell came to an end. In that instant, the lurking figure sprang into action, gliding forward like an ethereal specter towards Lin Lei. Suddenly, Lin Lei felt a surge of alarm and swiftly dodged to the side, turning to see a cloaked figure brandishing a gleaming blade aimed directly at him. The cold glint of the weapon sent a shiver down Lin Lei's spine, and the merciless gaze of the assailant tightened his heart. What incredible speed! Lin Lei thought as he retreated, yet the shadow was evidently faster. The glimmering blade was already upon him. With a swift motion, Lin Lei raised his flat sword to parry. The clash was resounding. The blade met his sword with a ferocious impact, shattering it into fragments that grazed Lin Lei's face, leaving a trail of blood. Suddenly, several wind blades materialized before Lin Lei, slicing towards the shadowy figure. With his current strength, Lin Lei could effortlessly summon them. The wind blades struck the figure, but their dark aura absorbed the impact, causing them to dissipate. Darkness attribute combat chi. Lin Lei discerned instantly. Although the wind blades did not halt the shadow's advance, they momentarily distracted it. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Lei pivoted and launched himself sideways like an arrow. The shadow responded with equal swiftness, leaping towards Lin Lei with even greater speed. In midair, the dark blade surged forward, aimed squarely at Lin Lei's heart. The haunting images of the 5 corpses he had encountered upon entering the Monster Mountain range flashed in his mind. They too had perished with their hearts pierced. Prepare to die. The shadow's confidence surged as the dark blade thrust towards Lin Lei's chest. In that fleeting moment, Lin Lei had no leverage to evade. He could only conjure a rudimentary defensive spell, the Earth Shield. A small shield, barely 1/3 the size of a typical Earth shield, appeared before his heart. Humph! The shadow scoffed, its blade piercing the shield with alarming speed. To the shadow, such elementary magic posed no real obstacle. As the shield's surface area diminished, its defensive power remained robust. However, against the blade's assault, it could only slow its momentum. Lin Lei felt a sharp pain in his chest as the blade pierced through the Earth shield. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chapter 14. Crisis, Part 2. A section of wrist was devoured, causing the dark figure to cry out in agony. The shadow rat, BB, darted forward, appearing before the dark figure in an instant. The dark figure looked at the seemingly harmless pet with terror, exclaiming, What? What is this monster? He refused to believe it was a shadow rat, as he had seen them before, and they were never this terrifying. Enduring the pain of his severed hand, the dark figure generated a dark battle aura shield around his body, attempting to flee with great speed. However, he perceived the terrifying little monster before him as becoming suddenly illusory. A sharp pain followed as the shadow rat opened its mouth wide and bit down hard on the dark figure's throat, even piercing through the dark battle aura shield. Crack! A chilling snapping sound echoed as the dark figure's neck was nearly severed, leaving only a thin layer of skin connecting his head to his torso. His eyes dulled, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Lin Lei landed, immediately drawing his short blade. Blood stained his chest, seeping through his clothes. Looking at the wound, he felt a chill, realizing that if the blade had pierced just a bit further, his heart would have been pierced. So close, he thought. I almost lost my life. In the aftermath, Lin Lei turned to the shadow rat, BB, who had saved him. How are you, master? BB asked anxiously. I'm fine, my life was spared, Lin Lei replied with a smile. If not for BB, he would have surely died. Hearing this, BB's face relaxed, and he became smug, standing on his hind legs and wiggling his small behind. Communicating through the soul, Master, you are too weak. You said you wanted to train yourself, but look, you almost got killed by someone lurking in the shadows. BB seized the opportunity to tease Lin Lei. Lin Lei chuckled. BB, thank you. You saved my life. Looking at the gruesome wounds on his chest, he sighed inwardly. And this is only the first day. Dorian Cowart materialized, marveling that Assassin's ability to conceal himself was truly frightening. It was thanks to the shadow rat this time. If not for him, Lin Lei, you would have been in dire straits. This old fellow is just a soul and couldn't have saved you. Lin Lei understood that Dorian Cowart. The saint-level magic was just a soul. Grandpa Dorian, how was that assassin so fast? Even with my wind dash, I couldn't keep up, Lin Lei asked, puzzled. Dorian Cowart explained. That assassin was likely a level 6 warrior, but he cultivated a bizarre dark battle aura and underwent special training to excel at stealth and suppressing his presence. A level 6 warrior with such training is generally more potent than a regular one. The dark battle aura is peculiar, and he likely used some secret technique to accelerate. Lin Lei nodded slightly. Dark or battle auras were forbidden in the Holy Union, but permitted in the Dark Alliance. The Dark Alliance, in turn, forbade the cultivation of light and light. Battle Oris. Master, come quickly. Bibi called out, hopping near the assassin's corpse. Linley looked over, puzzled. What is it, Bibi? The assassin has a close-fitting pack on his back. Bibi exclaimed excitedly. Linley looked at the assassin's body, noticing that the black clothing on his back was torn, likely by the shadow rat. Underneath the torn clothing, a pack was tightly fastened to the corpse's back. Linley. It's likely that this assassin killed the previous 5 people as well. With his strength, he must have killed many. His pack must be filled with. Doran Cowart said with a smile. Linley's heart stirred. With the assassin's strength, he could likely kill even ordinary level 6 warriors. His treasure trove must be substantial. Squeak, squeak. The shadow rat bit onto the pack, leaping onto Linley's shoulder. Witnessing this, Linley marveled at Bibi's speed. The assassin was fast, but only slightly faster than me. Bibi's speed is so great that I can't even react. No wonder the assassin was bitten to death when he couldn't escape. Squeak, squeak. Bibi, with the pack in his mouth, stood on Linley's shoulder, shaking the pack and communicating through the soul. Master, open it quickly and see what's inside. Bibi was curious about the contents. Linley smiled as he took the pack, which was made of black leather and of much higher quality than his own. Likely crafted from the hide of a powerful. He undid the clasp. Looking at the contents, Linley's eyes lit up. The pack contained a set of clothes, some seasoning for roasted meat, a bag of gold coins in one compartment, and a large bundle in the main compartment. Linley opened the large bundle and gasped. How many people and has this assassin killed? Linley wondered, shocked. The bundle was filled with colorful of various grades, with a few mixed in. How many are there? At least several dozen, Linley thought, excited. Linley began to count and distinguish the levels of the. Determining the energy of was not difficult for a magic. In short order, Linley had identified all the end. There were 102 in total, 5 level 6, 26 level 5, and 71 level 4. There were no level 3. There were also 7, 6 of medium grade and 1 of high grade. Linley's heart pounded. He didn't know that the assassin had once obtained level 3, but had been too lazy to take them. As for they were usually embedded in magic wands to quickly restore magic power. The assassin had likely pried them off the wands of the magic he had killed. 102 are worth about 13,000 to 14,000 gold coins, and the 7 are worth at least 1,600 gold coins, totaling around 15,000 gold coins, Linley calculated. Surprised. Just one assassin's pack contains so much. What about my family? He wondered. When my brother, Wharton, went to study in the O'Brien Empire, our family's coffers were nearly emptied. The Baruch family wouldn't even be able to produce 10,000 gold coins now. On my first day in the... I've already gained so much. How much will I gain in the next 2 months? Linley wondered, excited. However, he knew that he wouldn't encounter such a fat sheep every time, and strong fat sheep were dangerous. He had almost lost his life this time. Recalling the earlier events, Linley touched the wound on his chest and the scratch on his face caused by the broken blade. Linley suddenly looked at the 10 dead windwolves. 10 level 4 are worth several hundred gold coins. I can't waste them, Linley thought. He used the assassin's short blade to pry them from the skulls of the windwolves. He noticed that the short blade was much sharper than his own. Chapter 15, Cruelty, Part 1. Beside a water source in the mountain range of magical beasts, Linley tended to his wounds, absorbing earth elemental essence to facilitate their mending. Mother Earth was the most benevolent and selfless of entities, with his feet grounded on the soil. And feeling the earth's gradual amelioration of his body, Linley's heart was filled with serenity and peace. Linley had replaced his worn pack with that of the assassin. The assassin's pack far surpassed his own in terms of leather quality and internal design. Its internal compartments and clasps were meticulously arranged, ensuring that the contents remained secure when the clasps were fastened. It also allowed for unimpeded movement. Moreover, the assassin's black daggers were much sharper and more wieldy. Whoosh! Linley moved with lithe agility, traversing the forest with silent steps. He disregarded the common level 1 and 2 magical beasts, focusing instead on those of level 3 and 4. If he encountered a solitary level 5 beast, he would dare to engage it. As he ventured deeper into the mountain range of magical beasts, Linley experienced a series of bloody and brutal battles, enduring multiple concealed assassinations. In each encounter, his wounds multiplied, yet his resolve grew ever stronger. These life and death struggles fortified Linley's spirit and hardened his methods. Before long, Linley had spent a month in the mountain range of magical beasts. A month later, atop a towering tree beside a stream in the mountain range of magical beasts, Linley, bearing a shallow scar on his left cheek, crouched like a panther stalking its prey. Concealed within the dense foliage, Linley cautiously observed the scene below. A robust, bloodthirsty war pig was drinking from the stream, some tens of meters away. The bloodthirsty war pig was a level 5 magical beast of the fire attribute, characterized by a crimson horn on its snout and bulging muscles, its veins resembling the roots of an ancient tree. Its hide was thick, its defenses formidable. Air spike assault would likely be ineffective against its thick skin. A thought sparked in Linley's mind, and he silently began to chant an incantation. Gradually, wind elemental essence coalesced around him, forming a semi-transparent azure javelin before him. The tip of the javelin crackled with swirling wind currents. 5th level wind spell, Roar of the Wind. Shush! A piercing sound cut through the air as the vacuum javelin hurtled downwards with terrifying velocity. Simultaneously, Linley leapt from the treetop, shadowing the projectile's descent. The bloodthirsty war pig, startled by the sound, looked up, but the javelin was already upon it. In mere moments, it was only meters away. A ring of compressed air forming at its tip due to its incredible speed. Harumph! The bloodthirsty war pig let out an angry bellow and thrust its crimson horn towards the incoming javelin. Poof! The roar of the wind struck the bloodthirsty war pig's forehead with tremendous force, causing the vacuum javelin to shatter upon impact. The force of the 5th level wind spell caused the beast to involuntarily drop to its knees, leaving a bloody mark on its forehead. Thwack! Before the bloodthirsty war pig could react, Linley, following close behind, plunged a sharp dagger into the center of its forehead. The black blade pierced through to the brain, and Linley immediately retreated. Roar! The mortally wounded bloodthirsty war pig roared in agony, its body erupting in flames as it charged wildly forward. Its terrifying aura was formidable. But after a mere dozen meters, it collapsed, its limbs twitching weakly before it stilled. The flames enveloping its body dissipated. Among level 5 magical beasts, the bloodthirsty war pig and the bloodthirsty iron bull possessed the lowest intelligence, Linley mused as he approached the fallen beast. He extracted his dagger and retrieved the fire-attributed level 5 magic crystal. Reflecting on his month in the mountain range of magical beasts, Linley acknowledged that, despite remaining a dual elemental level 5 mage and a level 4 warrior, his combat prowess had significantly increased since his arrival. The numerous brushes with death, marked by the scars on his body, bore testament to the month's brutality. In particular, a gruesome wound on his abdomen served as a stark reminder of a near-death experience, from which the Shadow Mouse had rescued him. The wound had not been inflicted by a magical beast, but by a deceptively adorable young woman. I had truly believed her. Believing that her companions had been slain, leaving her wounded and alone, Linley thought with lingering dread. 2 weeks prior, he had stumbled upon the girl, who appeared terrified and heartbroken, the sole survivor among 4 individuals. Linley had instinctively sought to comfort, aid, and care for her. The girl seemed deeply traumatized and perpetually frightened. She required Linley's embrace each night to find solace and sleep. Seeing her serene countenance as she slept filled Linley with a sense of contentment. But on the 3rd day, as she lay sleeping peacefully in his arms, she abruptly plunged a dagger into Linley's unguarded abdomen. In a fit of rage, the Shadow Mouse, BB, underwent a bizarre growth spurt and pulverized the girl's head with a single bite, killing her instantly. BB then returned to its original size. Linley's abdominal wound bled profusely, and BB was forced to employ dark magic to staunch the flow. I should have heeded Grandfather Doring's counsel. I was too naive, Linley lamented. Doring Coward had cautioned him repeatedly. But upon seeing Linley's determination to care for the seemingly vulnerable girl, he had relented, albeit with the stipulation that Linley refrained from allowing her to get too close. However, the girl's overwhelming fear had made it impossible for her to sleep without his embrace, and Linley had acquiesced, holding her as they slept. I never imagined she was such a skilled actress. Despite my kindness, she was capable of such cold-bloodedness, Linley mused. The memory of her ruthless gaze as she stabbed him sent a chill down his spine. What drove her to such heartlessness? Did my 3 days of care mean nothing to her? Fortunately, Grandfather Doring had repeatedly warned me, preventing me from revealing BB's true strength to her. Linley was forced to admit that his life had been saved by Doring Coward and the Shadow Mouse. Linley, what are you pondering? Still thinking about that girl? Doring Coward materialized beside Linley. Doring Coward recognized the expression on Linley's face, understanding that the girl's betrayal had inflicted deep wounds, both physical and emotional. From that day forward, Linley would find it difficult to trust others. Doring Coward had suspected the girl from the beginning. Would someone venturing into the mountain range of magical beasts be so terrified by death? Sadly, Linley had succumbed to the girl's performance, believing her to be pitiful. Linley, that girl's acting is nothing. During my time in the Powant Empire, I witnessed countless spies from other nations who could maintain their disguises for decades, undetectable. Their acting skills far surpass your imagination. Delinquator remarked with a faint smile, remember, do not easily let your guard down against a stranger. Linley nodded slightly. At this moment, the little Shadow Mouse, Bebe, began to chirp beside him. Linley looked up to see Bebe leaping over, bouncing onto the corpse of a bloodthirsty warboar. Boss, when did you arrive at the core area of the Beast Mountains? Bebe conveyed with a hint of dissatisfaction through his spiritual message. In these parts, encountering the strongest is merely a level 6 beast. It lacks challenge. I want to challenge a level 7 beast. Boss, I want to challenge a level 7 beast. Linley glanced at the little Shadow Mouse, saying, all right, do not be overly proud. You claim level 6 beasts pose no challenge. Yet how did you fare against the Azure Wind Eagle leader last time? That's not my fault, Bebe replied, scratching its nose. You saw it. That Azure Wind Eagle leader refused to descend, and its wind blade seemed to unleash frantically without consuming magical power. Am I to simply endure its attacks? Lin Lei chuckled. Through several battles, Lin Lei had gained a considerable understanding of Bebe's prowess. In terms of speed, Bebe had reached a terrifying level, yet due to its size, its attacks relied solely on its claws and mouth. While it could manage level 6 beasts with confidence, facing a level 7 beast would likely present a challenge. At that moment, Lin Lei furrowed his brow, turning warily towards the distance as a vague figure emerged within his line of sight. Chapter 16, The Brutality, Part 2. Lin Lei, is that really you? How wonderful. A lean young man hurried over, his voice brimming with joy. This individual was none other than Matt, whom Lin Lei had met on the journey to the Monster Beast Mountains. The other two companions from that time, his fellow student Dishat and the brawny Kava, had met their demise during their encounter with the wind element archer. When Lin Lei unleashed the Earth Magic Earth Spike Array, the agile level 5 warrior Matt had seized the opportunity to flee. Yet, Lin Lei bore no ill towards his escape. After all, he and Matt had never shared a profound bond. To think it would be Matt. What a surprise to reunite here in the Monster Beast Mountains after a month apart, Lin Lei mused, maintaining his composure. Conversely, Matt was overflowing with enthusiasm. It's incredible! This past month in the Monster Beast Mountains, I nearly became a monster-s snack several times, but fortune smiled upon me. Wait, did you really slay a bloodthirsty war pig? That's impressive. Lin Lei chuckled lightly. I'm quite famished now. I've heard that the meat of the bloodthirsty war pig is incredibly tender and flavorful. I haven't had lunch yet. Would you mind sharing some of that meat with me? Given the size of a bloodthirsty war pig, there is certainly enough meat for 10 people, Matt jested. Of course. I don't mind. Lin Lei produced a short blade, preparing to carve the pig. There's no need for you to do that. This spoils of war belong to you. So let me take care of it. My roasting skills are quite exceptional, Matt insisted, striding towards the bloodthirsty war pig and drawing a short knife from his waist. With impressive finesse, Matt began to dismember the pig, expertly separating its limbs, tongue, and tail, rinsing them in a nearby stream. Boss, his technique is quite adept. Not inferior to yours, chimed Bebe, the little shadow mouse, perched on Lin Lei's shoulder, communicating telepathically. Lin Lei cast a glance at the adorable Bebe, reflecting on how outsiders would likely perceive this small black creature as innocuous. Yet, he recalled vividly the terrifying sight of Bebe in a rage, vanquishing a shadow assassin and a deceitful little girl. One cannot judge by appearances. The same applies to magical beasts, Lin Lei pondered. Meanwhile, Matt swiftly set up a roasting spit, retrieving coarse salt from his pack. The thigh meat of this bloodthirsty war pig is exceptionally robust, and the tongue is both tender and fragrant. The tail has a delightful flavor as well. As he spoke, Matt skillfully sliced the tongue and tail into portions. Lin Lei, though capable of fire magic, remained an observer as Matt ignited the wood with flint. After a considerable time, Matt cheerfully declared, "It's ready. Try it." He handed a roasted pig's thigh to Lin Lei. However, Lin Lei returned the thigh to Bebe, who eagerly accepted it and began devouring it voraciously. Despite the thigh being several times Bebe's size, the little creature consumed it with surprising swiftness. Matt was left dumbfounded. What a remarkable beast. Even the little shadow mouse can eat so heartily. With a grin, Matt offered Lin Lei a piece of roasted tongue. Come on, try my cooking. Lin Lei smiled politely and declined. No need. I'm not accustomed to it. The thigh will suffice. He seized the pig's thigh and began to eat heartily. While Matt chuckled, then I want to pressure you. If you don't eat, I will, haha. Matt savored the roasted tongue and tail leisurely. As Lin Lei finished the entire thigh, Matt had yet to touch his own roasted leg. Have you finished already? Haha. Well, I suppose I'm half full now. I'll save the leg for later, Matt said, wrapping the thigh in an oilcloth and placing it in his pack. Lin Lei glanced at Matt, sensing that he intended to accompany him further. Matt, navigating the Monster Beast Mountains is a trial I must face alone. We should part ways here, Lin Lei stated plainly. Matt furrowed his brow. Lin Lei, the Monster Beast Mountains are perilous. It's far safer with two of us. To be honest, I've been on edge for a month, even struggling to sleep at night. Suit yourself, Lin Lei replied curtly, quickly advancing deeper into the forest. Matt smiled and followed. Though his gaze occasionally flickered to the leather pack on Lin Lei's back, his expression tinged with a peculiar light. That pack was different from the one Lin Lei had carried a month prior. It appeared considerably fuller. Matt sneered internally, though his outward demeanor remained friendly. Unlike Lin Lei, Matt had undergone numerous trials before entering the Monster Beast Mountains. Matt hurried to catch up, jesting, Lin Lei, you're truly remarkable. Being with you puts my mind at ease. It's far better to travel in pairs. We can take turns keeping watch at night. Lin Lei remained silent, his eyes scanning the surroundings for lurking beasts. As they progressed northward through the Monster Beast Mountains, Lin Lei dared not venture eastward, as that direction likely led to more treacherous territories. The region they traversed was primarily inhabited by level 5 and 6 monsters. 2 days later, as dusk descended and shadows lengthened, Lin Lei and Matt continued onward. Lin Lei, do you think we should consider heading back? We've been in the Monster Beast Mountains for quite some time now, Matt suggested quietly. Lin Lei merely shook his head, remaining silent. Matt felt a pang of resentment. Lin Lei's vigilance during their nightly rest left no opportunity for him. Matt was uncertain of his ability to eliminate Lin Lei, considering the latter's endurance in the Monster Beast Mountains was a testament to his strength. Suddenly, Lin Lei turned sharply to the thorny bushes nearby, sensing something amiss. There, hidden within the thicket, was a vague shadow. Seeing Lin Lei's attention diverted, Matt's eyes gleamed with greed and excitement. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, aiming his knife at Lin Lei's back. In a swift motion, Lin Lei spun around. Seizing Matt's wrist with a firm grip, his gaze icy as he asked coldly, "What are you doing?" Taken aback, Matt could scarcely believe that Lin Lei had sensed his attack and intercepted it. With a sneer, Matt replied, "What am I doing? Great wizard genius. I'll tell you, I'm going to kill you." His confidence surged. Surely, a level 5 warrior could dispatch a level 5 magician in close quarters. With a sudden burst of force, Matt unleashed his energy, breaking free from Lin Lei's grasp. "Die!" Matt glared menacingly at Lin Lei, swiftly swinging his dagger towards him. A terrifying roar echoed, causing Matt's heart to tremble involuntarily. Suddenly, a diminutive black shadow appeared before his eyes. "What is this?" As Matt discerned the identity of the shadow, he realized it was the mischievous little shadow mouse, Bebe, that often frolicked around Lin Lei. To his astonishment, the shadow mouse opened its mouth, filled with densely packed, interlocking fangs, and lunged at Matt's face. "No." Matt instinctively recoiled, tilting his head to evade. However, the little shadow mouse's speed exceeded Matt's wildest imagination, making evasion impossible. With a swift motion of its right paw, akin to a razor-sharp scythe, it severed a significant portion of Matt's neck, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Gasping and clutching his throat, Matt's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the shadow mouse, his mind swirling with horror. Is this truly the black shadow mouse? In his final moments, as consciousness faded, confusion and terror enveloped him. He had meticulously prepared for this encounter, yet had disregarded the seemingly innocuous black shadow mouse. The weakest among the shadow mice, he had thought. Yet, in the face of death, he realized that this seemingly adorable creature was, in fact, the most terrifying of monsters. With his hands weakly falling to his sides, Matt succumbed, blood staining his garments and the ground beneath him. Chapter 17. Bebe's Prowess. Part 1. Standing before Matt's lifeless form, Lin Lei cast a somber glance, a sigh escaping his lips as his fingers instinctively traced the site of a past wound on his abdomen, a wound that had nearly claimed his existence. "You are far inferior to Nina," Lin Lei murmured, shaking his head. His acquaintance with Matt had been fleeting, insufficient to warrant trust. Furthermore, the ordeal with Nina had rendered Lin Lei wary of entrusting his back to another so readily. At that moment, Bebe, the nimble shadow mouse, scurried over, Matt's satchel in tow. With fervent telepathic urgency, he conveyed, "Boss, let's have a gander at what's inside. See how many magic cores he's got." None of the assassins who've come after you these past weeks have had a stash to rival the first one. Daring Cowart materialized beside Lin Lei. "Lin Lei, your little shadow mouse seems to have developed a penchant for counting magic cores," he chuckled. "It would appear so," Lin Lei responded, as he undid the satchel. He playfully chided Bebe. "Bebe, you took down this Matt fellow with your claws instead of your fangs. Why didn't you use your most formidable teeth?" Bebe stood upright, chest puffed out. He squeaked with pride, conveying, "Boss, Bebe's strength is considerable. My claws are every bit as lethal as my teeth. Besides, this Matt was too treacherous. I didn't want to sully my mouth on him." Bebe then feigned spitting in disgust. The sight of the tiny rodent standing on its hind legs, effectively spitting, was so human-like that Lin Lei couldn't help but laugh. All right. Bebe, look at this. Matt's satchel is quite full of magic cores, over 30 of them. It seems he hasn't been idle this past month. Though the best of the lot is only a 5th-level magic beast core." Lin Lei meticulously counted the contents. Over the past 30-odd days, through hunting magic beasts and retaliating against assassins, Lin Lei had amassed over 300 magic cores. He estimated their total worth to be around 40,000 gold coins. 40,000 gold coins. If father knew. The thought of presenting his father with such a sum filled Lin Lei with elation. "It is to be expected that you would accumulate such a bounty," Daring Cowart remarked. "Of your 300-odd magic cores, nearly 50 were obtained from hunting magic beasts yourself. The rest were pilfered from the satchels of assassins." Lin Lei nodded in agreement. The first assassin had yielded a staggering 15,000 gold coins, and the subsequent ones had offered only slightly more combined. The mountain range of magical beasts is fraught with peril, so it is common for individuals to venture in groups. Assassins, however, typically avoid attacking groups, as their forte lies in swift, decisive strikes against lone targets. Thus, they are more likely to target someone traveling alone. During Cowart chuckled, his white beard bristling. Linley, look at you. Despite your impressive height, the vestiges of youth linger on your face, and the down on your upper lip betrays your age. You are still but a lad. During Cowart guffawed. Linley, imagine the allure of a callow youth, alone and inexperienced, in the vast mountain range of magical beasts. Do you think assassins would pass up such an opportunity? That is why you have encountered so many in such a short time. Those who come in numbers are less likely to attract their attention. Of course, the group of 5 we encountered upon entering the mountain range was an exception. They were both weak and were targeted by a powerful assassin, who ultimately met his end at the hands of Bibi. Linley smiled and nodded. At 15. Despite his towering frame, it was evident that he was still a boy. A 5th or 6th level mage might only earn a few thousand gold coins in a month within the mountain range of magical beasts, and even then, it would be hard-earned. Given the inherent dangers, Deering Cowart lamented. Linley concurred, it is indeed perilous. I have been training exclusively in the outer regions, encountering only 6th level magic beasts at most. And yet I have sustained injuries on several occasions. Were it not for the coiling dragon ring, my dual affinity for earth and wind magic, my 4th level warrior status, and Bibi, I would have surely perished on my own. He glanced at Bibi, who was engrossed in playing with the magic cores. Calming his nerves, Linley gathered the magic cores and, with Bibi in tow, resumed his trial within the mountain range of magical beasts, determined to fulfill his initial plan of spending 2 months there. Day after day, Linley battled magic beasts, his magic and warrior skills growing increasingly refined. His practical experience with earth and wind magic deepened, and the frequency of his injuries diminished. As he unwittingly ventured closer to the heart of the mountain range, the number of 6th level magic beasts increased, and Linley's vigilance heightened. On the 46th day of Linley's sojourn in the mountain range of magical beasts, the tranquil surface of a lake was disturbed by ripples. Linley emerged from the depths, casually wiping himself dry with a cloth. Bibi, the shadow mouse, watched Linley's ablutions with envy. He chirped and leaped into the water. Linley chuckled at the sight and continued his bath. Aha, stop it, Bibi. Stop it. Linley suddenly burst into laughter. So, even you were ticklish, boss. The shadow mouse sprang from the water, a glint of triumph in his beady eyes. Linley smiled, then stepped ashore, retrieved a clean set of clothes from his pack, and changed. Refreshed and invigorated by his bath, Linley rinsed his soiled garments in the lake and draped them over a nearby branch to dry. With a leap, he ascended to a large tree branch, reclined, and watched Bibi frolic in the lake. Bibi dove and resurfaced, reveling in the water. Thump, 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 thump. A faint tremor emanated from the ground, the rhythmic cadence of footsteps. Linley's heart quickened as he gazed south toward the source of the sound, some 100 meters away. A towering, indistinct figure appeared in the dense forest. Moments later, Linley clearly identified his target. A colossal frame, easily 2 stories in height, adorned with fiery red scales as large as shields, supported by thick, scaled limbs. A tail, nearly half the length of its body, lashed about like a whip. And 2 baleful eyes, the size of lanterns and as red as rubies, stared fixedly at the lake, while plumes of sulphurous vapor billowed from its nostrils. Linley's senses were on high alert. A velociraptor, a 7th level magic beast. Chapter 18. The Might of Bebe, Part 2, From a Young Age. Linley's fascination with magical beasts was ignited by a singular event, witnessing the terrifying prowess of a velociraptor during his childhood. In Wishan Town, the velociraptor was an invincible force, annihilating house after house, leaving Linley profoundly shaken by its sheer power. At the age of 8, he was merely a child, yet now, at 15, he had matured into a level 5 dual-element magician. Boss, it's mine. The excited voice of the shadow mouse, Bebe, echoed in Linley's mind. He glanced towards the lake, where Bebe's fur stood erect like steel needles, muscles bulging and claws extending as its body grew from a mere 20 centimeters to nearly half a meter in length. Despite this transformation, Bebe remained a mere speck in comparison to the colossal velociraptor. With eyes glowing like red lanterns, the velociraptor locked its cold gaze on Bebe, emitting a furious roar that reverberated through the forest. In response, Bebe raised its head, unleashing an ear-piercing shriek. The 2 sounds clashed in a cacophony of defiance. As Linley observed the scene from a tree branch by the lake, perceiving the 2 creatures as evenly matched adversaries, suddenly, the velociraptor let out a thunderous roar, and a torrent of flames erupted from its mouth, engulfing the space ahead. The lake hissed as the water evaporated, yet Bebe remained unscathed amidst the flames. Though small in stature, Bebe's defense was formidable. The flames, akin to the might of level 5 or 6 magic, could not harm it. Linley watched quietly. Having entered the magical Beast Mountain range for some time, and Bebe had yet to encounter a worthy opponent. Then, without warning, Bebe sprang into action. With a horrifying screech, it transformed into a dark blur, charging directly at the velociraptor. The velociraptor's eyes flared with ominous red light as its whip-like tail sliced through the air with astonishing speed. The tail moved with a swiftness that nearly matched Bebe's own agility. Bebe's trajectory was remarkably unpredictable, deftly evading the velociraptor's tail while lunging for its neck. The velociraptor, in a frantic attempt to counter, swung its massive jaws toward Bebe. Yet, Bebe was significantly faster, landing a fierce bite on the velociraptor's neck. The sound of cracking scales echoing through the woods as it devoured a portion of the thick armor. However, the velociraptor's tail lashed out swiftly, producing a sharp crack that sent Lin Lei's heart racing. Yet, Bebe had already darted away. The velociraptor's skin was thick, and though Bebe managed to inflict a minor wound, Lin Lei held his breath, captivated by the fierce duel between the two beasts of vastly different sizes. As the battle raged on, Bebe became a black shadow, emerging from the water to evade the velociraptor's tail once more. But just as it thought it had escaped, the tail suddenly changed direction, striking Bebe with tremendous force, sending it crashing into the depths of the nearby forest. Bebe, Lin Lei's heart tightened with concern. The velociraptor, sensing the threat, focused its attention on the forest. Yet Bebe suddenly descended from a tall tree, charging downwards with incredible speed. The velociraptor's tail lashed out again, but Bebe, utilizing its agility, evaded the strike, allowing it to change direction just in time. The two creatures danced around each other, shadows in pursuit of shadows. Bebe occasionally found itself flung aside by the tail. Yet it retaliated with fierce bites, the battle raging from the lakeside into the dense thicket. Trees were uprooted and toppled by the velociraptor's tail. Yet Bebe seemed to gain the upper hand. Lin Lei observed anxiously as the velociraptor's massive form bore several wounds, blood streaming from its injuries and staining its scales. The velociraptor's enraged roars filled the air as it swung its tail, obliterating trees in its path, devastating the landscape surrounding their fierce conflict. But can Bebe withstand such strikes? Lin Lei's worry deepened. The power of the velociraptor's tail was formidable, capable of shattering stone and splintering wood. Lin Lei believed a single blow would spell doom for him. With another fierce blow, Bebe was sent flying yet again, only to return with renewed fury, shrieking in defiance. The velociraptor, now drenched in its own blood and riddled with wounds, roared in frustration and turned to flee deeper into the forest. Its massive form vanishing from Lin Lei's side as Bebe pursued for a while before returning. Lin Lei leaped down from the tree branch, and Bebe scampered back to him, returning to its original size. Bebe, are you all right? Lin Lei inquired through their mental connection. Perched proudly on Lin Lei's shoulder, Bebe stood tall, its little eyes gleaming with pride. Boss, what kind of magical beast am I? Am I afraid of that velociraptor? Delight radiated from Bebe's adorable face. Suddenly, it began to chatter, but that velociraptor's tail is indeed fierce. It stings quite a bit. Seeing this, Lin Lei chuckled. The velociraptor's tail was not merely fierce. It was exceptionally so. The fact that Bebe had endured multiple attacks without sustaining serious injury filled Lin Lei with joy. The velociraptor's scales and flesh are remarkably thick. I grew to my limit yet couldn't pierce its hide, Bebe lamented. However, with persistence, I could make it bleed to death, though that velociraptor is quite cunning, constantly shifting to avoid letting me bite the same wound. Lin Lei smiled to himself. Transitioning from level 6 to 7 marked a significant threshold, enhancing both offensive and defensive capabilities. The velociraptor's intelligence was likely comparable to that of a human, making it unlikely to allow Bebe to target the same injury repeatedly. Though the velociraptor's skin was thick, it could not withstand Bebe's relentless onslaught forever. Lin Lei surmised that the velociraptor recognized the futility of continuing the battle and chose to retreat. Bebe, would you like to challenge an 8th level magical beast? Lin Lei teased through their mental link. Bebe's diminutive eyes widened in disbelief. Boss, you jest. That level 7 magical beast nearly exhausted me. I've heard that the strength of a level 8 magical beast is tenfold that of a level 7 one. While its movement speed might not surpass mine, its attack speed likely will. Movement speed and attack speed are distinct concepts. Consider the velociraptor. While its locomotion may be rather slow, the lash of its tail is astonishingly swift. Some larger magical beasts might appear sluggish, but their attacks are as quick as lightning. After all, to be designated as an level 8 magical beast is an achievement far beyond the capabilities of a level 7 one. It's good to see you know your limitations, Lin Lei said with a smile as he stroked Bebe's head. Well, my clothes are almost dry. Let's rest in the tree for a while, have a snack, and then continue our journey later. With that, Lin Lei pushed off the ground, gracefully ascending to a height of 7 or 8 meters. Then, with a few light steps, he reached a tree branch 20 or 30 meters above, where he leisurely leaned against the bough. Chapter 19, The Ebony Dagger, Part 1. It was the 51st day into his sojourn within the mountain range of magical beasts. Do these assassins presume me an easy target? Pondered Lin Lei, gazing upon the lifeless form of a black-clad woman. Her prowess as a warrior was merely at the 5th level, and Linley, with the aid of his magical augmentations, had dispatched her. Doran Cowart remarked with amusement, "A mere glance suffices to discern your youth. A callow youth. Traversing the mountain range of magical beasts alone. Who wouldn't seek to profit by ending your life?" Linley felt a sense of helplessness. He was but 15 years of age. And though his stature rivaled that of an adult, his countenance betrayed his youth. "This woman, even in death, couldn't spare me. A few more scars I could bear. But alas, she has ruined my garment. Now, I possess but a single change of raiment," Linley lamented, regarding the tattered remains of his attire with a wry smile. Throughout his journey, Linley had acquired several sets of clothing from fallen assassins. Yet garments seemed to suffer the most damage amidst the wilds of the mountain range of magical beasts. "Master, the magical cores within this assassin's pouch are worth several thousand gold coins. Can a mere garment be of such value?" questioned Bibi, in rebuttal. Linley chuckled at this. During his month-long foray into the mountain range of magical beasts, his scars had multiplied, but so too had the magical cores within his possession. "Very well. I shall forego a shirt. I shall reserve my last garment for the return journey. In the mountain range of magical beasts, there is scarcely anyone to witness my state," Linley declared, discarding the ruined garment and continuing onward, his upper torso bare, wielding the ebony dagger. The ebony dagger had proven invaluable to Linley in recent days. After traversing some distance, Linley instinctively intoned a magical incantation. Soon, a gentle breeze emanated from him, spreading in all directions. It was the wind of exploration. No beast or person within a 200 or 300-meter radius could elude Linley's detection. Linley habitually employed the wind of exploration after covering considerable ground. As he journeyed onward, he once more cast the spell. A group of individuals? What are they concealing atop that tree? Linley mused with curiosity. At that moment, a dozen individuals were concealed within the boughs of an ancient tree of immense girth, requiring perhaps 7 or 8 people to encircle its trunk. Located approximately 100 meters south of Linley, curiosity compelled Linley to approach stealthily. He advanced with extreme caution, and upon entering a thicket of thorns and tangled weeds, he espied the individuals atop the ancient tree, some 30 meters distant. Each of the dozen individuals was clad in black attire, and each bore an ebony dagger at their waist. Ebony daggers? Linley's gaze focused intently on one of the daggers. Its style and hue were identical to the ebony dagger he himself possessed. Furthermore, the aura emanating from the individuals atop the ancient tree was chilling, reminiscent of the first assassin Linley had encountered. Black attire, ebony daggers, Linley observed, also noticing a slight bulge on the backs of the individuals. Linley involuntarily recalled how the first assassin had concealed a package close to his body, within his clothing. It was only when Bibi had torn open the assassin's back that the package was revealed. They are of the same organization, Linley realized. Even a simpleton could discern as much. Linley's heart rate quickened. At that moment, the black-clad individuals atop the ancient tree were conversing in hushed tones. "Why have numbers 18 and 7 not yet arrived?" One of the black-clad individuals grumbled. "Perhaps they are dead," another remarked coldly. "According to the timetable, if they have not arrived by nightfall, regardless of their fate, they shall be deemed to have failed," another stated icily. The other black-clad individuals fell silent upon hearing this pronouncement. Linley, concealed within the thicket, surmised that the speaker was likely the leader of the group. "The assassin who sought to end my life was a 6th-level warrior who cultivated dark attribute battle chi. This leader must be even more formidable," Linley thought with alarm. Linley prepared to withdraw, but as he took a few steps back, the leader of the black-clad individuals suddenly frowned, his gaze abruptly turning towards Linley's location. Shoo! Simultaneously, a black streak of light shot towards Linley's position. Startled, Linley realized, "I've been exposed." He instantly cast the wind attribute augmentation spell haste, and fled with utmost speed towards the depths of the mountain range of magical beasts. Linley reasoned that the deeper he ventured into the mountain range of magical beasts, the greater the peril, and his pursuers might hesitate to follow him into such dangerous territory. He planned to flee several miles into the depths, then change direction. Upon seeing Linley's backpack and the ebony dagger in his hand, the leader of the black-clad individual's countenance changed. "Number 2, eliminate him," the leader commanded. The lower the number, the greater the strength. Judging from Linley's evasive maneuvers, the leader had assessed Linley's strength. "Yes, sir," one of the black-clad individuals replied, diving from the tree and pursuing Linley with astonishing speed. However, Linley already had a head start. The initial distance between them was 70 or 80 meters. Yet, the black-clad individual was exceedingly swift, seemingly even faster than the first assassin who had sought to end Linley's life. Such astonishing speed, Linley thought, nimbly weaving through the forest, climbing and leaping with agility. The black-clad individual pursued relentlessly, the distance between them rapidly closing. 60 meters, 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. The more Linley fled, the closer his pursuer drew. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters. Linley, though seemingly fleeing in a panic, was in fact heading towards the depths of the mountain range of magical beasts. A wind attribute augmentation spell? The black-clad individual observed that Linley was employing a wind attribute augmentation spell. Employing a wind attribute augmentation spell, yet still so slow? He must be a 4th-level warrior, perhaps a peak 4th-level warrior at most, he mused, confident in his ability to slay Linley. The distance between them continued to diminish. Linley feigned alarm, but remained calm within. I've run nearly 3 miles. Those other assassins can't possibly notice from this distance. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Linley's eyes, and at the same moment, the Shadow Mouse BB, who had been cowering on Linley's shoulder, suddenly stirred. Whoosh! The ebony Shadow Mouse loomed larger in the black-clad individual's eyes, reaching him in an instant. The black-clad individual could even discern the Shadow Mouse's sharp teeth. Chapter 20. The Black Short Blade, Part 2. The figure clad in black, standing nearly 4 or 5 meters away from Linley, had never regarded the Black Shadow Mouse as a threat. However, at that moment, his previously indifferent heart was suddenly seized by terror. What astonishing speed is this? The black-clad assassin swiftly brandished his short blade. It was evident that this assassin was considerably stronger than the first one who had sought to kill Linley, at the very least. He was able to wield his blade in time to confront the Black Shadow Mouse. With a swift motion, Bebe's sharp claws slashed through the air. Clang! The claws collided violently with the black short blade, which shattered upon impact. Bebe then launched a fierce strike at the assassin's head, causing it to burst apart in a gruesome spectacle, resulting in his immediate demise. The disparity between the 6th and 7th levels of power was immense. Linley couldn't help but sigh at the sight. Nevertheless, Bebe was a terrifying shadow mouse that had even driven a 7th-level beast, the swift raptor, to flee. For Bebe, killing a 6th-level warrior was as effortless as dining. With a swift motion, Linley dashed forward, tearing the assassin's back garment to seize the black package within. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled northward. As he ran, a gust seemed to lift him, rendering his movements almost ethereal, leaving no trace of his escape amidst the forested mountains. After a while, a group of black-clad figures finally arrived, and upon observing the gruesome wounds on the second assassin's head, their leader's brow furrowed in concern. Beasts? A multitude of magical beasts flashed through the leader's mind. Was it the 6th-level Azure Shadow Mouse? Or perhaps the 7th-level Violet Shadow Mouse? Or even the 7th-level Golden Stone-Eating Mouse? Such small claw marks could only belong to rodent-like magical beasts. In the realm of the Beast Mountains, some claimed that encountering 8th or 9th-level magical beasts was the most terrifying experience, while others spoke of the horror of encountering a pack of ferocious magical wolves. However, in the black-clad leader's mind, facing a swarm of stone-eating mice or shadow mice was the true embodiment of terror. The stone-eating mice possessed formidable defenses, with sharp teeth and claws, while the shadow mice boasted incredible speed, coupled with their own sharp teeth and claws. Thousands of shadow or stone-eating mice charging forth would spell doom for not just their team of assassins, but even an entire army could be devoured whole. We retreat. Without hesitation, the leader commanded. Amidst the towering mountains and jagged rocks, Linley had already entered the heart of a peak, having run 100 miles without pause. He was confident that even if they pursued, they could not catch him. Boss, quickly check what's in the package, Bebe urged. Linley felt a surge of anticipation. The more formidable the assassin, the greater the number of magical crystal cores in their possession. The first assassin had left him nearly 15,000 gold coins worth of magical crystal cores and stones. He wondered how much this second assassin, known as Number 2, had left behind. Upon opening the package, Linley discovered 2 additional sets of clean clothing. After examining the garments, he retrieved a bulging pouch from within a compartment. This Number 2 had spent over a month longer in the Beast Mountains than the initial assassin, and was thus stronger. Gazing into the pouch filled with magical crystal cores, Linley couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. So many. Most of them were 5th-level magical crystal cores, with a considerable number of 6th-level ones as well. Having frequently handled magical crystal cores, Linley had become adept at discerning their levels merely by examining their luster. He immediately began calculating his newfound wealth. 9 6th-level magical crystal cores, 56 5th-level cores, 12 4th-level cores, and 7 magical stones. Roughly calculated, this amounted to over 20,000 gold coins. Added to the previous 50,000, Linley now possessed a staggering 70,000 gold coins. He inhaled sharply at the realization of his bounty. 70,000 gold coins. Surely, such a fortune would astonish his father. In the 51 days since entering the Beast Mountains, he had received 35,000 gold coins from just 2 assassins belonging to the same organization, while other assassins over the past month had contributed an additional 30,000 gold coins. In just over a month of slaying magical beasts, he had earned 5,000 gold coins. At that moment, Darren Cowett emerged from the dragon ring, observing Linley with a smile. I finally understand why so many seek to assassinate others in the Beast Mountains. Earning a few thousand gold coins through hard work over a month pales in comparison to the bountiful rewards from eliminating others. Lin Lei placed the 2 pouches of magical crystal cores into his own package, carelessly discarding the original one among the underbrush. Of this 70,000 gold coins, only 5,000 were earned by my hand. The rest were acquired from assassins, Lin Lei lamented. Darren Cowett stroked his white beard and chuckled. It seems your youth has worked in your favor. Had you not been more mature, perhaps you would not have drawn so many assassins to you. Lin Lei chuckled in response. Grandfather Darren, I heard the members of that assassins team mention that entering the Beast Mountains is part of their testing. Darren Cowett smiled casually. Lin Lei, any force that has endured on the continent for long has its own military might, which is cultivated through training. Sending their personnel into the Beast Mountains for training is a common practice among larger organizations. Lin Lei nodded in understanding. There are many forces on this continent that you are unaware of, and frankly, I too am uncertain. After over 5,000 years, the powers from the era of the Puang Empire may have long since perished, Darren Cowett remarked with a self-deprecating smile. Lin Lei refrained from probing further. Feeling a weight of pressure, the continent of Yulon was far more intricate than he had anticipated. After organizing his belongings, Lin Lei donned a set of armor and slung his package over his shoulder, continuing his journey with agility through the forest. He leaped over boulders and scaled trees, advancing steadily. However, upon surmounting a great mountain, he found himself standing at the edge of a precipice. To reach the opposing cliff, he would need to leap across a distance of several hundred meters. What an eerie gorge. Lin Lei observed that as he approached the edges of the gorge, the walls on either side drew ever closer. Racing along the cliff's edge, he noted that after running a distance of 4 to 5 miles, the gap between the 2 cliffs had narrowed to a mere 1 meter, so close that he could leap across in a single bound. Was it the same on the other side? Lin Lei planted 1 foot on his current cliff and the other on the opposite one. Gazing across the gorge, it appeared that the 2 cliffs converged in the distance. Strange, indeed. Having spent some time in the Beast Mountains, Lin Lei had never encountered such peculiar cliffs. Peering down into the gorge, he saw it shrouded in a thick, mysterious mist, obscuring whatever lay within. The depths were unfathomable. Curiosity piqued. Lin Lei felt a twinge of caution regarding the fog-laden gorge. As he traversed the cliff's edge, he peered intently into the mist, hoping to discern the secrets hidden within. The foggy gorge had another enigmatic feature. The further down one went, the more the cliffs diverged. For instance, while the upper cliffs were mere hundreds of meters apart, the lower cliffs might stretch thousands of meters apart, even extending for tens of miles. What is that? Lin Lei felt as if struck by lightning. His gaze fixated on a small patch of grass that flickered in and out of visibility amidst the mist on the opposite cliff. This grass, growing on the cliffside, was a vibrant green, yet it emanated a faint blue glow. Blue, the blue heart grass. It was indeed blue heart grass. Recalling the images and descriptions of plants within the library of Ernst Academy, Lin Lei's gaze grew increasingly radiant. The small grass growing on the cliff was none other than the exceedingly rare and precious herb, blue heart grass, which counteracts the harmful effects of living dragon's blood on the body. Chapter 21, The Misty Valley, Part 1. To cultivate the dragon blood secret technique, one must awaken the bloodline of the dragon blood warriors within. There are only 2 ways to achieve this. The first is to reach the most fundamental threshold of the dragon blood warrior bloodline within oneself. The second is to consume the blood of a living dragon. However, the act of drinking living dragon blood is fraught with peril. Even the mere infusion of dragon blood into the body can be excruciating, let alone ingesting it. In the natural order of all things, the blue heart grass serves as the perfect complement to living dragon blood. Yet, blue heart grass is exceedingly rare, and Lin Lei had inquired about its price. A single stalk of blue heart grass is worth tens of thousands of gold coins, and it is often more valuable than available. Moreover, Drlinkawat had mentioned previously that the potency of living dragon blood is overwhelming. Typically, 1 stalk of blue heart grass is insufficient, and the more dragon blood consumed, the greater the need for blue heart grass. Given the exorbitant price of a single stalk, could Lin Lei afford it? It seemed that with his earnings of 70,000 gold coins over the past month, he could purchase only 1 stalk. Blue heart grass, blue heart grass. How fortunate I am, Lin Lei thought with a rush of joy. With a powerful leap, Lin Lei vaulted across a chasm, landing on the opposite cliff. He then began to chant a spell, and soon his body was enveloped in elemental wind, surrounded by a swirling current of air. The 5th level wind magic, levitation. Although he could only float without flying, he took a step forward, standing suspended over the canyon, and then began to descend, gradually entering the Misty Valley. Bebe, perched on Lin Lei's shoulder, followed closely, envious of Lin Lei's ability to float. Though Bebe was quite powerful, he could not fly. He was not a flying type of magical beast, and only by breaking through to become a saint-level beast could he hope to achieve that. The misty canyon was shrouded in swirling white fog. As Lin Lei ventured deeper, he noticed that the cliffs on either side were growing increasingly distant. At this point, he had floated close to the blue heart grass. The grass, with its vibrant green leaves, emitted a faint blue glow. When touched, it felt icy. And when the leaves were torn, a verdant liquid oozed forth, refreshing to the taste. Lin Lei recalled the brief descriptions of blue heartgrass from the Ernst Academy library. Observing the stalk of blue heartgrass growing upon the cliff face, swaying gently in the breeze, Lin Lei took a deep breath and carefully uprooted it. Indeed, it felt chilling to the touch. Grasping the blue heartgrass, he placed it into his pack and cautiously scanned his surroundings, wondering if there might be more blue heartgrass nearby. If one stalk could grow here, surely there could be another. With the levitation spell, Lin Lei descended slowly and cautiously, straining to see below. The rolling white fog obscured everything, but he could vaguely discern vines entwined along the cliffside. How expansive! As he descended, Lin Lei realized the breadth of the canyon below was astonishing. While the maximum distance between the cliffs above was merely a few hundred meters, he could now confidently assert that the distance between the sides was at least several thousand meters, as he had been gliding close to one wall. By observing the angle of the cliff and his flight distance, he could easily deduce this fact. Deep, resonant roars occasionally echoed from below, each coming from different directions. Just from the sound, Lin Lei estimated there were at least 100 magical beasts. A shiver ran down his spine. There were many magical beasts below. Pressing himself against the stone wall, Lin Lei grasped the vines and descended cautiously. "Boss, I sense danger below," Bei suddenly communicated telepathically. Lin Lei felt his heart race. The deeper he went, the clearer the sounds of beasts became. The deep, powerful roars surely belonged to large magical creatures. Generally, large magical beasts are not weak. While powerful beasts are not always massive, those of great size are invariably strong. Blue heartgrass. Suddenly, Lin Lei spotted another stalk of blue heartgrass on a distant cliff wall, surrounded by verdant vines and other plants. Lin Lei, uncharacteristically bold, began to climb the vines, controlling his levitation to reach it. However, he failed to notice that entwined among the lush green plants was a massive green python, over 20 meters long and as thick as two men embracing. The giant green serpent, camouflaged by the vines and its own green hue, blended seamlessly into the swirling mist, eluding Lin Lei's detection. As he descended closer to the blue heartgrass, Bei urgently warned, "Boss, be careful. It's a magical beast, a python." A python? Lin Lei's heart skipped a beat. Serpentine magical beasts are often very formidable. Even the weakest triangular pit viper is a 6th-level beast. Lin Lei began to scrutinize his surroundings carefully, realizing he was now less than 100 meters from the giant green python. Upon closer examination, the massive creature became evident. Lin Lei gasped in shock. The enormous serpent, measuring around 20 to 30 meters in length and as thick as a barrel, sent shivers down his spine. The green-striped python. A 7th-level beast. Information about the green-striped python flooded Lin Lei's mind. At that moment, he understood the source of the dense white mist in the canyon. The water mist technique is merely a 1st-level water magic. Yet, the 7th-level beast, the green-striped python, could generate endless white mist with its very breath. The sheer volume and thickness of the mist in this canyon suggested there must be more than one green-striped python. The canyon's base, wide enough to span several tens of miles and deep enough to reach similar depths, was filled with swirling white mist. One could only imagine how many green-striped pythons lurked within. Suddenly, the concealed green-striped python stirred, its massive head turning toward Lin Lei, its cold, piercing eyes fixated upon him. A terrifying roar erupted from the python's mouth, and it lunged swiftly in Lin Lei's direction. The cacophony of various beast roars resonated throughout the canyon, accompanied by the heavy sounds of rapid movement. Glancing down, Lin Lei saw a dozen enormous reptiles approaching. And this was merely a fraction of those hidden within the white mist. Run! Facing the imminent attack of the green-striped python, Lin Lei shot upward, harnessing the power of the wind element. As the force of levitation exceeded his weight, he soared upward with astonishing speed. In the midst of his ascent, he noticed another green-striped python racing along the cliff wall from a different direction, its chilling gaze locked onto Lin Lei, continuously roaring. Suddenly, a piercing cry rang out as dozens of enormous winged creatures surged from the canyon floor. The winged dragon. It's the winged dragon. Lin Lei's face turned pale. Chapter 22. The Misty Valley, Part 2. A dozen wyverns, each several times larger than a griffin, swiftly pursued him. Instantly, Lin Lei utilized the coiling dragon ring to maximize his ascent, while simultaneously chanting the incantation for the Earthguard armor. Whoosh! With only the sound of rushing wind, Lin Lei had already left the green-striped python far behind. However, the wyvern's velocity was exceptional, rapidly closing the gap. As Lin Lei reached the cliff face of the valley, the wyverns relentlessly gave chase, determined to hunt him down. Lin Lei darted and bounded through the forest with incredible speed, but no matter how swift his legs, they couldn't match the aerial prowess of the wyverns. Screech! The piercing cry of a wyvern echoed through the air. With wingspans exceeding 20 meters, the collective presence of the dozen wyverns blotted out the sky above Lin Lei, casting him into shadow. They swooped down in unison, unleashing torrents of searing flames from their moss, instantly igniting the surrounding trees. The earth-guard armor encasing Linley shimmered, safeguarding his entire body. Hiss. Flames licked at the surface of the armor, causing the earthen yellow glow of the rock-like exterior to intensify. Among the dragonkin, wyverns and earth dragons are considered the lowest tier. Yet, even the weakest of dragons are still classified as rank 6 magical beasts. Earth dragons and wyverns, in particular, are known to be gregarious. An assault from a dozen rank 6 magical beasts would send even a rank 7 warrior fleeing for their life. The wyverns dove relentlessly. Clang. A wyvern's razor-sharp claw struck Linley's earth-guard armor with brutal force, causing it to tremble and its golden luminescence to flicker momentarily. I can't withstand this head-on. Startled by the sheer force of the blow, Linley desperately weaved through the forest, deliberately choosing the most treacherous paths. Leaping, scrambling, and climbing, he moved with frantic determination. The wyverns, meanwhile, competed for position above him, eager to tear at him with their talons. Yip. BB's furious squeal pierced the air. The shadow mouse, BB, began to swell in size, growing from a mere 20 centimeters in length to a full half-meter. Yet, even at this size, BB was dwarfed by the wyverns, whose wings spanned over 20 meters. Zoom. BB launched himself from Linley's shoulder, becoming a black blur as he hurtled towards a diving wyvern. The sound of shattering bones and the wyvern's agonizing shriek filled the air as it plummeted from the sky. BB, using the dying wyvern as a springboard, leaped onto another, sinking his teeth into its neck, instantly killing it. Wyverns are only rank 6 magical beasts, while BB could send even a rank 7 velociraptor running in terror. The chasm between rank 6 and rank 7 is a significant divide, representing a vast difference in power. BB may not be able to fly, but once he lashed onto a wyvern, its fate was sealed. In mere moments, 3 of the wyverns had perished. The remaining wyverns, filled with dread, ascended higher into the sky. BB, unable to pursue them, could only watch helplessly. After circling for a time, the wyverns emitted mournful cries and retreated towards the misty valley. What a terrifying valley, Linley muttered, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, as he extracted the magic cores from the 3 fallen wyverns. Linley pondered the enigma of the misty valley. Grandpa Doring, Linley called out. Doring Coward emerged from the coiling dragon ring, clad in his perpetually pristine, moon-white robe, regarding Linley with a gentle smile. Linley, what troubles you? Linley's heart still raced. Grandpa Doring, I ventured into a place called the Misty Valley. I never imagined it would be teeming with magical beasts, green-striped pythons, colossal reptiles, and wyverns. And what I saw was merely a fraction of the valley. I couldn't even glimpse its true extent. The mere thought of it left Linley in awe, a valley teeming with such a diverse array of magical beasts. Oh? Doring Coward inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. This misty valley contains so many magical beasts. Intriguing. Magical beasts typically congregate with their own kind. Yet you describe creatures of different species coexisting within the Misty Valley. How very curious. If I were still alive, I would be tempted to explore it myself. Linley offered a wry smile. That valley also contains blue heart grass. I only managed to pluck 1 stalk. I didn't have time to gather more. Blue heart grass? Doring Coward's eyes lit up. Where blue heart grass thrives, there must be something extraordinary, perhaps a treasure, or an exceptionally powerful magical beast, such as a rank 9 creature, or even a saint-level beast. However, Doring Coward's brow furrowed. Powerful magical beasts are typically territorial. If a formidable creature resided within the valley, it wouldn't allow wyverns, green-striped pythons, and other beasts to coexist. But why can wyverns, green-striped pythons, and the other reptiles you mentioned all coexist peacefully? It's a perplexing conundrum, Doring Coward mused, unable to decipher the seemingly contradictory nature of the Misty Valley. Linley chuckled. Grandpa Doring, let's not dwell on it too much. Once I reach the rank 7 mage level and can cast fly, I'll return and explore it thoroughly. Upon reaching the rank 7 mage level, his earth-guard armor would also attain the jade level, and the power of supportive spells like haste would be greatly amplified. At that point, Linley would be confident in facing the wyverns. And with the ability to fly, he would have the means to fully explore the Misty Valley. Rank 7 mage? You're only a rank 5 mage now. That's a long way off. Doring Coward retorted, pouring cold water on his enthusiasm. Linley understood the reality of the situation. Reaching the rank 6 mage level might not be too difficult, but progressing from rank 6 to rank 7 was a significant hurdle. Every journey begins with a single step, Linley said with a smile. I've been in the mountain range of magical beasts for nearly 2 months. It's time to head back. The journey of nearly 1,000 li will take several days, providing ample opportunity for self-improvement. With BB perched on his shoulder, Linley began his return journey. Chapter 23. The Girl Named Alice, Part 1. On the journey back. The magical beasts encountered grew progressively weaker. As Linley stepped into the outer regions, he found that most of the magical beasts he faced were merely level 3 or 4, posing no significant threat. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, unwilling to let his guard down completely. Drencuter walked alongside Lin Lei, yet his heart was laden with concern. Although Lin Lei exuded a calm demeanor, he was ruthless in battle, his eyes radiating an icy detachment that kept others at bay. Drencuter recalled that before entering the magical beast mountains, Lin Lei's gaze had been filled with sincerity, making it easy to trust him. After much contemplation, Drencuter finally communicated telepathically, Lin Lei. Lin Lei, deftly maneuvering through the forest, turned to regard Drencuter with curiosity. Grandpa Dren, is there something on your mind? Drencuter nodded gravely, saying, before we entered the magical beast mountains, I cautioned you that human hearts are inscrutable, and one must not trust others too readily. Maintain a wary heart. Lin Lei acknowledged. You are absolutely right, Grandpa Dren. One cannot easily trust others. Had I heeded your advice sooner, I might have avoided that knife wound to my abdomen. Drencuter shook his head. While it is wise not to trust too easily, one must also avoid excessive wariness. How can you interact with others in the future if you remain this aloof? Remember, one should not be overly cold towards others, nor should one place blind trust. Trust is built gradually through prolonged interaction. Do not be swayed by mere words. Lin Lei, possessing a keen intellect and well-read in both his home and Ernst Academy, began to grasp the essence of Drencuter's words. However, the brutal realities of the past 2 months had left him acutely aware of the cruelty in human nature, making it exceedingly difficult for him to trust anyone. I understand, Grandpa Dren, he replied. Drencuter sighed inwardly, yet felt a glimmer of relief that Lin Lei had his companion, the Shadow Mouse Bibi, and some good friends from Ernst Academy. At least he would not become excessively cold-hearted. Drencuter recalled a powerful swordsman from thousands of years ago, a solitary figure who, despite his strength, had been exceedingly reclusive. Grandpa Dren, how do you think my father will react upon discovering all these magical beast cores? Lin Lei suddenly inquired, a hopeful smile gracing his face, as though he were a child eager for his father's praise after excelling in an exam. Are you planning to give all these magical beast cores to your father? Drencuter asked with a chuckle. Of course, Lin Lei affirmed. These cores are worth over 70,000 gold coins, and I only need enough to avoid hunger. A few dozen gold coins a year would suffice. My father manages the entire family and must also cover little Walton's tuition. Naturally, I will present these cores to him. Lin Lei had no desire to sell the magical beast cores himself, as he lacked experience in transactions and feared being deceived. Haha. I am certain your father will be overjoyed. Drencuter laughed heartily. Lin Lei grinned and quickened his pace along the path home. He had no interest in slaying level 3 or 4 magical beasts, effortlessly traversing the magical beast mountains. However, upon leaping over a small stream, he heard fierce roars of magical beasts and the frantic shouts of humans in the distance. How curious. Those who dare enter the magical beast mountains are at least level 5 warriors, while the outer regions typically harbor only level 3 or 4 beasts. Why is there such intense fighting? Lin Lei pondered. In the inner sanctum of the magical beast mountains, one might encounter level 5, 6, or even 7 magical beasts, leading to brutal clashes. Yet, such occurrences were rare in the outer regions, where battles tended to be swift. With a powerful push, he leaped 7 or 8 meters into the air, nimbly navigating through the trees, and soon arrived beside the battlefield. Perched on a branch, Lin Lei observed quietly. Before him, 2 boys and 2 girls were fiercely battling a bloodthirsty war pig. One boy, clad in white armor, was shouting commands. Second, don't run around. Protect Alice. I'll distract this beast. Nia, keep calm and aim for its weak spots. These 4 clearly lacked experience, their panic evident in the face of danger. Save for the white-armored boy who displayed some composure. Lin Lei shook his head internally, recognizing the audacity of these 4. The boy in white armor was likely a level 5 warrior, while the others barely reached level 4. The red-haired boy shouted in alarm, Kalen. Didn't you say the outskirts only had level 3 or 4 magical beasts? This is a level 5 beast. Kalen, the leader, felt helpless as a level 5 warrior. He had brought his 3 friends to the outermost area of the magical beast mountains for trials, expecting no danger. Yet, they had unexpectedly encountered a level 5 magical beast. Suddenly, numerous earth spikes erupted from around the bloodthirsty war pig, with 3 piercing its tough hide. However, the pig's thick skin rendered it largely unharmed. With a furious roar, the bloodthirsty war pig turned its attention to the only mage among the 4 and charged at them. The sight of the raging beast, flames erupting from its nostrils, sent one of the boys into a panic. Duck, Alice. Get out of the way. Kalen shouted. Alice, with her flowing golden locks and dreamy, hazy eyes, was equally frightened and attempted to flee. However, the level 5 war pig, though not particularly intelligent, was far more cunning than a mere beast. It pursued Alice relentlessly. In her haste to escape the charging war pig, Alice stumbled over a vine, falling to the ground. When she turned to look, she saw the bloodthirsty war pig barreling toward her with wild, red eyes. Given Alice's delicate frame, she would surely be crushed under its weight. Stunned by fear, Alice froze. The other two boys and one girl were equally paralyzed, unable to come to her aid. Alice. Kalen cried out in anguish, his desperation palpable. Despite being a level 5 warrior, he was clearly lacking in experience. Suddenly, several sharp earth spikes surged forth, striking the bloodthirsty war pig. Though the beast's hide was tough, 2 spikes found their mark, penetrating its muscle and causing blood to flow from its abdomen. Unfortunately, the spikes had not inflicted damage to any vital organs. In agony, the bloodthirsty war pig let out a deafening roar. Then, a black dagger descended like lightning from above, piercing the pig's eye and causing it to explode. The blade penetrated its skull, and the war pig trembled violently before collapsing, lifeless. Kalen, Nia, Alice, and the others were left in shock, their hearts racing. They watched in awe as a robust youth clad in blue warrior attire skillfully extracted the magical beast core from the bloodthirsty war pig before turning to leave. However, Kalen was the first among the 4 to regain his composure, and he immediately called out loudly, "Wait a moment, my friend." Chapter 24, The Girl Named Alice, Part 2, Lindley turned his head, his brow furrowing slightly. Carla promptly approached, expressing her gratitude. "My name is Carla, and I am immensely grateful for your assistance. Had it not been for you, Alice might have perished." The girl named Alice also hurried over, visibly shaken, her chest heaving with each breath, her limpid eyes fixed on Lindley with curiosity. "Thank you for saving my life. I am Alice Duff. I am also an earth mage." Lindley's gaze lingered on Alice for a moment. It was undeniable that Alice possessed a captivating allure, an innate charm that evoked tenderness, requiring neither artifice nor embellishment. "Lindley, it seems you rarely intervene when others face peril in the mountain range of magical beasts. What prompted your intervention today?" Daring Coward's teasing voice echoed in Lindley's mind. "Ah, I perceive. You must have taken a liking to this girl named Alice." Lindley's brow furrowed further. "Grandpa Daring, it wasn't that I was unwilling to help in the past, but within the mountain range of magical beasts, the creatures encountered by others are often formidable. At least several rank 6 magical beasts, or even rank 7. I lack the ability to assist. Slaying a rank 5 magical beast is not difficult, so I simply lent a hand," Lindley explained to Daring Coward. Daring Coward chuckled, refraining from further comment. "My name is Tony. May I inquire as to the esteemed mage's name?" Another young man inquired. Lindley regarded the group with indifference. "How long have you been venturing into the mountain range of magical beasts?" "This is our first day," Carla replied ruefully. "We never anticipated encountering a rank 5 magical beast on our very first day. It's truly unfortunate. According to the books, the outer region should only harbor rank 3 or rank 4 magical beasts. We believe there would be minimal danger for the 4 of us here." "Foolish," Lindley retorted, shaking his head. The female archer named Nia bristled immediately. "Hey, what's with your arrogance? So you saved Alice. What gives you the right to berate us?" "Nia," Carla cautioned. Lindley spoke candidly. "I must commend your audacity in venturing into the mountain range of magical beasts so rashly. Simultaneously, I must acknowledge your good fortune in not encountering any brigands on your path into the mountains." "Brigands?" Carla and the others exchanged glances, confirming that they had indeed not encountered any. The mountain range of magical beasts stretched for over 10,000 miles, accessible from various points. It was not uncommon to avoid encountering brigands. "I advise you, if you wish to survive, to depart from the mountain range of magical beasts immediately," Lindley declared. "Why? Are there many rank 5 magical beasts in the outer regions of the mountains?" Tony inquired, perplexed. Lindley replied calmly, "In the mountain range of magical beasts, particularly the outer regions, the most perilous entities are not the magical beasts, but rather humans. The 4 of you possess not only limited strength but also a complete lack of experience. I am certain that any avaricious individual would seize the opportunity. It is likely that you have only just entered the mountains today and have not yet been discovered. Otherwise, you would have been slain by now. The most perilous beings are humans?" Carla's brow furrowed, then her expression shifted dramatically. Carla addressed Lindley respectfully. "Esteemed mage, we have only just entered the mountain range of magical beasts today, and our knowledge of the mountains is rudimentary at best. This venture was undertaken on our own initiative. I implore you to assist us in leaving the mountains." Lindley frowned involuntarily. He disliked complications, but the prospect of these 5 encountering brigands on their return journey was genuinely concerning. "Esteemed mage, I beseech you to lend your aid," Alice pleaded. Lindley glanced at Alice, her entreating gaze softening his resolve. The thought of Alice being slain by brigands stirred his compassion. He nodded in agreement. "Very well. I am heading out myself, so I shall escort you for a portion of the way. However, should we encounter brigands on our return journey, I can only pledge to assist to the best of my ability. If any of you are slain, I cannot be held responsible." Carla was overjoyed and nodded vigorously. "We are immensely grateful for your assistance, esteemed mage." Lindley nodded, then continued onward, turning his back to the 4. "Follow me," he instructed. Carla and her companions promptly followed Lindley, who escorted them out of the mountain range of magical beasts and toward the city. During their journey back, Carla and the others learned Lindley's name. Alice, the fellow Earth mage, held Linley in even greater admiration. Alice, also 15 years old, was hailed as the foremost prodigy at the Wielding Magic Academy. Yet, even with her talent, Alice had only recently attained the rank 4 mage level this year. Such an accomplishment would only be considered average at the Ernst Academy. During a respite on their journey, Linley, Carla, Alice, and the others began their meal. Linley and Alice sat together. Brother Linley, you were truly remarkable. You reached the rank 5 mage level at the tender age of 14. I anticipate it will take me until I am 20, Alice exclaimed, gazing at Linley with admiration. I am nothing special. Our academy's foremost prodigy, Dixie, reached the rank 4 mage level at the age of 9 and became a rank 5 mage at the age of 12, Linley replied casually. He omitted the fact that he himself was still a rank 4 mage at the age of 13, only to ascend to rank 5 at the age of 14. In just over a year, he had surpassed Dixie's 3-year lead. The rank 4 mage level at the age of 9. I am already 15 and have only just attained the rank 4 mage level, and I am considered the foremost prodigy at our academy. Our Wielding Magic Academy pales in comparison to your Ernst Academy, Alice lamented. Brother Linley, I sense that your Earth Spike array possesses immense power, even surpassing that of some of our academy's 5th-year students. Why is that? Alice, also an Earth mage, had discerned Linley's exceptional abilities. Linley smiled faintly. It was not merely the power, but also the extraordinary speed at which the Earth Spike array materialized. Earth magic originates from the essence of the Earth. Linley began to explain to Alice. In truth, Linley possessed a more profound understanding of Earth magic than even the instructors at the Ernst Academy, for he had the tutelage of a saint-level mentor. Alice gazed up at Linley, listening intently. One person spoke, the other listened, their proximity gradually diminishing. Linley was fully immersed in his explanation. When he paused to rest, he realized that their faces were separated by a mere fist's width. Linley's heart skipped a beat. It was the first time he had been so close to a girl, particularly with such an intimate view of Alice's limpid eyes, her delicate nose. He could even feel her breath and detect her delicate fragrance. Brother Linley, why have you stopped speaking? Alice inquired, puzzled. But after a moment, she realized the situation and immediately recoiled from Linley, her face flushing crimson, as red as an apple. Linley also endeavored to regain his composure. He stood up, addressed the group, and feigned nonchalance. Very well, everyone has finished eating. Let us continue our journey and strive to reach the city as soon as possible. Chapter 25. The Purple and the Night Breeze, Part 1. In the capital city of the Holy Alliance, the Kingdom of Finley, known as Finley City, along Greenleaf Road, a collection of opulent mansions stood proudly. In front of one such mansion, a group of more than a dozen individuals had gathered. We, the D-Bus family, express our gratitude for your assistance, Linley. If it weren't for you, young Kalen would have faced dire consequences, remarked an elderly man with silver hair, his locks shining brightly as he smiled at Linley. Beside the silver-haired elder stood Kalen, along with Alice, Tony, and Nia, while a retinue of servants from the D-Bus family lingered behind them. The elder turned to one of the servants behind him and nodded. The servant retrieved a small yellow pouch from within his robe. The elder accepted the pouch and, with a smile, presented it to Linley, saying, "This contains 100 gold coins. While it may not be a substantial amount, it represents our family's heartfelt appreciation. I hope you will accept it, Linley." "There's no need for that. It was merely a small effort on my part," Linley replied politely. "I shall take my leave now." The elder did not insist further and watched Linley depart with a warm smile. "Tony, you three should return home as well. Your parents must be quite worried," the elder said with a smile. After bidding farewell to Kalen, Alice, Nia, and Tony made their way home. As Kalen and the silver-haired elder entered the living room, the elder's demeanor shifted dramatically, his expression turning icy as he commanded, "Kneel." With a thud, Kalen dropped to his knees, immediately complying. "Granduncle, I was wrong. I failed to assess the dangers of the Monster Mountain range and recklessly brought my 3 friends there. Please punish me." "I'm reckless?" The elder's cold gaze scrutinized Kalen. "Kalen, you are now of age and the future heir of the D-Bus family. How could you commit such a foolish mistake? The perils of the Monster Mountain range are beyond your imagination. To venture without informing the family is irresponsible. As for your punishment, I shall leave that to your father. However, I must remind you that if you continue to act so thoughtlessly, even if the family is entrusted to you in the future, you will bring it to ruin." Kalen bowed his head, listening intently, not daring to speak. The D-Bus family ranked among the top 3 in the entire Kingdom of Finley, not due to their lofty positions, but because they were partners of the Dawson Merchant Guild, one of the 3 major merchant guilds on the Yulon continent. The Dawson Merchant Guild was immensely wealthy, with business ventures spanning the entire Yulon continent. Any of the 3 major guilds on the continent possessed terrifying financial and military power. Even in the Kingdom of Finley, numerous families aspired to collaborate with the Dawson Merchant Guild, as such an alliance was akin to boarding a colossal war chariot. The D-Bus family's connection with the Dawson Merchant Guild was indeed remarkable, given the stance of the three major guilds in the two great alliances, which primarily sought to cultivate relationships with the four empires. Upon leaving Finley City, Lin Lei embarked on his journey towards Ernst Academy, with BB perched on his shoulder, surveying the surroundings, while Dellen Covett walked alongside him. Grandpa Dellen, do you not feel that this world is somewhat terrifying? Lin Lei communicated through their souls. Dellen Covett nodded slightly, but refrained from elaborating, choosing instead to listen quietly. Previously, I felt little while in Finley City, but after returning from the Monster Mountain Range, I have discovered much. The brutality and the survival of the fittest in the Monster Mountain Range are stark and unadorned, devoid of any disguise. Yet, within Finley City, the nobles, mages, and formidable warriors don splendid attire and exhibit courteous manners. The city appears prosperous, yet its hierarchy is starkly cold and unyielding. Even in law, the rights of the nobility far surpass those of commoners. While Finley City thrives with laughter and joy, the underlying rules are far more intricate than in the Monster Mountain Range. There, distinctions of class are irrelevant, only strength matters. At this moment, Lin Lei gradually comprehended the nature of this world. In this realm, the great nobles reside at the pinnacle, while commoners endure exploitation. Regardless of how gentlemanly or hypocritical the nobility may appear, they cannot conceal the rigid class structure that pervades the world. To attain status, one must become a great warrior or a formidable mage. Without diligence, one is destined for elimination. Human society is more complex than the world within the Monster Mountain Range. It drapes the cruel competition of the mountain range in a veneer of elegance. Yet, at times, this splendid fade proves exceedingly useful. A flicker of disdain for the hypocritical nobility ignited within Lin Lei's heart. The stark contrast between the brutality of the Monster Mountain Range and the splendor of Finley City instigated a profound transformation within him. Do you fear competition? Dellen Covett suddenly inquired. Lin Lei grinned. Fear? No, I relish it. If there were no competition in this world, every day would be mundane. What joy would there be in that? I embrace competition. I thrive on exhilarating challenges. Dancing on the edge of a blade. Such a life is full of passion. BB, perched beside him, chimed in with cheerful squeaks. Upon entering Ernst Academy, Lin Lei, having experienced the treachery of humanity in the Monster Mountain Range, cherished the camaraderie within the academy even more. As he approached the dormitory, he overheard voices from within. Yale, Lin Lei hasn't returned yet. Do you think he might be in danger in the Monster Mountain Range? Shut your mouth, Old 4. Old 3 will surely return safely. Come on, let's eat, Yale said. Upon seeing the shadow of a figure at the courtyard entrance, he froze, as did George and Reno. Then, Yale, George, and Reno rushed excitedly towards Lin Lei. Haha, Old 3, you've finally returned. Yale exclaimed, enveloping Lin Lei in a bear hug. Reno shouted exuberantly, wow, Lin Lei. Yale and George have been fretting over you every day. I was certain you would return safely. Old 4, George interjected with a glare. Weren't you just worried about Old 3's safety? Me? Reno feigned confusion. Did I say that? Lin Lei felt a warmth spread through his heart as he looked at his three good friends. Yale waved his hand dramatically, declaring, enough of your chatter. Old 3 has returned safely from the Monster Mountain Range. This calls for celebration. Come on, let's go revel. Old 2, Old 4, Lin Lei laughed. Let's drink heartily today. It's on me. Ah, Reno's eyes widened. You're treating? Yale laughed heartily. Yes, Old 3 is treating. Don't forget, just a few days ago, the Prolux Hall sent an invitation. Old 3's 3 sculptures sold for over 4,000 gold coins. It's time to celebrate. The invitation from Prolux Hall? Lin Lei was taken aback. Yale quickly explained, Old 3. Your stone sculpture sold for a high price. Prolux Hall fully recognizes your carving skills and has invited you to set up an independent exhibition in their master exhibition hall. Ah. Let me fetch the invitation for you. Yale rushed towards the dormitory. Reno leaned closer to Lin Lei, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Lin Lei, you have no idea. Since the Prolux Hall representatives visited the academy, the news of your invitation to set up an independent exhibition has spread throughout the entire academy. Your fame has skyrocketed. Spread throughout the academy? Lin Lei was somewhat bewildered, having only just learned of it himself. Yes, you're probably the last person in the academy to find out, George chuckled. Lin Lei, here is the invitation from Prolux Hall. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chapter 26. Purple in the Night Wind, Part 2, as dusk descended. The quartet from Dorm 1987 ambled along the tranquil paths of the Ernst Institute, casually recounting their experiences of the past 2 months. That's brutal, Reynolds exclaimed, lifting up Lin Lei's tunic to reveal a horrifying network of scar tissue across his abdomen. He was momentarily speechless. George, too, fell into somber silence, while Yale chuckled. Haha. You guys haven't seen much, have you? I've witnessed far worse since I was a kid. Really, Yale? Reynolds asked, astonished. Yale grinned. Of course. I've seen plenty. like the torture of prisoners, and even watched live gladiatorial combat between humans and magical beasts. Wealthy spectators would gather around, and the scenes were incredibly gory. Lindley listened to Yale's account, vividly imagining the gruesome scenes. The academy is truly a haven, George sighed contentedly. Lindley nodded in agreement. As evening fell, couples strolled hand in hand along the academy's serene pathways, or leisurely rode magical beasts together, enjoying the tranquility of the campus. Oh, Yale, aren't you supposed to be with your girlfriend tonight? Why aren't you there? Reynolds inquired. Yale shrugged nonchalantly. Girlfriend? My brothers have returned from a harrowing experience in the mountain range of magical beasts. Should I prioritize a woman over that? Remember, Reynolds, brotherhood is like your limbs. While women are merely garments. They're just for amusement. Reynolds gave him a look of disdain. Lindley, a joyful voice called out from afar. The four turned to see a stunning beauty with flowing golden hair rushing toward them. She reached Lindley, exclaiming, Lindley, you're back from the mountain range of magical beasts. I'm so glad. I was worried sick when you were gone for 2 months. Are you hurt? I'm fine. Delia, Lindley replied with a smile. Delia was someone Lindley had met soon after entering the Ernst Institute. They had a strong connection, and Lindley felt completely at ease and unburdened in her presence. Much like he did with his 3 close friends. Delia, father's carriage is waiting. Don't waste time, a frigid voice interjected. Lindley looked up to see a young man in an academy robe standing in the distance. It was Delia's brother, Dixie, one of the 2 geniuses of the Ernst Institute. His robe was immaculate, and his eyes were strikingly clear. All right, Delia responded with a hint of disappointment. She turned to Lindley and said, Lindley, father wants my brother and me to return home. The carriage is waiting. I have to go. Okay, Delia, let's talk when you get back, Lindley said with a smile. Okay, goodbye. Delia was clearly disappointed that she couldn't spend more time with Lindley. Dixie approached, glanced at Delia, and then turned to Lindley. Lindley, I heard you went to the mountain range of magical beasts. Congratulations on your successful trial. Lindley was taken aback. Dixie is actually speaking to me? Dixie's aloofness was well known throughout the Ernst Institute. His presence often made others uneasy, especially when his piercing gaze was directed at them, creating immense psychological pressure. Oh, thank you, Lindley replied. Dixie gave a slight nod before leading his sister, Delia, toward the academy gates. The next morning, at the Prue Hall in St. Capital, Finley City. Ah, Lindley, please, have a seat, Austin cordially greeted. Yale, you and the others should also sit down and rest. Austin carefully examined Lindley, exclaiming, Lindley, I must say, you are a prodigy, a true prodigy. At just 15 years old, you've become a genius student at the premier magic academy on the entire Yulon continent. Moreover, your skill in stone carving has reached an extraordinary level. What you've achieved is nothing short of miraculous. In the realm of stone carving, it's rare for someone under 40 to be invited to establish an independent exhibition space at our Prue Hall. You are the youngest among them. Historically, only 2 unparalleled geniuses could compare to you, but unlike them, you are both a stone carving prodigy and a magic prodigy. A true genius. Austin's praise made Lindley blush. Austin, stop wasting time and get down to business. We 4 brothers want to go out and have some fun, Yale urged. Austin snapped out of his reverie and quickly retrieved a silver magic crystal card from a nearby folder. He handed it to Lindley with a smile. Lindley, this silver magic crystal card is custom-made for our Prue Hall by the 4 Nations Gold Bank. It signifies your status as a master stone carver. All proceeds from your stone carving sales will be directly deposited into this card. Currently, this card is unassigned. Please register your fingerprint to claim it. Then you can use it. Austin handed the card to Lindley and whispered, Lindley, I wonder if you brought any stone carvings with you this time? Lindley nodded slightly. Yes. I brought 3 pieces. Austin's smile widened instantly. That night, in a private room at Azure Water's Paradise, only Lindley and George remained with 2 women. Drinking and chatting. Reynolds and Yale had long since retired to their rooms with their respective companions. Those 2, Lindley said, taking a sip of wine and glancing at George, who was engrossed in conversation with a girl. Second brother, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I'm going out for some fresh air. All right, George replied, continuing his conversation. Lindley descended the stairs and left Azure Water's Paradise. As he stepped out of the bustling establishment and into the cool night air, his mind cleared. Compared to Azure Water's Paradise, the outside was significantly quieter. Lindley strolled along the streets of Finley City. The night breeze was refreshing and pleasant. Along the deserted streets were the residences of some nobles, though they were less grand than those on Greenleaf Road. On the balcony of a 2-story building, Alice was enjoying the cool night breeze. Gazing at the full moon, Alice couldn't help but think of Lindley, the man who had saved her life. In that moment of life and death, when she was in despair, Lindley had descended from the sky, slaying the bloodthirsty war pig and saving her. The shock of Lindley's arrival in her moment of despair had left an indelible mark on her heart. Brother Lindley is a bit quiet. But he's quite charming when he talks about magic, Alice thought, a smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, Alice noticed a figure on the street below. The figure seemed familiar. After a closer look, a look of joy spread across Alice's face. She waved and called out, "Brother Linley, Brother Linley." Enjoying the tranquility of the night, Linley, strolling along the street, heard someone calling his name. He looked up in surprise. On the distant balcony of a quaint little building, a figure clad in purple stood out strikingly, with the luminous moon casting its glow behind her. In Linley's eyes, that figure draped in purple resembled an ethereal sprite bathed in moonlight, the fabric gently swaying in the night breeze, accompanied by her flowing long hair. In a moment of reverie, Linley seemed to catch a whiff of Alice's enchanting fragrance that lingered in her hair. That scent was irresistibly captivating. Alice. Linley found himself irresistibly drawn towards the little building. Chapter 1. The Return Home. Part 1. The walls of the Alice family estate stood a mere 2 meters high. Linley approached the wall, propelled himself off the ground, and with a deft leap, landed gracefully upon the balcony where Alice awaited. "Quick, crouch down," Alice urged, pulling Linley down with urgency. Puzzled, he complied. "Shh," Alice cautioned, glancing below. After a sigh of relief, she whispered, "Fortunately, the guard is asleep. If he had seen us, it would have been troublesome." Linley nodded in understanding. "Let us sit down. The wall shields us from view," Alice declared with a sly smile, reminiscent of a cunning little fox. She wiped the floor of the balcony with a burlap cloth, and they both settled down comfortably. The sight of Alice brought immense joy to Linley. "Big brother Linley, it's already late at night. Why are you still wandering the streets?" Alice inquired, her curiosity bubbling forth. "Weren't you at Ernst Academy? What brings you to Finley City?" The mention of Finley City left Linley feeling awkward. He couldn't very well admit that he had been to the paradise of crystal waters with his 3 brothers. "I came to Finley City for a little adventure with some friends. I felt restless tonight, so I decided to take a stroll," he replied vaguely. Alice nodded in understanding. "But Alice, why aren't you asleep at this late hour?" Linley asked, puzzled. With a resigned expression, Alice pouted, "I went to bed early. But just as I was drifting off, my father, drunk as usual, disturbed my sweet dreams. You have no idea how outrageous he is, gambling and drinking every day, causing chaos at home. It's utterly exhausting. Dealing with such a father surely brings misfortune," Linley sympathized. "What about you? How is your father?" Alice turned to him, seeking insight. "My father?" Linley's memories flooded back, recalling moments spent with his father. "He doesn't gamble, and even when he drinks, he never gets truly drunk. However, he is quite strict with my education. He has always been that way." Alice sighed enviously. "Big brother Linley, you are so fortunate, unlike me." Under the moonlight, the young man and woman chatted on the balcony, transitioning from discussions of their fathers to education, then to their respective academies and friends, eventually sharing amusing anecdotes about their lives. Linley reveled in the conversation, growing increasingly familiar with Alice's life. As the night wore on, the first light of dawn painted the eastern horizon, filling the air with the freshness of morning. Linley and Alice, engrossed in their dialogue, remained blissfully unaware of the passage of time until the dawn broke, prompting their realization. "Ah, it's already morning," Linley exclaimed, finally noticing the hour. Alice, equally surprised, apologized. "I'm so sorry for keeping you up half the night, big brother Linley." Suddenly, an awkward silence enveloped them, leaving both at a loss for words. I should be going." Linley felt an unusual tension in the air and instinctively rose. "Will you come back to Finley City again?" Alice asked, her tone tinged with hope. "Yes, I will come whenever I have the chance," Linley replied, bracing himself against the balcony before executing a somersault into the air, landing deftly on the wall. With a powerful push, he leapt down to the street below, landing several meters away. Without looking back, he waved a casual farewell. Alice watched as Linley's figure faded into the distance, a sense of loss washing over her as she retreated into her room. In late August, the sun blazed like a fiery orb, exuding an unbearable heat. After sharing lunch with his 3 brothers, Linley set off towards his hometown, Wushan Town, carrying a backpack filled with magical crystal cores valued at over 70,000 gold coins. On his shoulder, the excited chirps of Gigi, the little creature, echoed. Linley glanced at Gigi and smiled, engaging in a soulful exchange. "Gigi, are you excited to return to Wushan Town? By the way, I've never asked, how did you end up in my family's abandoned ancestral home?" "I don't know," Gigi replied with a shake of its head. "I've been in your ancestral home for as long as I can remember. I don't know who my parents are, but a voice in my memory keeps saying, 'Stay here, don't wander off. Stay here, don't wander off.'" Linley pondered, intrigued. Could that voice have belonged to Gigi's parents? "At first, I only ate stones, obeying that voice and not daring to leave your ancestral home. Later, when you fed me wild chickens and rabbits, I realized you were the only one who treated me kindly. I don't want to leave you, big brother," Gigi declared, scrunching its little nose. Linley fondly recalled the moment when Gigi hesitated at the entrance of Wushan Town, ultimately sealing their bond with a bite that forged their soul contract. "All right, Gigi, we will always be together. Lin Rei affectionately stroked its head, eliciting a contented squint from the little creature. Lin Rei walked at a leisurely pace, covering a distance of 20 miles in an hour. As he reached the outskirts of Wushan town, dusk began to settle. Approaching the town, he heard a familiar voice echoing in the distance. Stand up straight, everyone. No slouching. Anyone whose backside touches the branches below will be penalized. Double the training. Uncle Hillman's voice rang out from afar. Lin Rei turned his gaze toward the familiar clearing on the eastern side of Wushan town, where a group of children aged 6 to 16 was divided into 3 teams, training diligently under the watchful eyes of 3 instructors, including Hillman. Sweat soaked through the clothes of each young trainee. That's how I trained back in the day, Lin Rei reflected sentimentally. Lin Rei? Hillman spotted him from a distance, signaling to his companions Rory and Roger before rushing over to embrace Lin Rei warmly. Uncle Hillman, it's been so long. Lin Rei expressed his joy. Haha, come on. Let us head home. Lord Hog will be thrilled to see you. Hillman exclaimed merrily as they made their way into Wushan town. Young Master Lin Rei. Rory and Roger greeted enthusiastically from afar. Uncle Rory, Uncle Roger, Lin Rei waved back, following Hillman toward his family estate. Lin Rei, you're still carrying that heavy backpack. What's inside? Hillman inquired with curiosity, noticing the bulging pack on Lin Rei's back. Lin Rei smiled mysteriously. Gifts for my father. Chapter 2. Homecoming Part 2. In the courtyard of the Baruch family's manor, Hog reclined in a chair, engrossed in a voluminous tome. Master Hog, the evening meal is prepared, a maidservant announced, approaching him with deference. Since the departure of the steward, Hiri, and young warden to the O'Brien Empire, the Baruch family had been devoid of servants. Hog, being the patriarch of a dragon-blood warrior lineage, could hardly engage in menial tasks himself. Thus, Hog had reluctantly hired a maidservant. Indeed, Hog responded, closing the book and glancing at the maid. He mused, fortunately. The aristocracy is aware that my son is now a prodigious mage at the Ernst Institute and are willing to extend loans, or these days would be even more arduous. The current tax rate in Wushan town barely sufficed to cover the kingdom's levies and the salaries of the guard. Hog felt a sense of frustration, as most of the family's assets had been liquidated by his generation. Fortunately, Hog had 2 sons, 2 remarkable sons. Linley is already a level 5 mage and will soon graduate, at which point the family can be entrusted to him, and I can pursue the endeavors I have long desired. Hog arose and began to walk toward the drawing room, when suddenly, Master Hog, Hillman's voice echoed from afar. Perplexed, Hog turned toward the manor's entrance. Soon, Hillman strode in, accompanied by a robust young man. Upon seeing the youth, a radiant smile illuminated Hog's face. He greeted him with a hearty laugh. Linley, you've returned. Haha, this is a delightful surprise indeed. Agatha, prepare a more lavish dinner, Hog said, warmly patting Linley's shoulder. Good lad, you've grown taller than I. By the way, aren't you normally due back at the year's end? What brings you here this time? Linley offered a cryptic smile. Father, I shall reveal all after dinner. So mysterious, are we? Hog feigned a frown. Hillman chuckled. Master Hog, Linley informed me that he has procured a mysterious gift for you. When I inquired further, he remained tight-lipped. Uncle Hillman, Linley said, knitting his brow. Very well. I shall say no more, Hillman said with a hearty laugh. As night descended, shrouding the land in darkness, several candles flickered within the Baruch family's drawing room, casting a warm glow. Once dinner had concluded, and the servant Agatha had cleared the table, leaving only Linley and Hog in the hall, Linley placed his satchel before his father. What is this? Hog inquired, eyeing Linley with curiosity. Open it momentarily, Linley replied, rising to secure the drawing room door. Hog couldn't help but smile. So secretive? You even need to close the door. Linley sat down with assurance. Father, please open this satchel. I am quite curious to see what you have concealed within, Hog said, intrigued as he unfastened the bag. To his surprise, he found another, larger sack inside, its mouth tightly bound. It was filled to the brim with magic crystal cores. Hog grasped the large sack, musing. Such a sizable bag, it does not feel like it contains gold coins. Could it be filled with pebbles? Puzzled, Hog undid the sack. As the bag was opened, a kaleidoscopic array of vibrant magic crystal cores spilled forth, their iridescent light dazzling Hog's eyes. He had never beheld such a sight in his life. Are these magic crystal cores? Hog stammered, his eyes widening as he turned to Linley, a gulp audible in his throat. Hog had encountered magic crystal cores before, but never in such abundance. The sheer volume was visually stunning. Linley nodded. Indeed, the sack is filled almost entirely with magic crystal cores, with only a handful of magic crystal stones. Based on the values ascribed to magic crystal cores in books, these should be worth over 70,000 gold coins. 70,000 gold coins? Hog felt a sharp pang in his heart. In recent years, Hog had been plagued by financial difficulties. He would struggle to produce even 500 gold coins without resorting to borrowing. His predicament was dire. 70,000 gold coins. What a concept. 70,000 gold coins could sustain the entire Baruch family for a century. Of course, Linley added. 70,000 gold coins is merely the figure calculated using the prices listed in books. Those prices are outdated. The current market value should be slightly higher. I estimate they could fetch up to 80,000 gold coins. Hog stared at the colorful heap of magic crystal cores before him, feeling as though he were in a dream, a sense of unreality washing over him. Hoo-hoo. Hog inhaled deeply several times to regain his composure. Linley, where did you acquire these magic crystal cores? Hog abruptly asked, his gaze fixed on Linley. Did you venture into the mountain range of magical beasts? Linley nodded. Yes, father. I obtained these magic crystal cores from within the mountain range of magical beasts. Hog began, his voice tinged with anger. The mountain range of magical beasts is the most perilous place on the continent. Entering it is a momentous decision. Why did you not consult me beforehand? Do you realize how dangerous it is? As the words left his mouth, Hog chuckled ruefully. Linley had already been there. He knew full well the dangers that lurked within. Hog gazed at Linley, who stood silently with his head bowed, appearing to listen attentively to the reprimand. He shook his head and sighed. Linley, it is not my intention to berate you. You must understand that you are a prodigious mage at the Ernst Institute, destined for greatness. The burden of our Baruch family will fall upon your shoulders. Your younger brother is still young, and it will be some time before he becomes a true dragonblood warrior. You carry my hopes, the hopes of our Baruch family, so you must not trifle with your life. Linley remained silent. Remove your shirt. Let me see if you have sustained any injuries, Hog said abruptly. Remove my shirt? Linley hesitated, while his injuries were concealed beneath his clothing. Linley was acutely aware of the horrifying network of scars that marred his body. Remove it, Hog said, his brow furrowing. After a moment of hesitation, Linley removed his tunic, revealing his muscular torso. His skin was crisscrossed with scars, some of which appeared to have been life-threatening. Seeing the ghastly scars that covered Linley's body, Hog felt a tremor run through him. Hog reached out a trembling hand, gently touching Linley's chest and the near-fatal wounds on his abdomen. The sight of these scars caused a pang of anguish in Hog's heart. How much suffering had his son endured? How had he survived such brushes with death? Hog could scarcely imagine. Linley, Hog choked out. Father, I am unharmed, Linley quickly reassured him. Hog looked from the pile of magic crystal cores, representing immense wealth, to the terrifying scars that crisscrossed Linley's body like the roots of a tree. He began to tremble uncontrollably. He felt a surge of resentment, a sense of his own inadequacy. Drawing a deep breath, Hog gazed skyward in silence, then said in a low voice, Linley, you must be weary from your journey. Go and rest. Yes, father. Linley quietly departed, leaving Hog alone in the candlelit drawing room, lost in thought. In the morning, at the Baruch family's dining table, Hog's radiant appearance astonished Linley. Hog, setting down his utensils, smiled at Linley. Linley, stay home longer this time. I haven't seen you in ages. Let's spend some quality time together. Linley was surprised, as his father had never expressed such sentiments before. He had planned to visit Funlai City and see Alice. But those thoughts were immediately forgotten. All right, father, Linley replied happily. Hog nodded, a certain something glimmering in his eyes. Linley stayed in Wushan town for over a fortnight, unhurried to return to Ernst Institute even as the new semester approached. Hog didn't press him to go back either. Upon Wushan Mountain, beside a babbling brook, Linley sat in meditation, refining his magical power. Earth and wind elements permeated his body, naturally fortifying his bones, muscles, and meridians. After a small portion was absorbed, the majority was refined, flowing into the dantian in his chest. Like a river converging into the sea, elements from all over his body gathered there. Linley remained seated for half a day. As he opened his eyes, the sun was setting. It's time to return to the academy, Linley murmured, inhaling deeply. Ever since I gave father those magic cores, his attitude has improved significantly, becoming much warmer. These past few weeks had been the most harmonious Linley had ever spent with Hog. What prompted such a dramatic change in father? The magic cores? Father isn't motivated by mere wealth. Or, is it the scars on my body? Linley pondered, unable to pinpoint the exact reason for his father's newfound kindness. His solicitude could only be described as doting. Entering the Baruch family mansion, Linley noticed his father engrossed in a book. Father, it's getting dark. Perhaps you should read tomorrow. Oh, Linley, you're back, Hog said with a smile, closing the book. You're right. I'll resume tomorrow. You must be thirsty after cultivating for so long. Hog poured a glass of water from a nearby kettle. Here, refresh yourself. The temperature is just right. Thank you, father, Linley replied, feeling a warmth in his heart. Hog had treated Linley this way for the past few weeks, showing him exceptional care, a stark contrast to his usual stern demeanor. Sipping the water, Linley said, Father, I've been home for a while now. I plan to return to the academy tomorrow. Tomorrow? Hog paused, then nodded. Very well. Be sure to come back earlier at the end of the year. I will, Linley affirmed. Hog gently implored. Linley, your father isn't capable, so the family's future rests on you. The magic cores you gave me are sufficient for your brother's expenses in the O'Brien Empire. I'm content with that. But I still remember our family's shame. I hope you don't forget that our family's heirloom remains lost. Sensing his father's expectations, Linley inhaled deeply and nodded slightly. I have no other desires now, only to see the warblade slaughter before I die, Hogg said somberly. Feeling the heavy atmosphere, Linley immediately replied, Father, don't be so pessimistic. You're only 40, you have many years ahead. I'm confident that I'll retrieve the warblade slaughter within a decade and return it to the family's ancestral hall. A decade, good. Hogg nodded faintly. The next day, Linley departed from Wushan Town at noon. That evening, Hogg and Hillman sat in the Baruch family's drawing room, the door tightly shut. On the dining table lay that pouch of magic cores. Hillman was overwhelmed by the sight of the magic cores. Hogg began, Hillman, I'll be selling these magic cores soon. And I want you to safeguard the gold coins. Hillman snapped out of his daze and quickly responded, Lord Hogg, no, such a large fortune cannot be entrusted to me. Shouldn't you manage it yourself? Hillman, don't call me Lord Hogg, just call me Brother Hogg, Hogg said with a gentle smile. He stood up, facing east. Manage it myself? Haha. Hillman, you probably know the most about our Baruch family and my affairs. Hillman was taken aback, unsure why Hogg mentioned this. That matter has been buried in my heart for almost 11 years. For 11 years, I felt my heart being gnawed by ants. I've been enduring, day after day. Year after year, 11 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Hogg trembled slightly. Hillman's expression changed, and he stood up abruptly, horrified. Lord Hogg. You want to? Yes, I must investigate what happened back then and avenge Lena, Hogg said with a grimace, his face filled with murderous intent. Lord Hogg, Hillman urged. Didn't we investigate it before? The enemy's power is immense. We only uncovered a fraction, and it was already terrifying. If you investigate, you might lose your life. Hogg roared. Death? Am I afraid of death? Hillman, you don't understand my suffering these past 11 years, the torment of my soul. I've had enough. Now, Linley has given me these magic cores, worth around 80,000 gold coins. That's more than enough for Wharton's expenses. With this money, I have no more burdens. For so many years, what have I been enduring for? Wasn't it for my 2 sons? Now Linley is grown, and Wharton is in the O'Brien Empire. I have nothing to worry about anymore. Hogg grabbed Hillman's shoulders, staring into his eyes. Hillman, although you call me Lord Hogg, we've had the bond of brothers all these years. At this point, I hope you can fulfill my wish. Hogg, you, Hillman said anxiously. Hillman knew that if Hogg investigated the past, he would likely lose his life. My mind is made up, Hillman. You must know that these days, I'm living a life worse than death, Hogg said, his eyes reddening. Seeing Hogg like this, Hillman felt helpless. He understood Hogg's feelings. Why had Hogg always been so strict and cold? Others didn't know, but Hillman was well aware that before Linley and Wharton's mother, Lena, died, Hogg had been a very cheerful person. But after Lena's death, Hogg's personality changed. Although Hogg told everyone that Lena died in childbirth, Hillman, the butler Hiri, and others knew the truth. Hillman, don't try to dissuade me anymore. I'll just ask you, will you help me? Hogg pressed, staring at Hillman. Hillman gazed at Hogg for a moment, finally sighing weakly. All right, I'll help you. A smile of relief appeared on Hogg's face. Chapter 4. The price of stone carvings in the city of Finlai. On the balcony of her modest 2-story abode, Alice rested her chin on her hands, observing the bustling street before her. Ever since Linley's last departure, she had taken to this routine, yearning for his return. Yet, with classes commencing tomorrow, she lamented the fleeting time, casting one last glance at the street below. She merely wished for Linley to visit her once more, but regrettably, he had not shown up in the past several days. At that moment, her dear friend Nia's voice echoed from the entrance. Alice, hurry up. Nia, along with Tony and Kaylin, awaited her at the door. The trio belonged to the Warriors Academy, which was in close proximity to Alice's own institution, the Whalen Magic Academy. Given that all 4 resided in Finlai, their camaraderie flourished. All right, I'm coming down, Alice replied, glancing at the street before she descended with her prepared satchel. 3 days later, in the evening of Alice's departure from Finlai, Linley arrived at her courtyard, gazing up at the empty balcony of the 2-story building. Hey, what are you doing here? Called the middle-aged guardian of Alice's residence. Linley turned to him, smiling as he responded, Hello, I am from the Whalen Magic Academy. A close friend of Alice. Might I inquire if she is at home? Oh, the man chuckled. Miss Alice has been away from home for nearly 3 days. Already at the Magic Academy. I see. Thank you, Linley replied politely. He then turned and walked down the street, casting one last glance at the balcony. A sense of helplessness washing over him. On the road to Ernst Academy, a stream of white light emerged from the spiral dragon ring, transforming into a flowing moon-white robe adorned by Darren Corvett, with his white hair and beard. Darren Corvett smiled at Linley. Linley, have you fallen for Alice? Perhaps. Linley admitted without denial. Darren Corvett stroked his beard, laughing heartily. I never imagined you would finally develop an interest in women. However, Lin Lei, you and Alice are from different magic academies, separated by distance. It will be quite challenging to progress your feelings. I understand. I shall leave it to fate. If it happens, it happens. If not, then so be it. Lin Lei mused, memories of his time with Alice flooding his mind. He recalled their initial panic under the bloodthirsty war pig, their shy conversations on their return from the monster mountains, and her enchanting presence under the moonlight. Akin to a lunar fairy. Is this what first love feels like? Lin Lei chuckled to himself, recognizing that at his age, his dorm mates often discussed their romantic interests, with both Yale and Reno already having girlfriends. In his heart, Lin Lei held a flicker of hope regarding love. At Ernst Magic Academy, Lin Lei diligently pursued his studies as before, dedicating a portion of each day to the flat knife style of carving. His mental and magical prowess steadily flourished. A month swiftly passed. As per tradition, Lin Lei and his 3 friends prepared to visit Finlai, carrying 3 stone carvings to Ostoni's chamber at the Pluxus Guild. 15,000 gold coins? Such a sum? Lin Lei exclaimed, astonished by the valuation of his 3 stone carvings. Ostoni laughed heartily. Lin Lei, this is quite normal. The works of skilled stone carvers typically fetch around 1,000 gold coins. We at the Pluxus Guild emphasized your identity as a 15-year-old magical prodigy, which alone is sufficient to double the price of your carvings. Moreover, your pieces are remarkably unique. While others' carvings possess beauty, they often lack fluidity. Your work exhibits unparalleled smoothness. For instance, the transitions between the flat knife and the jade bowl knife are seamless, rendering them nearly imperceptible. Lin Lei couldn't help but smile at this. Seamless transitions? My pieces, crafted solely with a flat knife, require no other tools, resulting in an inherently flawless line. Due to this distinctive quality, along with the innate aloofness of your work and your esteemed identity, the price has soared to nearly 5,000 gold coins. However, there are slight deficiencies in the treatment of intricate textures. Otherwise, the value could have been even higher, Ostoni praised. Lin Lei understood the underlying truth. Intricate textures? He pondered, realizing that while he could create some unique patterns with the flat knife, the results would never rival those produced by specialized tools like the angled or round knives. Simultaneously, Lin Lei marveled at the ease with which he could sell 3 pieces for such a sum. If he devoted himself to carving, he could produce 10 pieces in a month, each potentially worth nearly 50,000 gold coins. In contrast, he had spent 2 months in the monster mountains facing life and death crises, and earned only 70 to 80,000 gold coins from slaying assassins. The earnings from stone carving felt almost like a windfall. Lin Lei mused. If skilled stone carvers are akin to robbers, what must the masters be like? The more he delved into this field, the more he appreciated the stark income disparity within the stone carving community. With only about 100 skilled stone carvers in the entire Holy Alliance, their scarcity was evident. Lin Lei, work diligently. I believe you will undoubtedly become a great stone carving master in the future, Ostoni encouraged. Stone carving masters not only enjoy immense wealth but also command high esteem. They stand atop this ancient art form, and even the most prominent nobles would not dare to treat them with disdain. Master, such a title is extraordinary. It cannot be bought with money or power. It is a recognition bestowed upon those who reach the pinnacle of their craft, acknowledged by all as a master in their field. Chapter 5, The Rose and Winter, Part 1. As dusk settled, Lin Lei, Yale, and 2 others exited a hotel, their next destination, as per tradition, being the paradise of clear waters. Yale, you 3 go ahead. I'll wander around for a bit, Lin Lei suggested as he stepped out. Yale, Reno, and George exchanged surprised glances. I'm not fond of the atmosphere at Paradise of Clear Waters. You go on, and I'll join you in a couple of hours, Lin Lei explained. At that moment, perched on Lin Lei's shoulder, Bei chirped a couple of times and communicated telepathically. Boss, are you heading to Alice's place? Bei, having followed Lin Lei closely, was well aware of his intentions. Despite seemingly remaining small, Bei possessed the intellect of a typical human teenager. You rascal, Lin Lei chided with a smirk. All right, the 3 of you go on, but don't take too long. We'll wait for you at the usual spot. Yale smiled and nodded, and with that, Lin Lei parted ways with his 3 companions, strolling towards the Alley of Strangers. The alley was relatively quiet, with fewer people around. A few taverns and restaurants lined the streets, mostly frequented by local residents. Approaching Alice's residence, Lin Lei gazed at the empty balcony of the 2-story building. A self-deprecating smile crossed his face. Deep down, he held only the faintest glimmer of hope. He then turned and entered a nearby tavern, selecting a seat by the window. Through the glass, he had a clear view of Alice's balcony. A bottle of emerald green and 2 glasses, please, Lin Lei ordered casually, opting for a mild drink. Certainly, sir, the waiter replied, slightly puzzled by the request for 2 glasses but refraining from asking further. Take your time drinking, Bei, Lin Lei said, pouring a glass for his companion. Bei promptly hopped onto the table and began sipping slowly, mimicking Lin Lei's actions. Holding his glass, Lin Lei gazed longingly at the balcony while they savored their drinks. The pair, one human, one magical beast, continued their leisurely drinking session. After nearly 2 hours and 3 bottles later, Linlei settled the bill and departed the tavern with Bei Bei perched on his shoulder. "Boss, are you feeling disappointed?" Bei Bei inquired telepathically. Linlei affectionately ruffled Bei Bei's little head, playfully scolding, "You little rascal." He then strolled through the streets of Finley City, making his way towards paradise of clear waters while admiring the evening scenery. The following day, September 30th, Linlei and his 3 brothers left Finley City to return to Ernst Magic Academy. The next evening, Alice and Kaylin returned to Finley City. The timing was coincidental, as Ernst Magic Academy and Wyron Magic Academy had different holiday schedules. Ernst observed holidays on the 29th and 30th of each month, while Wyron and Wyron Warrior Academy celebrated theirs on the 1st and 2nd. Alice hurried back on the evening of the 30th, but alas. On the balcony, Alice rested her chin on her hands, observing the bustling street below. Occasionally, a silhouette reminiscent of Linlei would spark her excitement, only for disappointment to wash over her as the figure drew closer. By the afternoon of October 2nd, Alice reluctantly returned to the Magic Academy. On October 29th, Linlei delivered 3 sculptures to the Pluxus Pavilion. Later that evening, he returned to the tavern on the Alley of Strangers, choosing a window seat once more and ordering emerald green wine, sipping slowly with Bei Bei. "Boss, it seems you might be disappointed again," Bei Bei remarked, his round eyes studying Linlei. "Disappointment is merely a sign of fate. I'll accept it," Linlei replied, downing the last of his half-empty glass. By this time, he and Bei Bei had finished 2 bottles of emerald green, yet the expected figure still did not appear on the balcony. As he began to order another bottle, Linlei's words abruptly halted. His eyes brightened as he fixated on Alice's balcony, where a girl dressed in white had just appeared. "Check, please," he exclaimed suddenly, rising from his seat. The waiter, initially taken aback, quickly regained composure. After settling the bill, Linlei dashed outside, with Bei Bei leaping onto his shoulder. By now, it was nearly 8 in the evening, and the Alley of Strangers was dimly lit, with foot traffic sparse. "It's Alice," Linlei confirmed within himself. "Wow, boss. You finally get to meet this beauty. Aren't you thrilled? Excited? Ecstatic?" Bei Bei chattered gleefully. Linlei, ignoring Bei Bei's exuberance, swiftly ran towards the wall of Alice's garden, using both hands to vault over, landing silently on the balcony. At that moment, Alice spotted Linlei leaping over from the garden wall. "Linlei, brother," she exclaimed, instantly recognizing him, her heart racing and cheeks flushing. Alice felt a wave of relief. After failing to meet Linlei previously, she had investigated upon returning to Wyron Magic Academy and learned Ernst Academy as holidays were indeed the 29th and 30th. Thus, she had returned 2 days early, skipping class. "What a coincidence, brother Linlei," Alice said with a smile. Linlei was taken aback. "Alice, it truly is a coincidence." Her laughter rang out, and she quickly pulled him down, whispering, "Sit down quickly, we can't let the gatekeeper see us." Linlei complied, and the two hid behind the balcony railing, engaging in quiet conversation. Darren Cuter appeared nearby. "Linlei, Linlei," he called. "Grandpa Darren, is there something you need?" Linlei replied, slightly annoyed. Darren Cuter chuckled. "Kid, stop chatting about trivial matters with this girl. Be more affectionate and proactive. You're such a fool. Just look at how Alice looks at you. She has feelings for you. Take your time," Linlei thought, feeling a tad insecure despite his usual bravery. "What a fool," Darren Cuter muttered in frustration. Linlei chose to ignore him, focusing solely on conversing with Alice. Observing the two, Darren Cuter eventually resigned himself and transformed into a streak of light, retreating into the dragon ring. Linlei was blissfully unaware of the passage of time as he and Alice continued their chat. "Brother Linlei, you're so remarkable. I bet you have many admirers at Ernst Magic Academy," Alice inquired casually, her heart racing despite the nonchalance of her words. Fortunately, Linlei replied, speaking without much thought. "Fool," echoed Darren Cuter's voice in Linlei's mind.